After watching the anime Bleach, you find yourself traversing into the world of One Piece. Faced with the choice between the Mera Mera no Mi and the Gomu Gomu no Mi, you unhesitatingly select the Mera Mera no Mi. In the original work, Ace utilized the powers of the Flame fruit solely for offensive purposes, never employing it for defensive maneuvers. Ming concentrated all the flames, transforming himself into the sun. One can completely solidify the essence of the Grim Reaper, the most formidable Zanpakuto in existence. The Duskfire Blade of the West. The Garb of the Setting Sun. Transform yourself into the sun, an entity no one can approach. In addition, the body traverses through the data. The weakness of the critical disappearance fruit has been eradicated. After being attacked, the panel will not deplete its health to 0 before. Therefore, you have essentially none left. Thus, you now intend to journey to Frostmoon Village to seek apprenticeship under Master Yeshyang. The bond between Zoro and Kuina. At this moment, within the dojo of Frosty Moon Village, the bamboo sword struck the head, producing a hollow sound that reverberated in the air. A large bump has emerged on Zoro's head. He clutches his head with both hands, shielding himself from the impact of the bamboo sword, yet his face is filled with defiance. The 1959th time. You have lost. A girl of around 10 years old, holding on tightly, spoke with a calm expression. Such occurrences have transpired nearly 2,000 times since Zoro's entrance into the dojo. She has grown accustomed to them, or perhaps one might say, desensitized. Wait for it. I shall undoubtedly prevail over you. Loosening his grip on his head, Zoro snatched up the bamboo he had previously discarded. His eyes were fixed intently on Kuina, exuding an aura of fervent determination. However, with a bruised and battered visage, adorned with a prominent bump upon the head, it is undeniably somewhat comical. At the entrance of the Taoist temple, laughter resounded in a whimsical manner. Then, the laughter drew Zoro's ire. Upon hearing the laughter, Zoro turned his head, casting an irritable glance towards the dojo. There, he beheld a 15-year-old youth leaning against the grand entrance of the dojo, observing intently. The youth is clad in loose-fitting white attire, his dark hair appearing somewhat tousled. His features are remarkably gentle and well-defined, lacking any sharpness. Merely upon observing his visage, one would surmise that he is a person of amiable disposition. However, the smile upon his face now led Zoro to feel as though he was being mocked, igniting a sense of discontent within him. Who are you? Zoro scrutinized you at the entrance. And was the first to inquire. Here to learn the sword. Upon hearing the inquiry, you stepped inside. Your gaze swept across the expansive courtyard of the dojo, ultimately resting upon the figures of Kuina and Zoro. Please wait a moment, I shall inform my father. Kuina's presence is not surprising, as many individuals come to the dojo to learn the art of swordsmanship. However, it appears that she is not a local resident. After Kuina departed, Zoro approached you, tilting his head back, his face adorned with an air of defiance as he gazed upon you. Observe my actions. You gaze down at the green-haired imp before you. And compare this little specter to the formidable figure from your memories. The relentless demon of the island. The fearsome West Emperor's combined assault. And the explosive prowess of the radiant Vice-Emperor. Unable to contain yourself, you burst into laughter once more. Had he not been without a camera in hand, he would undoubtedly have captured the current appearance of Zoro. This will undoubtedly become Zoro's. You still laugh. One day, I shall surely conquer Kuina. Zoro raised his hand to wipe his nose, from which blood flowed, and said with an expression of defiance. Upon hearing this, you shook your head. Defeat is an impossibility. However, since Kuina has not yet fallen, it is not out of reach to rescue her effortlessly. As for whether Zoro's fate will change, let it be. If you seek to join the dojo for your studies, then I shall be your senior apprentice. Zoro observed your pensive demeanor, and as thoughts swirled in his mind, he swiftly remarked, since we are all here to master the art of the sword, it is only natural that the one who possesses greater skill shall emerge as the strongest. Interlude. You shook your head in disbelief. So that is the case. Does that mean that if I defeat Kuina, she will have to call me senior brother? Zoro's eyes widened suddenly, gazing at you in disbelief. It is impossible. You shall never defeat me. Before you could respond, the voice of Kuina resonated. Then, Sketsuiker and Kuina stepped out of the realm of lie together. Guena still wore a displeased expression on her face. I shall challenge you. Upon hearing this, Zoro was filled with rage. Raising his bamboo sword and pointing it towards Kuina. Ancient Yaina, with a bamboo sword pointed at her, glanced at you and her father before gracefully walking towards the dojo's entrance. Zoro promptly followed suit. It appears that the duel of swordsmanship is about to commence once more. I beg your pardon for any amusement I may have caused. My humble self and my disciple share a fondness for playful banter. Frostmoon Yasujiro did not intervene in the contest between Kuina and Zoro. Instead, he smiled and spoke to you. As he uttered those words, his gaze rested upon you. When his eyes met yours, a glimmer of something unusual flickered behind the lenses of his glasses. It matters not, for in the pursuit of swordsmanship, a distinction must be made between the skilled and the unskilled, and only through mutual acknowledgement can the contest find its conclusion. As for these two individuals, it seems they are not easily swayed. You chuckled softly and remarked, "You possess remarkable insight, my lord." Upon hearing the words of Frostmoon's Yexilang, he gently made a gesture of invitation, which you, of course, would not decline. Upon entering a chamber within the dojo, Xuanyue Yexilang kneels gracefully. He gestures for you to take a seat. You, at ease and unpretentious, settle down, your gaze thoughtfully surveying Xuanyue Yexilang. The formidable swordsman, Yain Lang, is shrouded in an aura of extreme peril. A blood-red mark emblazons his brow, evoking memories of the ominous symbols that adorned the heads of notorious pirates and others. In this moment, Yain Lang stands before me as the most treacherous individual I have encountered thus far. You are not a resident of Frostmoon Village. Yi Shilong, perplexed by your gaze, nonetheless maintained his composure and inquired with courtesy. Today, I arrived by merchant vessel, having heard from elsewhere about a dojo that offers swordsmanship instruction. Thus, I made my way here. You nodded slightly, your expression serene as you conveyed your understanding. Then, why do you wish to learn the sword? Yexilang inquired once more. Is it of great significance? You raised an eyebrow and inquired with curiosity. It can be considered so. Yexilang nodded. His demeanor, rather, prompted a moment of contemplation within you. He slightly bowed his head in thought, and after a brief pause, he raised it gently and provided his response. Perhaps one can truly live freely in this world. A clear and decisive voice resounded within the room. Evidently, your response has elicited a certain degree of bewilderment from Xuanyue Yexilang, as it is clearly reflected upon his countenance. Living freely in this world is by no means a simple endeavor. Frosty Moon's Yexilang appeared to comprehend the meaning behind your words, and with a hint of sentiment, he remarked. Therefore, one must learn the art of swordsmanship, strive for strength, and possess the power to safeguard oneself. You continued with a serene expression, saying, "This esteemed master of the dojo, what do you think of my response? Are you content with it?" Indeed, regardless of what you articulate, I shall impart my knowledge to you. After all, when wielding a sword, one must possess their own conviction. Only with such a sword can one wield greater power. Frostmoon Yishilan spoke, adorned with a warm and gentle smile. You certainly did not regard the words of Frostmoon, Yeshan Lang, as mere preaching. I possess only a superficial understanding of the sword, while the figure before me, Xuanyue Yexilang, stands as a master swordsman of the highest caliber. At the very least, in terms of comprehension of the sword, his insights far surpass my own. Moreover, it appears that to truly become a master swordsman, one requires the fortification of a certain conviction. It also encompasses a sense of dominance. Since you have come to learn the art of swordsmanship, let us discuss the associated costs. In your heart, you are contemplating the sight of Xuanyue Yeshi, who is kneeling across from you, once again speaking in unison. You nodded slightly. Although my recollection suggests that Zoro came to learn and was not charged any fees for his swordsmanship, he was also allowed to dine at the dojo without any cost. However, Zoro, or rather the entirety of the Frostmoon Village, should indeed be interconnected by blood ties. Moreover, this is also favorable, 500,000 Bailey. Seeing your nod, Frosty Moon, Yexilang, pondered for a moment, and then proposed a price. Upon hearing this, you shook your head in response. Upon witnessing his action, Xuanyue Yexilang presumed that you were about to speak, thus he patiently awaited your further words. 1 million Bailey per year. You proceeded to state your price, leaving Shiketsu Yaser utterly astonished. He believed he had misjudged. 1 million baht. I implore you to teach me without reservation. You have articulated your own demands. You may, but only when your swordsmanship has reached a certain level will I impart further knowledge to you. Frostmoon Yexilang gazed into your eyes, and after a moment of silence, nodded affirmatively. Upon witnessing the agreement of Frostmoon's Yexilang, a sense of relief washed over you. A smile graced your lips as you prepared to speak, when suddenly, two children peeked in from outside the door. Goena went to find Frostmoon Yexilang, only to realize afterward that she had not inquired about your name, Dunn. Arrange accommodation for Dunn, as he will be studying at the dojo in the future. The inquisitive Goena gazed at you and nodded gently. On the other side of the door, his face bruised and battered, even more than before. Zoro's gaze fixated intently on the figure rising. You should come over as well. I will need your assistance in moving some items shortly. Goena first addressed Zoro, then led the way ahead. You advanced towards Xuanyue Yexilang, following closely in the wake of Gu Yaina. After the departure of the three, Xuanyue Yexilang remained seated, his expression tinged with perplexity. Just now, he was able to discern the meaning behind your actions. However, such gestures appear to symbolize a certain form of etiquette. Could it be that my conjecture holds truth? Frosty Moon's Yexilang murmured to himself. Although we have only just met and the time has been brief, Xuanyue Yexilang has already perceived an air of arrogance, or perhaps pride, emanating from you. Frostmoon Yexilang furrowed his brow and shook his head. Although it may appear as arrogance and pride, it should rather be perceived as a certain condescending attitude. Although he appears quite courteous, there is an undeniable air about him that suggests nobility. Frostmoon Yexilang perceives many contradictions within you. However, you have not given it much thought. At this moment, he held the scruff of Suolong's neck, leading the lad forward alongside Goena. Thus, in a place as vast as the dojo, he too may lose his way. Your voice is filled with curiosity. Zoro is the epitome of a navigational novice. He is aware of this fact, yet the dojo is not particularly vast. It seems that he has been here for quite some time, and still, he manages to lose his way. There was no turning back for Goena. A swift and decisive response. Impossible. How could I possibly lose my way? Zoro struggled desperately, yet the hand gripping the nape of his neck remained remarkably steady, exhibiting not even the slightest tremor. Had it not been for my grasp upon you, you would have turned and ventured into the unknown just moments ago. Your words brought a moment of stillness to Zoro, who was fervently battling against his struggles. Subsequently, one slumped despondently, appearing somewhat dejected. Speaking of which, you unexpectedly provoked him. Just as Zoro had relinquished his struggle, he suddenly regained his composure and fought once more with renewed vigor. Ah, what are you saying, you rascal? Zoro's face was filled with fury. Thus, you have emerged victorious. Observing the furious Zoro, you inquired with an expression of peculiarity. Upon the utterance of those words, Zoro's expression stiffened. I did not emerge victorious. Yet I shall triumph in the future, Zoro. With my head bowed, I mumble. While Goena has not responded at all. This is your room. I will bring you what you need shortly. Zoro, never mind, I will deliver it to you soon. In the temple, a room was gently pushed open by the ancient Aina. She stepped back and spoke. You cast Zoro to the ground, stepped into the room, and surveyed your surroundings with a nod of approval. To join the dojo and learn the art of the sword, you must first train under my guidance. Only after you have mastered the fundamental sword techniques will my father impart his knowledge to you. After Goena finished speaking, she assessed the figure towering over her and then turned to gaze at Zoro. Come with me to fetch something, Zoro said, his head bowed, a visage of sorrow trailing behind Goena. Clearly, your previous words had deeply affected him, leaving him still in a daze. After bidding farewell to the two individuals, you turned around, gazing at the modest room before you. He does not have much to demand regarding his living environment. Although it is not large, it is relatively clean. You approached the small table situated in the center of the room and settled down cross-legged. The first step has been accomplished. Next, let us observe how much knowledge can be acquired. You rest your arm upon your face, lost in contemplation. You are quite looking forward to the upcoming learning experience. Although he has already consumed the devil fruit, it is only now that he truly embarks on his journey to engage with the powers of this world. Kozuki, Oden and Zoro have returned. A myriad of simple everyday necessities, which Zoro carried in a substantial bundle. As you observed Zoro placing a sizable bundle down, you set a modest bag upon the table before you. Guena and Zoro exchanged puzzled glances. This is a matter of curiosity for Guena regarding the tuition fees and the subsequent lifestyle. As soon as the words left your lips, Guyena's confusion deepened. She approached, opened the bag, and her eyes widened in astonishment. So much money! Zoro was taken aback. He approached and leaned in to take a look. Instantly, he swallowed hard. To study swordsmanship at the dojo, one must pay such fees. Zoro is quite exasperated he hasn't spent any money. So, why is such a substantial amount of money required? This is not even worth selling oneself for such a price. This is the current sentiment of Zoro. He followed the money bag bearing Guyena with a troubled mind, and then encountered Frostmoon Village. Upon witnessing Guena deliver the bag containing Bailey, Shiketsu Aishir wore an expression of astonishment. I am devoid of funds. Observing Yexilang meticulously tallying the coins, Zoro's expression wavered in struggle for a moment, before he ultimately spoke with a sense of despondency. This remark attracted the unique brilliance of Guena and the two individuals discussing differences. You are unlike him, you do not need to pay. Frostmoon Yasuhiro immediately discerned Zoro's intentions and shook his head, saying, in fact, when he proposed the tuition fee, his intentions had already been articulated. The individual known as Dunn also discerned his motives. That is to say, this educational endeavor is merely a transaction. The other party pays for tuition, while I impart the art of swordsmanship to them. Nothing will be mixed in. His purpose remains inscrutable. This youth, this Sha Qian, bears a temperament that is quite contradictory. As for the intentions of this young man, they remain shrouded in mystery. Zoro was beckoned by Kuina to speak. The sum of 9 million berries is indeed a considerable amount. Moments later, Shiketsu Aishir gazed upon the neatly arranged shells before him and let out a sigh. This is not something that can be easily presented by just anyone. Strange temperament. It is indeed quite intriguing that one can present so much upon first contact. Table of contents. You rose early, engaging in your own unique warm-up routine. Then, you encountered the other students in the dojo. In the Taoist temple, the vast majority of the disciples hail from Xuanyue village. Most of them are of a similar age to Guena and Zoro, with only a few being around your age, alongside a couple of youthful individuals who appear to be in their 20s. Regarding your unexpected arrival, it is evident that a multitude of individuals are quite pleased. Especially during breakfast, upon witnessing your astonishing appetite, everyone was left wide-eyed in amazement. It seems that the pace of dining is not leisurely, yet the food before you vanishes with the swiftness of flying chopsticks. Such an appetite has already transcended the realm of ordinary individuals. As Shimazuki enjoyed her breakfast, Yase observed her condition, a contemplative expression gracing his face. In comparison to these young individuals, his knowledge is undoubtedly more extensive. Indeed, this young individual named Dunn is truly remarkable. With a resounding thud, Zoro's astonished gaze fixated upon the morsel he had been clutching, which now tumbled from his grasp. Unbeknownst to him, drool cascaded from his lips. No wonder it costs so much. Is this the cost of meals? Zoro murmured to himself. You are undoubtedly indifferent to the gazes of those around you. After all, for him, the ability to indulge in food will yield sufficient rewards. Perhaps the benefits of exercise would be even more pronounced. Certainly, he has no desire to endure hunger. An interlude during breakfast. That introduced everyone to the newcomer who had recently joined the dojo. Shortly after breakfast, the formal training in swordsmanship commenced. Everyone grips their wooden swords with precision, diligently practicing the fundamental techniques of swordsmanship. You possess no trace of impatience either. Guena stands beside you, imparting fundamental swordsmanship techniques, offering guidance and corrections as she instructs. Not far away, the gaze of the frost-kissed moonlight falls upon you, as if the enchanting Yusirin is captivated by your presence. Having practiced some swordsmanship, it appears to be self-taught, lacking the benefit of formal training. Many techniques seem somewhat distorted. Certainly, it does not imply that the technique has become unrecognizable. However, the efficiency is not as high. However, this also reveals your underlying knowledge. Shortly after, Frostmoon Yexilang turned and departed. Indeed, Guena displayed remarkable patience, seemingly placing great importance on her role as a temporary instructor. She meticulously elucidated the techniques, detailing their purpose and the method of exerting force. You would not exhibit the slightest hint of impatience. In the past, while practicing sword techniques alone, I felt a sense of awkwardness, which I now comprehend. One can only say that there is indeed a considerable amount of knowledge yet to be acquired. The morning is dedicated to fundamental exercises, while the afternoon is reserved for personal training sessions. The battle between Kuina and Zoro continues unabated. Most of the other disciples have departed from the dojo, while a select few remain to pursue their cultivation, and you are naturally among them. Continue to practice in the standard sword stance. As everyone departed, he found himself alone. The rhythmic sound of the wind slicing through the air, unscathed by the sword strike, resonates softly. Your expression remains serene, as a day's cultivation has rendered his breath utterly unaltered. This trivial burden poses no pressure upon him. However, after being refined by Guena, he could sense the power in the posture, which indeed held profound significance. Since you are committed to self-improvement, you possess an abundance of patience. As dusk descended upon the heavens, Guyaina came to summon you for dinner. Observing you as you practiced with your impeccable swordsmanship, a mysterious expression graced her countenance. Cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. In the evening, the other students at the Taoist temple have departed. Only she remains for dinner. As the tranquil Yexilang gently prompts. These tasks come easily to me. I can sense my mastery over power and technique is steadily advancing. You inherently understand your own essence. Frosty Moon, Yexilang. I cast a glance your way. Then my gaze shifted to what appeared to be Luo dining. Yet in truth, attentively eavesdropping on Guena and Zoro. Given this, in the span of a month, should you meet my expectations, I shall personally instruct you. Very well. You nod. And then immerse yourself in your meal. In the ensuing time, you found yourself engulfed in a frenzied cycle of competition, even preventing Sketsuizier from allowing you to engage in self-cultivation elsewhere. Otherwise, he is concerned about the well-being of the other students. Certainly, even so, Guena and Zoro have plunged into a frenzied state of competition. In the woods behind the dojo, you stand with your eyes closed, your right hand wielding a wooden sword, fending off the onslaught of attacks that surround you. Kuzina and Zoro, together, relentlessly thrust their wooden swords towards you. The pain of the wooden sword striking your body is of little concern to you. Your spirit is attuned to the encroaching sensations of your surroundings. He was uncertain whether this method of cultivating perception through sight and sound was indeed correct. However, it appears that Wang Lufei has been taught to see through such methods. Regardless of the outcome, there is no harm in trying. Consider it a practice session for Guena and Zoro. Huffing and puffing, the two exchanged a swift glance, recognizing the unspoken understanding reflected in each other's eyes. Naturally. In Guena's eyes, there is more than meets the eye. As she ages, she increasingly perceives the disparities that exist between individuals. Or rather, the disparity between men and women has been sensed previously through the rapid enhancement of strength exhibited by Zoro. However, at present, the situation you find yourself in has become even more apparent. She distinctly sensed that you wielded your sword with at least 90% of your strength. Nevertheless, even so, neither she nor Zoro could withstand the oncoming strike of the wooden sword Hedon. This is the disparity. An inherent distinction. Among the myriad of formidable women upon the vast ocean, countless are they. Even standing atop the pinnacle of the sea, there exists a female among the pirate monarchs. Just as the look of resentment in Guena's eyes grew ever more intense, your voice suddenly resonated. Your voice resonates through the forest. Suddenly, the attacking Kuina halts. Her demeanor shifts. Even Zoro, who is typically serious in his pursuits, recognizes something amiss in Kuina's emotions and ceases his actions. Are you suggesting that a woman can ascend to the pinnacle through her own endeavors? Guena fell silent for a moment, then lifted her gaze to you, having removed her blindfold. Some individuals are inherently endowed with terrifying talents, qualities that are unparalleled by the vast majority. All you need to do is transcend your own limitations. You smiled and shook your head, saying, I am unaware of who has spoken to you, yet your sword has become imbued with uncertainty. It is precisely this sentiment that pervades You gazed at Kuina, and then turned your attention to Zoro. Indeed, you possess little intellect, yet remain rather obstinate. However, you have shown remarkable progress. This is your own assessment. Over the course of this month, he has sensed Zoro's rapid enhancement in strength. It must be said that there exists a terrifying disparity among individuals in this world. Are you praising me or criticizing me? Zoro raised his hand, pointing at himself, somewhat hesitant. Flattery bestowed upon you. Thank you kindly. Zoro nodded. He then turned his gaze towards Kuina. Noticing that her emotions appeared to be somewhat amiss. Some matters must be contemplated independently. When I first arrived, your father inquired why I sought to learn the art of swordsmanship. I provided my own response. He gestured dismissively after speaking, and then proceeded towards the dojo, for he had his own matters to attend to. Guena's character is somewhat overly assertive, requiring her to engage in introspection to gain clarity. Perhaps it is still necessary for Zoro to awaken one. He certainly did not engage in battle with Kuina for as long as Zoro did. Their relationship is merely one of familiarity. In the woods, you did not concern yourself with what would transpire after his departure, but rather, you first went to meet Shigetsu and Cookie. Frostmoon's Yexilang appears to be awaiting your arrival. Upon seeing you approach, he raises his hand, gesturing for you to take a seat. You naturally did not hold back, sitting cross-legged opposite the young gentleman. Thank you. As soon as Sketsu Yaser took his seat, he began to speak. The matter concerning Guena, you responded with a counter-question upon hearing this. It pertains to the affairs of the young lady. Yi Xinglan did not deny it. He nodded in acknowledgement. Zoro's strength is rapidly advancing, and I can sense it. The encounters between Kuina and Zoro are becoming increasingly arduous, growing more challenging with each confrontation. Yamato Sketsa let out a sigh. The female swordswoman, due to her inherent physical limitations, exhibits a significant disparity in comparison to her male counterparts. Kuina's character is excessively assertive. Xuanyue Yeshan's words reveal a tone that suggests it was you who spoke, which has led to Guena feeling somewhat troubled lately. You are certainly aware of it, and you comprehend the essence of Xuanyue Yexilang as well. To a certain extent, it can be considered a precautionary measure for Guena. As a father, he undoubtedly understands his daughter's concerns, perhaps fearing that she may soon falter before Zoro, unable to transcend the barriers within her heart. Indeed, that is the case. However, I find myself lacking in viable solutions. Xuanyue Yeshan raised his hand to rub his brow, displaying an expression of helplessness as he spoke. As he continued, he lifted his gaze to meet yours. As for you, your talent is remarkable. One might even say it is exceptional. In fact, amidst this vast ocean, your abilities may surpass even those of the most formidable individuals. Frostmoon, Yexilang, spoke with great earnestness. This reflects his genuine sentiments. Remarkable physical strength and resilience.
Additionally, there exists a remarkable capacity for learning, accompanied by a temperament capable of enduring the monotony of rigorous training. Had he not discerned that Dunn harbored no intentions of seeking a master, Xuanyue Jingsairo would have genuinely contemplated taking Dunn as his disciple. However, this formidable talent led Xuanyue Jingsairo to perceive that he might not merit such a privilege. This observation I shall not contest. Upon hearing these words, Dunn smiled. The mere aspect of data-driven analysis had already surpassed that of all others. The auxiliary role of data in training proved to be more potent than Dunn had previously envisioned. Hearing Dunn's remarks, Xuanyue Jingsairo shook his head in resignation, his demeanor soon turning serious. In just 1 month, your growth has far exceeded my expectations. Yet I harbor certain uncertainties regarding you. Uncertainties? Dunn inquired. Curiosity etched upon his face as he regarded the serious expression of Xuanyue Jingsairo. Your identity, or rather, are you of noble lineage in this world? Or perhaps, are you one of the celestial dragons? Xuanyue Jingsairo posed this question with a tone of gravity. Celestial dragon? Are you referring to me? Dunn had considered the possibility of Xuanyue Jingsairo questioning numerous matters, yet he never anticipated this inquiry. What makes you think I am a celestial dragon? Because I perceive within you a certain disdain for everything, Xuanyue Jingsairo replied, having already discerned the answer from Dunn's reaction. He articulated his feelings and the rationale behind his inquiry. This aura you possess is inherent, not contrived. When I first beheld you, I sensed a semblance of arrogance or pride, yet it felt distinct. Dunn, upon hearing this, did not refute the assertion. Rather, he stroked his chin in contemplation. Since Zhuangyue Jingsairo had articulated such thoughts, they must hold some truth. However, he ought to still embody a degree of humility. He was not a paragon of superiority. Even if he aspired to confront formidable adversaries of the seas, he would at least need to mature before doing so. Suddenly, Dunn grasped the reason behind Zhuangyue Jingsairo's perception. It stemmed from an outsider's perspective on the world. Being an outsider endowed with foresight of future events inherently fosters a sense of superiority. This feeling arises naturally. It appears you have discerned the reason, Zhuangyue Jingsairo remarked, having noticed the changes in Dunn's expression. Indeed, I have contemplated possible reasons, Dunn conceded, refraining from contradiction. Well then, let us discuss what you wish to learn from me. Upon hearing Dunn's response, Zhuangyue Jingsairo did not pursue further inquiries, but rather shifted the topic. While he remained unaware of the origins of Dunn's aura, due to the matter concerning Guina, he felt it prudent to offer a reminder. Since the other party had already contemplated it, there was no need for further discussion. Swordsmanship and Hawkeye, Dunn stated without a hint of hesitation. Hawkeye, you say? Certainly. The methods you employed during your encounters with Guina and the others indeed constitute a means to cultivate observation Hawkeye, though their abilities were rather limited. As for armament Hawkeye, it necessitates a certain physical prowess, and your physique is wholly adequate. Frostmoon Village, upon witnessing Dunn's attempts to cultivate the observation Hawkeye, discerned his aspirations without much astonishment. Although the Conqueror's Hawkeye is a rarity across the seas, it is hardly a profound secret. Regarding swordsmanship, my counsel is this. I shall impart to you the essence of swordplay, while you must seek a style that resonates with your own spirit. Chapter 12. The Gift of the Sword and the Black Blade. First, learn the observation Hawkeye. Frostmoon Village spoke with sincerity. After all, even geniuses possess their unique distinctions. Despite Dunn having arrived at Frostmoon Village's One-Heart Temple for merely a month, the innate talent he exhibited left Village in awe. Hence, he provided this guidance. The notion of discovering a sword technique suited to oneself? Dunn murmured, a vision of flames igniting in his mind. The power of the flame fruit represented the most formidable strength he currently wielded, leading him naturally to envision fire. An image of a gaunt old man enveloped in flames materialized in his thoughts. Comparable to the sun's searing heat, a full-force attack could obliterate an entire realm. He had not been negligent in developing the fruit's potential, striving to employ all his knowledge to devise powerful techniques. Perhaps it was worth a try. Dunn's eye sparkled. Striking and potent techniques. Who among men would not be enamored? It seems you have formulated an idea. However, prior to that, I shall share my philosophy on swordsmanship with you. This is my understanding of the sword, which you may use as a reference, Village remarked with a smile, having closely observed Dunn's expression. Indeed, I have conceived some thoughts, though the challenge is substantial. Nevertheless, I am indeed willing to endeavor, Dunn replied, devoid of urgency, ready to invest time in this pursuit. The foundational practice of swordsmanship must not be neglected. Thus, each morning you shall train independently, and in the afternoons, I shall guide you in mastering Hawkeye and sword techniques. After speaking, Frostmoon Village scrutinized Dunn for a moment before rising and approaching the wall. After a gentle pull, the wall slid aside to reveal an array of sword racks. You may select a sword. While I typically do not recommend novices wielding real swords, you are an exception. Dunn, upon hearing this, did not hesitate and stood to choose. Each sword appeared exquisitely crafted. He was aware that Village's father, Samling, was a master blacksmith from Wano, renowned for forging the formidable great blade, Yanma. Dunn examined each sword before finally grasping one that was longer, broader, and heavier than the rest. Standing over 6 feet tall, the sword now exceeded his stature. Seeing Dunn return with the unusually long sword, Frostmoon Village expressed mild astonishment but refrained from further comment. As the door closed, the two resumed their seats. Village's gaze drifted over the long sword resting beside Dunn, and he sighed reflectively. These swords were crafted by my father long ago. Though he has not forged for quite some time, you may bestow upon it a name. Perhaps it will one day become a true black blade, renowned across the seas. Black blade? Dunn inquired, echoing the term with curiosity. He understands what a black blade is. He knows that it is a form of swordsmanship cultivated by its wielder, seemingly linked to a certain aura. The black blade represents a distinct manifestation of the sword, wherein the wielder, through countless battles and repeated intertwining of their aura, transforms the very nature of the weapon in hand. Its composition becomes exceedingly resilient, verging on invulnerable. Seemingly intrigued, Keishur Getsu fixed his gaze upon Dunn. Presently, the newly crowned supreme swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, wields a black blade named Yuru. Keishur anticipated a reaction from Dunn upon mentioning the black blade. Yet Dunn's expression remained remarkably unperturbed. Do you not aspire to become the world's strongest swordsman? Keishur inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Not at the moment. After all, I still have a considerable distance to traverse before reaching that esteemed swordsman, Dunn replied, shaking his head. Ultimately, my goal has always been to live a tranquil life in this world. Should that esteemed swordsman obstruct my path in the future, perhaps the title will be bestowed upon another. Upon hearing Dunn calmly propose that the title of the greatest swordsman should be transferred to another, Keishur erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha! I genuinely hope to witness that day, for I have, in my own way, imparted some swordsmanship knowledge, which would bring me great pride. He continued thus, I am not even a swordsman yet. Discussing this with you both seems rather premature. Observing the mirthful Keishur, Dunn felt somewhat speechless. I believe you possess the talent. Keishur declared. Very well, I appreciate your trust, but I would prefer to learn observation haki first. Excellent, Keishur responded. Albeit puzzled by Dunn's desire to prioritize observation haki, he did not refuse. Then I shall take my leave. With that, Dunn rose and grasped the sword beside him before departing. Keishur watched Dunn exit, and after a considerable time, a short, elderly man slowly emerged. He knows I am here. He may have awakened his observation haki, though he cannot yet wield it with finesse. The old man, clutching a pipe, seated himself in the spot Dunn had just vacated. What do you think, father? You cannot see through him. I am certainly no match for you in that regard. Keishur Jin remarked, shaking his head. Though a master swordsmith with some swordsmanship skills, his prowess paled in comparison to that of his son. Yet, perhaps he could indeed forge a black blade. He had not anticipated that Dunn would select that particular sword. Reflecting on the sword that Dunn had taken, Keishur Jin felt a sense of nostalgia. The sword was not inferior to the famed Great Sword. However, my physical strength had waned during its forging, resulting in a crude and heavy creation. The sword Dunn had taken was indeed significantly heavier than an ordinary sword. His unique talent rendered such weight negligible. Keishur Getsu was well aware of Dunn's strength, which seemed proportional to his appetite. Well, focus on teaching him. He may not remain here for long. Keishur Jin stated as he rose and made his way toward the exit, but after taking a few steps, he turned back, his dim eyes regarding Keishur Getsu, and also Zoro. He paused momentarily, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Zoro's swordsmanship prowess was inherited from his grandfather and father, as well as from that legendary dragon-slaying swordsman. It was imperative to guide him well. Understood. Hailing from Wano, Keishur Shimatsuki was indeed a firm believer in the concept of bloodlines. Given that Zoro's ancestors included several great swordsmen, it was certain that he too possessed such potential. Dunn had indeed sensed a presence nearby during his conversation with Keishur, though he chose not to investigate further. It sufficed for him to focus on his own matters. Upon returning to his chamber, Dunn drew his sword from its sheath. The dim sheen was not particularly bright, and the wave-like patterns adorned the entire blade, which was considerably thicker than an ordinary sword, yet the sharpness of its edge remained formidable. Gripping the hilt, he positioned the sword horizontally across his chest. A flicker of flame manifested from his hand, spreading along the blade until, in an instant, fire enveloped the entire sword. However, at present, this flame was merely superficial. Chapter 13, Flames Entwined. The training of observation haki. Beyond appearing more striking, the flames now encircling the blade did not confer any substantial enhancement. Dunn exhaled, summoning his digital interface. Body digitization. Your vital organs have vanished. Upon receiving an attack, damage is converted to a reduction in health. The panel attributes are influenced by your own strength. You will not perish until your health reaches 0. Current physical age, 14. Constitution, 21. Rapidly evolving due to certain influences. Current health, 100. Recovering. Nourishment can expedite recovery. Inherent talent, indomitable upon reaching 0 health. Enter a brief enhanced state. All your physical attributes are amplified tenfold. Your health will no longer diminish. All negative statuses are eradicated. Current duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown period, 1 day. Abilities, Flame Fruit. Mastered a formidable Logia-type fruit ability, granting the power to embody and manipulate flames, continually enhancing the body. Fruit's drawbacks have been eliminated. Weakness and host soul. Current fruit development, 13. Swordsmanship. Mastered, you have proficiently mastered the basic techniques and training methods of swordsmanship. The enhancement of the fruit was not considerable, increasing by merely 4, while his constitution had improved by 11 compared to a month prior. And the prompt indicating rapid evolution had yet to dissipate. This suggested that his physical enhancement was ongoing, which was a positive sign. However, utilizing the devil fruit's powers fully in this location proved to be inconvenient. As the flames on the sword subsided, Dunn sheathed it, and the oppressive heat within the room gradually abated. It seemed necessary to devise an alternative plan. Merely relying on imagination would not suffice to swiftly develop the powers of the devil fruit. A suitable environment to fully unleash its capabilities was essential. Initially intending to train here until he became a swordsman, Dunn estimated that this might require several years. However, if it were to hinder the development of the fruit, then prolonging his stay here was no longer viable. After mastering the dual Hawkeye, it would be time to venture forth. However, it is likely that not many are aware of the abilities of one's own fruit. Dunn squinted thoughtfully, recalling the pirates he had sent to Navy Base 16. Yet, he did not dwell on it too much. The following day, within the One Heart Dojo, Dunn held the long sword he had named Flame, diligently practicing the fundamental sword techniques. Despite its dull sheen, the sword exuded an aura of power that captivated many onlookers. Kuina and Zoro occasionally cast their gazes upon the sword in Dunn's grasp. Not far away, Shimatsuki K sure nodded quietly, convinced that Dunn would undoubtedly achieve great success, attributing it to his humble diligence. Even with strength that far surpassed others, he did not slacken in his foundational training. "How many times have you fought with Zoro?" Kuina inquired, wielding a bamboo sword beside Dunn, suddenly hearing his remark. 1,995 times. She responded upon his prompting. Zoro, overhearing, felt his face flush with embarrassment, yet defeat was defeat. Dunn nodded, realizing that Kuina's fated time of death was drawing near. Being present here, he was determined to prevent such an occurrence, which would not pose much difficulty for him, merely a matter of vigilance. This necessity was also the reason he aimed to master observation Hawkeye. Having just completed his training, Zoro, still recalling Dunn's earlier question, challenged Kuina once more. Meanwhile, Dunn commenced his training in observation Hawkeye. In the quiet room, Shimatsuki K sure observed Dunn with a smile. "Since you're aware of Hawkeye and its cultivation methods, you must understand what observation Hawkeye is, correct?" Rather than providing an immediate explanation, he posed a question. "What is observation Hawkeye?" Dunn pondered, lowering his head slightly. His knowledge of Hawkeye was primarily derived from the works he had encountered prior to his arrival, making it somewhat abstract for someone unacquainted with such powers. He could only endeavor to experiment with it as best he could. Nevertheless, he felt capable of offering a response to K-Shure's inquiry. "Is it perception?" he ventured after a brief silence. Perception, you say? Is that how you view observation Hawkeye? Yet, there is merit in this interpretation, K-Shure replied with a smile. All things possess a breath, whether it be through listening or feeling, to sense their essence, be it wind, water, trees, or even steel. And of course, there are people as well. After all, observation Hawkeye is not solely directed at living beings. It encompasses inanimate entities too. In your future swordsmanship training, this understanding will be essential. Dunn nodded lightly, grasping the concept, though he found it somewhat abstract. Seemingly perceiving Dunn's thoughts, K-Shure continued with a smile. In truth, Haki is a power inherent in every individual, yet this power lies dormant within the body, requiring cultivation to awaken it. Naturally, once awakened, it must also be refined through practice to strengthen the Haki. I'm already aware of that, Dunn replied. Dunn nodded, pondering whether the Conqueror's Haki was indeed such a phenomenon. The Conqueror's Haki, however, is a rare and extraordinary gift, one not bestowed upon everyone. Kanshiro immediately shook his head, seemingly aware that this assertion contradicted the previous claim that everyone possesses Haki, and he sought to clarify. As for the Conqueror's Haki, I must admit my understanding is somewhat limited, yet I do know that among the vast expanse of this ocean, the number of those who wield such power is exceedingly few. Implicit in this statement is the notion that it may be premature for you to speak of it now. Dunn nodded, refraining from interrupting Kung Shiro's discourse. In truth, you have already awakened your observation Haki. It is merely that you have yet to perceive it, or perhaps more accurately, you have yet to sense this latent power. Kung Shiro's words took Dunn by surprise, prompting him to glance down at his hands. You describe observation as perception, so in your understanding, it involves sensing everything around you, attuning to the very breaths of your surroundings. At this, Dunn closed his eyes, attempting to concentrate and delve into this experience. Suddenly, a chilling intent surged forth, enveloping him with an overwhelming aura of lethality. The ferocity of this murderous intent sent shivers cascading down Dunn's spine. Almost instinctively, he prepared to elementalize in defense against this lethal force. Yet, the intent arrived with such swiftness, it vanished just as rapidly. The source of this ominous energy was none other than Kung Shiro, seated not far away. In Dunn's perception, it was as if a crimson figure had materialized before him, sitting cross-legged on the ground like a bloodthirsty demon. He abruptly opened his eyes and fixed his gaze upon Kung Shiro. Did you feel it? Kung Shiro inquired with a smile. The aura I released was subtle. Those who lack sensitivity to such presence cannot perceive it. Do you recall that feeling from earlier? Chapter 14. The Dual Haki and Energies. An unexpected visitor, Dunn's eyes widened in astonishment as a new ability appeared on his data panel. Observation Haki. Initial mastery, you have a preliminary perception of the energies of all things in existence. Had he truly grasped it so effortlessly? The ease of it left Dunn somewhat incredulous, hence his bewilderment. Energy? Dunn keenly recognized the panel's interpretation of observation Haki. Energy? An apt description indeed. Upon hearing Dunn's quiet musings, Kung Shiro paused, then after a moment of silence, smiled and replied, "This is a reflection of your perception, whether it be breath or energy. It signifies your understanding of the world. It seems you have indeed comprehended it." Kung Shiro spoke with a tone imbued with admiration. In prior conversations with his father, he had sensed that Dunn had already begun to awaken his observation Haki. However, Dunn's current display clearly indicated that he had recognized this ability. The speed with which he grasped it was astonishing. Even Kung Shiro himself had initially approached it through swordsmanship, gradually awakening to the breath of all things before mastering the observation Haki. "Thank you," Dunn said, closing his eyes once more. After experiencing that extraordinary sensation again, he opened his eyes and expressed his gratitude. "Now that you have grasped observation Haki, mastering armament Haki may not pose much difficulty for you." Kung Shiro wasted no time and was prepared to elucidate the intricacies of armament Haki once more. In my homeland, the formidable power of armament Haki is referred to as flowing cherry blossom, a force born from within one's own being. If one lacks physical prowess, harnessing this power becomes an arduous task. This energy is fluid and can be wielded. Once mastered, it bestows formidable defensive and offensive capabilities, even enabling one to contend against certain powerful fruit users. As Keisher Shimizuki spoke these words, he cast a meaningful glance at Dunn. Occasionally, a sensation of heat emanated from Dunn's chamber, a feeling Keisher, adept in observation Haki, could distinctly perceive. Thus, while observation Haki senses the energy of entities beyond oneself, armament Haki is fundamentally an application of a certain energy within one's own body. Dunn began to comprehend this notion. The description of observation Hawkeye resonates with energy and, perhaps, according to Keishi's assertion, it aligns with this understanding. If it proves difficult to grasp, one might liken it to the more comprehensible concept of internal energy, which Dunn can understand more clearly. Of course, there may be some discrepancies, yet the essence remains akin to this. Keishi fell silent for a moment, contemplating Dunn's remarks before nodding in agreement. My capabilities are limited. I can only explain according to my own understanding. Many individuals in this vast ocean surpass me, and my interpretations of observation and armament Hawkeye may indeed be flawed, Keishi cautioned. The master is being modest. Your strength is considerable, Dunn gently countered. Despite the numerous formidable foes encountered by Luffy in the original narrative, many capable of thrusting him into fierce battles, those adversaries represent but a fraction of the true might present within the ocean. A top-tier swordsman, in this vast expanse, is already deemed a master of unparalleled skill. Everyone possesses their own areas of expertise, yet my potential is limited, and I can discern the boundaries of my capabilities. As for you, Dunn, your future remains shrouded in mystery, Keishi remarked. Is that a compliment? Dunn chuckled. No, I merely state a fact. This world is fraught with turbulence. I am aware that you may possess great insight into it, and thus should also comprehend its true nature. As Dunn listened, an unsettling feeling began to arise within him, prompting him to raise a hand. I have heard that armament Hawkeye is a power that is drawn forth, akin to envisioning oneself clad in an invisible armor. He abruptly redirected the conversation. Keishi sensed the shift, acknowledging that he had perhaps divulged too much. He felt an inkling that Dunn might one day emerge as a pivotal figure in this ocean, and such individuals, regardless of their actions, could impact the entire world. You are correct, Keishi affirmed, raising his hand horizontally before him. Dunn narrowed his eyes, perceiving through his observation Hawkeye that Keishi's arm was enveloped by a layer of energy. This represented the most rudimentary application of armament Hawkeye. When one possesses sufficient quantity of this power, it manifests in such a manner. Keishi elaborated, as his arm appeared to be genuinely encased in a dark purple armor. And behold, Keishi proclaimed, lifting a cup from the table before him, which became enveloped in the same dark purple hue. Entwined, or perhaps flowing cherry blossoms. These terms refer to the application of armament Hawkeye. Dunn nodded gently upon hearing this. I understand. Realizing this, he could attempt to harness his own armament Hawkeye, though it was no trivial endeavor. Many individuals throughout their lives never succeed in channeling such energy. However, for you, it should not pose a significant challenge. Dunn glanced down at his hands and made a slight attempt, yet met with failure. It appeared that more effort was required. One point I must remind you of is that the quantity of Hawkeye is limited. It is not an inexhaustible resource. Should Hawkeye be excessively depleted, time is needed for its restoration, a duration that varies from person to person, as does the amount of Hawkeye, all of which is intricately linked to one's physical constitution. I understand, and I shall remember, Dunn affirmed with a nod. Then, you may return for now. You can endeavor to experiment on your own. Starting tomorrow, I shall personally engage you in combat. If you wish to swiftly comprehend the utilization of your sword and Hawkeye, battle is the most effective method, said Sage Getsuke sure with a smile, albeit with an undertone that hinted at mischief. Of course, Dunn was unperturbed by this. After bidding farewell, he departed. Once outside, Dunn retrieved a scarf to blindfold his eyes, clumsily activating his observation Hawkeye. Regardless of the circumstances, practice could only be beneficial. Meanwhile, Kuina practiced her swordplay alone in the dojo, while in the nearby woods, Zoro wielded a bamboo sword bound with stones. Dunn returned to his room to attempt channeling his armament Hawkeye. As dusk descended, an inconspicuous merchant vessel slowly approached Getsu Village, eventually docking at the pier. The individuals disembarking were cloaked in gray, obscuring their features. However, one among them had an exaggeratedly large head. Let us hasten. After gathering the provisions, we must depart. Our identities are somewhat sensitive, a low voice intoned, prompting nods of agreement from the others. This group moved silently, soon arriving before the One Heart Dojo. where S.H. Getsu K. Shura waited. "The supplies are prepared," he remarked, his tone slow and unhurried, his demeanor calm, evidently having arranged this meeting in advance. Chapter 15. Kuina. Drink this bowl of poisonous chicken soup, a dangerous target. Dunn, who had just begun to master observation hockey, suddenly opened his eyes wide. His newly acquired perception encompassed a limited range, barely covering the entirety of the One Heart Dojo. The arrival of this group instilled in him an acute sense of danger. They were formidable, with several even stronger than K. Shura. In the realm perceived through his hockey, ominous markers loomed above each member of the group, with one individual bearing 3 blood-red question marks above their head. Could they be members of the Revolutionary Army? Dunn opened his eyes, having already deduced the identity of the newcomers. Indeed, S.H. Getsuke Shura had clandestinely established connections with the Revolutionary Army. Manchi D. Luffy, also known as Dragon, is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, a thorn in the side of the world government, the son of the naval hero Monkey D. Garb, and the father of the renowned Monkey D. Luffy. He possesses a natural ability, seemingly linked to the element of wind. Though seldom seen in action, he undoubtedly ranks amongst the most formidable figures upon the seas, a powerhouse of the Yonko caliber. Dunn felt a stir of emotions, but chose to remain seated, recognizing that these individuals heralded trouble. One could argue that the Revolutionary Army, under Dragon's leadership, harbors noble ideals aimed at toppling the world government to reshape the world. However, such aspirations hold no relevance to him. In fact, he is not even a denizen of this world. Respect, while acknowledged, would not extend to personal interaction. With this thought, Dunn reined in his musings, steadied himself, and resumed his training to harness his hockey. Meanwhile, Kuina and Zoro, engaged in yet another bout, noticed the unexpected guests and observed Gung Shuro leading them into the dojo, but they did not investigate further. "You've lost again, the 1,997th time," Kuina stated calmly, her gaze fixed on Zoro. "Don't get too cocky. I will definitely defeat you," Zoro retorted, his temper flaring at Kuina's assertion. "You will never best me," Kuina declared, hands on her hips, casting a sidelong glance at Zoro. With gritted teeth, Zoro directed his bamboo sword at her. "Not only will I defeat you, but I will also conquer Dunn, and then I shall become the strongest swordsman in the world." Upon uttering those words, he panted heavily, glaring at Kuina. "Defeat Dunn?" Kuina blinked in surprise, her expression shifting to one of confusion. Dunn had only been at the dojo for a month, yet his strength had surged remarkably, particularly in swordsmanship, surpassing her expectations. His extraordinary physique had even astonished her father, who claimed Dunn's physical prowess rivaled that of the sea's fiercest beasts. At this moment, Kuina felt an insurmountable gap between their strengths. "You cannot even fathom the disparity between him and us," she spoke in a low voice. "Are you admitting defeat?" Zoro, though directionally challenged, was not without wit. He sensed the shift in Kuina's demeanor. "You've bested me 1997 times. Don't underestimate yourself." "What would that make me, losing to you?" Zoro glared at her, frustration evident. Kuina remained silent, her head bowed. Zoro, eyes wide, suddenly raised his bamboo sword. "I made up my mind, Kuina. Next, I will defeat you, and then I will challenge Dunn." With that declaration, he huffed and turned to leave, only to find an unexpected figure looming behind him. "Dunn." Zoro froze for a moment, stammering. "I offer you this opportunity. Come, Zoro. Challenge me, defeat me, and strive for the title of the world's greatest swordsman." Dunn, wielding a wooden sword, regarded Zoro with a serious expression. "Zoro, Kuina, what's wrong? Are you afraid?" Observing the two dazed individuals, Dunn chuckled amiably. "You, my friend, should refrain from being overly arrogant." Zoro, once again, became incensed. This fellow simply could not resist provoking him. In a moment of fury, he lunged at Dunn with his sword drawn. What awaited him, however, was a resounding blow to the head. A crimson mark blossomed on Zoro's face, blood streaming from his nose. Staggering back several paces, he clutched his nose, tears spilling forth uncontrollably. The sharp pang and ache at the tip of his nose caused tears and snot to flow together. Goena, witnessing this spectacle, approached with determination. her hands firmly gripping the hilt of her sword. "Allow me," she declared, launching her own assault with a wooden sword. Thud! A beautiful sound indeed. Goena, clutching her head, crouched down, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Observing the two, one cradling their head and the other nursing their nose, Dunn settled onto the ground, gazing at them thoughtfully. "Last time, did you leave something unsaid?" Goena, still holding her head, suddenly inquired as she noticed Dunn sitting down. "What? You mentioned that on the high seas there are women who become top-tier warriors." Goena was evidently still preoccupied with this notion. Dunn let out a sigh. He understood the intent behind Frostmoon Jingshiru's words. Yet it seemed to deepen Goena's internal doubts about herself. "Sit properly." Dunn gestured to the space before him. Goena and Zoro complied, their tear-filled eyes fixed intently on Dunn. Both were acutely aware of Dunn's profound knowledge of the sea. Human beings are distinct from one another. The ocean is home to numerous races, such as the fishmen, the mink tribe, and the giants, all of whom possess significant disparities from humanity itself. Let me explain. Giants, upon reaching adulthood, possess strength comparable to that of a vice admiral in the Navy, which is considered formidable in the realm of the sea. Goena and Zoro, however, seem to lack any clear concept of the power held by a vice admiral in the Navy. Currently, in the new world of the Grand Line, the formidable Charlotte Linlin, one of the most powerful pirates, destroyed a giant village when she was merely 5 years old. "Is she a woman?" Goena inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Dunn. "Indeed, a woman. However, her innate talent in these waters is perhaps unparalleled." Dunn mused, genuinely believing in his statement. "If I continually strive to surpass myself, could I ever attain such heights in the future?" Goena looked at Dunn with a glimmer of hope. The art of swordsmanship knows no bounds. One can perpetually train and grow stronger, Dunn reassured her. He initially intended to dispel Goena's illusions, urging her to recognize the reality of her situation. In terms of talent, Goena may possess considerable potential, yet it did not reach the level of extraordinary distinction. Yes, it was commendable that Goena, at around 10 years old, could defeat adults at the dojo, but she herself sensed that her encounters with Zoro were becoming increasingly arduous. "Indeed, I shall strive to grow ever stronger, ultimately becoming the world's greatest swordsman." The expression on Goena's face shifted, as if she were pondering Dunn's toxic remarks. Zoro, however, eagerly consumed this cup of venomous wisdom, his excitement palpable. The red marks on his face and the trickle of blood from his nose made him appear somewhat comical. Chapter 16, Deception. Continuing the deception, come on. Let us make a pact and strive together to become the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro was completely engulfed in fervor. His enthusiasm so intense it seemed he might faint at any moment. Yet, no one reciprocated his enthusiasm. A chill breeze swept through the forest, causing the trees to rustle ominously. Even Zoro felt a tinge of embarrassment. "I never claimed I wanted to be the world's greatest swordsman," Dunn mused, stroking his chin. "Since you're learning the sword, do you not wish to become the strongest?" Zoro's eyes widened, clenching his fists, seemingly incredulous at Dunn's words. Goena also appeared intrigued. "I am different from you. You both possess unwavering ideals, while I do not. Perhaps when you become the world's greatest swordsman, I will still be an inconspicuous figure. At that point, if I encounter trouble, I could boast that my junior siblings are the world's greatest swordsmen, and then I could dine and drink without paying," Dunn said with a smile. Instantly, the expressions of Zoro and Goena turned scornful. "How utterly disgraceful!" Zoro exclaimed, somewhat frustrated, but then he furrowed his brow in realization. "Wait, I am your senior," he responded. "Your swordsmanship was taught by me. Thus, you should refer to me as your senior sister." Goena nodded in agreement. "Look at you both, on the verge of becoming the world's greatest swordsman, yet so miserly over mere titles. It is entirely reasonable for me to refer to you as junior siblings." "Considering I am older than you," Dunn replied, exuding a sense of helplessness. "Is that reasonable?" Zoro raised a hand to ruffle his green hair, glancing at Goena. Goena scratched her face, offering no reply. "Furthermore, given the closeness of our relationship, It would also be quite reasonable for me to rely on your names to enjoy free meals in the future, Dunn added once more. Zoro and Guena exchanged glances, uncertain how to respond. They sensed a flaw in Dunn's reasoning, but were at a loss for a counterargument. Hee, you clever little rascal. Your words have left them bewildered. A sudden voice interjected, causing Dunn to whip around. From behind a tree in the direction of the dojo, a figure with a head larger than their body revealed itself. A monster, Zoro exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out. Don't be ridiculous, Dunn said, slapping Zoro back to the ground. This person belongs to a unique race from the sea, the big-headed tribe, he stated with utmost seriousness. Zoro looked utterly shocked, while Guena appeared curious. This is the peculiar race from the sea that you spoke of. Indeed, it is quite remarkable, Guena remarked, her face filled with wonder. The vastness of the sea was indeed mysterious. Meanwhile, Ivankov, who had been eavesdropping, was left speechless, having stepped out to converse with Dragon and Gongshiro. He had wandered over after hearing voices, only to stumble upon the dialogue among the three children. The ambition is commendable, aspiring to become the mightiest in the ocean, the world's foremost swordsman. Then, upon overhearing the elder coaxing the two younger ones, one cannot help but chuckle at the absurdity of assigning oneself a lineage. Young one, I'm not of any grand lineage. I'm simply human. Emerging from the shadows was Ivankov, who approached under the curious gazes of Zoro and still speaking. How can you be so certain you are not? Dunn calmly inquired, turning to face the approaching Ivankov. What if your ancestors were? Perhaps your lineage has faded over the ages, leaving only you behind. Zoro and Kuina nodded in agreement, finding Dunn's reasoning quite compelling. My parents are both human, Ivankov stammered, instinctively retorting. That may be true, yet as I mentioned, in the passage of time, the great-headed lineage has nearly vanished, intermingling with humans, their bloodlines obscured, only to resurface in your generation, Dunn asserted earnestly. Is that so? Zoro responded, a look of realization dawning upon him. Do not heed his words. He is clearly speaking nonsense. Ivankov interjected, taken aback by Zoro's unexpected support, rendered speechless by the younger one's eloquence. If you claim I speak falsehoods, then present your evidence. Dunn replied, a smirk gracing his lips. Kuina and Zoro looked at Ivankov expectantly, clearly awaiting the evidence he would provide. I have no evidence, Ivankov hesitated, shaking his head. How could one possibly provide evidence for such matters? See, since you lack evidence, it suggests you may indeed be of the great-headed lineage, does it not? Dunn shrugged. Ivankov hesitated before nodding in agreement. Is that lineage not something you fabricated? I am well-versed in history, yet I have never heard of such a tribe. A new voice interjected sharply, accompanied by a tall figure draped in a hooded cloak, their words ringing like the clash of metal. 3 vivid crimson question marks hovered above their head. Dragon. The figure emerged, scrutinizing Dunn. Having just concluded a discussion about provisions with Yasaku, Dragon was intrigued by the talented youth recently arrived at the One Heart Dojo. Naturally curious, he approached to observe. Everything transpiring here could not escape his keen perception. He had witnessed the two children being led astray, even Ivankov's confidence shaken by the clever arguments. Not having heard of something does not equate to its non-existence, Dunn remarked, his gaze appraising Dragon, lingering slightly on the footprints imprinted on his face. Your reasoning holds merit, Dragon nodded slightly. Captain, Ivankov exclaimed, feeling the weight of embarrassment. Although he believed Dunn was undoubtedly mistaken, he was at a loss for how to counter his claims. Do you have any aspirations of venturing out to sea? Dragon gestured to Ivankov before turning his gaze to Dunn. Venture out to sea? That is out of the question, Dunn replied, shaking his head resolutely. Regardless of whether it is the present moment of venturing into the sea or the dragon's desire to recruit, he has no intention of pursuing such endeavors. Thus, your aspiration is to wait for the two of them to become formidable titans of the ocean, and then feast upon their renown without recompense? The dragon chuckled. He certainly did not believe it. After all, during this grain collection, Gung Siling's side had gathered significantly more, primarily due to the funds provided by the boy named Dunn. Is that not feasible? Zoro, are you unwilling? Dunn inquired, turning to Zoro. Zoro scratched his head. In truth, he felt that such an act was improper. However, upon reflection, as the foremost swordsman, allowing his junior to dine without payment should not be an issue. Very well, Zoro nodded. The dragon's gaze fell upon Zoro, already perceiving that this green-haired lad had been easily deceived. I heard from Gung Sailang that you are learning to harness the armament Hawkeye? Chapter 17, Drago's Assistance. Hawkeye entwined. Armament Hawkeye? Both Kuna and Zoro were taken aback, clearly unfamiliar with what the dragon had mentioned, and they turned their attention towards Dunn. Ivankov's large eyes were fixed on Dunn. He knew that Gung Sailang possessed Hawkeye, but training in Hawkeye requires a certain foundation, and frequent use can be a strain on the body. Has this young lad, in Gung Sailang's eyes, already reached the threshold of awakening Hawkeye? Dunn, meanwhile, directed his gaze towards Drago, whose head was adorned with 3 blood-red question marks, and then nodded. I see, Drago remarked before sitting down. Training in Hawkeye is not inherently difficult. In the New World, particularly in the Calm Belt with Amazon Lily, the majority of its inhabitants possess considerable mastery of Hawkeye. Amazon Lily, Dunn nodded in acknowledgement. You are quite knowledgeable. It seems you are well informed. Drago chuckled. Before arriving at Frostmoon Village, I came across a newspaper detailing the Emperor of Amazon Lily becoming a warlord. Dunn nodded, recalling this incident. If it is merely about manifesting armament Hawkeye, it is not particularly challenging. Drago continued, suddenly raising his hand to grasp Dunn, his palm enveloped in a darkened armament Hawkeye. Dunn was taken aback, instinctively activating his observation Hawkeye and raising his hand to block the incoming grasp. However, his wrist was firmly held by Drago. Instinctively, Dunn attempted to elementalize, but the grasped area resisted transformation. Drago paused, a smile appearing on his face as the armament Hawkeye on his hand began to flow and wrap around Dunn's wrist. In the next moment, Dunn felt as though an energy within his body was resisting the encroaching Hawkeye. Before Dunn could fully discern this energy, Drago retracted his hand. This is your own armament Hawkeye. Such a method is typically unattainable for ordinary individuals. Drago remarked with a smile, his gaze towards Dunn seemingly laden with significance. A user of abilities, and a natural type at that. Dunn remained silent, and after a lengthy moment of contemplation under the watchful eyes of the 4, he finally lifted his arm, manifesting his armament Hawkeye. Zoro and Kuna were unable to perceive it, yet Drago and Ivankov were quite perceptive. Is this truly possible? Upon seeing the manifestation of armament Hawkeye on the panel, Dunn was taken aback. Mastery of armament Hawkeye requires rigorous training. To utilize this technique for assisting others, one must possess a profound understanding of it. Dorag did not conceal this fact. In truth, even without his words, Dunn had gleaned much. The notion that armament Hawkeye could entwine itself around a person was unexpected to him, and he had not anticipated that when confronted by another's armament Hawkeye, the latent energy within his own body would react autonomously. Thank you, he expressed, feeling the necessity to show gratitude for Dorag's assistance. No need for thanks. Consider my response, Dorag replied, acknowledging the support provided by Gung Shiro in gathering more provisions due to Dunn's influence, which greatly benefited the Revolutionary Army. With that, Dorag rose, waved farewell, and proceeded with Ivankov towards the dojo. Dunn and his companions watched them depart. What were you discussing just now? Guena queried, turning to Dunn with a puzzled expression after Dorag and Ivankov had left. Hawkeye is a power inherently possessed by individuals. If you aspire to become a swordsman or even a grand swordsman, mastering this is imperative. The strong on the seas have attained profound levels of Hawkeye, Dunn explained thoughtfully. The cultivation of Hawkeye necessitates a solid foundation and imposes a certain strain on the body. Frequent use can be detrimental. It is understandable that Gung Shiro has not yet conveyed this to you too. As for Zoro, had he not lost his way at sea and found himself unable to return to Frostmoon Village, perhaps Gung Shiro would have taught him the ways of Hawkeye. Dunn glanced at Guena before rising. Hawkeye is still too early for you. When the time is right, the dojo master will instruct you. With that, he departed, leaving Guena and Zoro exchanging glances. This is a power that all strong individuals possess. I must master it, Zoro declared with fervor. Guena nodded in silent agreement. realizing that physical strength is but one of the prerequisites for becoming powerful. Haki, you say? I shall seek my father's counsel on this matter, Guena resolved. Meanwhile, Dorag and Ivankov returned to find Gung Shiro awaiting them. How'd it go? He inquired with a smile as they entered. Quite impressive, the young man. Dorag affirmed with a nod. Gung Shiro's gaze fixed intently on Dorag, who then shook his head, indicating he had no current desire to set sail. Gung Shiro acknowledged this with a nod. However, he is indeed a devil fruit user, most likely of the Logia-type, Dorag continued. Ivankov, who had been listening intently, nearly leaped in surprise at Dorag's revelation. That little brat is a Logia user? He exclaimed, taken aback. The power of devil fruits is not to be underestimated, especially the Logia-type. The Navy's top 3 Logia users are renowned across the seas for their formidable strength. Indeed, it is highly probable, Dorag confirmed. Captain, should we recruit him into the Revolutionary Army? Ivankov proposed, clearly intrigued by the prospect. A natural ability user, as long as they do not give up, is destined to become a top-tier combatant in the future. Yet, the young man's gaze is peculiar, aligning with what Gung Shiro mentioned. Dolag shook his head decisively. I cannot fathom why he regards everyone with such an expression. Although he may attempt to conceal it, that innate sense of superiority lingers unmistakably. Dole sighed, feeling a tinge of disappointment, a sentiment shared with Ivankov. However, opportunities still abound considering his youth. Gung Shiro chuckled, deftly shifting the topic. Indeed, Dolag nodded in agreement, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. Upon his return, Dunn harnessed his haki and maintained it. Its quality, of course, paled in comparison to that of Gung Shiro and Dolag. Yet, having just grasped this newfound power, Dunn was profoundly intrigued by the application of armament haki. He even contemplated wrapping it around flame, an endeavor that, unsurprisingly, ended in failure. In terms of haki cultivation, aside from seeking Gung Shiro's guidance later, Dunn resolved to practice consistently. The more he utilized it, the more adept he would become at various applications. Naturally, his stamina waned as he employed haki, though the decline was not rapid. However, unlike observation haki, armament haki also demands substantial physical endurance. The following day, before dawn, an exhausted Dunn departed the dojo without a wink of sleep. By the time the sun ascended, he returned, drenched, carrying a fish several meters long. Chapter 18. Dunn. Are they coming for me? 1,000-pound succulent sea fish was hardly a burden for Dunn. He maintained his armament and observation haki as he entered the One Heart dojo, where he encountered Dolag and his entourage, accompanied by Gung Shiro. Upon seeing Dunn, Dolag, Ivankov, and Gung Shiro were momentarily taken aback, their eyes fixed intently on Dunn, scanning his sodden hair and clothing before resting on the fish he held. Dunn, did you purchase this from the village? I never expected such fresh fish would be available in the morning. Gung Shiro hesitated before speaking. Oh, I received a favor from this gentleman yesterday, so I thought I would catch a fish this morning to treat everyone. But are you all leaving? Dunn replied cheerfully. You caught it yourself? Gung Shiro and Dolag exchanged puzzled glances. You can go into the sea. Ivankov was bewildered. As a fellow fruit user, he was well aware that ability users become utterly drained upon contact with seawater. Even the strongest physique struggles to withstand such debilitating fatigue. However, last night, both Dolag and Gung Shiro acknowledged Dunn as an ability user. So, what exactly is happening now? Dolag was equally perplexed. When he assisted Dunn in channeling his armament haki the previous night, he distinctly sensed Dunn attempting to elementalize, though he either failed or chose to abandon the effort. At that moment, he was nearly certain Dunn was a fruit user, most likely of the natural type. Thus, Dunn's ability to catch a fish from the sea left the three of them utterly dumbfounded. What a massive fish! Zoro's exclamation echoed from outside the dojo. Upon returning from his morning training, he was taken aback to see Dunn carrying a massive fish, unable to suppress his astonishment. This very gasp brought Gung Shiro and the others back to their senses, as Dunn's appearance challenged their conventional understanding. Thanks to you, Dunn, I'm quite hungry myself. Dorag remarked with a smile, waving to the others as they quietly departed, unaware of their leader's intentions. Soon, Gung Shiro took the knife in hand, while Zoro and Dunn assisted him. In no time, the entire fish was transformed into a sumptuous feast. So, you aren't a devil fruit user? Hancock couldn't help but inquire as Zoro indulged in the meal, while the others savored the sumptuous spread. Dunn's gaze fell upon Hancock, a smile playing on his lips. The devil fruit, you say? Who told you I was a user? His words halted the others in their tracks, though Zoro remained unaffected. The devil fruit? Is it that legendary treasure of the sea? Kuina questioned, her curiosity piqued as she surprisingly recognized the term. Indeed, it is a treasure of the sea. Even the least valuable Zoan-type fetches over 100 million berries, Dunn explained to Kuina, who widened her eyes in astonishment. Dorag scrutinized Dunn, and as Dunn spoke, memories of the previous night surfaced in his mind, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Is he from a special race? A race endowed with the power of flames? As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dorag was well aware that many unique races existed in this world. If there were indeed a race naturally possessing the ability of fire, could it be the Lunarians? The race of deities from 800 years ago? Dorag speculated internally. If he were indeed of that divine lineage, Dunn's subtle glances and demeanor towards others would make sense. Yet this race had long since vanished, hunted by the world government. Dunn bore none of the legendary traits of that group. No white hair, no wings, nor flames trailing behind him. Aside from the gluttonous Zoro, the other 4 pairs of eyes were fixed on Dunn. I am not a devil fruit user, Dunn declared, raising his hand. With a resounding crack, his entire right hand transformed into blazing flames, resembling a torch. And you claim you're not a user? Everyone halted their actions, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. It seems, Dunn, that you harbor a secret, Dorag nodded, then lowered his head, refraining from further questions. How is this possible? If he is not a user, how can he create flames? Hancock's mind reeled. Is the ability to create flames exclusive to users? If you wander through the new world, you might encounter many who can wield the power of fire without being users themselves. The new world? Hancock's eyes widened in astonishment. He certainly knew it was a haven for pirates. So cool. Zoro's voice suddenly rang out. With his mouth stuffed to the brim, Zoro struggled to articulate his thoughts. Guena's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It is worth mentioning that the powers of the Zoan-type devil fruits can significantly enhance one's physical prowess. Dunn remarked, casting a glance at Kushiru. Under the influence of Dunn's ability to manipulate flames, Kushu, upon hearing this, turned his gaze towards his daughter, Guena. Indeed, Guena hesitated to speak after hearing Dunn's words. However, it is true that locating a devil fruit is no easy feat after a brief silence. Kushiru affirmed Dunn's statement. If any information arises, I will keep you informed. Dracul interjected, clearly grasping the current situation. Regarding the secrets surrounding Dunn, both Dracul and Kushiru were perplexed, yet they refrained from probing deeper into Dunn's enigma. The ship gradually departed from the dock. Hancock observed the group standing on the pier, his gaze lingering on Dunn for an extended moment, only turning to Dracul once the figures became indistinct. Captain, what of that Dunn? He inquired. I too find it curious. His abilities resemble those of a devil fruit user. Yet I cannot discern why the sea has no effect on him, Dracul replied, shaking his head. If Dunn's physique were indeed so formidable that the sea posed no threat, it would be implausible. He had tested this notion last night while assisting with hockey training. Dunn's physicality was indeed exceptional, surpassing that of others his age. Yet, it was not to the extent that he could disregard the CS influence. Furthermore, he consistently maintained his hockey. That young lad is rather enigmatic, Dracul mused, retracting his gaze and returning to the ship's cabin. I cannot quite fathom him. In Frostmoon Village, as Dunn made his way back to the One Heart Dojo, he slightly bowed his head in contemplation, reflecting on Dracul's solitary words before departing. Vice Admiral Garb had previously returned to the East Blue, supposedly due to a pirate hunter in the region, suspected of possessing flame-related abilities. Is this directed at me? In Chapter 19, the upcoming 3 Admirals, an enraged Sengoku. In the East Blue, apart from Frostmoon Village, even after sending a batch of pirates to Base 16 for some initial capital, it seems the information must have leaked from those pirates. I am not a pirate, and given that my adversary is Garb, I have no intention of joining the Navy. Even if discovered, he likely would not press the matter. If it were anyone else, I would need to consider leaving this place to avoid attracting trouble. While Dunn was deep in thought, Kushiru was equally pensive. Observing Dunn silently walking ahead, he glanced at his daughter, Guena. Previously, he had worried that Dunn's presence would intensify Guena's competitive spirit and make her more obstinate. However, it now appeared that the outcome was surprisingly positive. Still, he genuinely hoped that his daughter could lead a tranquil life in Frostmoon Village. Such stability would be the safest. After all, in this era of pirates, the seas are fraught with peril. Unfortunately, it seems Dunn is not destined to remain in Frostmoon Village for long. If one could wait a few years, perhaps they could take Kuina out to experience the world. With Dunn watching over her, Kuina would undoubtedly be much safer. Upon returning to the dojo, Kayashiro instructed the three to find their own endeavors while he retreated to his chamber. Are you seeking to harness the power of the devil fruit to bridge the gap in physical prowess? Dunn inquired, observing Kuina's unwavering gaze as they walked outside. Kuina hesitated, then turned to follow, with Zoro promptly trailing behind. Indeed, Kuina did not deny. But do you not feel that relying on external forces to enhance one's strength diverges from the essence of the swordsmanship? Dunn expressed a hint of curiosity. Although he himself was indifferent to this notion, he understood that many in this world held a pure reverence for the way of the sword. Why think otherwise? That too is my strength, Kuina pondered, perplexed by Dunn's statement. Is it not true that a swordsman must devote everything to their blade to ascend to greater heights? Dunn led the two to Frostmoon Village, where acquaintances greeted them intermittently. So this is the path to higher realms, Zoro mused, a look of realization dawning upon him. Currently, he was not deeply concerned with swordsmanship, only recalling conversation with an old man about the blade not long ago. But that is still my sword. Kuina gently shook her head. Dunn's perspective was not entirely erroneous. Kuina indeed felt that such an approach was somewhat opportunistic. However, Dunn's presence illuminated the disparity between her and true monsters of strength. Even with Zoro, she sensed that he had surpassed her in power. If that is the case, then I will keep an eye out for you when I set sail, Dunn remarked with a smile directed at Kuina. What about me? What about me? Zoro chimed in eagerly from the side. You do not, Dunn replied with a swift shake of his head, causing Zoro to erupt in frustration and lunge at Dunn, only to be caught by the collar. He struggled fiercely, but could not free himself from Dunn's grip. With a chuckle, Kuina couldn't help but laugh at the scene. I will treat you to a meal. Take whatever you desire, for today my senior will cover the bill, Dunn announced, waving his hand and unceremoniously tossing Zoro aside. Then I shall not hold back, Zoro declared, redirecting his indignation into appetite. Frostmoon Village retained some customs from Wano, and its culinary methods were largely derived from there. Kuina and Zoro showed no hesitation, while Dunn procured a newspaper. The president of the World Economic Journal was audacious, unafraid to report on any news. The advantage of this was that one could glean insights into significant recent events through its pages. Upon receiving the paper, Dunn's eyes were immediately drawn to the front page. Three figures clad in naval uniforms stood together. The Navy's most powerful force. As he read the title, Dunn narrowed his eyes. Kizuru Akainu Akiji. While settling the bill for Kuina and Zoro, he meticulously perused the article. Admiral Kong is poised to retire, with General Sengoku ascending to the rank of admiral, while three candidates for the position of general are set to be promoted simultaneously. As Dunn gazed at the newspaper, he was seized by a sense of déjà vu regarding the annals of world history, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. However, his mirthful gaze bore an air of superiority. Perhaps it was the angle from which he viewed the newspaper, or perhaps it was something else entirely. Dunn! The voice of Guena called out from the side, presenting a skewer of meatballs to Dunn's lips. Instinctively, he opened his mouth and bit down on one, savoring its delightful flavor. In East Blue S Windmill Village, Garb observed Luffy, whose head was wrapped in bandages. Clearly, a moment prior, Garb's iron fist of love had found its mark on Luffy. That scoundrel Shanks. Garb's tone was decidedly unkind. Don't you dare insult Shanks. I'm definitely going to set sail one day. I'm going to be the pirate king. Upon hearing his grandfather mention Shanks, Luffy erupted in anger. his face a mask of defiance, though perhaps his obstinacy stemmed more from impulsivity than true defiance. Furious, Garb clenched his fist, ready to discipline his grandson. Bring! The sound of the din-din mushi signaled an incoming call. Garb lowered his fist and retrieved the creature, connecting the line. The din-din mushi morphed into the image of a man with braided whiskers and a seagull perched atop his head. Garb, how are your tasks progressing? Sengoku's voice rang out. What tasks? Garb instinctively inquired, then suddenly realized, clearing his throat. Garb! Sengoku's roar erupted from the din-din mushi, prompting Garb to instinctively hold the device further away from his ear. You idiot! What were you doing back in East Blue? Did you really think you were on vacation? Sengoku's voice boomed once more. Garb felt a twinge of embarrassment, scratching his face awkwardly. No, I was just looking for someone. You know how vast East Blue is. Finding one person is quite the challenge. Garb sought to justify himself, but Sengoku was well aware of his comrade's tendencies. From the other end, the sound of deep breaths was audible, and after a pause, Sengoku's voice returned. Since that is the case, consider your mission concluded. You must have seen the newspaper by now. It's time for you to make an appearance. I have nothing else for you. Upon hearing Sengoku's softened tone, Garb casually picked his nose with his pinky finger, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Yet, Sengoku's temper flared once more. The thunderous roar startled young Luffy, causing him to cover his ears, his expression one of sheer terror. What kind of monster is that? It sounds even scarier than Grandpa. Realizing this, Luffy stealthily began to back away, seeking an escape from the room. Yet, as he moved, an unbearable pain shot through his head, causing him to scream and collapse to the ground, clutching his head in agony, unable to withstand such torment. Perhaps Luffy's struggles were compounded by a lack of mental acuity. Chapter 20. The Seven Warlords. The arrival of Garb Luffy as cries of pain resonated through the din-din mushi, reaching Sengoku at the headquarters. Upon hearing that voice, Sengoku immediately understood what Garb was currently engaged in. He was, astonishingly, spending time with his grandson back at home. Hurry back and make a detour to find that person. I refuse to believe you do not know his whereabouts. After uttering this to the transponder snail, Sengoku hung up the phone in frustration. This fellow was indeed somewhat unpredictable. Are you not accustomed to this yet? Vice Admiral Tsuru, with her hair now streaked with gray, chuckled as she observed Sengoku. He glanced at her and shook his head with a wry smile. It was futile. He was well aware of Garb's character, yet could not help but feel exasperated. Tsuru nodded and then shifted the conversation, stating, according to the latest intelligence, that young pirate hunter is indeed likely a user of a natural-type devil fruit related to flames. Probably the Mera Mera no Mi. As she spoke, her smile faded, giving way to a more serious demeanor. Sengoku acknowledged her assertion. It was indeed plausible. The ability to nullify blade strikes could indicate such a power. Regardless, as long as he was a devil fruit user, he was worth pursuing to prevent him from becoming a pirate after spending too much time at sea, which would pose a significant issue. The balance of power was crucial. This was Sengoku's reasoning. A young individual suspected of wielding a natural-type ability who turned to piracy would undoubtedly become a headache for the Navy. Conversely, should he join the Navy, it would bolster their strength significantly. Let us await the results of what Garb brings back, Sengoku mused, shaking his head before turning to Tsuru. It was time to expedite the selection of the warlords of the sea. Upon hearing Sengoku mention the warlords, Tsuru observed his expression. Don Quixote da Flamingo was also among the candidates, as suggested by the world government, and there should be ongoing communications regarding this. Tsuru was aware that Sengoku had long been troubled by the fact that Doflamingo had killed his brother, Corazon. If Doflamingo were to truly become a warlord, any action against him would be rendered impossible. Sengoku fell silent at her words. Let us hasten the selection. Once a Kainu and the others are promoted to admiral, we must curtail the pirates' access to the New World, and the warlords play an integral role in this. At the very least, the Paradise and the Four Seas must remain under the Navy's control. Since Roger's demise, the number of pirates had surged dramatically, making containment exceedingly challenging. The simplest solution would be to expand the military. However, the world government would likely oppose such an initiative due to the substantial expenses involved. Very well, I will keep an eye on this. Additionally, Crocodile and Boa Hancock have explicitly refused to join the Navy headquarters. Sengoku was not surprised by this news. Even as warlords, they were still pirates. It was unlikely they would come to the Navy headquarters without hesitation. Prepare accordingly. Sengoku waved his hand, his gaze falling upon the mountain of documents on his desk. He picked up one and casually handed it to the aging goat at the edge of the table. The elderly goat accepted it without hesitation, slowly chewing on the document. Zoro nodded and rose to leave Sengoku's office. Sister, outside. A seemingly youthful female naval officer stood at attention and called out. Yes, let us head back. Zoro waved her hand and departed with the female officer. The recent change in naval leadership, with the addition of 3 new admirals, has certainly stirred significant waves across the seas. However, for the wider world, this news has not provoked much of a reaction. Most people are utterly indifferent, as illustrated by the residents of Frostmoon Village, where scarcely a soul has engaged in discussions about this matter. Meanwhile, Dunn's training progresses steadily. Body data. Your vital points have vanished upon sustaining attacks. Damage is converted into a reduction of health points. Panel attributes are influenced by your own strength. Until your health reaches 0, you shall not perish. Current physical age, 14. Physique, 29. Rapidly transforming due to certain influences. Current health, 100. Recovering. Consumption of food can expedite recovery. Innate talent, indomitable when health reaches 0. You enter a brief enhanced state. All physical attributes are amplified tenfold. Health points no longer deplete. All negative statuses are eradicated. Current duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown period, 1 day. Abilities, Flame Fruit. Mastered a formidable natural type fruit ability, granting the power to embody and manipulate flames, continuously enhancing the body. The fruit's drawbacks have been eliminated, weaknesses and the residing soul. Current fruit development, 17. Swordsmanship. Mastered, you have proficiently grasped the basic techniques and training methods of swordsmanship. You have gained a vague understanding of the path you wish to pursue. Observation Hawkeye. Preliminary mastery. You possess a nascent perception of the energy of all things in the world. Armament Hawkeye. Preliminary mastery. You can slightly control the energy within your body for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. Your physique has increased by a remarkable 8 points compared to just a few days ago, surpassing the growth achieved in the previous month, possibly related to the awakening of Armament Hawkeye and its sustained use. Your perspective on the fruit's capabilities has also seen a modest enhancement, even without employing the fruit's powers. Relying solely on your dual Hawkeye and physical prowess and swordsmanship, you possess considerable combat strength. With the fruit's powers activated, it seems unlikely that anyone in East Blue, barring formidable opponents like Garb, could best you. Dunn pondered, but then shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. No, one must not think this way. Humility is essential. As he contemplated, he deftly blocked an incoming bamboo sword. After fending off 2 strikes from Zoro, Dunn pivoted his bamboo sword to parry the downward chop from Kana, the recoil forcing her to retreat several steps. An opening. Zoro exclaimed indistinctly, lowering his body as he swept his bamboo sword horizontally to strike at Dunn's legs. With a swift motion, Dunn retaliated without looking back. The bamboo sword connected with Zoro's head, leaving him dazed and causing him to drop the weapon he had been biting down on, collapsing to the ground. This won't do, Zoro exclaimed as he quickly regained his footing. Though his head spun from the impact, he pressed on. What won't he do? Dunn turned his head, seemingly able to see through Zoro's black scarf. You've been utilizing observation and armament Hawkeye continuously. We stand no chance against you. Zoro detested this feeling of helplessness. Is it true that when you encounter opponents at sea, you expect them to abandon their strengths to engage in battle with you? Do you think they would agree? Dunn replied directly, leaving Zoro speechless. Indeed, adversaries do not engage in reasoned discourse. Again, Guena's voice rang out as Dunn swung his bamboo sword, sending Guena flying. I understand now. Zoro shouted hoarsely at Dunn, who was blindfolded. What are you shouting for? Dunn, somewhat bemused, cleared his ears. If you're to engage in combat, victory is paramount. You need not remind your opponent of your impending assault. Dunn's words left Zoro feeling awkward, just as he was at a loss for words. Dunn suddenly turned his gaze toward the dock and swiftly removed the black cloth from his face. So, they have indeed arrived. Chapter 21. Garb's Invitation. Refusal. This concludes our session for today. Dunn waved his hand and turned towards the dock. Goena and the recovering Zoro watched curiously as Dunn's figure receded. That direction was not towards the Isen dojo, but rather the dock of Frostmoon Village. The people at the dock stared in astonishment as a massive warship approached, though it did not draw too close. It is a naval warship. Although they had never seen one before, the design and size unmistakably indicated it belonged to the Navy. Most notably, the naval insignia emblazoned on the enormous sail confirmed their suspicions. Why has the Navy come here? Could there be pirates in the vicinity? Someone spoke with a tone of trepidation, causing many faces to betray their fear. Frostmoon Village had never been visited by pirates before. After all, the East Sea was vast and pirates were scarce. Yet, the brutality of pirates was something they had often read about in the papers. Aboard the dog-headed warship, Vice Admiral Garb, Garb's aide, Colonel Bogart of the Navy headquarters, stood at attention before Garb. Dressed in his naval uniform, Garb was reclining on a beach chair, napping, until Bogart's call startled him awake, causing him to blow a bubble from his nose. Upon opening his eyes, Garb yawned. Have we arrived? Yes, Vice Admiral Garb, at Frostmoon Village in the East Sea. Bogart glanced at a nearby small island and nodded. Very well, you wait here. Garb stood up to stretch and then looked towards Frostmoon Village, leaping over 100 meters toward the settlement. Having served under Garb for over 20 years, Bogart was quite familiar with his superior's actions and was not the least bit surprised. He skillfully directed the sailors on the warship to anchor and remain on standby. Meanwhile, Garb landed directly on the dock, a move that evidently startled the locals present. Who leaped so high and far? Before Garb could speak, the villagers of Frostmoon Village scattered in all directions. Oh, Garb scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It seems I may have frightened them. Just as he was about to use his observation Hawkeye to locate the fleeing individuals, Garb paused, turning to the direction of the town, the very path the villagers had taken. A young boy in a loose robe approached slowly. Suddenly, Garb felt that this young man was the one he had been searching for. Dunn, with a calm demeanor, gazed at the tall figure standing on the dock and approached slowly. This physique, compared to the exaggerated monsters of the sea, seemed somewhat lacking. Yet within that solid frame lay a terrifying strength. Garb was also scrutinizing Dunn. He appeared quite young, likely no more than 15 or 16. Consistent with the intelligence he had received, his tall and well-proportioned figure, along with his steady gait, exuded a sense of power. Indeed, a promising prospect, Garb concluded. With this thought, Garb remained stationary, watching as Dunn stepped in front of him. Pirate hunter Dunn? Garb inquired, a broad smile spreading across his face. Ah, Navy hero Garb. Dunn acknowledged with a nod, then posed a question in return. Oh, Garb paused, scratching his graying hair. It seems I am still quite renowned, ha ha ha. With that, he burst into laughter. Observing Garb's self-indulgent mirth, Dunn looked at him with a hint of exasperation. It appeared that people in this world had an affinity for hearty laughter. Are you pleased? Dunn inquired, unable to hide his bemusement at the ongoing laughter. Indeed, I am, for I'm still quite famous, Garb replied, ceasing his laughter and responding to Dunn's question, lacking any pretense, or perhaps aligning perfectly with his character. Join the Navy, Dunn. Your talent is remarkable. Do not let it go to waste. Garb extended a direct invitation. Absolutely not. Dunn shook his head resolutely. Why not? Is being a Navy officer not superior to being a pirate hunter? Upon hearing Dunn's refusal, Garb retracted his invitation and asked curiously, I am currently in training. So it is not an option. Dunn contemplated and provided his answer. You can train just as effectively within the Navy. There are many powerful individuals among them. Garb responded cheerfully. However, Dunn replied, quietly after a brief pause, but I have heard that as a Navy officer, one must heed the commands of the Celestial Dragons. Garb was taken aback, his smile fading as he scrutinized Dunn's face for a moment before slowly nodding. I see, I understand. With that, Garb turned and leapt towards the warship. Could it be that this old man has misunderstood something? Dunn pondered, slightly perplexed by Garb's reaction. It seemed yet another young individual distrustful of the Navy, due to the Celestial Dragons. Garb sighed. He was well aware of the reputation the celestial dragons held upon the seas. Even he himself had refrained from ascending to the rank of admiral precisely to avoid dealing with those loathsome beings. If he himself wished to avoid them, he would not impose such a burden on others. Upon returning to the warship, Garb settled himself comfortably in a beach chair. Set sail, return to headquarters, he stated. Eyes closed. Admiral Garb, what is our destination? Bogart inquired, glancing curiously at Dunn on the dock. If he is not here, he likely came here and has since gone elsewhere. Garb replied with his eyes still shut. Bogart was taken aback, turning to glance at the dock before promptly instructing the warship to set sail. Whether or not what Garb said was true mattered little. It sufficed to treat it as such. At the dock, Dunn watched as the warship gradually departed, its bow turning away. Garb was quite an agreeable old man. Shaking his head slightly, Dunn turned and retraced his steps, soon spotting Gung Shiro with his hands tucked into his pockets. Trouble. Dunn sighed and approached him. Is a navy here for you? Gung Shiro inquired as Dunn drew near. Indeed, they invited me to join, but I declined. Dunn nodded in acknowledgement, revealing the Navy's intentions. You refused? Gung Shiro was momentarily taken aback. Yes, I do not wish to become a member of a Navy. You know my aspirations, Dunn replied. And you turned them down, and they simply left? Dunn regarded Gung Shiro as he mentioned Garb. Garb? Gung Shiro's body tensed. He was aware of Dragon's identity, and thus knew that Dragon's father was Vice Admiral Garb of the Navy. Naturally, he had some knowledge of this Vice Admiral's affairs. If it was he, it would not be surprising. However, my dual-color Hawkeye has already awakened. I should not linger here for too long, Dunn stated. I knew you wouldn't stay here long, but I did not expect it to be so soon, Gung Shiro remarked, somewhat astonished. In less than 2 months. Dunn had grown significantly stronger. He could distinctly sense the improvement, particularly in his swordsmanship. Are you heading to the Grand Line? Gung Shiro, aware of Dunn's extensive knowledge, posed a direct question. No, I shall not venture to the Grand Line until I possess sufficient confidence to confront the formidable pirates there, Dunn replied. Chapter 22 exhausted. That being said, Dunn had no immediate intentions of departing Frostmoon Village. After all, he had already made his payment. Leaving now would be a loss. Is what you spoke of truly feasible? A few days later, Gung Shiro appeared with a pained expression as he looked at Dunn. Previously composed, he now seemed rather disheveled. To manipulate extreme temperatures of 15 million degrees as if it were a mere garment enveloping the sword? What kind of blade could withstand such heat? Moreover, how could flames of such intensity possibly exist? Thus, I seek your guidance. Dunn regarded Gung Shiro with a serious demeanor. Gung Shiro took a deep breath, suppressing his bewilderment. I apologize, but I cannot comprehend what you have described. However, I can confirm that the technique you mentioned, felling slash, is indeed attainable. Many swordsmen at sea can envelop their blades with Hawkeye, delivering powerful slashes. Such strikes may bear resemblance to your notion of felling slash. After hearing Gung Shiro's words, Dunn ran a hand through his somewhat overgrown hair, sighing as he rose. Thank you, master. Do not mention it. I have not been of much assistance. Nonetheless, I can demonstrate the felling slash you spoke of, though I cannot guarantee it will possess the same potency you described. Once he finished speaking, Gung Silang rose and left. Moments later, he returned holding a sword with a pure white sheath and hilt. Let us move. This place is unsuitable, he stated, turning away as Dunn followed closely behind. Soon, they stood upon the precipice on the opposite side of the island, gazing out at the endless expanse of the sea. Gung Silang took a deep breath, assumed a stance, and gripped the hilt of his sword, Wado Ikemanji. In the next instant, his armament Hawkeye enveloped his hand, spreading along the blade of Wado Ikemanji. Dunn observed silently. In a flash, a swift draw resulted in a formidable slash, followed by the sound of the sword returning to its sheath. The unleashed strike carved a sword mark over 100 meters long upon the ocean, only for it to vanish in an instant. No, according to your instructions. It should have been a vertical cut, Gung Silang replied, shaking his head slightly. His previous action was indeed a diagonal slash. That's sufficient. I believe I understand now. Dunn called out, halting Gung Silang, who was eager to continue experimenting. The world was different, and thus the potency of techniques varied accordingly. The flames of Yamamoto from another world, capable of reaching temperatures exceeding 10 million degrees, proved far too formidable in this realm, especially since he intended to achieve such heights using the powers of his fruit. Of course, if one could truly attain such extreme temperatures, there would be no need for any technique at all. No one could withstand temperatures in the tens of millions of degrees. In fact, temperatures in the hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands of degrees would already be unbearable for any being. Even the magma produced by the Magu no Mi, known for its intensity, only reaches about 1,000 or 2,000 degrees. Merely a few thousand degrees would suffice to vaporize the magma. However, the flames he currently controlled hovered around 500 to 600 degrees. Naturally, by manipulating the flames alongside other controls, it was possible to elevate the temperature. Since it was the burn fruit, the focus of development should primarily lie in increasing temperature. Dunn sighed. So many techniques would be futile if the temperature remained inadequate, limiting their effectiveness. Contemplating this, Dunn's gaze fell upon the digitalized panel displaying his progress. Burn fruit fully mastered a powerful natural-type fruit ability, granting the capability to embody and manipulate flames, continuously enhancing the body. Drawbacks of the fruit have been eradicated: weakness and host soul. Current fruit development, 25. Fully mastered? Could it be that his theories were indeed correct? As he observed the changes on the digitalized panel, Dunn found himself in a state of revelation. Yet, with only a development level of 25 and still merely an idea without any concrete methods to elevate the flame's temperature, he questioned whether this full mastery was as he had envisioned. A sense of uncertainty washed over him. Gung Sailang, having relaxed his stance, noticed Dunn's furrowed brow deep in thought and chose not to intrude, quietly departing. Although Dunn sensed Gung Sailang's absence, he remained absorbed in contemplation. The panel's alterations plunged him into reflection, prompting thoughts on how to enhance the flame's temperature. Compression. This was the simplest solution. Compressing the flames would undoubtedly elevate their temperature to extreme levels. Dunn raised his hand, and a fireball the size of a watermelon floated above his palm. How to achieve compression? Was it a matter of domineering presence? As he gazed at the fireball resting in his hand, he attempted to cloak it with haki. However, the outcome was less than satisfactory. The haki could not make contact with the flames. After several attempts, Dunn flicked his hand, extinguishing the fireball. Either haki could not envelop such an elemental existence, or his mastery over it was still lacking. If it were a tangible elemental manifestation, perhaps haki could be used to cover it, such as with the swamp fruit, magma fruit, or ice fruit. Yet for the burn and flash fruits, it could be said that they lacked a physical form after elemental transformation. However, the mochi fruit, which resembles the nature-type fruits, could indeed be cloaked in haki after creating mochi arms. If this method was currently unfeasible, might there be an alternative approach? An idea sparked in Dunn's mind, leading him to contemplate another method. In an instant, a fireball re-emerged in his hand. When he had first consumed the fruit, he had manipulated the flame's flow, or rather, their rotation, to expedite the roasting of bird eggs. Accelerating the flow would absorb more oxygen, hastening combustion, or invigorate the plasma, forming the flames to generate higher temperatures. The fireball swirled in Dunn's hand, beginning to rotate. Strands of orange-red flame or plasma fluid formed into leaf-like ribbons. The orange hue of the flames lightened as the rotation accelerated, ultimately manifesting as a fireball entirely enveloped in a vibrant orange with a core of white-hot flames. Lo and behold, was this not akin to the Rasengan? Could it truly work? The white flames soared to temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. Thus, this method had proven successful. Yet, the rotating fireball bore an uncanny resemblance to a flame-infused Rasengan. With this thought in mind, Dunn hurled a fireball towards the sea. Yet, the anticipated spectacle did not unfold. Merely a few meters away, the spinning fireball completely extinguished itself. The journey remains long and arduous. Dunn felt neither disappointment nor the urge to continue experimenting. Instead, he turned to return. Meanwhile, the digital panel experienced another transformation. Burning fruit preliminary mastery, and the development level had risen to 31. Was this considered an advancement? Thus, as he discovered new methods to develop the burning fruit, the progression would lead to proficient mastery and eventual complete control. But what would follow? Surely not awakening, right? Chapter 23, Awakening. The cursed blade feasts upon its master. The awakening of a devil fruit can bestow a significant enhancement upon its abilities. For Zoan-type fruits, awakening results in a terrifying increase in physical attributes, transforming recovery, attack, and defense qualitatively. As Dunn made his way back to the Isen dojo, memories stirred within his mind. Much of the information about this world had grown somewhat hazy, yet certain significant details remained vividly etched in his memory. For instance, the awakening of the devil fruits, by the time of the memories I possess, had only been achieved by a select few, the majority of whom belonged to the Zoan category. It appears that those of the Zoan type awaken more readily compared to their Paramecia and Logia counterparts. Among the Paramecia, there are indeed awakenings, such as Don Quixote da Flamingo's string fruit and Katakuri's machi fruit. As for the Zoan type, the numbers are significantly greater. Not only prominent figures like the 5 elders and Luffy, but also 5 awakened guards within the underwater prison, albeit their awakenings were unsuccessful. If one were to enhance the abilities of the flame fruit according to the panel's guidance, there might indeed be a chance to attempt awakening the fruit. Should success be attained, it could potentially replicate the techniques of the venerable Yamamoto. After all, strength is transient, while elegance endures a lifetime. With newfound determination, Dunn returned to the One Heart Dojo, a smile illuminating his face. Amidst the spectators of the dojo, the 2000s duel between Kana and Zoro was underway. In stark contrast to their earlier encounters, where Kuina dominated effortlessly, she now appeared to be struggling significantly. Zoro's relentless training had narrowed the gap in their swordsmanship. As Gung Shiro had remarked, Kuina found it increasingly challenging to decisively defeat Zoro. After a lengthy observation, Dunn noted Zoro's momentary lapse, which allowed Kuina to strike, sending his bamboo sword flying. "Blast it, so close!" Zoro exclaimed, frustration evident on his face. The surrounding students of the dojo collectively sighed in disappointment. Alas, another loss. What a pity. Clearly, these individuals had also faced Kuina's wrath, yet unlike Zoro, they had not dared to challenge her again after their defeats. Dunn watched as Kuina left with her head held high, his gaze following her until her figure vanished from sight. He pondered whether his presence would alter Kuina's future, sparing her from the peril that once loomed over her. Nevertheless, with his observation Haki ever active, he would be quick to sense any imminent danger. In truth, Dunn was curious to see if Kuina had survived, whether the seas would witness the emergence of another female Grand Swordsman. It seemed that the only contender for such a title was the future Marine Admiral candidate, Admiral Peach Rabbit. However, Dunn did not anticipate how swiftly events would unfold. The 2001st challenge commenced. Zoro, wielding 3 authentic swords, gazed at Kuina with a serious demeanor. The daylight battle had unveiled a glimmer of victory to Zoro, prompting him to refrain from waiting any longer. He aimed to defeat Kuina and then challenged Dunn. With her sword, the Wado Ikemanji, Kuina eagerly accepted Zoro's challenge. The clash of swords echoed through the forest. Dunn, enveloping the dojo's surroundings with his observation Haki, even since the island of Frostmoon Village, observing their duel with clarity. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Despite wielding true swords, Zoro faced defeat once more. However, unlike previous occasions, he did not lose his temper. Rather, Kuina's heart, rekindled by Dunn's influence, reignited her desire for mastery in the way of the sword. Thus, both reaffirmed their aspirations, advancing towards the pinnacle of swordsmanship, striving for the title of the world's greatest swordsman. What a splendid age it is! The perceptive Dunn, endowed with the keen insight of observation Haki, found himself unexpectedly stirred by the antics of 2 mischievous little rascals. Though his physical form was that of a mere 14-year-old, Dunn's mind had matured through the trials of his journey. The fervor of youth may have once burned bright, yet time had dulled its flame. Why not give it a try? He murmured to himself, only to shake his head in the next breath. Perhaps it would be best to leave such matters to Zoro and Kuina. Dunn felt a resolute confidence in his unwavering desire to grow stronger. However, to impose upon himself a concrete goal would only serve to create unnecessary pressure. After all, having traversed realms, one ought to embrace whatever brings joy. With this thought, Dunn nodded emphatically. Unbeknownst to him, Kuna and Zoro, who had been observing, departed in their own directions. The following day, after utilizing the wad Ikemanji the previous night, Kuina ascended the stairs in search of a whetstone, but lost her footing and tumbled down. The sword she held, the wad Ikemanji, slipped from her grasp, spinning through the air as it fell. Its razor-sharp blade arced toward Kuna's exposed neck as she lay on the ground. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted from nowhere, engulfing the scene in a fiery explosion, causing the descending sword to be flung aside, its blade embedding itself into the floor. Kuna lay on her back, her gaze fixed on the flames that erupted above her and swiftly dissipated, before turning her attention to the half-buried sword in the wooden floor. In that moment, a figure emerged, exhaling a sigh of relief upon witnessing the unfolding scene. The flames. It was Dunn who had intervened. Kuina, her expression vacant, slowly rose and turned to face the suddenly appearing Gungshiro. Father. Gungshiro nodded and then glanced at the wad Ikemanji. This sword was not a cursed blade, yet the ominous nature of its presence was palpable. Just moments ago, Dunn's observation Hawkeye had revealed that Kuna had narrowly escaped death beneath its lethal edge. The tales of cursed swords devouring their masters were numerous in the land of Wano, and as descendants of swordsmiths, they held these legends in deep regard. As Kuina moved to retrieve the wad Ikemanji, Gungshiro intervened. Wait, Kuina! After halting her, he approached and drew the sword from the floor, studying its pristine, razor-sharp blade with a look of concern. This sword is a harbinger of misfortune for you. Though the attempt had failed, Gungshiro perceived the blade as a potential threat. Should Kuina continue to engage with it, she might be harmed, or worse, fall victim to its deadly allure. The sound of footsteps echoed, and both Gungshiro and Kuna turned to see Dunn approaching, wielding the long sword in. No need for thanks, I've been employing observation Hawkeye, he remarked with a smile, his gaze shifting to the wad Ikemanji. This sword was left to Kuna by my father, but it seems ill-suited for her. Would you care to give it a try? Gungshiro regarded Dunn with a serious demeanor, acknowledging that saving Kuna's life was worthy of any gratitude. Nonetheless, if I accept it, and might not take kindly to it, Dunn said, raising the exceptionally long sword in his hand. Perhaps it is merely coincidence. Upon hearing that Kayashiro intended to gift his sword, Guena's gaze fell upon the wado Ikemanji, and she hesitated before speaking. Until she comprehended the concept of Hawkeye, she could only wield a bamboo sword. Hearing his daughter's words, Kayashiro spoke solemnly. Chapter 24. The strength of swordsmanship and training. Seeing Kayashiro's grave demeanor left Guena momentarily stunned. It was the first time she had witnessed such seriousness in her father. Unbeknownst to her, Kayashiro was consumed by fear, the fear of losing his only daughter. Observing the scene, Dunn cast a glance at the wado Ikemanji before turning to leave. If Guena remained unharmed, would Zoro still seek to claim the wado Ikemanji and inherit Guena's will? In the depths of his observation Hawkeye, Zoro was fervently training. He pulled on 2 ropes, each tethered to a stone, while a dumbbell rested firmly between his teeth. Not bad, Dunn remarked as he stepped into the courtyard, his legs slightly bent as he leapt gracefully onto the rooftop. With the sun blazing brightly overhead, Dunn reclined, narrowing his eyes against the heat, fully immersed in both observation and armament Hawkeye. Next, he resolved to grow stronger, trusting that Kayashiro would not withhold his teachings. Closing his eyes, he silently contemplated. In the following days, Guena appeared to have transformed entirely. Even with Dunn's presence, she had previously worn an expression laden with concern. Yet now, her disposition had inexplicably brightened, resembling that of an exuberant 11-year-old girl. Though Zoro found Guena's transformation perplexing, he resolved to engage with her independently. Days later, Dunn observed Zoro, who was intently focused on him with his 3-sword style. Did you defeat Guena? Dunn inquired, keeping his eyes closed. Guena conceded defeat willingly. My next target is you, Zoro declared earnestly. Dunn turned his gaze toward where Guena was situated. Indeed, I lost. Goenna replied with a cheerful smile. Really? You've tossed this troublesome challenge onto my shoulders? That is not my concern. Goenna shook her head and then turned to Zoro. But my goal remains to become the world's strongest swordsman. With that, she sat down, propping her chin in anticipation of the forthcoming duel. I'm not a nuisance, Dunn. Accept my challenge, Zoro exclaimed, his eyes wide with anticipation as he awaited Dunn's agreement. All right, Dunn sighed, seeing Zoro prepare to charge. He raised a hand to halt him. However, you must wait. My training is yet to commence. Zoro stumbled momentarily, nearly losing his balance, and once steadied. He looked at Dunn in confusion. Footsteps approached. Kayashiro, sword in hand, walked over, showing no sign of bewilderment at the scene before him. This island is unsuitable for combat. The ship is at the dock, and there is a nearby islet, uninhabited. With that, Kayashiro turned and strode toward the dock, with Dunn following closely behind. Without hesitation, Goenna rose to join them, and though Zoro wore a puzzled expression, his curiosity compelled him to follow. The small island is indeed not far. It takes merely half an hour by boat from Frostmoon Village to reach here. Master Gungshiro. After docking, Zoro could not contain his curiosity and turned to inquire of Gungshiro. Kuina, Zoro, you two stay on the boat and do not approach, Gungshiro cautioned. Looking back at them, Dunn's subsequent training would involve real combat, as he had previously promised, and henceforth they would engage in such encounters daily. Dunn was quite eager for this. Casting a glance at the quietly waiting Kana and Zoro, Dunn slightly bent his legs and leapt into the air. The tremendous force caused the small boat to rock violently, clearly illustrating the power of his leap. Zoro swallowed hard. He suddenly felt that challenging Dunn might have been a deliberate invitation for a beating. The island was not large, rather desolate, with only jagged stones protruding from the sea, devoid of even a single blade of grass, and the stones bore traces of moisture. After landing, Dunn observed Gungshiro, who had similarly leapt and landed nearby. Next, you can attempt to learn my swordsmanship, Gungshiro said calmly, gazing at Dunn. Although the sword techniques one comprehends through personal combat are the most suited to oneself, acquiring additional knowledge is not a detriment. Dunn nodded in agreement, naturally refraining from dissent. It is indeed sensible to learn from various masters. The swordsmanship I practice is inherited from my father, the Frostmoon family's traditional technique. The Frostmoon style emphasizes powerful slashes, synchronizing breath with a loud shout to enhance the force of the strike. Gungshiro explained as he drew his weapon. For instance, Gungshiro gripped his sword with both hands and assumed a stance. In the next instant, he seemed to teleport before Dunn, raising his sword high and bringing it down with tremendous force. Huh! The slash was accompanied by a fierce shout. Clang! Dunn parried with his blade, sent flying by the impact. After regaining his balance, Dunn landed, and Gungshiro followed up with another strike accompanied by a shout. As he watched the sword descend towards him, a smile appeared on Dunn's face. He gripped his weapon and executed an upward slash. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed, and Dunn felt the ground beneath him crack as he bent his knees slightly. What tremendous strength! Gungshiro exclaimed, retreating from the recoil and regaining his footing. He had long known that Dunn's breakthroughs surpassed those of ordinary individuals and that he was rapidly growing stronger. Now, having exerted 70% of his strength, he found himself at a disadvantage. Though he was not among the top-tier warriors of the sea, he had spent decades honing his swordsmanship. But what about Dunn? Of course, neither party had utilized powers beyond their swordsmanship and physical prowess. It's my turn. Without heeding Gungshiro's astonishment, Dunn suddenly surged forward, the ground exploding beneath his feet as he approached Gungshiro in the blink of an eye. With his right hand gripping the sword, he executed a horizontal slash. As their weapons clashed, Dunn distinctly felt Gungshiro's sword drawing away his force, or rather, dissipating it. With a smile, Dunn surprisingly retracted the sword he had unleashed with all his might, only to swing it horizontally once more. This blow sent Gungshiro flying, tumbling through the air before finally landing. Rough. You merely wield your strength in a crude manner, Gungshiro remarked darkly, feeling somewhat speechless. Yet, it proved to be quite effective. Dunn, unfazed by Gungshiro's tone, responded with a grin, but out here on this vast ocean, You will inevitably encounter foes stronger than yourself, such as the giants and the true monsters of the sea. Zoro felt that Dunn was overly reliant on his own strength. Can you truly suppress all opponents with mere force? Dunn cheerfully replied, "This is just the first day. I merely wanted the master to understand that I am indeed capable. Are you showing me your strength?" Zoro paused, realizing Dunn's implication. Dunn was essentially inviting him to strike. With that, Zoro's gaze turned perilous, sensing that he was being underestimated by Dunn. Chapter 25. Zoro's doubts. Will he not be hurt? The duel between the two persisted throughout the afternoon. As dusk fell, the battered Dunn and Zoro returned to the ship. On board, Kuna and Zoro had already turned to stone. The earlier clash between Dunn and Zoro had evidently surpassed their expectations. The entire island appeared as though it had been plowed, marked by countless intersecting sword scars. Dunn looked particularly disheveled, while Zoro was not faring much better, having lost a lens from his glasses. While maneuvering the ship to return, Zoro glanced at Dunn, who was resting against a corner of the deck, and felt a pang of regret. He had initially thought that despite Dunn's rapid progress, his limited experience would make it easy to guide him in combat. Yet, a monster is indeed a monster. He realized he had underestimated Dunn. He could only imagine what it would be like to continue mentoring Dunn in battle. Should I refuse the challenge? But this was just the first day. However, Dunn seemed like a monster. Aside from appearing somewhat fatigued, he bore no injuries at all. Zoro had clearly seen some sword energy strike Dunn. It seemed this fellow had many secrets yet to reveal. "Zoro, once we return and have our fill, I accept your challenge," Dunn's voice suddenly echoed. Zoro, still in a stupor, snapped back to reality upon hearing Dunn's call. After comprehending Dunn's intent, he swallowed hard and turned to gaze at the ravaged island. Zoro was tempted to refuse. He was reckless, not foolish. Having witnessed the recent battle firsthand, he understood the vast chasm between himself and Dunn. If Dunn were serious, there would be no contest. He would be defeated in a single blow. Yet, with Kuna nearby, Zoro gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. As Zoro navigated the ship, he scrutinized Dunn. While his clothing bore numerous tears, remarkably, Dunn exhibited not a single wound, not even a scratch. The defense is truly formidable. It seems as though he possesses an inherent constitution. Could it be akin to that flame, a natural ability bestowed upon him? Zoro pondered. He suddenly realized that it was a mistake for Dorag not to extend another invitation. He had grossly underestimated Dunn's talent. Unbeknownst to him, Dunn was unaware that Zoro perceived his digitized body as a unique constitution. Nevertheless, it must be said that the external manifestation of this digitized body indeed resembles a monstrous level of physique, akin to that of Steel Balloon. The remarkable effect of sustaining blood levels above zero without incurring injury was still in full swing. Upon returning to Frostmoon Village, Dunn replenished his health in a remarkably short time through consumption, and he discovered an interesting fact. The amount of food required for recovery had increased. Previously, while maintaining the dual-colored Hawkeye, the loss of health was minimal and not particularly noticeable, easily compensated by regular meals. However, after reaching a critically low state, the difference became starkly apparent. Not only did he sense this change, but Zoro, Kuna, and Zoro also recognized it. The three of them stared wide-eyed, mouths agape. Zoro thought to himself that having accepted Dunn's 9 million berries, if Dunn lingered in Frostmoon Village any longer, he might end up feeling indebted. Meanwhile, Kuna and Zoro watched in astonishment as Dunn consumed food heavier than himself. "Let us go," Dunn declared, setting down the bone in his hand and rising to address Zoro. Emerging from his stupor, Zoro grasped Dunn's intention, glanced at Zoro and the others, and grabbed his 3 swords to follow Dunn outside. Contrary to expectations, he was not defeated in a single move. Dunn treated it as a slight workout following a hearty meal, engaging Zoro with 1 sword while Zoro wielded 3, resulting in a lively exchange. Occasionally, Dunn employed techniques he had mastered during his earlier spar with Zoro, albeit without exerting full force. After all, the current Zoro could not withstand a serious strike from him. Their duel continued into the late hours of the night. Dunn did not declare an end, nor would Zoro. With his temperament, voice such a conclusion. Eventually, Zoro, exhausted, was unable to rise, and Dunn assisted him back to the dojo. The ensuing days followed a similar routine. In the mornings, he practiced fundamentals with the dojo students, and in the afternoons, he sparred with Kanshiro, returning afterward to tend to Zoro. Each day was indeed fulfilling. Naturally, there were moments of interruption. At long last, it began. Dunn gazed at the newspaper in his hands, filled with a sense of reflection. Kuina leaned in, curious about what Dunn was reading. Perhaps due to the incident in which Dunn had rescued her, Kuina's demeanor toward him had shifted, growing more amiable. This change was purely a matter of a genuine, uncomplicated friendliness. Kanshiro was aware that Dunn periodically ventured into the village for a newspaper, and he too was intrigued by what Dunn might be discussing. The three admirals of the Navy had officially assumed their positions, and the former Admiral Sengoku had been promoted to Fleet Admiral. It was likely that the Navy would soon undertake significant actions. Dunn spoke softly, his gaze fixed on the report from the World Economic News regarding the matter at hand. The Navy? Kanshiro responded, a flicker of concern passing through his eyes. Are these individuals formidable? Goena inquired, her curiosity piqued by the photographs in the newspaper. Indeed, they are quite formidable, being the foremost powers of the seas. Dunn offered an objective assessment. However, this has little to do with the East Sea. The Navy's primary focus remains the Grand Line. He stroked his chin while casting a sidelong glance at Kanshiro. Well, the four seas have always been under the Navy's control, and there are no particularly high-bounty pirates, so the Navy will not commit excessive forces here. Kanshiro nodded in agreement. The Revolutionary Army's focus does not lie within the Grand Line, so there is no immediate need to worry about confronting the Navy. Come now, Kanshiro. The day's battle has yet to commence, Dunn urged. Deep in thought, Kanshiro was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning pensive. This Dunn certainly possesses a spirited demeanor. Nevertheless, he would not decline the invitation. Goena and Zoro, accustomed to the situation, chose not to follow this time. As the night deepened, Kanshiro, feeling immensely fatigued, refrained from resting and instead retrieved a transponder snail. Shortly, the deep voice of Drago resonated from the other end. Kanshiro, is there something you require? You must be aware of the Navy's activities, Drago. This matter? I am indeed monitoring it. Drago's response was measured, indicating the gravity with which he regarded the situation. It wouldn't be directed at the Revolutionary Army, would it? There is no need for concern on that front. Our adversary is currently the world government. The Navy remains more preoccupied with the pirates. Kanshiro exhaled in relief. This was indeed preferable, as the Navy could not spare additional troops. Well then, is there anything else? Drago seemed to have other pressing matters, preparing to conclude the call. Yes, there is one more matter concerning Dunn. Chapter 26. The Moment of Departure. The night Yasha becomes a warlord Dunn? Drago, situated in Baldiago, paused, recalling the peculiar youth he encountered in Frostmoon Village. What of him? Drago's interest was genuinely piqued. He waved his hand, and the curious gazes of several Revolutionary Army officers fell upon him without interrupting his thoughts. You must have noticed his talent. Kanshiro's voice echoed through the transponder snail. The officers grew more intrigued, while Ivankov, who had met Dunn, wore a look of confusion. Drago also exhibited signs of puzzlement. I am indeed aware. That youth's talent is remarkable. Being able to master observation hockey and armament hockey at such a young age is indeed rare. That is not what I meant. Kanshiro's voice reemerged, recounting his encounters with Dunn over the recent period. This time, Drago's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He hasn't been injured? Drago exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, throughout our encounters, he has not sustained even a single wound. Kanshiro's words left the Revolutionary Army officers exchanging glances, pondering the implications. Could he truly belong to that race? Before, Drago had denied that Dunn belonged to the Lunaria tribe, yet now he found himself uncertain. Could it be that this young man named Dunn possessed a talent akin to that of Charlotte Linlin? Charlotte Linlin had traversed the seas for many years. Initially part of the Rocks Pirates, she later established her own formidable crew after the disbandment of the Rocks Pirates, achieving great renown. This woman was famously known for one particular ability, the iron balloon, which granted her an astonishing level of physical defense. Many were aware of this fact. Relying on her unique physique, Charlotte Linlin had seldom recorded injuries, even when facing opponents of equal caliber. If what Yamagishi said were true, then Dunn's talent could indeed be formidable. What exactly are you trying to convey? Drago inquired, though he already harbored suspicions. Perhaps he contemplated he could make another attempt to recruit him into the Revolutionary Army. Yamagishi's voice reached him. Drago fell silent. That is impossible. He previously declined my invitation, and I sensed his thoughts. He remains oblivious to our endeavors. Perhaps a hint could be revealed. Hancock suddenly interjected. Drago cast a glance at him before shaking his head and addressed the transponder snail. He is indifferent to our pursuits, even if informed. It would bear no significance to him. Pausing, Drago sighed and continued speaking to the transponder snail. Given that you perceive his attitude towards the outside world, you should comprehend that neither our actions nor those of the pirates, the Navy, the world government, or the celestial dragons hold any weight in his mind. I was merely contemplating the possibility of another attempt. Yamagishi's voice seemed tinged with resignation. You mentioned this not solely for that reason, did you? Drago, astute as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, quickly discerned that Yamagishi's sudden outreach was not merely to extend an invitation to Dunn. Indeed, my capabilities are insufficient to mentor him. He requires a more adept instructor to ensure his talent is not squandered. Yamagishi revealed his ulterior motive. You might consider inquiring about his thoughts, Drago suggested with a smile. Very well, I shall inquire, Yamagishi replied. Let us leave it at that for now. After waiting for Yamagishi to remain silent, Drago hung up the transponder snail and turned to the cadre. Does that young lad truly possess such a terrifying talent? Upon witnessing Drago disconnect the transponder snail, Hancock could not suppress his curiosity. Having seen Dunn firsthand, he was intrigued. At the very least, he had failed to notice anything remarkable at the time. It seems unlikely. Yamagishi would not have stated it so confidently without confirmation, Drago remarked, scanning the room. Enough of this matter. Let us proceed to discuss our upcoming plans. In Frostmoon Village, after dawn, Yamagishi summoned Dunn privately, relaying his connection with Drago and recommending that Dunn join the Revolutionary Army, as well as the search for a new mentor. Dunn listened calmly. Dolag expressed skepticism about your willingness to respond, yet I still wish to inquire about your thoughts. Gung Shirlang observed Dunn's calm demeanor and posed a question. This is your battle. Dunn remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. Indeed, Dolag's assumption was correct. Dunn's response left Gung Shirlang somewhat resigned. My abilities are insufficient to guide you for an extended period. Gung Shirlang earnestly conveyed to Dunn. It is of no concern. I shall not linger here for long, as I have matters to attend to. Dunn remarked nonchalantly. Are you departing from Frostmoon Village? Dunn had previously mentioned not staying here for long, and it now appeared that a definitive timeline was emerging. Yes, but I will not leave the East Sea. Dunn nodded. Are you truly not considering it further? Dolag is far superior to me. Gung Shirlang continued. No need. Your aspirations do not align with mine. Dunn once again declined. In that case, very well. Gung Shirlang nodded, refraining from pressing the matter further. Initially, it was misguided to contact Dolag, and since Dunn had stated his position, Gung Shirlang chose not to insist. However, he still felt that Dunn required a more adept mentor to guide him. Otherwise, such formidable talent would inevitably be squandered. Yet, he was unaware of Dunn's true circumstances. Conversely, Dunn possessed a profound understanding of his own situation. The time spent battling with Gung Shirlang had imparted an important lesson to Dunn. Combat is the finest teacher. Whether honing combat skills or experimenting with novel techniques, all could be achieved through warfare. Even aspects of physical conditioning improved rapidly during this period of conflict. Thus, seeking suitable adversaries for combat was the most fitting path for Dunn at present. Naturally, an excellent opponent was readily available here, rather than venture out to seek challenges. He could effectively hone his skills while simultaneously awaiting the opportune moment for departure. Following that conversation, Gung Shirlang no longer broached the subject of inviting Dunn. Each day, he found himself astonished by Dunn's swift progress. Meanwhile, Dunn sought to discover his own combat style amidst the battles, while also exploring techniques that complemented the burning fruit. Of course, he aimed to replicate the methods of Old Man Yamamoto. Even if he could not reach such extreme temperatures, there remained significant insights to be gleaned. Until, one day, a momentous headline graced the newspapers. Doflamingo had ascended to the throne of Dressrosa and accepted the invitation to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Chapter 27. The Battle Before Departure. The youth's confusion, just as the news of Doflamingo's elevation to the 7 warlords was reported. Another newly invited warlord set sail. Jinbei, the helmsman of the Sun Pirates, was also invited to join the 7 warlords. The 2 may have been announced in succession, although the Navy might have declared it simultaneously, or perhaps prior information had simply not emerged. Dunn gazed at the newspapers lined up before him, resting his chin on his hand, his expression somewhat distant. The slightly older Kana and Zoro stealthily approached Dunn from behind. "Watch out!" The 2 individuals struck simultaneously, yet Dunn neither turned his head nor hesitated. With a swift motion of his left hand, he delivered 2 decisive taps behind him. "Ouch!" They both cried out in unison. The impact of Dunn's hockey-induced strikes caused prominent bumps to swiftly emerge on their foreheads. Tears welled up in their eyes as they gazed at Dunn, not from defeat, but rather from the excruciating pain inflicted upon them, which was simply unbearable. "I should have taught you not to vocalize your moves. Such outcries only alert your opponent," Dunn remarked, his tone nonchalant and his gaze fixed firmly upon the newspaper. "I am a swordsman destined to become the greatest swordsman in the world," Zoro retorted, clutching his forehead and raising his voice. Kuna, with tear-filled eyes, looked at Dunn, questioning the rationale behind his elaborate array of flashy techniques and names. Zoro's rebuttal elicited a warm smile from Dunn. Yet upon witnessing this expression, Zoro instinctively retreated a few steps, eyeing Dunn with caution. As anticipated, another strike swiftly followed. Before Zoro could fully comprehend the situation, Dunn's fingers had already tapped his forehead between his hands. There was a dull thud, and a swelling the size of a bird's egg rapidly formed. Zoro grimaced in pain, yet maintained a facade of stubbornness. "It seems I must teach you the importance of respecting your senior," Dunn declared, cracking his knuckles. Noticing this, Zoro gulped nervously and subtly shifted backward. "I am a senior," he protested, feeling that retreating 2 steps granted him a sense of safety, albeit while keeping a vigilant eye on Dunn's fingers. Dunn made another move, but this time Zoro managed to tilt his head slightly. However, he could not evade Dunn entirely, though he did manage to avoid the full brunt of the strike. Dunn withdrew his hand and resumed his seated position, satisfied with the progress he had made during this time. He then turned his attention to Kana. "I have not refuted your claim." Sensing Dunn's gaze upon her, Kana instinctively took a half-step back, only to feel an imminent threat and promptly tilt her head back. The strike landed on her forehead, narrowly grazing her nose. A wave of discomfort washed over her, and her vision blurred from the tears that filled her eyes. "Ah, the foundation is taking shape," Dunn remarked with satisfaction, surveying the 2 with keen interest. Aside from those naturally endowed with extraordinary observation hockey, awakening such abilities at the age of 11 or 12 could certainly be deemed exceptional. Of course, his contributions could not be overlooked. The pain for the enhanced strikes of hockey was indeed significant. "I must take my leave," Dunn announced as he returned to the table, picking up 2 newspapers. Upon hearing his words, the 2, still cradling their heads and weeping, froze in shock. "Are you attempting to escape? I have yet to defeat you," Zoro shouted, raising his voice. Typically, such audacity would invite Dunn's wrath, a fact Zoro was acutely aware of, thus remaining on high alert. However, this time, when Dunn turned to regard him, he simply shook his head. "I shall find time to return and observe, and perhaps in the future, you and I may encounter one another in distant oceans," Dunn said with a cheerful smile. "Why? Did you not previously mention that you required greater advancement?" Guena, momentarily forgetting her tears, inquired, her tone tinged with urgency as she gazed at the 2 glistening bumps on her forehead. She had learned from her father that Dunn would be departing Frostmoon Village, yet this revelation felt exceedingly sudden. She had assumed Dunn would remain in Frostmoon Village for a considerable duration. "To rescue someone," Dunn replied casually. "Ah." Both Zoro and Guena were taken aback. "Rescue someone?" In unison, they conjured images of Dunn possessing a tragically heartbreaking backstory, with family members abducted, and he journeyed to Frostmoon Village to enhance his skills. only to return and save his loved ones. Is it your family? Goena asked. I shall assist you, Zoro declared loudly, clenching his fists. Dunn observed the expressions of the two youngsters. Have you misunderstood something? The person I intend to save is a stranger. Dunn stroked his chin thoughtfully. Ah, a stranger? The two were once again left in a state of confusion, unable to discern Dunn's intentions. Why? Zoro questioned, bewildered. There is no reason. I simply wish to save them. And that is that, Dunn replied, shaking his head. With that, he waved his hand and walked past them, leaving them exchanging glances. Before long, Dunn and Gung Siro sat facing each other. So, you are leaving? Gung Siro said, observing Dunn, who also felt that his departure was somewhat abrupt. Yes, I have learned what I needed to, but I shall not cease striving to enhance my strength. However, before I depart, let us engage in a genuine battle, Dunn stated earnestly. Master Gung Siro, he called out, causing Gung Siro to stiffen momentarily, astonished by Dunn's address. Dunn had always referred to him as the curator. Dunn was also aware that Gung Siro's guidance during this period had already surpassed the worth of 9 million berries. To have a top-tier swordsman as a sparring partner for such an extended time was invaluable, especially considering he had awakened both observation haki and armament haki here. Dunn was certainly not one to overlook such benefits. Very well, Gung Siro replied after a brief silence, nodding in agreement. As Goena and Zoro were about to speak, Dunn turned to them. This time, you two cannot accompany me. Why? Zoro retorted. You, my friend, ask far too many questions. Even my fingers could not withstand you. Dunn scoffed, displaying a dismissive demeanor. Zoro's forehead instantly bulged with veins, his eyes glaring fiercely at Dunn. However, sensing Dunn's gaze fall upon his forehead, Zoro swallowed hard, suppressing his expression. I won't provoke you. Then prepare yourselves, Goena. You take Zoro to the village to procure some provisions. Gung Siro instructed the two. Then turn his gaze back to Dunn. So, shall we begin now? All right. Dunn rose and departed, only to return moments later with his long sword, Yin, alongside Gung Siro. As they watched the two disappear from sight, Goena was lost in thought. Where on earth is Dunn heading? She lamented. Who knows? He off to rescue a stranger without any reason. How reckless. Zoro crossed his arms, adopting a mature demeanor. Chapter 28. A year of training and growth. The true confrontation, could it be related to those two? Goena pulled out 2 copies of the World Economic News, gazing at the prominent portraits of 2 individuals, the warlord, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and the fishman, Jinbei. Upon hearing Goena's words, Zoro leaned in, intrigued by the articles featuring these figures. Is Dunn connected to them? He pondered, stroking his chin. That's not a good sign. Dunn is unlikely to be a match for either of them, Goena observed, reflecting on the newspaper's evaluations of the two. They are notorious pirates of a new world. Doflamingo has even become a king, undoubtedly boasting formidable subordinates. As for Jinbei, being a fishman means his physique is generally at least 10 times stronger than that of a human. It's clear how powerful they are, especially being recruited by the Navy as warlords. A flicker of concern crossed Goena's eyes. Surely not. Dunn mentioned he wouldn't be heading to the Grand Line anytime soon. And these two are certainly in that domain, Zoro suddenly remarked. Despite his seemingly simplistic demeanor, he often had moments of clarity. Right? Goena snapped back to reality, realizing her earlier misjudgment stemming from Dunn's earlier newspaper perusal. Let us go, she declared, setting aside the papers and beckoning Zoro. What for? Zoro asked, puzzled. To buy supplies in the village. Don't you remember? Father asked us to gather ingredients for a grand farewell feast for Dunn after their battle concludes, Goena explained, grasping Gung Shiro's intent. Meanwhile, the island where Dunn and Gung Shiro had previously fought was no longer suitable for combat, at least not for this occasion. The small isle, which could be submerged during high tides, had significantly diminished in size after enduring their relentless onslaught for nearly a year. As they sailed to a more distant island, Dunn quietly leaned against the ship's railing, gazing out at the vast sea as if deep in contemplation. However, the truth was that he was examining his digital data panel. Body data. Your vital points have vanished. After sustaining an attack, damage is converted into a deduction of health points. The attributes on your panel are influenced by your inherent strength. You will not perish until your health reaches 0. Current age, 15. Physical condition, 83. Currently undergoing continuous metamorphosis due to certain influences. Current health, 100. Recovering. Nourishment can expedite recovery. Innate talent, unyielding when health reaches 0. You enter a brief state of enhancement. All your attributes are augmented tenfold. Health deduction ceases. All negative statuses are eradicated. Current duration, 15 minutes. Cooldown period, 1 day. Abilities, Flame Fruit. Expert mastery of formidable natural fruit ability, granting you the capability to embody and manipulate flames. Enhances your physique continuously. The fruit's drawbacks have been eliminated. Weaknesses and host soul. You possess a lucid understanding of enhancing the fruit's abilities. Current development of the fruit, 46. Swordsmanship. Expert mastery. You have mastered the fundamental techniques and training methods of swordsmanship. You have transcended the boundaries of a swordsman. You have comprehended the soaring slash. You have discovered a swordsmanship style that suits you. Observation Hawkeye. Initial mastery. You have attained a clear perception of the energies of all things in the world. Your perceptive range has significantly expanded. You can perform special perception in specific directions, with greatly extended distances. Armament Hawkeye. Initial mastery. You can skillfully control the energy within your body for both offense and defense. You have grasped the techniques of armament hardening and entanglement. Flame, Black Blade. Under the influence of your Hawkeye, your blade is evolving towards a black blade. Evolution level, 3. Advanced Armament Hawkeye and Conqueror's Hawkeye Entanglement will accelerate the evolution of the Black Blade. Through extensive battles, the weapon and its Master-S character have become more attuned, further hastening the evolution of the Black Blade. The progress made over the past year has been substantial. The enhancement in physique is self-evident, having undergone a significant increase once more. Initially, the subtle improvements in physical condition were not overtly noticeable, but now they have become clear. The enhancement in physique is comprehensive. Every increment in his physical condition directly corresponds to an increase in strength. At first, a minor increase would merely augment an individual's power or physicality. But now the situation is transformed. After all, reaching his current level of physique renders each additional increase a formidable challenge. Even he has witnessed the previously rapid metamorphosis dissipate, replaced by a continuous evolution. As for the swordsmanship and Hawkeye he originally mastered, they have also seen tremendous improvement, and he has not been idle in developing his fruit abilities. In fact, the abilities of the fruit have been advancing alongside his swordsmanship training, and coupled with his own efforts, they now represent his most adept mastery. At the very least, he can effortlessly replicate the techniques mastered by Ace, and furthermore, he is now also capable of mimicking the methods of the esteemed Yamamoto. However, what delights him the most is that the flame is evolving towards the Black Blade. Although the degree of evolution remains low, the mere sight of progress serves as a motivating goal. Moreover, when Gung-Shiro imparted his swordsmanship and the essence of dominance, he frequently alluded to the notion that all things in the world possess their own rhythm of breathing. Presently, he faintly sensed the pulse or breath of his sword, yen. This was an extraordinary sensation, akin to the belief that all entities possess a spirit. However, the current feeling remained somewhat nebulous. Perhaps further cultivation of his perception was necessary for clarity. The method to transform his weapon into a black blade had already been elucidated. Regardless, compared to a year ago when he first arrived in this realm, his strength had multiplied exponentially. Thus, in this encounter with Gung-Shiro, he sought to ascertain the true extent of his abilities. Dunn thought to himself, casting a glance at Gung-Shiro, who bore a serene gaze. This time, I shall unleash my full power. I no longer have confidence in overcoming you. Indeed, I hope for the same, Gung-Shiro replied. I wish to confirm that this past year has not been in vain. Rising to his feet, Dunn's imposing figure, slightly exceeding 2 meters in height, appeared not robust, but rather elongated yet not frail. Not in vain, Gung-Shiro's expression turned peculiar. Regardless of who it was, even a decade would not yield such remarkable progress as Dunn had achieved within a year. It was enough to astonish anyone. Yet, He was unaware that Dunn measured his progress against the likes of Monkey D. Luffy, from a novice pirate who did not even comprehend the essence of dominance at the onset of his journey. He had mastered the Conqueror's Haki and awakened a devil fruit in less than 3 years. In comparison, Gung Shiro felt his own advancement was lamentably sluggish. However, it was worth noting that Luffy had yet to set sail. With rapid strides in his own development, it was conceivable that he could reach the pinnacle of this world in a matter of years. But as this thought emerged, Dunn shook his head. The enhancement of strength was paramount. Suddenly, he recalled that Robin was just over 20 years old this year, hiding in the West Blue to evade capture by the Marines and the world government. Lost in contemplation, Dunn was momentarily distracted. Gung Shiro quietly maneuvered the small boat, halting it beside a distant island away from Frostmoon Village. "Let us commence. Kuina and Zoro are likely awaiting us." Grasping the sword Wado Ikemanji, Gung Shiro leaped from the vessel, landing upon the sandy shore of the island. Chapter 29, Power and Skill. The two combatants Dunn similarly leaped, touching down on the beach by the sea. Standing upon the soft sand, his gaze fell upon Gung Shiro not far away. "This time, I shall exert my utmost effort. I wish to test my limits." Dunn reiterated his determination, and with that, he fully activated his observation haki, having sparred with Gung Shiro on numerous occasions. Though those instances had not seen Gung Shiro unleash his true strength, he was nonetheless familiar with his swordsmanship, while he was well-versed in the Frostmoon family's ancestral techniques. Facing a top-tier swordsman was far from simple. That is precisely my intention as well. Adjusting his glasses, Gung Shiro's calm eyes regarded Dunn. "This shall serve as your final examination. Perhaps you're the most gifted student I have ever instructed in my lifetime." Gung Shiro understood well that Dunn had always concealed his true potential. The power of that flame, which Dunn had never wielded in their previous encounters, might finally be unleashed this time. With this thought in mind, Gung Shiro raised his hand to draw the sword Wado Ikemanji, its dark aura enveloping his arm and hand. The menacing energy spiraling around the blade like rippling water. Dunn mirrored this action, gripping the hilt of the long sword, and slowly drawing it forth as the aura manifested, coiling around the blade. In the next moment, the beach beneath their feet erupted violently. A sharp clang of metal echoed as the two locked their blades. A tempestuous wave of energy surging outward, creating concentric ripples on the sand and sea. The distant trees bowed under the force of this shockwave. "You surely must recognize my strengths," Dunn declared, his expression hardening as he unleashed a powerful thrust with his right arm, sending Gung Shiro soaring through the air. Dunn followed swiftly, his fiery blade carving a grand arc aimed at the airborne Gung Shiro. The armed Wado Ikemanji intercepted the descending sword, lifting Gung Shiro's body slightly. As a black slash whizzed beneath him, with a thunderous roar, the strike cleaved through the island's forest, leaving a long scar in its wake. "I once told you that a swordsman must learn to control their strength," Gung Shiro remarked, sensing the formidable power of Dunn's attack upon landing. "Yes, you did mention that, but it does not quite suit me," Dunn replied, positioning his sword before him, a fiery orange glow erupting from his hand, resembling spirals of flame entwined around the blade. "Flame should be fierce and passionate. They shall never be tranquil." As Dunn spoke, the flames drew a lingering trail through the air, the elongated blade ablaze with fervor, descending toward Gung Shiro's head. Gung Shiro sidestepped. Wado Ikemanji, slicing through the air with a dull gleam, aimed directly at Dunn's wrist. The swift, fiery sword carried tremendous force, but just before the strike could connect, it abruptly transitioned from a downward slash to a horizontal cut, colliding with Gung Shiro's altered stance. Gung Shiro leveraged this momentum to retreat, the flaming sword pursuing closely. A barrage of violent fiery slashes erupted, yet Gung Shiro adeptly maneuvered backward, deftly sidestepping each incoming strike. The searing cuts raised the temperature of the surrounding air rapidly. "What impressive strikes," Gung Shiro said while retreating, yet the distance between him and Dunn remained stubbornly unyielding. In contrast to Gung Shiro's technique-laden maneuvers, Dunn's approach was straightforward and forceful. Earlier, Gung Shiro had cautioned Dunn about the myriad formidable beings lurking in the sea, suggesting that relying solely on brute strength could lead to significant pitfalls. Nevertheless, Dunn persisted down this path. This was a clash of might and skill. As Dunn advanced, Gung Shiro lightly pressed his feet, soundlessly closing the distance to Dunn, his sword unleashing several afterimages aimed at Dunn's eyes. However, the thrust of Wado Ikemanji collided with Dunn's armed hand, their fates intertwined. The sharp blade of the Wad Ikemanji did not inflict even the slightest injury upon Dunn. Once more, Gung Shiro felt a sense of helplessness, retracting the Wad Ikemanji as it collided with the descending flames, subsequently spinning his body in midair and executing another aerial maneuver, thrusting his sword forth once again. He was acutely aware of Dunn's extraordinary physique throughout their previous encounters. He had repeatedly sensed the difficulty of inflicting harm upon him. Yet, even such a monstrous talent must have its limitations. As the blade aimed for his chest and abdomen, Dunn instinctively retreated, narrowly evading the approaching edge. Swish, swish, swish. A series of dark-hued slashes erupted from Gung Shiro, his body moving in concert with the strikes, transforming him into a semblance of a cutting arc as he rushed towards Dunn. This strike, you should comprehend. Dunn sheathed his sword, placing his right hand firmly upon the hilt as he faced the incoming slashes. Flame caress slash. The blade sliced through the air as if shattering space itself, obliterating all oncoming attacks. In the next moment, before Gung Shiro could react, Dunn's sword was already before him. Boom! The figure was sent flying. As he rotated in the air, Gung Shiro crashed into the distant woods. Dunn's sword pointed diagonally to the ground as he gazed towards the direction of Gung Shiro's descent, and then lowered his eyes to inspect his abdomen, which had been cleaved open. Remarkable! Dunn had not even realized when he had been hit. His observation Hawkeye had failed to perceive that strike. It seemed that holding back was no longer an option. Gung Shiro's voice echoed from afar, and in the next moment, his body leaped from the woods, an overwhelming aura enveloping the Wad Ikemanji in his grasp. He then pounced down from the air. A smile graced Dunn's face as he bent his legs with sudden force, the flowing aura entwining around the blade in his hand, gathering energy into the sword's body. Flames igniting along the edge. In an instant, the sand beneath Dunn erupted. Behind him trailed a long stream of fire, resembling an elongated orange-red cloak, as the swinging blade traced a fiery arc through the air. Clang! The upward sword clashed with the downward blade, locking in a momentary stalemate. Almost immediately, the blades glided past each other. Dunn's expression turned serious as he caught a glimpse of the figure and the sword that had swept by him. Health. 87, ascending skyward. Dunn turned to face the descending Gung Shiro. Without pausing, Gung Shiro reversed his course and soared skyward once more, pursuing Dunn with the Wad Ikemanji radiating a menacing aura. Striking towards Dunn, Dunn retaliated with a powerful fist, colliding with the approaching sword. Lacking leverage in midair, he found himself momentarily overpowered, sent reeling from the impact of the strike. In an instant, the tides of battle shifted. As Dunn descended, he found himself surrounded by a flurry of incoming blades and slashes, Gung Shiro's form accompanied by countless afterimages. Dunn wielded his sword, parrying the onslaught of strikes. Yet a multitude of blows still rained down upon him. Boom! Dunn collided head-on with the strike that sought to force him back into the skies, subsequently plummeting to the ground. With a rip, he tore apart his tattered shirt, revealing a robust torso, unmarred by any wounds. Yet, his vitality had dwindled to below half. The fallen Gung Silang gasped for breath, observing Dunn's seemingly unscathed form, a flicker of helplessness crossing his face. Chapter 30. Activate the Unyielding. A terrifying surge, though he had anticipated some outcome. The Frostmoon 9 Dragon Flash he had just executed had failed to inflict any damage upon Dunn. Meanwhile, Dunn, reflecting on his own half-health, acknowledged Gung Silang's restraint. The myriad of domineering strikes entwined with the sword's blade was evidently a unique technique. Yet, Dunn had now discerned the truth. Gung Silang was not his match. Due to the powers of the burn fruit, he had yet to fully unleash his potential. The combination of observation Haki and the Logia-type abilities presented an exceedingly formidable challenge to any opponent. With a deep breath, Dunn retracted the flames that danced around his sword. While it might seem foolish to withhold strength, his purpose in facing Gung Sailang was to become a formidable warrior without relying on the burn fruit. Although the fruit's weaknesses have been rendered obsolete through data, the overwhelming power of the Logia-type always beckoned dependency. The esteemed educator Kawai duo once stated that Haki is paramount. While this assertion may be somewhat extreme, it holds a kernel of truth. To ascend as a top-tier powerhouse, formidable Haki is indispensable. Thus, Dunn chose to completely suppress the power of the burn fruit. Observing Dunn's actions, Gung Sailang grew wary. The previous strike had drained considerable stamina and Haki. Had it not been for the years spent battling Dunn and the subsequent recovery of his condition, he might not have been able to endure such exertion. Now, however, Dunn's demeanor and movements hinted at something more. With a swift motion, Dunn's figure blurred, and he closed the distance with his weapon. He initiated the assault, instinctively swinging his sword toward Gung Sailang. In that single stroke, the top-tier swordsman understood Dunn's intent and parried in response. Their figures intertwined. The cascading strikes radiated danger in all directions as they engaged in close combat. In terms of swordsmanship, Dunn was undoubtedly inferior to Gung Sailang. One cannot reasonably expect a novice who had only recently discovered his swordsmanship after a year of practice to triumph over someone immersed in the art for decades. However, Dunn's strength and abundance of Haki provided him an advantage. His formidable physique vastly surpassed Gung Sailang's. With an offensive-only approach, Dunn's relentless strikes caught Gung Sailang off guard. This individual, relying on his unscathed nature, had opted to forsake defense. Gung Sailang found himself at a loss for words. It seems that Dunn has not acquired any swordsmanship, nor has he ever instructed such a technique. However, it must be said that it suits him remarkably well. Throughout the encounter, Dunn has been meticulously monitoring his health. In truth, his battle with Gung Sailang should have reached its conclusion. Gung Sailang lacks the data-driven physique that Dunn possesses. Were he to sustain significant injury or a critical blow, he would either be gravely wounded or meet his demise. After nearly a year of serving as a sparring partner, Dunn is incapable of inflicting such harm. At this moment, Dunn's sole objective is to reduce his health, thereby triggering the condition for his indomitable state. After all, he must prepare for his departure, striving to fully comprehend the powers he possesses after activating this resilience. This knowledge will equip him to face formidable opponents with a sense of certainty. Unbeknownst to Gung Sailang, who remains oblivious to these nuances, he believes that Dunn is unaffected beneath his sword, unwittingly aiding Dunn in his endeavor to diminish his health. Your health has reached its minimum. Indomitable state activated. An abrupt notification materialized before Dunn. Instinctively, he raised his left hand, and the incoming wad Ichimonji was gently grasped between his thumb and forefinger. A surge of overwhelming aura erupted from Dunn's being, swirling behind him like a fiery cloud. A terrifying presence bore down upon the surroundings. Gung Sailang, clutching the wad Ichimonji, stared in astonishment at the transformation of Dunn's aura. Through his keen observation, Dunn appeared to morph into a fearsome creature, radiating an oppressive dread that drenched Gung Sailang in cold sweat. Dunn sensed Gung Sailang's shift in emotion with clarity. He could distinctly feel the fear emanating from him. "It's over," Dunn declared as he released his grip. Gung Sailang struggled to respond, his voice strained. The oppressive aura surrounding Dunn rendered him nearly speechless. "My trump card," Dunn announced, retracting the overwhelming aura, causing the formidable pressure to dissipate. Gung Sailang exhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on Dunn. A mixture of shock and confusion reflected in his eyes. He could not fathom what had transpired within Dunn. "Residual day, Garb," Dunn spoke softly, causing Gung Sailang to momentarily freeze. Yet, in the next instant, he was blasted away, the searing heat striking him head-on. Centered around Dunn, a terrifying conflagration erupted, soaring skyward. Within the flames, Dunn appeared to don a coat woven from fire itself. The space warped under the intense heat. Flame of the torches. Boom! A colossal fire tornado manifested, swiftly engulfing half the island. Flame burns the city walls. Above the sea, a gigantic flaming hand, larger than the island itself, closed in, the terrifying heat evaporating the seawater. In an instant, mist enveloped the surrounding waters. However, the searing winds generated by the flames dispersed the mist, creating a relentless cycle. What on earth is this? Gung Sailang retreated repeatedly, returning to the ship by the shore, his eyes wide with astonishment as he beheld the endless inferno engulfing the island and sea. Ashes of heaven and earth. A voice resonated in his ears, and then he witnessed the unimaginable. A terrifying slash cleaved the island in half. Though he could not discern the true nature of this strike, he witnessed the sea being violently parted. The gaping wound in the ocean refused to close. As the surrounding waters evaporated, unable to withstand the rapidity of the vaporization, the horrifying gash continued to expand, until, at last, the flames retracted, and the seawater surged back to fill the scar, causing the vessel beneath Gung Sailang to rock violently. Yet, Gung Sailang paid little heed to this tumult. His gaze was fixed upon the heart of the island. At the center, where the island had been almost entirely consumed by flames, Dunn stood in tranquil silence. The blade in his hand radiated an unprecedented terror that pierced Gung Sailang's perception. However, Dunn did not unleash that strike. The sensation of dread surged swiftly, only to dissipate just as quickly. Subsequently, Dunn leapt gracefully onto the boat. Gung Sailang watched Dunn's return. His lips moved, but no words escaped them. Regrettably, the rising sun blade had not been drawn. Gung Sailang could sense that, had it been unleashed, the inferno would not have withstood it. For that strike to be realized, it needed to truly transform into a black blade. Dunn appeared somewhat regretful. What would happen if that strike had been executed? Gung Sailang pondered silently for a moment before inquiring. Perhaps the island would be utterly destroyed, Dunn replied, casting his gaze upon the ravaged visage of the island, scarred by his flames. Chapter 31. Dunn, I crave fish and oranges. If the power of the rising sun blade was indeed as formidable as imagined, the destruction it would wrought was beyond Dunn's capacity to fathom. Nevertheless, the techniques he had just employed were merely simulations activated post-resilience, leveraging the surge of power. They bore a resemblance, yet were not truly related. Strength may be fleeting, but elegance is eternal. On the vessel, Gung Sailang observed Dunn, who sat in silence after taking his seat, and glanced over at the disfigured island. Even now, he could sense the terrifying power lurking within Dunn's being, a force that, once unleashed, would wreak havoc akin to earlier. After a moment of quiet reflection, Gung Sailang steadied himself and maneuvered the ship to return. Meanwhile, Dunn closed his eyes in contemplation, attuning himself to the power coursing within. His abilities had been enhanced tenfold across all dimensions, whether in physique, willpower, or even the sensitivity to his fruit's capabilities. He could even sense a unique power pulsating within him, alongside a potential transformation in his fruit abilities. However, the span of 15 minutes felt both fleeting and prolonged. In the heat of battle, such a duration would suffice to vanquish foes hundreds of times over. After experimenting on the island for a while and sitting on the boat for a moment, Dunn felt the strength granted by resilience begin to wane. Health, 23, recovering. Consumption may expedite recovery. Resilience was activated when health dipped to a critical threshold, yet during its activation, health continuously restored itself. After 15 minutes, it had returned to 23. The efficacy of resilience was overwhelming, serving as a formidable pillar for Dunn. After experiencing the power gained from activating resilience, Dunn felt emboldened. Yet, what was this sudden awareness of energy? After the liberation from the relentless grip, Dunn remained with his eyes closed, immersing himself in contemplative thought regarding that peculiar energy. It bore some distinction from the energy of armament hockey. It seemed to embody a unique form of spiritual energy. Could it be Conqueror's Hockey? Do I possess such a gift? Dunn was momentarily taken aback, opening his eyes to gaze at his hands. The descriptions of Conqueror's Hockey in the original work were rather vague. It merely stated that Conqueror's Hockey is innate, a gift one either possesses or lacks, possibly even tied to bloodline heritage. Yet, as a transmigrator, Could he also wield such power? Or perhaps Conqueror's Haki itself is a formidable spiritual energy, and upon activation of the relentless spirit, he has experienced a comprehensive enhancement, even the realm of spiritual energy? Regardless, it was worth attempting to harness it, and in due course, he would ascertain the truth. Dunn contemplated, intending to incorporate this into his future training regimen. As for the other revelation concerning his fruit abilities, Dunn was uncertain whether it constituted the awakening of his powers, but he had indeed observed a significant increase in the temperature of the flames he could manipulate, and it was markedly higher. However, he could not definitively ascertain whether this was an awakened ability or a mere quantitative shift leading to a qualitative transformation. It was akin to discussing toxicity while overlooking dosage and exercise and folly. This could also elucidate why, in the original narrative, Sabo, upon acquiring the Mera no Mi in Dressrosa, immediately mastered its formidable capabilities. Regardless of the nature of the awakening, it was undeniably good news for Dunn. The effect of the relentless spirit was so potent that it altered his mood in subtle ways. He felt its impact, but had no desire to alter it. One crucial aspect to consider was that the enhancement from the relentless spirit was contingent upon his inherent strength. This meant that the stronger Dunn was in his regular state, the more terrifying the augmentation would be post-activation. "I must continue to grow stronger," Dunn murmured softly to himself. Upon hearing his voice, the helmsman, Kaishur, was momentarily startled. Turning to observe Dunn, who had not shifted his posture, it seemed to reflect a certain resolve. Kaishur mused, yet thinking back on the recent spectacle, he felt an overwhelming sense of awe. He had already envisioned Dunn's talents as formidable, comparable to true monsters of the sea. However, the recent experience made him realize he had underestimated Dunn. The latent power he harbored was truly fearsome. It was Kaishur's current belief that Dunn would undoubtedly become a figure capable of influencing the entire world order. The vessel fell into silence once more until they approached Frostmoon Village, at which point Dunn finally rose. Health, 31. His rate of recovery was exceptionally swift, a point of assessment in itself. His current rate of recuperation was significantly faster than when he had first been quantified, even without relying on sustenance for rapid recovery. He estimated he would be fully replenished within a few hours. Zoro and Kuina were already awaiting him at the port. Previously, the tremors of the sea had been felt even in Frostmoon Village, accompanied by the sudden appearance of mist over the ocean and distant flames that seemed to ignite the waters. As Dunn, bare-chested, disembarked from the ship, the two eyed him with keen appraisal, while Kaishur appeared increasingly flustered. In addition to the wear and burn marks on his clothing, Gungsiro's hair had also been singed and appeared yellowed and twisted. However, neither of the two appeared surprised by this sight. In their previous encounters, it was often Gungsiro who found himself in a more disheveled state, who emerged victorious. Yet Zoro, unable to restrain his curiosity, inquired. Observing Zoro's upturned face, Gungsiro chuckled and shook his head. "I lost. This battle bore no conclusive outcome." Dunn shook his head, and he spoke the truth. "Yet I indeed lost," Gungsiro declared, striding toward the Isen dojo. "Dunn, slow down. At this pace, how will I ever catch up to you?" Zoro exclaimed, eyes wide. "Kid, you still have a long way to go before you can match my strength," Dunn replied, resting his sheathed sword upon his shoulder as he continued toward the dojo. Guina, watching Dunn's broad back, moved her lips slightly. "Zoro, we must strive even harder. We cannot allow Dunn to pull too far ahead." "Indeed," Zoro nodded resolutely. Dunn, overhearing their conversation, broke into a smile. The original Guina, having passed away too soon, could never have known the heights she would have reached. However, Zoro had undeniably become a formidable swordsman, endowed with exceptional talent and the rare conqueror's haki, and he worked tirelessly to hone his skills. With this understanding, Dunn had harbored some doubts about whether he could ultimately defeat Zoro. Of course, his recent bouts with Zoro were unrelated to such thoughts. But now, it was time to move on. With the flame fruit upon his back, Dunn walked with a lightness in his step, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Initially, he had planned to hone his skills in the East Blue for several years before venturing into the Grand Line. but now he considered the possibility of advancing that timeline. However, there were still some minor matters to address first. For instance, the fisherman who had ventured to the East Blue, attempting to seize control over it, had managed to conquer only 20 villages in nearly a decade. It was evident he was not merely seeking oranges. In truth, these concerns were largely irrelevant to Dunn. But these were the few matters that occupied his mind. The death of Gwina, Nami's adoptive mother Belmir, being shot by Arlong, and Redleg Zeph sacrificing his flesh to help Sanji survive. These were vivid memories etched in Dunn's mind. His arrival in Frostmoon Village may have been influenced by these thoughts, though the pursuit of swordsmanship was also a significant motivation, and the outcome had been quite favorable. Yet, his earlier notion of using the flame fruit as a final trump card had undergone some reconsideration. It seemed somewhat inadequate when compared to the unyielding might of the Gomu fruit. After departing Frostmoon Village, Dunn set his sights on Cocoa West Village. In his eyes, Arlong was no longer a formidable foe. Moreover, venturing out to sea required a substantial initial investment. Arlong's bounty appeared to be substantial. After all, the Arlong to come was even more valuable than Krieg, adorned in gold. It was certain to far exceed the amount of money he needed to set sail, perhaps worth several times more than what he required. Upon returning to the dojo, Dunn sat in silence, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table as he contemplated his plans after departing from this place. Goenna and Zoro dutifully brought forth the completed dishes. It seemed that even the typically exuberant Zoro had subdued his demeanor, perhaps sensing Dunn's impending departure. Once his health was fully restored, Dunn savored the grilled meat in his hand and paused his actions. The other three, who had been quietly enjoying their meal, also ceased their movements. "It is time to leave." With Dunn's declaration, a profound silence enveloped the room. Goenna turned her gaze towards Kang Shiro, then lowered her head, seemingly lost in thought. Zoro, however, fixated his intense gaze on Dunn before suddenly rising to his feet. "Dunn, wait for me out at sea. The next time we meet, I will surely defeat you." "Excellent. You are quite spirited," Dunn replied with a smile, revealing his pearly whites, and gave Zoro a thumbs up. Hee. Upon receiving Dunn's praise, Zoro bashfully scratched his head. Goenna and Kang Shiro exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. "This kid, does he have a few screws loose? Are you planning to depart on a merchant vessel?" Kang Shiro withdrew his gaze from Zoro and stood up, feeling a sense of relief within. Today's spar had unveiled Dunn's hidden strength, and reflecting on their recent encounters, he felt ready for a respite. "I am not well versed in navigation, nor do I understand nautical charts, so I will require the assistance of a merchant ship." Dunn nodded in agreement. Since arriving in Frostmoon Village, he had devoted himself to rigorous training daily. Otherwise, Zoro and Goenna would not have progressed so rapidly. He hardly had time to learn navigation, nor did he possess any inclination towards it. That simply won't do. Whether in the Four Seas or the Grand Line, one must comprehend navigation to traverse these waters, Kang Shiro admonished. Although Dunn's prowess would likely shield him from danger, and aside from certain regions, the ocean teemed with fish, ensuring he would not starve, he could easily find himself lost at sea for an extended period. Indeed, a navigator is essential. Dunn pondered, nodding in agreement. But how old is Nami now? Isn't she younger than Zoro? He mused, considering that at this age, she might only just be beginning to entertain the notion of charting maps. "I shall remember this, and keep an eye out, for there are indeed many merchant vessels upon these seas. I will rely on them for the time being." "That is wise. It is best this way. Until you find a competent navigator, I advise against entering the Grand Line. You must understand this," Kang Shiro cautioned, though he hesitated, considering Dunn's apparent wealth of knowledge before continuing. "The weather in the Grand Line and the New World is far more tumultuous than in the Four Seas. Even if you are strong, you may encounter perilous situations at sea." "I will not be careless," Dunn affirmed with a nod, recalling the fierce battle between the Golden Lion and Roger. The prowess of these two individuals and their crew is unparalleled across these vast seas. While the grand fleet of the Golden Lion has been utterly vanquished beneath a tempest in the New World. You understand, so prepare yourself. Merchant vessels typically arrive in the afternoon or twilight and depart the following morning. I shall converse with the captain of the merchant ship." After Yang Shiro concluded his words, he departed without delay. Dunn glanced at Kuina and Zoro before also taking his leave. The belongings had yet to be tidied away. After Dunn's departure, the two looked at the heap of leftover bones and utensils from dinner, feeling somewhat dazed. Despite their grumbling, their movements were swift. However, as they cleaned, Zoro distinctly sensed that Kuina's mind was elsewhere. "Kuina, are you thinking about Dunn?" At this, Kuina paused in surprise. "Do not worry. Once we set sail, we shall undoubtedly encounter him again upon the ocean," Zoro declared confidently, patting his chest. "I was contemplating what I might experience if I were to venture out to sea," Kuina replied, shaking her head. "Surely, you would meet numerous swordsmen who traverse the seas, and by clashing with them, you would ultimately become the greatest swordsman in the world." Upon hearing this, Zoro raised his fists and shouted, followed by the sound of breaking utensils. "Watch it, you idiot Zoro!" Kuina, who had undergone considerable character transformation, could not help but shout in exasperation. In his own room, Dunn, utilizing his observation Hawkeye, detected the conversation and events unfolding between the two, allowing a light chuckle to escape his lips as he shook his head. Reclining on his bed with his arms cradling his head, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Previously, he had suppressed such thoughts due to a sense of inadequacy regarding his strength, fearing that he would be unable to safeguard himself against certain individuals or dangers in these waters. Yet, every man yearned for the allure of the unknown adventure. Dunn considered himself relatively composed, yet he too felt a growing curiosity about what he might encounter. Naturally, he also wished to witness the legendary figures within the tales. He intended only to pursue his own desires. 9 years of compulsory education and a worldview cultivated from childhood ensured that Dunn would not become a villain. However, regarding the various factions in this world, such as the Revolutionary Army and the world government, the Navy and the pirates, Dunn preferred not to dwell on them, let alone participate. He was merely an outsider and a spectator. What was that saying? Respect each other's destinies? It seemed to be something along those lines. A flurry of chaotic thoughts surged within Dunn, causing even his observation Hawkeye to waver. Perhaps, aside from the East Blue, he could explore the other 3 seas. Dunn murmured softly to himself. A night swiftly passed, and in the morning, at the dock of Frostmoon Village, Dunn waved goodbye before boarding the merchant ship. The vessel awaited the transportation of goods, appearing to be in its final stages. Before long, the merchant ship set sail, slowly departing from the dock. "Where's Kuina?" Zoro remarked, watching the ship move away, only to notice that Kuina seemed to have not arrived. Yang Shiro did not respond, his gaze fixed on the merchant ship, his expression somewhat inscrutable. Suddenly, a prolonged cry from a young girl echoed from the merchant ship, followed by a small figure being tossed overboard. "Dunn, you scoundrel!" Guena's irritated voice echoed, but her body was uncontrollably hurled onto the dock. Clearly, Dunn had employed some clever maneuver, and, after rolling several times upon landing, Guena sprang to her feet, her fists clenched, glaring at the departing merchant ship with evident displeasure. Zoro stood dumbfounded, gaping at the scene, his finger alternating between pointing at Guena and the ship, utterly at a loss for words. Gung Shiro adjusted his glasses. "Guena, it is not yet your time to set sail. Let us speak of it after you become a swordsman." Dunn's voice drifted from the merchant vessel. Guena's frustration deepened. "Let us go back. Since Dunn does not wish to take you, then you must grow stronger." Gung Shiro had initially intended to dissuade Guena from her plan, but considering Dunn's formidable strength, he felt that Guena would not face significant danger accompanying him. Ever since Guena narrowly escaped a fatal accident, Gung Shiro had adopted a more lenient perspective. However, he had not anticipated that upon discovering Guena, Dunn would simply toss her back. Dejected, Guena trailed behind Gung Shiro. "You wish to accompany Dunn on his voyage?" Zoro finally grasped the situation, staring wide-eyed at Guena. He had not expected that, despite their agreement to grow stronger together and see who could become the world's greatest swordsman, Guena would attempt to sneak away. This girl is truly cunning. It seemed Zoro's tone irked Guena, though it was likely that Dunn's act of throwing her back incited her need to vent. Regardless, upon returning, their long-abandoned sparring resumed. On the merchant ship, Dunn, cradling a flame, leaned against the rail, gazing towards the direction of Frostmoon Village. Mr. Dunn, I am Captain Pico. You may call me Captain Pico. The safety of this voyage rests entirely upon you. The slightly aged, jovial sailor with a nose like a wine barrel cheerfully remarked. Dunn paused, turning to regard the elder who introduced himself as Captain Pico. Master Gung Shiro speaks highly of your swordsmanship. Rest assured, we shall safely return, and you shall receive a generous remuneration, Captain Pico added, observing Dunn's demeanor. Dunn, realizing the implications, shot a bemused glance towards Frostmoon Village. This Gung Shiro had mistakenly thought he was merely covering his fare. Little did he know he had secured Dunn a job. Considering Gung Shiro's concealed identity and his potential clandestine efforts to gather supplies for the Revolutionary Army, Dunn found it less surprising. Leave it to me. Call out if you encounter any trouble. Dunn did not decline, as it was not an arduous task. That is splendid. I have arranged a private room for you, Mr. Dunn. You may rest first, and I shall have someone bring food to your quarters. Captain Pico beamed with joy at Dunn's relaxed demeanor. Chapter 33. The Death Star of Arlong is flickering just as Dunn departed from Frostmoon Village on the Grand Line, Fishman Island, Fishman Street. Arlong, are you truly not coming back? The blue-skinned whale, shark fishman Jinbei, asked solemnly, gazing at the glaring figure of the great white shark fishman Arlong across from him. You scoundrel, do not forget how my elder brother met his demise, and yet you have become a pawn of the Navy. Jinbei's words seemed to ignite a profound fury within Arlong. However, he appeared to overlook the fact that, as a pirate, he had managed to escape from the depths of the Great Prison. It is worth noting that no pirate, save for the legendary Shiki, has ever emerged from that place. Upon hearing the term Navy's lapdog, Jinbei hesitated, his brow furrowing as he chose not to pursue the matter further. Arlong scoffed, turning on his heel to depart. Brother, the great blue shark mermaid, Shirahoshi, called out as she witnessed Arlong's retreat. Arlong cast a fleeting, somber glance at his sister, his expression dark and his silence resolute, showing no inclination to linger. It was only after Arlong had been gone for some time that Shirahoshi reluctantly averted her gaze, turning it towards Jinbei. He will come to understand. Jinbei sighed in resignation. He was aware of Arlong's deep-seated resentment towards humanity and the Navy, stemming from the events surrounding Fisher Tiger. Nevertheless, the disparity in strength between humans and Fishman Island was insurmountable. Furthermore, the rampant capture of mermaids by pirates over the years had become increasingly prevalent. Shirahoshi nodded, reaching into her bosom to retrieve a brilliant crystal ball. Jinbei was not surprised by this action. Shirahoshi was indeed a formidable diviner. However, moments later, Shirahoshi's complexion turned pale. What is the matter? Jinbei inquired, his expression tightening at the sight of her distress. I have seen my brother's death. His head was delivered to the Navy, she replied, her voice trembling. Jinbei's eyes widened in shock as he suddenly sprang into action, propelling himself towards the direction from which Arlong had departed. Yet Shirahoshi did not move, for the outcome of her divination was infallibly accurate. Whatever was foretold would inevitably transpire. At that moment, she was at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, Jinbei arrived at the port where Fishman Island met the sea. Brother Jinbei, Arlong has already set sail. A fishman at the port responded to Jinbei's anxious inquiry, the answer casting a shadow over his countenance. Gather the crew, prepare to set sail. In the East Blue, Dunn had procured another merchant vessel. The ship departing from Frostmoon Village was engaged in short-distance trade, with a voyage lasting merely 7 or 8 days. Upon reaching the intermediary island, Dunn switched to a different merchant ship, aiming for the Navy's 16th base. Perhaps he might even reunite with an old acquaintance from the Navy. Seated on the deck, Dunn rested with his sword in hand. Passengers and crew members occasionally cast curious glances in his direction. The actions of Kayashiro inspired Dunn to contemplate a method of travel. In this world plagued by pirates, venturing out on a merchant ship was fraught with peril, should they encounter pirates and the crew prove unable to defend themselves. The loss of cargo would be the least of their worries. The most terrifying outcome would be the complete annihilation of all aboard. Hence, the practice of hiring escorts became increasingly commonplace. Lord Dunn, a woman's voice resonated, prompting Dunn to turn his gaze. Standing before him was a tall, robust middle-aged woman with weathered skin, the captain of this merchant vessel. As they were to venture into waters notorious for pirate activity in 2 days, she considered the possibility of a detour, which could potentially prolong their journey by a month. "No need for that," Dunn replied, comprehending the captain's implication and shaking his head resolutely. "Very well. We shall rely on your protection then," the captain responded, a smile illuminating her face. Her muscles, more formidable than those of most men, flexed playfully with her grin, causing Dunn's eyelids to twitch uneasily. Noticing Dunn's silence, the captain chose not to further engage and turn away. However, once she departed, crew members swiftly approached to inquire about the situation. "Captain, shall we take a detour?" one asked, although a detour seemed the most prudent course of action. Requiring more time, it would allow them to circumvent the heavily pirate-infested areas. "No need. We will sail straight through. With Lord Dunn here, we need not fear those pirates," the captain declared confidently, waving her hand dismissively. "Can that esteemed individual truly handle it?" A crew member expressed skepticism. The captain recalled how Dunn had sought her out and volunteered to act as their protector. At that moment, she too had harbored doubts, until she witnessed his formidable sword strike. As a seasoned captain of a merchant ship, she was well acquainted with the rumors that circulated, including those surrounding swordsmen. Yet, she had only heard tales and had never before encountered a true master of the sword. Dunn was the first genuine swordsman she had laid eyes upon. Such an esteemed figure would have been beyond her reach had he not offered his assistance. Nevertheless, without Dunn's consent, she dared not speak freely about it, knowing that her crew, lacking experience, would not grasp the significance of a swordsman's prowess. "Fear not. We will pass through safely this time," she assured, recognizing Dunn as a force capable of navigating even the treacherous waters of the Grand Line. Perhaps this was the extent of her understanding. Days later, Dunn finally comprehended what it meant to encounter a multitude of pirates. Previously, during his journey from Marine Base No. 16 to Frostmoon Village, he had spent 3 months without encountering a single pirate. However, this time, he was confronted by 2 or 3 groups daily, though these individuals were merely fledgling ruffians who had recently taken to the sea. The so-called pirate ships were nothing more than small vessels capable of carrying a handful of crew members. Dunn effortlessly dispatched them with a mere surge of sword energy, likely rendering these pirates devoid of any bounty. Of course, there were also larger pirate crews, as Dunn observed a pirate ship approaching in the distance. He could hear their shouts and cheers echoing across the waters. The passengers aboard the merchant ship had long retreated to their quarters, while the crew members gripped their weapons, warily watching the encroaching pirate vessel. Many cast glances towards Dunn, their pillar of strength. "Lord," the captain called from her position slightly behind him. "Allow them to approach. I wish to inquire about something." "Understood." Upon hearing Dunn's words, the female captain finally breathed a sigh of relief. Dunn had remained unsheathed, causing her heart to race. As the pirate ship drew near, the raucous cheers of the pirates brandishing their blades grew louder. A merchant vessel of such size promised significant spoils, perhaps even a multitude of women. With this thought, the pirates could hardly contain their impatience. Once they approached the merchant ship, several pirates prepared to leap into battle, only to be met with arcs of sword energy resembling crescent moons. Swish! Boom! The 2 massive masts supporting the sail shattered, and those pirates below, unable to evade, were struck directly. The shift in balance caused the entire ship to tilt ominously, leaning perilously to one side. Another slashing wave of sword energy cleaved the wooden pirate ship in 2. After they hit the water, "Capture a few," Dunn instructed, ready to turn, when suddenly his expression shifted. A figure leaped from the tilting pirate ship, lunging toward the merchant vessel. "Bastard!" The enraged pirate charged forth, displaying formidable skill. Dunn hesitated for a moment, then swiftly repositioned himself to intercept the descending foe. Just as the pirate landed, before he could utter a word, a sword sheath struck his face with tremendous force. The searing pain and impact rendered him dizzy, causing him to lose half of his teeth. He collapsed into unconsciousness. Observing the incapacitated pirate, Dunn beckoned, Bind him tightly and bring him to me when he regains consciousness." As his words echoed, a group of crew members surged forward, securing the unconscious pirate with thick ropes. "Lord Dunn, what about those pirates?" the female captain inquired, gesturing outside. The pirate ship had completely capsized, water rushing in through the gaping wound Dunn had inflicted, with many pirates plunging into the sea and swimming toward the merchant vessel. "Handle it yourselves." Dunn waved dismissively and retreated to his quarters. Outside, the excited shouts of the merchant crew mingled with the anguished cries of the pirates. "This cursed world," Dunn muttered, shaking his head slightly. Even ordinary individuals showed little aversion to killing, especially these crew members. However, Dunn was intrigued as to why so many pirates congregated in the East Sea. Wasn't the East Sea supposed to be the safest of waters? Even if pirates existed, they wouldn't dare gather in such numbers, would they? Chapter 34. Long time no see, Major Mouse. Yet it was difficult to say. Just as this thought crossed Dunn's mind, he shook his head. He understood the overall nature of this world. The Red Line and the Grand Line intertwined in a circular belt, dividing the world into 4 seas. However, in comparison to the 4 seas, the expanse of the Grand Line was relatively small, though that was merely in relation to the 4 seas. The Navy's control over these seas was limited, as their focus lay predominantly on the Grand Line. With so many maritime territories to oversee, the Navy's outposts were insufficient to eradicate all pirates. It was simply too vast. Or perhaps the islands that Luffy had adventured through were merely the tip of the iceberg in the East Sea. Dunn strived to extricate himself from the confines of the narrative. This is indeed a genuine world, one where murder is as commonplace as the rising sun. As Dunn engaged in self-reflection, the female captain, accompanied by her crew, brought forth the awakened pirate. "You scoundrels dare to capture me? Admiral Creek will not let you off lightly." The enraged pirate bellowed, yet a flicker of fear crossed his eyes upon seeing Dunn. That earlier blow had made him acutely aware of the vast chasm between their strengths. Now he sought to leverage Creek's name to instill dread in his captors. "Creek?" Dunn paused, astonished at the pirate who was still attempting to bluster. "Are you afraid? If so, why not release me at once? Otherwise, when Admiral Creek arrives, all of you shall perish, including you." Upon hearing Dunn's words, the pirate believed that Creek's name had intimidated Dunn, and he threatened once more. Dunn's expression remained unchanged, yet his mind conjured images of the colossal ship cleaved in 2 by Hawkeye's blade. A pirate crew of 5,000 had encountered the notorious swordsman upon entering the Grand Line, only to be relentlessly pursued back to the East Blue by the disinterested Hawkeye. This was, of course, a tale that vividly showcased the might of the great swordsman, or rather, Hawkeye was the first of the top-tier powerhouses to make an appearance in the story. Thus, Dunn retained a profound impression of those scenes. However, Creek was now assembling a pirate crew in the East Blue. Dunn pondered, while the bound pirate, noticing Dunn's lack of reaction, struggled fervently. "Release me at once. Are you not afraid of Admiral Creek? Do you even know where Creek is?" Dunn's reverie was interrupted by the pirate's incessant questioning, and he gazed calmly at the man. As a formidable pirate, Creek would surely be aboard his indomitable warship, conquering islands. The pirate instinctively responded to Dunn's inquiry. "So, you are unaware of Creek's current whereabouts?" Dunn nodded upon hearing this, then gestured dismissively. Lord Dunn." The captain's confusion was palpable. "Take him away and inquire further. If there is no bounty, handle it yourselves." "And if there is a bounty?" the captain inquired, taken aback. "If there is a bounty, keep him. We shall exchange him for a reward upon reaching our destination." Dunn asserted matter-of-factly. He had no intention of relying solely on brute strength to seize and take without recompense. These pirates would serve as his future sources of income. "Understood." The pirate, infuriated by the prospect of being used as a bargaining chip, was about to protest when the captain's fist struck his nose, turning his words into a pained cry. Subsequently, Dunn never encountered that pirate again. In the following hours, he encountered numerous waves of pirates, and from the captured ones, Dunn gleaned insights into Creek's activities. Indeed, Creek was active, and the pirates gathered here were those whom he had summoned for recruitment. However, these were merely the dregs. Or rather, those incapable of joining Creek's crew, hence they had congregated in such numbers. As for Creek, his whereabouts remain a mystery. Indeed, according to the narrative, Creek was active in the EC until the time when Monkey D. Luffy set sail, subsequently entering the Grand Line, only to be pursued and forced to retreat. After traversing this region teeming with pirates, he encountered several groups of pirates along the way and captured 2 notorious ones. 2 months later, at the 16th Naval Base, Dunn disembarked from the merchant ship, surveying the unchanged dock, reminiscent of over a year ago, and the distant site of the 16th Naval Base. The employment is over, Dunn declared. Indeed, Master Dunn, thank you for your protection during this period. The female captain responded with great respect, presenting him with a pouch of coins, and gestured. 2 disheartened pirates were dragged from the ship, bound by ropes. Dunn glanced back, took the rope in hand, and proceeded toward the naval base. Curious gazes were cast upon him from the dock, yet none dared approach to inquire. Even the patrolling naval soldiers kept their distance, as Dunn's path led him to the 16th subbase. With the 2 pirates in tow, Dunn arrived at the entrance of the naval base amidst the inquisitive stares of the town's residents. "Halt, who goes there?" The naval guard immediately assumed a defensive stance upon seeing Dunn approach. "A bounty hunter, here to collect the reward," Dunn replied, tugging the rope and throwing the 2 pirates forward. The guards at the gate were startled by his actions, nearly triggering their firearms. "Did you say bounty hunter?" The guards comprehended Dunn's words, glanced at him, then at the 2 subdued individuals, and promptly sent one of their comrades to report, allowing Dunn entry. Inside the base commander's office, Colonel Mouse surveyed his reflection in the full-length mirror with delight, occasionally adjusting his collar. After reporting back to headquarters, the base commander had been promoted to the rank of lieutenant commander, and he, in turn, was elevated to the position of base commander of a subbase. Naturally, such a promotion brought him joy, possibly due to the merits of the intelligence he provided a year prior. He distinctly recalled a vice admiral from headquarters contacting him for information, an indication of genuine high-level naval interest. "Sir," the shout from outside startled Colonel Mouse from his reverie, and he turned with irritation toward the open office door. "What is it?" He feigned authority, though his rodent-like mustache somewhat undermined his imposing demeanor. "A bounty hunter has arrived with 2 pirates to claim their reward." The term bounty hunter sent a shiver down Colonel Mouse's spine. Although numerous bounties have been issued, actual captures of wanted pirates coming to the Navy for their rewards were quite rare, particularly in the context of the ECS environment. The last bounty hunter to claim a reward had been that suspiciously capable young man. What was his name? Dunn. Colonel Mouse stroked his mustache, reminiscing about the events of the previous year, realizing that his own promotion seemed intricately connected to this individual. However, at this moment, if the other party is discovered, they may have already infiltrated the headquarters. It is possible that the next time they meet, the other party will have become his superior. After all, a major at headquarters is comparable to the commander of a branch. With this thought, Mouse felt a pang of envy. Yet, this emotion dissipated quickly. Although promotions at headquarters come swiftly, commanding a base at a branch holds its own merit. Each path has its advantages, one might say. "Commander?" Seeing the smile on Colonel Mouse's face without a word, the reporting Navy officer cautiously called out. "Ahem." The startled Colonel Mouse cleared his throat twice. "Since there are pirate hunters capturing pirates, as the base commander, I naturally must meet them and offer my encouragement." Colonel Mouse spoke with a serious demeanor. Yet internally he pondered how to appropriate a portion of the bounty for himself. After enduring hardships for half his life, could he not indulge in a bit of ill-gotten gain to enjoy life? He dared not meddle with Navy funding, but skimming some bounty from the hunters was a risk he was willing to take. Not only was he bold, but he was exceedingly audacious as well. Colonel Mouse arrived at the location where Dunn was situated, accompanied by a squad of Navy soldiers. "Ahem, I am Colonel Mouse, the commander of the Navy branch." "So, you are the one who captured the pirate?" Upon seeing Dunn seated with composure, Mouse cleared his throat again, but soon felt that Dunn looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. "Long time no see, Colonel Mouse. You've actually been promoted after a year." Dunn's words caused Colonel Mouse's expression to freeze in suspicion, his mouth agape revealing his sharp teeth. "Why, you are that pirate hunter? Are you still in the East Sea? Colonel Mouse appeared utterly bewildered. Of course, I am still in the East Sea. Where else could I possibly go? Dunn smiled slyly at Colonel Mouse, as if hinting at something. With prior warnings from Dragon and the arrival of Garb, Dunn knew his information had been reported to this fellow. You haven't joined the Navy? Did Major General Garb not find you? Colonel Mouse showed no hesitation in revealing his knowledge, staring intently at Dunn. He was aware that the Navy had dispatched Major General Garb to locate him. However, he was genuinely unaware of the outcome. Yet, he believed that since Major General Garb had taken action, it was highly likely Dunn had already been found and brought back to the Navy headquarters. This belief was what left him stunned upon recognizing Dunn. Dunn scrutinized Colonel Mouse, unable to discern whether this man was genuinely clueless or merely feigning ignorance. Though he was not particularly concerned about the matter at hand. 2 pirates with a bounty of 3,900,000 berries. Let's round it to 4 million berries. Dunn declared as he rose to leave. By the way, have the money delivered to the usual place. As Dunn stood up, Colonel Mouse finally noticed the significant change in Dunn's physique. Commander, a nearby sailor called out cautiously, observing Colonel Mouse staring blankly in the direction Dunn had departed. All right, lock up these 2 scoundrel pirates and prepare the bounty. Colonel Mouse, regaining his composure, kicked the 2 trapped pirates and issued a direct order before striding towards the exit. The sudden appearance of Dunn left Colonel Mouse perplexed. He pondered whether to report Dunn's situation further, yet he recalled the previous circumstances surrounding the Navy. Had they truly failed to locate him? With this thought in mind, Colonel Mouse returned to his office and promptly contacted headquarters via his snail phone. The sound of the snail phone's prompt soon changed in appearance. Observing this, Colonel Mouse instinctively stood at attention. I am Colonel Mouse, stationed at Base 16 in the East Sea, identification number 00733, and I have matters to report. He proceeded to relay the news of Dunn's reappearance after a year. Inquiring why Dunn remained in the East Sea. Please hold, came the response from a woman at headquarters. Moments later, her voice returned. Regarding the matter you mentioned, a year ago, headquarters dispatched Vice Admiral Garb to the East Sea for investigation, but he was unable to locate him. Colonel Mouse's expression shifted to one of realization upon hearing this. He then inquired how to proceed. The response was that he could extend an invitation to Dunn. If Dunn was indeed an ability user, headquarters would record the colonel's contribution and report the matter upwards. Understood. Colonel Mouse nodded eagerly. An invitation would signify an accomplishment. Nothing to be ashamed of. After hanging up, a Marine arrived to report on the bounty, and without hesitation, Colonel Mouse led his men to find Dunn. At the tavern in town, little had changed since a year prior. The owner remained the same. 1 glass of juice, Dunn declared, placing his knife on the counter. The tavern owner, accustomed to this, skillfully poured a glass of orange juice. Delightfully fresh, Dunn exclaimed after taking a sip, his eyes lighting up. The perfect balance of tartness, complemented by crushed pulp, created an exquisite flavor. This young man certainly has a discerning palate. This is orange juice from Cocoa West Village, renowned in the East Sea. If it weren't for the base's proximity to Cocoa West Village, we wouldn't have such fresh oranges, the tavern owner remarked, grinning at Dunn's reaction. At the mention of the village, Dunn's expression shifted. Is it truly close to Cocoa West Village? Indeed, a boat ride takes just over half a day, chimed in a middle-aged man, a sailor clad in seafaring attire, clutching a large mug of ale. Are there boats available? Dunn inquired. Certainly. Boats depart daily. You see, Cocoa West Village is part of the Kinomi Islands, known for its abundant fruit, especially during harvest season when boats are plentiful, the sailor replied. Dunn nodded thoughtfully, choosing not to speak further as he turned his gaze towards the tavern's wall, adorned with a series of bounty posters. None featured the notorious pirates of the New World. Rather, they depicted various pirates from the East Sea, alongside those who had ventured from the East Sea to the New World. Admiral Creek, with a bounty of 12 million. Captain Baiji Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates, with a bounty of 10 million. Dunn's gaze swept over the 2 conspicuous bounty notices, scrutinizing them closely. These 2 are notorious pirates of the East Sea. Seemingly sensing Dunn's interest, the tavern owner set down the glass he was cleaning and spoke. 10 million. And he's already considered a great pirate? Dunn's expression was somewhat peculiar upon hearing this. Naturally, the East Sea is the weakest of the seas. Pirates here dare not linger for too long. When a pirate's bounty is too high, it attracts the Navy. This is the homeland of the naval hero, Garb. The tavern owner said with an expression of reverence. Homeland? The East Sea is vast, Dunn remarked, understanding the tavern owner's perspective. Yet considering that this planet's surface covers roughly a quarter of the area. He shook his head slightly. Indeed, the East Sea is quite expansive. Even the Navy cannot eradicate all pirates. Young man, you must exercise caution when you set sail in the future, the tavern owner kindly advised. Though he clearly misunderstood Dunn's implication. I will. Dunn appreciated the goodwill offered by others. However, it is the pirates that warrant caution. His eyes roamed over the bounty notices. Aside from the two exceeding 10 million berries, the rest were in the millions. Nonetheless, these were considered high bounties in the East Sea. Of course, the photographs were quite abstract, perfectly embodying the essence of this world. This is a compilation of bounty notices for pirates that have yet to be captured in the East Sea, the tavern owner suddenly revealed, producing a stack of bounty notices as if by magic and placing them before Dunn, all for just 150,000 berries. Upon hearing this, the other patrons in the tavern could no longer contain themselves. Old Komodo, you're quite the swindler. Clearly, 150,000 berries was no small sum for these individuals. You lot know nothing. I've meticulously gathered and organized all this information. Look, each notice lists the locations where these pirates have been sighted, he said, picking up one notice to show the others. Indeed, the back of the bounty notices contained extensive writing, detailing the locations where the pirates had previously appeared and their general areas of activity, even noting what they had done. It was remarkably detailed. You recognize me? Dunn remained silent for a moment before inquiring. Though your physique has changed, I'm old Komodo, and my eyesight is keen. A year ago, you captured a pirate to claim the bounty. The tavern owner did not deny his recognition. However, considering the sheer number of individuals passing through here daily, it was impressive that he could remember Dunn at all. After all, those fellows bore little resemblance to humans. Unlike you, young man. Is that a compliment? Dunn was momentarily taken aback, somewhat at a loss for words. Nevertheless, his appearance did indeed differ from that of the other patrons. What do you say? Would you like a copy? 100,000 berries would suffice. Then I shall take a copy, Dunn nodded in response. Perfectly. He intended to stretch his legs while awaiting Arlong. It would certainly be advantageous to locate either Click or Clo. However, at this juncture, it is likely that Clo, the black cat, has not yet feigned death to conceal himself. As for Click, this individual presumably has a vast operational territory. After all, when he later set sail, he boasted of being the sovereign of the East Sea. However, assembling a pirate crew of 5,000 raises questions about whether he is colluding with the Navy, akin to the later figure of Arlong. Dunn leisurely sipped his juice while tossing a pouch of money onto the counter, his gaze fixed on a bounty notice as he perused the accompanying records. A pirate with a bounty of merely 3 million had led a crew that slaughtered 3 island villages, claiming the lives of at least 500 individuals. As he examined the records, Dunn's eyelids twitched. Although these were mere records, they undeniably represented hundreds of lost lives. Chapter 36. Carp. Is it exposed? But it matters not. Are these accounts genuine? Dunn inquired of old Komodo while pointing at the records on the bounty notice. Indeed, they are authentic. These accounts come from the survivors, with only a handful left from a village that once boasted over 100 souls. Sensing Dunn's skepticism, old Komodo raised his voice slightly to affirm the veracity of his records. So, a pirate who has killed hundreds is awarded such a meager bounty? Do not ask me. This is the bounty issued by the Navy, old Komodo replied, shaking his head. Such acts of murder, arson, and pillaging merchant vessels are commonplace among pirates. There are instances where entire crews perish at the hands of pirates, and such occurrences are tragically ordinary. I can elucidate. At that moment, Colonel Mouse entered the tavern, accompanied by members of the Navy. The tavern fell silent as all eyes turned to the arriving naval officers, for he appeared quite feeble. Is the bounty determined by strength, then? Dunn was not surprised by Colonel Mouse's arrival. His observation Hawkeye had already detected his approach. to a certain extent. With that, Colonel Mouse received a pouch of money from one of the Navy personnel behind him. 400,000 berries. This is your bounty. Dunn nodded after glancing at the pouch. If I were to capture other pirates, could I bring them here to exchange for a bounty? Upon hearing this, Colonel Mouse glanced at the stack of bounty notices before nodding. Of course, if you capture those pirates, you may certainly exchange them for a bounty. However, I currently have another matter to discuss. With that, Colonel Mouse instructed the sailors behind him to wait outside and took a seat at the counter, ordering a beer. The Navy wishes to extend an invitation for you to join. If you agree, you may proceed directly to the headquarters, Colonel Mouse stated. At this declaration, the patrons of the tavern widened their eyes in astonishment. The Navy headquarters? For these individuals, it was a legendary place, said to be where the prominent figures of the Navy, including Vice Admiral Garb, resided, even amidst the Grand Line. I refuse. Dunn shook his head. Why? Since you aim to capture pirates, wouldn't joining the Navy be more advantageous? This way, you would not need to seek them out yourself, and you would be provided with a warship. Colonel Mouse, upon hearing Dunn's rejection, felt a twinge of disappointment. Last time, Garb also extended an invitation to me, which I declined. As for the reason, Dunn pondered for a moment and shook his head. I harbor an intense dislike for the celestial dragons. The moment these words escaped his lips, a pin drop could be heard in the tavern, with all eyes fixed on Dunn in sheer horror. Such audacity, to mention the celestial dragons so brazenly. Colonel Mouse widened his eyes in shock, his mind racing. His gaze fell upon the sword before Dunn, and he recalled Dunn's suspected abilities. Engaging him might not end well. So what to do? Pretend he hadn't heard. Ha ha ha. Colonel Mouse chuckled awkwardly. Since Garb had indeed invited him, he would act as if nothing had transpired. With that, he rose and departed without a moment's hesitation. Watching Colonel Mouse's retreating figure, Dunn averted his gaze. However, the tavern remained eerily silent, with everyone staring at Dunn in disbelief. To express such disdain for the celestial dragons in front of a Navy officer, if the celestial dragons were to learn of this. At this thought, the patrons hurriedly began to leave. Old Komodo looked at Dunn, his expression one of despair. If this became known, everyone present would be in grave danger. Dunn was fully aware of the consequences of his words, yet his disdain remained steadfast. Should he encounter a celestial dragon, he might indeed resort to violence. After all, his sole perception of this world was that the celestial dragons were despicable beings. Departing, Dunn tossed the payment for his drink and bounty notice onto the counter, grabbed 2 bags, and left. Colonel Mouse returned to the Navy base, promptly reporting his encounter with Dunn, albeit omitting the part about Dunn's aversion to the celestial dragons. After all, Dunn was still present. If he were to disclose that, the headquarters would undoubtedly order him to apprehend Dunn, placing him face to face with this suspected ability user pirate hunter. At the headquarters, in the Marine Admiral's office, the door was kicked open from the outside, and Garb strode in with an air of indifference. You bastard, can't you knock? Sengoku, who had been seeking trouble with Garb, glowered at the scene, his expression dark as coal. Just finish my senbei, Garb remarked nonchalantly, unconcerned by Sengoku's ire. He confidently approached the desk, yanked open a drawer, and retrieved the senbei Sengoku had hidden away. Grabbing 2 bags, he returned to a nearby seat and began to munch away, the sound of crunching resonating in the room. This sight made Sengoku's eyelids twitch, veins throbbing on his forehead, as if he were about to explode. You bastard! Didn't you say you couldn't find that little brat in the East Blue? Sengoku glared at Garb, taking several deep breaths before speaking, adopting an accusatory tone. What little brat in the East Blue? Garb paused mid-bite, confusion washing over him as crumbs of sunbei sprayed from his mouth. That pirate hunter, that suspected ability user brat. Sengoku scoffed. This matter should not have reached him. In the grand scheme of the Navy's complex affairs, it was hardly a significant issue. However, it ultimately involves Garb, which is why it was brought here. Upon learning that Garb saw Dunn but was met with refusal, he responded that he had not located the individual. One among them must be lying. The identity of the deceiver is not difficult to deduce. Ah, Sengoku, you refer to that little brat, do you not? Garb, seemingly unfazed, burst into laughter. Did you not claim you could not find him? Sengoku, observing Garb's mirth, inquires with a scowl. It makes no difference. That little brat has already declined. Garb dismissively waves his hand. A refusal can be met with another invitation. You scoundrel. Sengoku appears exasperated. I can see that the young lad holds no interest in the Navy. Garb, recalling the words of the youth related to the celestial dragons, waves dismissively again. So, what is the strength of this young man? After taking a few deep breaths to temper his rising agitation, Sengoku finally poses the question. It is hard to say, but he must be formidable. After a moment's contemplation, Garb shakes his head. They have yet to engage in combat, yet he arrived just as the other did. He must have sensed it beforehand, perhaps utilizing observation haki. In the East Blue, those who can wield haki are not weak, especially not a young lad of such tender years. Very well, you shall make another trip to the East Blue. That young man is currently at Branch 16. Bring him back. Sengoku issues the command directly. He does not wish to have a power user roaming freely across the seas, particularly one so young. Should he become a pirate in the future, it would present further complications. There are many ability users upon the seas. Garb, with his neck craned, locks eyes with Sengoku. The ideals of the Navy will change him. Sengoku's tone softens slightly. Garb, taken aback, wears a perplexed expression. That young lad despises the celestial dragons, much like himself. Join the Navy? He would undoubtedly refuse. Though they have met only once, Garb can sense it clearly. I understand. After some contemplation, Garb rises. If you cannot locate him, do not return. Upon seeing Garb stand, Sengoku instinctively remarks. Really? Garb halts mid-step, suddenly turning back with a face full of delight. Sengoku slaps his forehead in exasperation. Just kidding. You must hurry and retrieve him. Garb, visibly disappointed, waves his hand and departs. Sengoku wears an expression of resignation. This fellow. Charge, you youngsters. A pirate ship hurtles down from Reverse Mountain at an astonishing speed. Fisherman Arlong stands at the bow, exuding arrogance. His ship is filled with exuberant fishmen, all enthralled by Arlong's grand vision of conquering the East Blue and returning to the Grand Line. Reverse Mountain is the sole route for ordinary folk to reach the Grand Line. For pirates, they must either traverse the terrifying Calm Belt or navigate Reverse Mountain. There are few ways to return from the Grand Line to the Four Seas. However, pirates can take advantage of the rare tidal shifts in the currents, during which the direction of the ocean's flow reverses. Only at this time can they sail back from the Grand Line to the Four Seas. Chapter 37, Cocoa West Village. The butterfly effect boom. Arlong's pirate ship crashed down from the mountain waterways into the vast sea below. Brother Arlong, Jinbei has contacted us again. He wants us to return. A fisherman hurriedly approached, clutching a snail phone. The moment the excited Arlong heard this, his expression darkened. Brother Arlong, Jinbei said you might be in danger this time. The approaching octopus fisherman timidly remarked, noticing Arlong's grim demeanor. Damn it, Jinbei is just a coward. Instead of seeking revenge for Brother Fisher Tiger, he has joined the Marines. Arlong growled through clenched teeth, his fury palpable. The other fishmen, who had been brimming with excitement, fell silent. The ship beneath them steadied after the earlier turbulence. Brother Tiger, the former captain of the Sun Pirates, our shared idol among these seafaring fishmen. Under Brother Tiger's leadership, we aspired to transform the relationship between fishmen and humans. Yet, what was the outcome? We saved humans only to be betrayed, and even Brother Tiger lost his life. Humans are untrustworthy. We, the fishmen, are the superior race. Those humans are merely weaklings, an inferior species. Arlong bellowed, turning to face the group of fishmen. Only by adopting a hard stance will those humans fear us. Jinbei is a coward, but I, Arlong, shall lead you to rise in the East Sea, to overturn the world, starting with becoming the overlord of the East Sea. Most humans in this world are brutish and simple-minded. This is undoubtedly influenced by the education and environment of this world, where most humans cannot even read, let alone these fishmen. Arlong's speech, devoid of any stirring rhetoric, ignited a fervor among the fishmen. They erupted into cheers. Xiaoba immediately cut off contact with that scoundrel Jinbei. Yes, Brother Arlong. The octopus fishman Xiaoba snapped to attention at once. Let us begin, my comrades. Conquer the East Sea. Arlong nodded in satisfaction, then turned, drawing his serrated sword and pointing it forward. Amidst the cheers, The ship sailed straight ahead. The Grand Line. Jinbei set down the snail phone in his hand. Brother Jinbei, will Shirahoshi's prophecy truly come to pass? Though Arlong was extreme, he once was a companion of his son pirates. The fishmen aboard the ship understood why Jinbei had agreed to become a warlord of the sea, knowing he bore immense criticism. Shirahoshi's prophecy is remarkably accurate, Jinbei responded, shaking his head as he gazed solemnly towards the ship's bow. This scoundrel has ventured to the East Sea with plans for dominance, regardless of whether Arlong possesses the strength for such ambitions. Causing a stir will only intensify human animosity towards fishmen. At that time, the plight of fishmen will be even more dire. Accelerate our progress. We must reach the East Sea before Arlong gets into trouble, Jinbei commanded. The silver lining is that, although Arlong instructed Xiao Ba to cease contact, Xiao Ba had already promised to report their whereabouts. In the East Sea, at West Village, a gentleman named Dunn was approached by the astonished Belmir who, sporting a peculiar hairstyle and a cigarette dangling from his lips, inquired, "Do you truly wish to purchase everything?" "Indeed, I desire it all. Your oranges are remarkably fresh, and as I intend to remain at sea for an extended period, I must ensure an ample supply of fruit," Dunn affirmed with a nod. He had lingered in these waters for several days, originally intending to meet with Arlong directly to claim his bounty. However, after a thorough search, he concluded that Arlong had yet to arrive. Nevertheless, according to the timeline, he expected Arlong's presence within the year. During this interval, Dunn had no intention of idling. He planned to confront nearby pirates to prepare for his expenses on the Grand Line. Today marked his inaugural visit to West Village. "Are you not a merchant?" Belmir asked, her surprise evident upon hearing Dunn's declaration. "Do I appear to be a merchant?" Dunn replied, glancing down at his ordinary attire, a simple white shirt and white trousers. "If that is the case, I cannot sell you so many." Belmir shook her head resolutely. "Why not?" Dunn inquired, intrigued. He recalled that Belmir, upon returning to her homeland, seemed to have lived under challenging circumstances, often going hungry and relying on the cultivation of oranges to sustain herself, all while caring for her 2 adopted daughters. At times, she would even claim that consuming oranges enhanced one's beauty when Nami and the others expressed curiosity about her meager diet. "These fresh oranges cannot be preserved for long. If you wish to store them, sir, you ought to purchase some rum," Belmir explained earnestly. "I see." Dunn nodded in understanding. Observing his comprehension, Belmir smiled. "Nevertheless, I still want them all. My appetite is quite large, and I will finish these oranges in just a few days," he declared, tossing a stack of berries on the counter. "However, you must assist me in delivering them to the ship by the shore." Belmir was taken aback, watching Dunn turn to leave as she glanced at the berries he had left behind. Finish them in just a few days? Does he intend to consume these oranges as his main sustenance? She pondered, slightly bewildered. While fresh fruit was essential at sea, it could not serve as the sole source of nourishment. "What troubles you? Has that scoundrel been troubling you?" A middle-aged man wearing a windmill hat approached, observing Belmir's dazed expression with concern. "No, not at all. You arrived just in time. Please help me carry the oranges to the ship by the shore," Belmir replied, regaining her composure upon recognizing Akin. "All of them?" Akin exclaimed, wide-eyed, for the quantity of oranges was substantial. "Indeed, if you can manage it. You are welcome to join me for dinner at my home this evening," Belmir smiled. "Absolutely." Akin, invigorated by her words, saluted and promptly set to work. Meanwhile, Dunn meandered through the village, noting that nearly every household sold fruit, predominantly oranges. This abundance rendered them seemingly unsaleable, as fresh produce indeed had a limited shelf life. The nearby Navy Base No. 16 would occasionally purchase in bulk, yet even they could not consume such a vast quantity. The surrounding islands faced similar circumstances. After all, the climate here is quite favorable, making it ideal for cultivating fruit trees. As for meat, it consists solely of fish. Dunn procured some essential supplies and arranged for them to be delivered to the ships by the shore. He could not alter the situation, which was not unique to this place. Such grand endeavors were best left to the Revolutionary Army, for it was their calling. Contemplating this, Dunn paused momentarily, raising his gaze ahead. 2 petite girls, approximately 10 years old, approached side by side, each carrying a basket filled with oranges. One had blue hair, while the other sported orange locks, both appearing rather frail. They were Noki and Nami. After observing them for a brief moment, Dunn averted his eyes and brushed past them. If I were to eliminate Arlong, Belmare would not perish, and thus Nami would not need to venture out to sea, turning into a petty thief in order to gather ransom, consequently never encountering Monkey D. Luffy. Would that mean Luffy's navigator would cease to exist? Dunn pondered, stroking his chin. And that fellow Zoro, his future experiences would likely alter as well. The future remains shrouded in uncertainty. Oh, and if Ace had never acquired the Mera no Mi, perhaps he would have devoted himself to honing his haki, potentially becoming a master swordsman or a martial artist. This prospect instilled in Dunn a newfound anticipation for the unfolding of future events. However, considering such thoughts now might be premature as time stretches ahead. Perhaps my involvement in this world will incite even greater changes. This phenomenon seems akin to the butterfly effect, does it not? Nonetheless, Dunn harbored no excessive worries. He resolved to pursue his desires, leaving the rest to fate. Upon completing his purchases, Dunn returned to the small boat by the shore and set sail, embarking on a leisurely exploration. Just as Dunn departed from Kozuki Village, Nami and Noki returned home to discover a feast more sumptuous than usual laid out on the table. Chapter 38. The Arrival of Garb. Fearless Pirates. Wow, how lavish. Aunt Belmare, is it a special occasion today? Noki exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder, sparkling like stars. Such an extravagant meal could only be savored during festivities. However, the weather was splendid today, and the fruit harvest was abundant. With the fruit being difficult to sell and preserve, the earnings were meager. Indeed, today they had made some money, as a gentleman had purchased a large quantity of oranges. Busy in the kitchen, Belmare turned around with a beaming smile. Really? Nami, filled with astonishment, approached Belmare, watching her fry 2 fish. Go ahead. Set it on the table. We have guests, Belmare cheerfully instructed. Before long, Aiken arrived, of course, carrying some customary gifts and food. The 4 of them enjoyed the meal heartily. The highlight of the evening was when, after dinner, Belmare invited Aiken to stay the night, prompting his hasty retreat. Belmare and the 2 girls stood in a row, hands on their hips, bursting into laughter. In the nearby waters, with the sails lowered, Dunn reclined on the small boat, his observation haki enveloping the entirety of Kozuki Village, witnessing the events unfold within Nami's home. Redemption, perhaps? Dunn softly murmured, finally closing his eyes and allowing the vessel to drift with the waves. At Base 16, the colossal canine-headed warship docked at the pier. Colonel Mouse, the base commander, awaited alongside all the naval soldiers. Upon witnessing Vice Admiral Garb descending from the ship while digging his nose, everyone stood at attention. Vice Admiral Garb, the assembled soldiers exclaimed in unison. Thank you for your trouble. I have a matter to discuss. Garb responded with a hearty laugh. Indeed, Vice Admiral Garb, please. Colonel Mouse replied with utmost respect, perhaps feeling a twinge of conscience before embarking on his grand scheme for wealth. Bogart, Garb called out. Yes, Vice Admiral Garb. Bogart, standing on the warship, saluted sharply. Garb nodded and proceeded towards the base's quarters. Although he was curious as to why Bogart and the naval personnel remained aboard, Mouse dared not inquire and simply followed Garb obediently. Before long, in the base's reception room, Garb settled onto the sofa, observing Mouse, who stood before him, visibly anxious. Is he not here? Garb inquired. Yes, Vice Admiral Garb, but he hasn't been gone long, and he took a small boat. He should not be far and may return shortly, Mouse replied, fully aware that Garb was referring to Dunn. He had previously dispatched someone to investigate thoroughly and now provided an immediate response. Do you know where he went and what he intends to do? Garb pressed further. Well, Vice Admiral Garb. Colonel Mouse's tone wavered with uncertainty. He had always claimed to be a pirate hunter, and this time he had captured 2 pirates. Perhaps Dunn's outing was also in pursuit of pirates to apprehend for bounties. I had invited him previously, but he said. Mouse halted mid-sentence, hesitant to continue. Does it concern the celestial dragons? Garb maintained a calm demeanor, having surmised what made Mouse reticent. Why yes, Vice Admiral Garb. Mouse nodded, astonished by Carp's insight. Indeed, Carp sighed, his expression tinged with resignation. He held little hope for a successful outcome, and such an invitation could easily come across as coercive, likely deepening resentment towards the Navy. Alternatively, it could yield the opposite effect. Vice Admiral Carp, should I send someone to sea to search? Colonel Mouse observed Carp's expression, hesitating before asking. There's no need. The ocean is vast. How would we search? Even if we found him, we cannot compel him to return. Since he is a pirate hunter, capturing pirates would undoubtedly lead him to claim his bounty, Carp replied, rising from his seat. I shall remain in the East Blue for a time. The warship will stay here. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Should he return to claim his bounty, inform me, Carp concluded, departing and leaving Colonel Mouse in a state of bewilderment. It appeared that Vice Admiral Carp was not as invested in the matter as Mouse had anticipated. Moreover, it seemed that the Admiral's attitude towards the celestial dragons was rather indifferent. However, Colonel Mouse dared not dwell on the matter. After all, Garb was a Vice Admiral, a renowned hero of the Navy, the very man who had captured the Pirate King. Perhaps such a man had profound reasons for his actions. Yet, there were no profound reasons. Upon his return, Garb simply released a small boat from the warship and departed with the sailors at the helm. As for his destination, naturally, it was back to Windmill Village to visit his well-behaved grandson, though perhaps he was not so well-behaved after all. Dunn was unaware of these details, nonetheless. He could surmise that his own affairs might also be reported up the chain. However, he paid little heed to it, continuing with his own tasks. He grasped a bounty notice, scanned it, and then raised his gaze towards the pirate ship that was swiftly approaching him. The distorted pirate flag atop it bore an uncanny resemblance to the one illustrated on the bounty notice he held. The notorious Dog Tolf, with a bounty of 2,200,000. Sighing, Dunn raised his hand and unleashed a slash, cleaving through the sea and striking the approaching pirate vessel. Crack! The force of the blow split the ship in half, causing it to take on water and become unstable, ultimately leading to its fragmentation. The pirates aboard were cast into the water, flailing desperately. Whoosh! Another series of slashes ensued, reducing the pirate ship to mere splinters. Indeed, he still fell short of the prowess exhibited by Hawkeye. After sheathing his sword, Dunn sighed once more. Of course, he had only just begun to embrace the path of the swordsman. This slash had been executed through the sheer strength of his physique and the enhancement of his haki. Yet he had not yet attained the level of effortlessly cleaving the sea like Hawkeye. Nevertheless, with a few more slashes, even a modest wooden vessel could not withstand his assault. The fallen pirates struggled in the water, some clinging to fragments of the wreckage, while others swam towards him. Among them was their captain, the savage Dog Tolf, a pirate notorious for his viciousness and bloodlust. As he observed the approaching pirate, Dunn found himself momentarily distracted. It seemed that the weaker the pirate, the more ferocious they became. In contrast, the more powerful ones might not care, but they would refrain from such disgraceful behavior. You scoundrel! Indeed, Dog Tolf was the mightiest among these pirates. The first to reach the vessel, he climbed aboard with one hand gripping Dunn's ship, then unslung the large saw from his back, glaring fiercely at Dunn. This fellow, did he not realize that it was I who had obliterated their ship? Observing the pirate's furious expression, Dunn was perplexed. Did this pirate not fear death? Chapter 39, Pirate. The advantage is mine. Moments later, the pirate Dog Tolf, now kneeling and weeping, begged for mercy upon boarding the ship, while the other pirates swimming towards him had already turned to flee, frantically distancing themselves from Dunn's vessel. Just moments prior, their captain had been the first to board the ship, and as the other pirates believed they could seize control, they were met with a horrifying sight. The crew aboard had pinned their captain down, their fists raining down upon him in a frenzy. Even from afar, the anguished cries of their captain could be heard. That sound was heart-wrenching, bringing tears to the listener's eyes. Yet, let such suffering be borne solely by the captain. Though adrift in this vast sea without a vessel, one would inevitably become fish bait. Yet, to board a ship could lead to one's demise. Dunn observed the frenzied pirates swimming away from him. Then his gaze fell upon the weeping pirate before him. Do you recognize any of them? Dunn's voice pierced through the air, and the sobbing brute, Tolf, suddenly ceased his cries. Yes, yes, yes. Tolf nodded vigorously. Is there a bounty? Yes, yes, yes. Do you know the whereabouts? Yes, no, I mean yes. Tolf hastily corrected himself. Take me there. After Dunn spoke, he settled himself at the prow of the ship. Hearing Dunn's command, Tolf quickly rose, suppressing his pain, seized the oar, and turned to row, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Hith, hith, hith. There are indeed pirates in that location. But not just one, there's a whole gang. It is the unspoken gathering point for pirates, a place where they come to plunder their spoils. That scoundrel dared to strike him. Once they arrived, he would make him pay 100-fold. Little did he know, every move he made was under Dunn's keen observation. Even the thoughts swirling in his mind were discernible to Dunn. Yet, for Dunn, this was a fortuitous turn of events, sparing him the trouble of seeking them out himself. After all, his understanding of nautical charts was rudimentary at best. He could decipher small maps, but was completely at a loss with larger ones. Having a guide was indeed advantageous. However, their journey by sea spanned several days. The constitution of those in the pirate world is indeed peculiar. Tolf was not afforded the luxuries of a captive. For days, he had neither water nor food, yet he still managed to endure. Upon sighting a distant island, shaped oddly like an inverted mushroom, a look of wild elation replaced the despair on Tolf's face, and his rowing quickened. Dunn discarded the peel of his orange into the sea, rising to gaze at the island in the distance. Activating his observation Hawkeye, he immediately discerned the situation on the island. A throng of people, mostly pirates, mingled with some unidentified merchants. It was quite a lively scene. Dunn resumed his seat, observing Tolf's frantic rowing with a slight nod. Indeed, the instinct for survival can elicit the greatest potential. At the island's dock, a heavy pirate ship approached and anchored, unleashing a throng of excited pirates. After all, opportunities to land and rest were scarce. It was the lone wolf, Asong. How did this scoundrel come to be here? Many faces grew wary as they watched the pirate clad in wolfskin, crowned with a wolf's head, disembark, with a bounty of 7,800,000 berries. He was a formidable pirate in the East Blue. Furthermore, he not only frequently raided inhabited islands, but also delighted in attacking pirate ships. Even among pirates, an encounter with this man was something to be avoided, for most who crossed paths with him met with grim fates. Many pirate crews that have encountered this individual have vanished without a trace. How dare you show your face here? While some tremble at the sight of a pirate with a bounty of 7,800,000, others stand unafraid. The pirate speaking towers nearly 4 meters tall, gazing disdainfully at a colossal axe that exceeds the size of an ordinary pirate's body. It is the infamous Axe Wonga. With a bounty of 8,500,000, many pirates swallowed hard and quietly retreated. Surely these two 1T engage in a brawl? If they do, those caught in the crossfire might well lose their lives. Pirates are ruthless towards regular folk, yet they too feel fear in the presence of someone mightier than themselves. Wonga, I have no desire to clash with you. Since you are here, you must understand my purpose for coming. That scoundrel with the dog's head has returned. The lone wolf, Asong, snorted coldly, tightening his grip on his blade. The surrounding crowd changed their expressions in an instant. The dog-headed scoundrel? Vice Admiral Garb from the Navy headquarters, hailing from the East Sea. Has he returned to the East Sea? The atmosphere fell silent. If that man is back in the East Sea, it makes perfect sense for these notorious pirates to seek refuge here. After all, when Garb encounters pirates, he unleashes a barrage of cannon fire with a mere flick of his hand. Those who have narrowly escaped such encounters remember the chaos vividly. As the two pirates with bounties of 7 to 8 million faced each other, a raucous laughter erupted from the dock. A small boat had just docked, and a figure, seemingly drained of all energy, tumbled from it, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha, you've fallen for it. Haven to you? This is the den of pirates. You will perish here. Torfu, having rolled off the boat, was in fits of laughter. His boisterous mirth drew the attention of the dock's pirates. They then beheld a young man rising from the small vessel, brandishing a sword. To their astonishment, they were momentarily taken aback, followed by a collective sense of revulsion. How could he be so remarkably handsome? This thought surged through the minds of all the pirates. Meanwhile, Dunn scanned the dock before retrieving a stack of bounty notices from behind him. Lone Wolf Asong, 7,800,000. Axe Wonga, 8,500,000. Bloodhand. As Dunn flipped through the notices, he muttered to himself, calculating the bounty amounts. However, his voice only intensified the malevolence on the faces of the dock's pirates. Torfu, having just fallen from the boat, found himself struggling to maintain his laughter. The momentum he had built up dissipated, leaving him gasping for breath. 33,221,000 berries. Amidst the hostile gazes of the pirates, Dunn satisfactorily tucked the bounty notices behind him and raised his gaze once more to the assembled pirates. "You are surrounded," he proclaimed loudly. "Waha! What did this little brat just say?" "Gaga gaga, he claims we are surrounded." How utterly laughable. One pirate scoffed, revealing the truth. Is this kid a pirate hunter? However, these pirates remained unfazed. After all, there were hundreds of them, while their adversary stood alone. From any perspective, the conclusion was unmistakable. The advantage lay with me. Chapter 40. The Zoan User, an Unexpected Gain. The moment they proclaimed their advantage, they had already forfeited it. The pirates at the dock grinned menacingly as they encircled Dunn, disregarding the nearly lifeless Torf on the ground. Amidst the crowd, a robust figure suddenly lunged forward, wielding claw-like weapons, moving with the grace of a feline, leaping directly before Dunn. The glinting claws aimed for Dunn's face. Boom! Even without activating his observation hotkey, Dunn perceived this speed as sluggish. He lifted his leg, enveloping it in armament hotkey, and delivered a powerful kick that sent the pirate flying. With no restraint, Dunn unleashed his strength. The pirate, akin to a cannonball, soared through the air, carving a path through the encircling throng. Those caught in the line of impact were all sent sprawling. Not only those directly struck, but also those merely grazed by the collision found themselves unable to rise. This spectacle momentarily halted the advancing pirates, their sneering expressions frozen in disbelief. The ensuing thunderous crash echoed as the pirate Dunn had kicked collided with the town on the island, collapsing a series of structures before silence enveloped the scene. Gulp. The stillness was palpable, and someone could be heard swallowing nervously. In this charged atmosphere, the sound reverberated throughout the gathering. "This guy is alone, and we are many." A furious roar erupted as a towering figure brandished a massive axe. Charging forth like a bull, the axe was raised high, poised to cleave down upon Dunn. Dunn calmly raised his flaming sword, encasing it in hotkey, effortlessly absorbing the blow without so much as a tremor. However, the force of the impact caused the vessel beneath his feet to dip significantly, tilting the rear upwards. Another figure surged forward, a sword stealthily thrusting towards Dunn. With a swift motion, Dunn raised his left hand and grasped the cunning blade that approached from the side. Seeing one of their own initiate an attack, the other pirates shouted and surged forward with their weapons drawn. Bang! Bang! Pirates armed with firearms opened fire on Dunn. Cling! The bullets struck him, producing a sharp, ringing sound as the metal projectiles shattered upon impact. The lone wolf, Asong, upon feeling his sword seized, decisively relinquished the hilt, retreating rapidly. Whether or not he was a match became apparent with that initial contact. The earlier strike had indeed been fearsome, yet lacked substance. Now, as he personally engaged, he sensed a vast disparity between them. Flee! Dunn flung the sword he had gripped by the tip, like a meteor streaking across the sky. It pierced through Asong's right chest, pinning him firmly to the stone surface of the dock. Subsequently, Dunn grasped the massive axe with his left hand. The towering figure of the giant axe Wenghua, standing at 4 meters high, was reluctant to relinquish his weapon. In a swift motion, Dunn seized the axe's blade, sending Wenghua hurtling through the air like a colossal weapon, knocking the surrounding pirates aside. It was only after Wenghua could no longer grasp his weapon and was flung away that Dunn cast aside the massive axe, following the trajectory of the airborne Wenghua. As he landed, still dazed from the experience, the descending axe struck him with a resounding thud. The sound of shattering bones echoed around him. A substantial space had cleared around Dunn, with the pirates retreating in bewilderment, colliding with one another in the ensuing chaos. Scattered across the ground were numerous pirates, some already lifeless, while others moaned in agony. Dunn leapt down from the ship, traversing the sea of bodies, advancing towards the encircling pirates. The surrounding marauders hastily withdrew. Observing the scene, Dunn gripped the hilt of his sword, Flame, and slowly drew forth the exceptionally long blade. His gaze then fell upon the remaining throng of at least 200 pirates. To annihilate them all? A thought emerged within Dunn's mind. He no longer harbored aversion to taking lives. Upon his return, any pirates encountered at sea who held no value had met their end beneath the waves. Who are you? Just as Dunn contemplated the prospect of extermination, a figure surged forth from the direction of the town. Upon landing, it revealed itself to be a man clad in a suit. Yet curiously, he was a standing Black Panther. No, wait, an individual with the powers of a devil fruit? A Zoan-type devil fruit user? Dunn's expression shifted, his blade remaining sheathed as his attention focused on the newcomer. Suddenly, a pirate cried out in alarm and turned to flee. However, after merely 2 steps, a slashing strike soared through the air, silencing him abruptly. Dunn's gaze remained fixed on the approaching devil fruit user. A swordsman? The animal-type user's expression darkened upon witnessing Dunn's slash, turning grave and serious. Do you not know whose territory this is? He attempted to intimidate Dunn with the weight of his connections. After all, a swordsman was not to be trifled with. While these individuals might not possess the speed, stamina, or defense of a devil fruit user, their lethality was unparalleled. It was best to avoid direct confrontation with a swordsman unless absolutely necessary. Territory? Pray tell, Dunn inquired, raising his chin slightly. The surrounding pirates dared not act rashly. In that brief moment of interaction, they comprehended the gravity of the situation. This handsome man, far from being a mere pretty face, was clearly beyond their capacity to confront. More precisely, they could be effortlessly dispatched at any moment. Now, it remained to be seen whether this individual could deter the threat before them. It seems you truly are unaware. In that case, leave now, and I shall consider this incident as though it never transpired. Otherwise, should my esteemed superior learn of this, not even your status as a swordsman will shield you from his wrath. The ability user of the animal lineage reacted swiftly to Dunn's words, issuing a warning laced with menace. I expect you to elaborate, Dunn reiterated, his brow furrowed. Upon hearing Dunn's tone, the ability user retorted immediately, perhaps accustomed to exerting authority in this setting. Dunn, pleased by this unexpected turn of events, found the user's tone quite distasteful. With a thunderous crash, the stone beneath Dunn's feet shattered, and in the next instant his left hand, enveloped in Hawkeye, clamped onto the user's face. The force slammed the individual into the ground, cracks radiating from where Dunn's hand met the user's head. The dock fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All eyes were fixated on Dunn, breaths held in trepidation, some trembling in fear, on the brink of tears. I said elaborate. Dunn pressed, his left hand still pinning the user's head. Chapter 41. The Night Demon. Once we reach Dressrosa, you will meet him. Dunn's voice was calm, yet in the stillness. It resonated like thunder in everyone's ears. The surrounding pirates held their breath, anxious about attracting Dunn's attention. However, Dunn remained oblivious to the pirates. An ability user as a subordinate could not possibly stem from the East Blue. It was far more likely that they were associated with the underworld or the mafia from the North Sea. With his hockey-clad palm gripping tightly, the excruciating pain from what felt like a crushing blow forced a cry from the pinned user, who could no longer maintain their beast form and reverted back. Speak, Dunn demanded, applying more pressure. The individual on the ground convulsed twice before falling still. Dunn paused, releasing his grip. The user lay there, eyes rolled back, unconscious but not dead. Rising to his feet, Dunn glanced around before turning his gaze towards the town. A number of onlookers had gathered, and, sensing Dunn's scrutiny, they quickly fled, diving into the neighboring houses. Some attempted to escape from the opposite side of the island. Dunn remained silent, and the surrounding pirates quaked in fear. Much like when Dunn first arrived, he had effectively encircled these pirates. The unconscious individual on the ground stirred slightly, groaning as he regained consciousness. Dunn looked down at him. In his 20s or 30s, he appeared somewhat frail, possibly having deliberately shaped his physique for the fruit's abilities. Yet, the constitution of an animal fruit user was indeed commendable. Dunn had indeed applied considerable force, nearly crushing the guy. However, his swift return to consciousness indicated a robust physique. Upon awakening, confusion flickered in the user's eyes. But as he noticed Dunn looming above him, clarity struck. It's Lord Knight Demon of the Seven Warlords. Before Dunn could pose another question, the user divulged the name behind him. Don Quixote Doflamingo? Dunn was taken aback, astonished. That guy has reached the East Blue. Dunn was aware that Doflamingo had spent a considerable amount of time in either the West Sea or the North Sea, seemingly establishing himself as a prominent figure in the underworld, engaging in illicit trades to amass wealth and expand his influence. Even as Monkey D. Luffy set sail, this individual had not relinquished his nefarious enterprises. The surrounding pirates were stirred into a frenzy, for many were familiar with this formidable ability user. Until today, he had been a figure no one dared to provoke on this trading island, while no one knew the identity of his backer. It was common knowledge that he dealt in various weapons. Albeit at exorbitant prices, they sold remarkably well. Some pirates had attempted to unsettle him, only to find themselves strung up on the cliffs of the island to wither in the sun. To their astonishment, he was an underling of the warlords of the sea. These pirates may have been oblivious to the intricacies of the New World and the Grand Line, yet they were well aware of the notorious pirates that roamed these waters. After all, the newsbirds scattered newspapers, most of which chronicled events concerning these individuals, not to mention the numerous bounty posters adorned with staggering sums. The warlord, Don Quixote Doflamingo, had a bounty of 340 million, in a sea where bounties typically ranged in the millions or where many had none at all. He was a legendary figure among these pirates. If one professed knowledge of Lord Doflamingo, they ought to comprehend the terror he instilled. Upon hearing Dunn utter the name Doflamingo, the man on the ground seemed to regain some composure, convinced that Dunn would not dare to provoke Doflamingo. Leave now, and I shall pretend this incident never occurred. He felt incapable of resisting, even too timid to demand an apology from Dunn. He merely sought to leverage Doflamingo's name to compel Dunn's retreat. After all, this trading island was under Doflamingo's directive, serving as a foothold in the East Sea. If complications arose, his life would certainly be forfeit. He was all too aware of the Don Quixote family's stance on transgressions. His predecessor had met a grim fate for far less. Even if Doflamingo himself were to arrive, one would lack the standing to utter such words. Dunn, unperturbed by the man's demeanor, remained impassive. Doflamingo was indeed formidable in the timeline post-plot 10 years hence. He might struggle against Doflamingo in his regular state, only able to activate his unyielding will for a chance at victory. However, the current Doflamingo was not beyond Dunn's capabilities. The man's complexion paled as Dunn spoke, his eyes widening in disbelief. The other pirates were equally astounded. After all, this was one of the warlords, a figure with a bounty exceeding 300 million. Was this man mad to disregard such a significant individual? Suddenly, the sound of a transponder snail pierced the air. The Zoan-type ability user swallowed hard and, under Dunn's watchful gaze, cautiously retrieved the transponder snail. The creature transformed, revealing a face adorned with frog-like glasses. Fufufu. If you're still alive, I wish to speak with that fellow, came a voice laced with a peculiar, arrogant laughter. Upon hearing this, the man presented the transponder snail to Dunn. Dunn glanced at it and took it into his hand. I care not who you are. Leave now. Doflamingo, are you addressing me? Dunn gazed at the transponder snail and let out a cold snort. The consequences of destroying that place are beyond your capacity to bear. Doflamingo's voice grew ominous. So, you are acquainted with me? If I were to obliterate this location, what could you possibly do? Dunn narrowed his eyes at the transponder snail. There was a moment of silence on the other end. It is not as significant as you think. Is that so? Then when I arrive at Dressrosa, I shall pay you a visit. Dunn concluded, abruptly severing the connection. Did he just hang up? The Zoan-type user observed Dunn terminating the call with Doflamingo and recalled their brief exchange. He swallowed hard, instinctively retreating. You all, capture everyone here. If even one escapes, I will execute one of you. For every individual that flees, I will claim one of your lives. Alternatively, you may choose to attempt your own escape. Dunn sheathed his long sword and called out to the surrounding pirates, before turning to sit on the side of his ship, surveying the frozen pirates. Time is of the essence. If you do not make a move soon, all shall perish, Dunn stated calmly. The pirates erupted into chaos, exchanging glances before one individual seized a weapon and charged toward the town. A leader emerged, and the others hastily followed suit, rushing towards the settlement. Lord Knight Yasha will not spare you. Yes, I know, Dunn nodded, feigning indifference. You have no idea of that lord's terror. His motives are not for your safety, but rather his own. For him, destruction here is death. Persuading Dunn may lead to demise. Choosing between the two options is quite discernible. Wuru wuru. The transponder snail's voice sounded once more, and Dunn promptly hung up. Doflamingo, situated in Dressrosa, felt a sudden surge of tension as a vein throbbed on his forehead. Who is this reckless little brat emerging from nowhere? My business domain across the seas is primarily in the North Sea. I have already prepared to intervene in the other 3 seas following my successful acquisition of Dressrosa. How is it that I encounter such provocateurs so soon? Do they truly believe that Doflamingo's blade is blunt? Toripole, with a long running nose. Observe his master's demeanor and realize that Doflamingo was on the verge of exploding with rage. It was akin to being openly insulted, given Doflamingo's temperament. He could not possibly endure it. If the adversary were a formidable powerhouse, it might have been understandable. However, what sort of strong individual could possibly emerge from the East Blue, capable of challenging that motley crew of pirates? Send someone. I want to hear that person's wails as swiftly as possible. Doflamingo commanded darkly. Understood, Doflamingo. I will arrange for someone to head to the East Blue, but recently, Garb has returned to the East Blue, making it unsuitable to stir up a significant commotion. As a naval hero, Garb's every action garnered considerable attention. Now that news of Garb's return to the East Blue had spread, at least those affiliated with the powers in the East Blue were already aware of it. The old man has returned? For what purpose? Doflamingo paused, turning to Toripole with curiosity. It seems that he is on a quest to find someone, though the specifics remain undiscovered. Toripole hesitated before speaking. It's merely a small fry, incapable of stirring up any significant turmoil. Don Quixote Doflamingo, however, was not inclined to wait. How dare an unknown little rascal provoke him? I say, Doflamingo, why bother getting upset over a trivial nuisance? We have grander endeavors to pursue. Nevertheless, since you've mentioned it, I shall arrange for someone to handle this promptly, and soon you shall behold the head of that little imp. With that, Toripole, glistening with slime, turned and departed. Doflamingo watched him leave, grasping the glass of red wine before casting his gaze out the window. There lay Dressrosa, in the midst of reconstruction, where numerous toy soldiers traversed the streets. The sounds of battle persisted. Most pirates are ruthless, and at this moment, their violent skirmishes laid bare the harsh realities of their existence. Dunn observed the carnage on the trading island, ignited by his mere utterance, his expression calm. The original narrative scarcely depicted the aftermath of pirate assaults. After all, most of the time, the focus remained on Monkey D. Luffy, leaving aside other matters. The bounty notice in Dunn's possession, although not substantial, indicated that each pirate beneath it had claimed lives ranging from dozens to hundreds. During island raids, some might pillage treasures, while others would eliminate any resistance they encountered. Yet, there are those who derive pleasure solely from the act of taking lives. The young master will not spare you. As Dunn tucked away the Den Mushi, the Don Quixote family S-ability user remained defiant. I understand, Dunn replied, glancing at him and nodding. This demeanor left the man at a loss for words. After all, their influence in the East Blue was minimal. The officers could hardly oversee matters in person. The fact that an ability user had come was already a sign of significance. Thus, any threats he uttered seemed akin to a defeated hound barking in vain, utterly ineffective. Especially with Dunn's attitude, this sentiment was only amplified. Do you think Doflamingo will send someone to eliminate me? Dunn inquired, observing the man's wide-eyed reaction. Of course, the young master will definitely dispatch officers. You are doomed. Is that so? So you too are a pirate? Dunn nodded gently. I am a notorious pirate of the North Sea. Before encountering the young master, my bounty stood at 30 million. Upon hearing this, the man's pride swelled. His head held high. Oh, unexpected gain? Dunn's eyes sparkled with amusement, now that Don Quixote Doflamingo's bounty had been revoked. Those under his command who once had bounties had also seen theirs nullified by the Navy. Yet, this individual before him might just be a mere pawn in Doflamingo's ranks. "So your bounty is still intact?" Dunn asked curiously. "Indeed, my name is quite renowned in the North Sea." "That is splendid," Dunn nodded repeatedly. These pirates regarded the Navy's bounties as badges of honor, even in the midst of battling adversaries. One might proudly proclaim oneself as a notorious pirate with a bounty of several million, as if such declarations could intimidate opponents. Or perhaps this is the most ferocious taunt these pirates can muster. Contemplating this, Dunn chose to disregard his foe, with a bounty of 23 million. Coupled with the pirates previously observed and those hidden within the town, it seemed plausible that he might accrue tens of millions in rewards, perhaps even reaching 70 or 80 million, or potentially surpassing 100 million. The sea truly was a treasure trove of gold. The formidable pirates of a new world often boasted bounties in the hundreds of millions, even surpassing a billion. Capturing those individuals would not be as effortless as the current circumstances suggested. It required identifying their gathering points and ensnaring them all at once. Now, he seemed to grasp why the first island upon entering the Grand Line was a haven for bounty hunters. Golden opportunities were practically presenting themselves. It made sense. Those powerful individuals seemed disinclined to engage with the weak. Dunn stroked his chin, reflecting on the peculiar thought processes of the people in this world, attempting to emulate and integrate into their mindset. It was not difficult to comprehend. The bloodshed at Trading Island was nearing its end, during which Dunn had ventured away several times. Those attempting to escape via concealed ships on the other side had met their demise at sea. The survivors had returned, dutifully escorting the pirates with bounties from the town. The deceased had been brought back with their heads severed. Board the ship, Dunn commanded, standing beside the largest pirate vessel, observing as the pirates boarded one by one. Just like during his initial encounter with Doru, once aboard, Dunn promptly ordered the ship to set sail. Destination, the 16th Naval Branch. Even with Dunn alone, the pirates dared not act recklessly. Each took the helm according to their abilities, steering the ship away. Dunn positioned himself at the prow, surveying the deck where numerous pirates crouched, clutching their heads. "Do you think the Navy will pay for these pirates without bounties?" Beside him stood the ability user, now missing an arm, a consequence of Dunn's flying slash when this individual attempted to flee while Dunn dealt with the departing pirates. Upon hearing Dunn's inquiry, the individual cast a terrified glance at him. "Yes, it's generally calculated based on their captain's bounty." "Ah, you seem quite knowledgeable," Dunn remarked, taken aback. "Back in the North Sea, I occasionally received orders to deliver pirates to naval bases for bounties." This individual spoke candidly now, yet Dunn felt a sense of relief. Since they were to be delivered to a naval base, at least they would not face death. Moreover, as a subordinate of the 7 warlords, he would likely be released even if apprehended, a fact previously proven. Chapter 43, The Dazed Bogart. Salary comparison days later, an alarm suddenly blared at the 16th base. "Base commander, a large pirate vessel is approaching." The words startled Colonel Mouse significantly. A colossal pirate ship, manned by no less than several hundred pirates, presents an imposing sight. Yet, what truly underscores the gravity of the situation is the formidable strength of the captain capable of commanding such a multitude. Nevertheless, instances of pirates assaulting naval bases are exceedingly rare. Have the pirates of the East Blue succumbed to madness? Colonel Mouse was on the verge of issuing orders to summon soldiers when he abruptly halted mid-sentence, suddenly recalling that Vice Admiral Carp's ship was still docked. The whereabouts of Vice Admiral Carp remained an enigma to him, yet the soldiers aboard were present, elite troops who had accompanied Carp in his campaigns against the pirates of the New World. Furthermore, Colonel Bogart, Carpes steadfasted, was stationed there as well. Colonel Mouse quickly regained his composure and hurried towards the dock, realizing that if no imminent danger loomed, it was imperative to adopt a resolute stance. He wished to avoid the embarrassment of arriving too late after the battle had concluded. The alarm continued to blare, leaving the townsfolk surrounding the naval base in a state of bewilderment. What on earth was happening? "Prepare for battle." At the dock, Bogart commanded loudly. urging the sailors on the warship to spring into action. The cannons had already been aimed in the direction indicated by the lookout. Bogart, however, found himself perplexed. Garb's warship was a standard naval vessel, significantly larger than the pirate ships. With such a formidable ship present, what audacious pirate would dare to approach? Had the pirates of the East Blue ever exhibited such boldness before? His skepticism was palpable as he stood at the ship's bow, watching the swiftly approaching pirate vessel. His keen eyes discerned a figure standing at the prow of the pirate ship. As they drew nearer, Bogart raised his hand, ready to issue a command, only to furrow his brow in confusion. That figure seemed oddly familiar. The sense of recognition halted Bogart from giving the order to attack, and the naval soldiers likewise remained poised, yet puzzled. Wait a moment, it was that fellow. Dunn had undergone a remarkable transformation over the past year, particularly in stature, having grown significantly taller and more robust. However, his facial features had scarcely changed. The youthful innocence had diminished considerably. Bogart recognized him from a distant glance during a previous encounter in Frostmoon Village, and now, recalling the purpose of his visit, he finally understood the identity of the newcomer. But wasn't this individual a bounty hunter? How had he transitioned to become a pirate? Colonel Mouse had also arrived, observing that the soldiers aboard Garb's flagship were prepared. Yet the cannons remained silent. Confusion lingered in his mind, yet he dared not inquire, opting instead to watch attentively. Alongside them, dock workers gazed in astonishment as the speeding pirate ship drew near the harbor, only to unexpectedly decelerate. Dunn, standing at the bow, spotted the doghead warship from a distance. Although puzzled, he wasted no time and instructed his crew to slow their approach. The pirate ship came to a steady halt at the harbor, a short distance from the imposing naval vessel. Bogart stood at the bow of the warship, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword as he peered down at the pirate ship. It was abundantly clear that the vessel was teeming with pirates. The ratio was off. Wait, what was happening? Bogart observed with a discerning eye, noting that many pirates bore injuries and several severed heads lay huddled together, creating an area devoid of any approaching pirates. It appeared that this individual had ventured out to capture pirates and had subsequently transported them back by ship. But what was the situation here? How many pirate crews had been assaulted? Just as Bogart pondered these questions, Dunn leaped from the pirate ship, landing before Colonel Mouse on the dock. "Here, I bring you a commendation," he declared, gesturing towards the pirate ship behind him. Colonel Mouse looked utterly perplexed. Huh? Clearly, Dunn's words had caused a momentary lapse in his understanding. Who captures pirates along with their ship? Oh, it's Dunn. That changes everything. Colonel Mouse suddenly recalled their first encounter, when Dunn had delivered an entire ship of pirates in one fell swoop. But this time, he glanced at the multitude of heads peeking curiously from the pirate ship. A dark mass. He swallowed hard. What is the matter? Not accepting them? Dunn frowned, noticing Colonel Mouse's silence. Accept them. A foreign voice broke in as Bogart descended from the naval vessel, flanked by squads of naval soldiers. They will assist you in detaining these pirates. Upon approaching, Bogart issued orders to Colonel Mouse. Understood, Commander. Although they held the same rank, the headquarters colonel was regarded as 3 ranks superior to that of a branch officer. Bogart then observed the soldiers boarding the pirate ship to escort the captured pirates. One by one, they were brought down, but manpower was evidently insufficient. The first batch would escort several dozen pirates to the naval base for incarceration. You are Dunn. Dunn was watching the Navy escorting his bounty when Bogart spoke again. Yes. Dunn nodded. I am Bogart, Vice Admiral Garb's aide. I have encountered you in Frostmoon Village. Bogart introduced himself. Oh. Dunn nodded without turning around. This demeanor caused Bogart's lips to twitch. Vice Admiral Garb has come from headquarters because of you. Still about me? But I have no interest in joining the Navy. Dunn shook his head resolutely. Why not? Capturing pirates is not upholding justice. Is there anything more just than the Navy? Bogart inquired, his brow furrowed. Justice? Dunn paused, turning back to regard Bogart. He initially intended to retort against the Navy's so-called justice, but reconsidered and decided against it. Some Navy personnel were simply unresponsive to reason. I capture pirates for money. Dunn contemplated briefly before offering his explanation. The Navy's salary is quite substantial. Bogart responded immediately upon hearing this. Substantial? "Then what is your salary?" Dunn chuckled at the question. 400,000 berries a month. Bogut did not hesitate to divulge the information. 400,000 berries. And that's as a colonel in the Navy. A flag officer would at most earn double that, possibly more for a general, plus additional benefits. Dunn spoke with a light-hearted tone. Bogut nodded. "Do you have any idea how much this ship of weakling pirates is worth?" Weakling? Bogart had never encountered this term before, yet he could grasp its meaning. "I don't know, 80 million to 100 million berries." Dunn provided the answer, and then Bogart fell silent. That amount was equivalent to his 2-year salary. In his eyes, these pirates were feeble, so weak that he could easily defeat them without unsheathing his sword. "How long did you capture them?" Bogart asked, swallowing hard. "About half a month, more or less. Of course, you could round it up to a month." Dunn replied with a wave of his hand. "A month?" Bogart admitted that he was intrigued. Chapter 44, The Doubtful Old Komodo. 90 million. Naturally, his intrigue was fleeting. He would cough, realizing he was speaking to a colonel. Bogart quickly regained his composure. Although there were many scoundrels in the Navy, there were indeed numerous officers who possessed a true sense of justice. Yet, Dunn's words left Bogart at a loss for how to respond. Such rewards were impossible to attain by joining the Navy unless one were a malevolent officer. As for the Navy's justice, Bogart wished to discuss it with Dunn, but it was evident that Dunn had little interest. "Tell the base commander that I will be at the usual place. Just ensure the bounty is delivered accordingly." Dunn waved his hand and then headed towards the town. Meanwhile, the town was abuzz with excitement. Such a grand spectacle was indeed rare to witness, as one pirate after another was escorted by the Navy to the base for confinement. The activity was unceasing, drawing the attention of all. The patrons of the tavern spilled into the streets to watch, including the tavern owner, the old Komodo, who also emerged to observe. As he watched the pirates being led away, old Komodo recognized many of them, all of whom had bounties on their heads. Was the Navy undertaking a significant operation? Yet, he had heard no such news. It seemed the local Navy had not mobilized, so where had these pirates been captured? Old Komodo wore a puzzled expression. To apprehend so many pirates, the Navy would undoubtedly require a considerable number of personnel, and the credit for the capture would belong to whoever was responsible. If they were captured by the Navy from another base, they would not be delivered here. Rumors suggested that a pirate ship had directly arrived at the dock, coincidentally colliding with a naval vessel, leading the pirates to surrender immediately. Someone spoke up, claiming to be well informed, but it was clear their knowledge was only partial. "Is the tavern closed today?" A voice made old Komodo turn around, and he saw the tall Dunn, sword in hand, gazing at him. "It's open. We're just watching the spectacle," old Komodo replied, hastily returning to the tavern. "The usual, a glass of juice." Dunn then entered the tavern and took a seat at the bar. "Certainly." Old Komodo did not ask further questions and promptly began to peel fresh oranges for juice. "Are there any new bounties?" Observing old Komodo's busy hands, Dunn inquired. "Bounties?" Old Komodo paused, looking up at Dunn. "Wait, those pirates couldn't have been captured by you, could they?" Old Komodo was aware that Dunn was a bounty hunter. "No, that's impossible. There are too many pirates for one person to capture." Old Komodo chuckled and shook his head. "The new bounty notices are scarce, for the East Sea is the weakest of all seas. There are not many pirates to begin with, and most are merely fledgling sailors without any bounties to their names. However, there have been whispers of a significant one recently," old Komodo remarked, sliding a glass of freshly squeezed juice before Dunn. "A significant one? Pray tell," Dunn inquired, intrigued by the mention. "It is said that a pirate hailing from a new world returned to the East Sea and narrowly evaded a confrontation with the Navy at Logtown. Rumor has it that he commands a ship full of fishmen, and the leader seems to be known as Dragon." Old Komodo lowered his gaze, rummaging through a stack of bounty notices. "Dragon," Dunn exclaimed. "Yes, indeed, Dragon. He is reputed to be a subordinate of a notorious pirate from a new world, with a bounty of a staggering 20 million. Old Komodo appeared genuinely astounded by this sum. Although he may be insignificant in the new world, in the East Sea, he is akin to a formidable shark. "Do we have a location?" Dunn asked as old Komodo produced a bounty notice featuring Dragon-esque likeness. "None. This pirate has just set foot in the East Sea. Even the Navy lacks specific information. All we know is that he managed to escape their pursuit, but further details remain elusive." Dunn nodded in acknowledgement. However, we're not too far from Logtown. If this fellow has ventured into the vicinity, it could stir quite a commotion. Old Komodo sighed, casting a glance at Dunn. This area is an archipelago, and to pirates, it is a veritable feast. The archipelago consists of several neighboring islands, which may have once been connected, now separated by rising tides or subsiding land. Base number 16 and Cocoa West Village, along with over 20 surrounding islands and villages, are all part of the Konami archipelago. Despite the lively atmosphere outside, Dunn remained silent. The town was abuzz with excitement, evidently drawn by the recent transport of numerous pirates, with cheers occasionally echoing from the streets. Perhaps some recognized the pirates among them. Do you know what is happening with those pirates outside? Old Komodo casually asked, noticing Dunn's gaze shift towards the commotion. I apprehended them, Dunn replied nonchalantly. Old Komodo was taken aback, left momentarily speechless. Do notiest. Those are not just one or two pirates. How could you possibly capture so many? Yet, you seem to possess genuine information. Why not sell it to me? Old Komodo said, grinning. Such information could prove lucrative for him, or at the very least, serve as a captivating tale in the taverns. After all, the locals are notoriously curious. Very well, 150,000 berries. Dunn responded, turning to smile at Old Komodo, presenting his price directly. 150,000? That is exorbitant. Wait, isn't that the fee for the information I'm selling you? Old Komodo exclaimed, wide-eyed and incredulous. This young man certainly held a grudge, but hadn't he just received 100,000 berries earlier? Contemplating the situation, it was evident that capturing such a multitude of pirates must indicate a powerful figure. Could his information truly come at a bargain? Indeed, Old Komodo nodded, then begrudgingly fished out 150,000 berries from his till, handing them over to Dunn. Dunn did not hold back, accepting the money handed to him. I was the one who captured these pirates. When I encountered them gathered together, I apprehended them all in one fell swoop, Dunn stated earnestly. Old Commodore's face flickered between shades of blue and white. This young man, could he possibly be deceiving me? Just as Old Commodore harbored doubts, two Navy officers entered, carrying large bags. Upon seeing Dunn, they set the bags down and saluted. Greetings, pirate hunter, sir. This is the bounty that the colonel instructed us to deliver, totaling 91,770,000 berries. Have you completed the escort? Dunn inquired, looking at the two Navy officers. Not yet, but the colonel mentioned that you should not be kept waiting for too long, so we calculated the bounty in advance. Dunn understood and nodded. After the officers saluted again, they turned to leave. You see, I told you it was me. I did not deceive you. Dunn spread his hands in affirmation. Indeed, it is truly you? Old Commodore felt bewildered. This young man seems to exceed all his expectations, capturing so many individuals at once. Just how formidable is he? While Old Commodore pondered his life choices, the Doc's Bogart contacted the returning Carp, who was eager to see his grandchildren. Vice Admiral Carp, the person has returned. Carp, with a few punches, had sent Ace and Luffy rolling on the ground before turning his attention to the transponder snail. Vice Admiral Carp, the individual has returned. The transponder snail's mouth opened and closed, relaying Bogart's voice. Ha, that kid has returned to base 16? Keep him occupied. I am on my way back. With that, Carp stood and glanced at the two boys sprawled on the floor with swollen heads. Should I ever hear you two planning to go to sea as pirates again, you shall face the iron fist of my love. Carp shook his fist, glaring at Ace and Luffy. The two boys instinctively recoiled, clutching their heads. After delivering his warning, Carp turned and walked away. Old man, I will definitely become the Pirate King, Luffy shouted at Carp's retreating figure, only to be swiftly silenced by Ace covering his mouth. Carp heard the shout, but did not turn back, as he had matters to attend to. Slap! Luffy received a smack on the back of his head from the burly female mountain thief, Dayton, who glared fiercely at him. The moment the two boys spotted Dayton, they gasped and turned to flee. You little rascals, stop right there. Dayton, taken aback by their immediate flight, grabbed her stick and chased after them. One old rascal. Two little rascals. At base 16 town, the escort of the pirates had concluded. Clearly, the townsfolk had yet to come to terms with the excitement of the event. Goodness, I have never seen such a scene. Have they captured all the pirates of the East Sea? After the initial thrill, the townspeople had little inclination to attend to their own affairs, gathering in clusters to discuss the day's events. The tavern quickly filled to capacity with patrons. Old Komodo kept swallowing hard, occasionally glancing at the two large bags beside Dunn. Too much money can indeed be a burden, can it? After finishing his juice, Dunn set down the cup and looked at the bags of bellies with a furrowed brow. Old Komodo couldn't help but roll his eyes. Is this kind of worry a blessing for him? How about you help me keep it safe for now? Dunn lifted the bags beside him and tossed them to Old Komodo. When I'm ready to leave, I'll come back for them. Cradling the heavy bags, Old Komodo was still processing the situation when Dunn had already stood up to depart. Old man, what did that lad give you? The happenings at the counter naturally attracted quite a bit of attention, prompting someone to inquire. Nothing. Old Komodo swallowed again and hurriedly placed the bags on the counter. Yet, his heart was racing wildly. He had never seen so much money in his life. If he could take it all away, he could live like a wealthy man until his dying day. However, the thought of how Dunn had captured so many pirates in such a short time dispelled the notion that had arisen in his mind. At the dock, when Dunn returned, the Navy was busy tidying up the pirate ship he had brought back. The ship appeared undamaged. Dunn squinted as he regarded the vessel, which could be considered substantial for pirates. It must be worth several million bellies, right? This is your ship. As Dunn approached, Bogart, who had spotted him, remarked upon hearing Dunn's words. Vice Admiral Garb is returning from Windmill Village. After speaking, Bogart observed Dunn's expression closely. Dunn's demeanor remained unchanged. Give it up. You can't possibly force me to become a Navy officer, can you? Dunn smiled as he turned to Bogart. That I cannot say for certain, as it is Vice Admiral Garb who makes the decisions. However, there are many hidden benefits to being in the Navy. If you wish to pursue pirates, the Navy has access to far more information and intelligence. Bogart had no doubts about Dunn's capabilities. Although Dunn appeared quite robust, he was still youthful in appearance. At his age, possessing such skills reminded Bogart of another individual he had seen alongside Garb, a fellow anomaly within Navy. The current Admiral, Akiji. Even Akiji, at Dunn's age, was still in training camp. Top swordsman. The blue text hovered above Bogart's head, and after a brief glance, Dunn turned his gaze away. The objective of hunting pirates is for money, not for passion. Dunn waved his hand and then approached the Navy personnel cleaning the pirate ship, speaking in hushed tones. Bogart watched Dunn's retreating figure, aware that Dunn was likely preparing to set sail. Yet, Vice Admiral Garb was returning. Wasn't T tired? Should T he rest for a few days? Perhaps it would be best to wait for Vice Admiral Garb's return. Contemplating this, Bogart hesitated, pondering how to persuade Dunn to stay. However, he figured Dunn likely had no ship at present. A single person could not navigate such a large pirate vessel alone. As soon as the thought emerged, Bogart caught sight of the delighted expressions of several naval soldiers conversing with Dunn. A sudden unease gripped his heart. Shortly thereafter, he observed a few naval soldiers departing, only to return moments later piloting a small boat. He saw Dunn turn and wave at him, and one individual boarded the small vessel, setting off. In the tranquil scene, Dunn sat at the rear of the boat, his arm transformed into flames, a long tail of fire erupting from it, causing the boat to surge forward as if equipped with a propeller. This was an idea Dunn had contemplated earlier, inspired by the method of flight employed by Monkey D. Luffy during his confrontation with Don Quixote, Doflamingo. While Luffy utilized air currents for propulsion, Dunn harnessed rocket-like jets of fire. However, this method demanded considerable physical exertion. Nonetheless, with his current stamina, he could sustain this expenditure. He considered a means to hone his mastery of the Mera no Mi fruit. Additionally, he was becoming accustomed to this technique, which could subsequently facilitate rapid movement. It was evident that this approach was swifter than paddling with oars or wielding a long sword. Departing in the afternoon, they arrived at Cocoa Village before the sun had set. Before long, Belmel gazed at Dunn standing before her expression blank. Packing? Dunn nodded. As before? He nodded once more. All right. This time, Belmel did not refuse. She looked at Dunn and the oranges he had brought, then called for a Jin to assist in transporting them. Subsequently, Dunn intended to navigate the nearby waters. After all, the purpose of his visit was precisely that. Now that he had news of Arlong, It was likely that this fellow would arrive shortly. Meanwhile, at Reverse Mountain, a colossal pirate ship adorned with the Jolly Roger of the Sun pirates surged over the mountain, crashing down into the waters of the East Blue along the reverse currents. The nearby navy, on high alert, immediately noticed the pirate vessel and converged around it. However, upon recognizing the pirate flag, their expressions shifted dramatically. That flag? The admiral commanding the naval fleet paled, having identified the insignia. It belonged to one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the fishman, Jinbei. What business could such a figure possibly have in the East Blue? Chapter 46. News from Sengoku, Konomi Island's brother Jinbei. It's the Navy. A fishman shouted at Jinbei. I see them, Jinbei replied, leaping to the bow of the ship as the pirate vessel and the Navy warship came to a standstill, facing each other off. Why has a warlord come to the East Blue? Inquired a naval brigadier general, likely the commander from Lowtown, his expression grave as he fixated on Jinbei. Due to the status of the 7 warlords, the Navy could not indiscriminately attack them. This was a directive from the higher-ups and the world government. Yet, he could not allow a warlord to simply enter the East Blue unchecked. I'm here to find someone. I do not intend to assault the innocent people of the East Blue, Jinbei stated thoughtfully. Finding someone? Jinbei's response immediately triggered the brigadier general's memory of the group of fishmen that had previously escaped from the naval ambush. Had it not been for that incident, the warships would not have gathered here. Make way. The naval brigadier pondered for a moment before issuing a direct command. There was no other choice. The 7 warlords were formidable pirates, and he, as a mere brigadier, was no match for them. Furthermore, he could not take action against the 7 warlords. The warship slowly altered its course to give way, and Jinbei turned to issue orders. Brother Jinbei, a fishman, said from behind him. Xiaoba mentioned that Arlong is preparing to attack an island. Jinbei's expression tightened, a wave of anxiety washing over him, accompanied by a sense of weariness. The death foretold by Shirahoshi was likely to occur amidst the impending assault. With this thought, Jinbei commanded an increase in speed. The Navy watched as the ships of the 7 warlords departed, and the brigadier promptly took out a den mushi to report back to headquarters. This was no trivial matter. A 7 warlord had ventured into the East Sea. Such an event required immediate notification. The decision on how to proceed rested with headquarters. At headquarters, the intelligence officer, upon receiving the news, did not dare to delay and hurried to the marshal's office. Come in. Sengoku, engrossed in reviewing documents, called out without looking up at the sound of knocking. Marshal, Brigadier Tibbs from Lowtown in the East Blue reports that the 7 warlord Jinbei has traveled from the Grand Line to the East Sea. Sengoku suddenly lifted his head, his gaze sharp. Jinbei went to the East Sea? What was his purpose? Sengoku was quite familiar with Jinbei. In fact, among the 7 warlords currently recruited, Jinbei was the one Sengoku most endorsed. Unlike the other ruthless individuals, the Sea Knight Jinbei had committed no heinous acts. He had inherited the aspirations of the former captain of the Sun Pirates, Fisher Tiger, dedicating himself to the coexistence of humans and fishmen, as well as rescuing his compatriots at sea. Such a person would not suddenly take an interest in a leisurely trip to the East Sea. Something significant must have transpired. Brigadier Tibbs mentioned he is searching for someone. Previously, Brigadier Tibbs discovered a group of fishmen entering the East Sea, but they escaped during an attempted capture, the officer explained. Sengoku frowned in contemplation. I understand. Upon hearing this, the intelligence officer saluted and departed. Sengoku pondered for a moment before picking up the den mushi. Although he believed Jinbei would not engage in any malevolent activities in the East Sea, it was prudent to err on the side of caution. So Sengoku contacted Garb. Garb was returning to the Navy base in the Sabeti archipelago from Windmill Village when he received Sengoku's call aboard his ship. Seeing the den mushi take on the likeness of Sengoku, Garb felt a twinge of unease. He had come to search for someone, yet he was once again seeking out his grandchildren. Sengoku had caught wind of his activities. Garb, how goes the task at hand? With your stature, you cannot remain in the East Sea indefinitely. I've found them, but we must wait a bit longer. That little rascal has gone out to catch pirates again. Oh, he is hunting pirates? Indeed. By the time I arrived, that young lad had already set out to sea. However, While I was searching for someone, he managed to capture a significant number of pirates to claim their bounties. One with a bounty of 90 million. 90 million? The astonishment was evident in Sengoku's voice. There are still pirates with a bounty of 90 million in the East Sea? How was I unaware of this? Ha ha ha, you would never have imagined it. That young man captured a large group of pirates, nearly wiping out all those active near Reverse Mountain. Garp laughed heartily. Indeed, this was quite unexpected. Sengoku remained silent for a moment before responding. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to bring them back, though I cannot guarantee their return. Very well, do your best. The reason I sought you out this time is for another matter. Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords, has gone to the East Blue, likely in search of a group of fishmen. We must ensure they do not cause a significant disturbance. Jinbei, that fellow has actually come to the East Blue. Garp's smile faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. Garp was not in favor of the warlord system, yet he felt powerless to obstruct it. Yes, having just arrived in the East Blue, you should investigate his whereabouts and keep a close watch on him. Understood, I will take care of it. After Garp concluded the call, he stood up. You all rest for a moment. Garp instructed the sailors manning the ship, and then added, be vigilant. The sailors looked taken aback, as if realizing something, their expressions shifting as they scrambled to secure themselves. At the stern of the ship, Garp clenched his fists and unleashed a powerful punch. A formidable gust of wind erupted from his strike, colliding with the air and producing a tremendous roar. The resultant force propelled the ship beneath him as if it were flying, skimming swiftly across the ocean's surface. On a pirate ship near Konomi Island, a fishman gazed at the nautical chart, addressing Arlong. Brother Arlong, ahead lies Konomi Island, home to more than 20 villages, but there is a naval base nearby. Shark ha ha ha, my comrades, our conquest of the seas begins here. Let us seize this place. The other fishmen were filled with excitement. Yet the octopus fishman, Hachi, wore a worried expression. He was acutely aware of the potential consequences of their actions, which could complicate matters for Brother Jinbei. Now that Jinbei has reached the East Blue, one can only hope it is not too late. Brother Arlong, should we not devise another plan? We have already been discovered by the Navy, and there is a naval branch here. We might be surrounded. Hachi pondered, trying to subtly persuade them. I fear no so-called Navy, and besides, the East Blue is the weakest sea. Their Navy is the weakest as well. Arlong turned to look at Hachi, a displeased expression crossing his face. This guy enjoys dampening their spirits. Had I known, I would not have brought him along. As they spoke, the mirage of an island appeared at the horizon of the sea. My comrades, draw your weapons. Arlong unsheathed his serrated sword, pointing it toward the distant island. Our goal is treasure. Treasure. The cheers of the fishmen erupted aboard the ship, and the pirate vessel surged forward with increased speed. However, a cunning glint flickered in Arlong's eyes. With a naval base nearby, perhaps another approach could be taken. After all, the objective is to accumulate power to dominate the East Blue. The end result remains the same regardless of the means employed. Chapter 47. The Fishmen's Assault. The Fiery Dunn. Pirates. They are indeed pirates. On the tranquil shores of a small island village, a piercing scream echoed through the air. The frantic voice of a man racing towards the village, calling out in desperation. The villagers, alerted by the commotion, emerged from their homes to witness the figure shouting about pirates rushing past them. Those closest to the shore turned their gaze toward the sea, where they beheld a pirate ship drawing near, its flag, a bizarre emblem of crossed bones with a red shark, fluttering ominously in the wind. Panic ensued as the villagers recalled the terror of piracy. Some sought to escape by boat from the opposite side of the island, while others armed themselves with forks and other metal implements, preparing to resist. Suddenly, the pirate vessel roared ashore, crashing onto the beach with unrelenting speed, plowing directly into the heart of the village. The massive ship demolished houses, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Bring everyone to me. Anyone who dares to resist or flee shall be slain. A dragon-like figure wielding a serrated sword bellowed. The jubilant fishmen poured from the pirate ship, rushing into the village with fervor. In an instant, cries and wails filled the air. The captain, standing at the prow, relished the chaos, anticipating the spoils to come. Humans were inherently greedy, he mused, and he had devised a plan. Given the proximity of a naval base, perhaps negotiations could be arranged if the Navy arrived. However, excessive violence could attract overwhelming military force, jeopardizing his ambitions to conquer the East Blue. If a long-term collaboration with the local Navy could be established, matters would be far simpler. "Ah, I truly am clever," he praised himself. Aboard the ship alongside him was a small octopus man named Hachi. As he listened to the cries of anguish below, Hachi recoiled slightly, quietly reaching out to Jinbe. Days prior, Jinbe had arrived in the East Blue, and Hachi hoped he would soon catch up. "I hope Brother Jinbe arrives swiftly. If Brother Arlong kills too many, it will make things difficult for him." Suddenly, a sound caught Arlong's attention, prompting him to turn sharply toward its source. "Brother Jinbe, hurry! Arlong has commenced his assault on the human village." Hachi whispered urgently into the snail phone. "Is there any way to dissuade him?" Jinbe's voice resonated with a grave seriousness. "I cannot persuade Arlong." Hachi's tentacles twitched in distress as he responded. "Understood. I will arrive shortly." Jinbe concluded the call, leaving Hachi to sigh heavily. Upon turning, he was met with a menacing glare from Arlong. "Hachi, who were you communicating with? Do you dare to betray me?" Arlong's eyes gleamed with menace as he fixed his fierce gaze upon Hachi. Upon hearing these words, the young fishman, Xiaoba, trembled violently and then fixed his gaze upon Arlong. "Brother Arlong, humans are far more formidable than we are. Whether it is Fisher Tiger or Jinbe, both have strived for us fishmen to coexist peacefully with humans. Your current actions jeopardize their efforts." He mustered the courage to exclaim. "Fool! Humans will never coexist with us peacefully. What happened to Brother Fisher? In the end, he perished at the hands of humans, refusing to surrender even a drop of his blood to them. I am the true heir to Fisher will. Jinbe is but a coward." Arlong glared fiercely at Xiaoba, his blade swinging wildly in a fit of rage. "If it weren't for Brother Jinbe becoming a Shichibukai, you, Brother Arlong, would never have been released by the Marines," Xiaoba continued. This statement seemed to strike a nerve within Arlong. The previously uncontrolled swings of his serrated blade, which had merely been an outlet for his fury, turned lethal as he brought it down upon Xiaoba. Caught off guard by Arlong's sudden assault, Xiaoba attempted to evade but was ultimately unsuccessful. His left arm was severed in one swift stroke, and the excruciating pain sent him tumbling to the ground, rolling and wailing in agony. Arlong, momentarily jolted back to reality, gazed at Xiaoba, whose arm lay severed, his expression a tumult of emotions. Yet he refrained from striking again. Turning away, he left Xiaoba writhing in pain. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the village on the island, where fishmen rampaged mercilessly. Those who dared to resist were met with death. The ordinary fishmen possessed physical capabilities that far exceeded those of regular humans, a natural advantage. The villagers, mostly simple fishermen, stood little chance against them. As the village chief witnessed the slaughter of his people, he suddenly recalled the telephone snail left behind by a young man not long ago. He, however, could not afford such a luxury. He distinctly remembered the instructions. In the event of a pirate attack, use the telephone snail to call for help. Grasping this thought, as if it were a lifeline, he fumbled to retrieve the telephone snail from his pocket and hastily made the call. Brew. The telephone snail, seemingly just awakening, emitted a few sounds under the chief's frantic manipulation. The connection was quickly established. "Pirates are attacking?" "Yes, they are fishmen pirates." The chief hurriedly responded upon hearing the voice on the other end. But in the next moment, a fisherman wielding a blade burst into the room. Seeing the chief holding the telephone snail, he erupted in fury, swinging his weapon and severing the chief's arm that clutched the device, before advancing to deliver a fatal blow. The telephone snail remained connected, broadcasting the chief's agonized cries. On the tranquil surface of the sea, a ship drifted with the waves as Dunn listened intently to the harrowing sounds emanating from the telephone snail. Nearby were the chief's final screams, and farther away, a multitude of cries. Boom! A burst of flames erupted around Dunn, his legs slightly bending as he propelled himself skyward. Enveloped in flames, his legs transformed into fiery jets, and he soared into the sky, resembling a meteor streaking across the heavens, trailing a long tail of fire as he raced toward a singular destination. In the surrounding village, Dunn dispatched a phone bug to each household. Though the primary objective was to rescue Belmere, he harbored no particular feelings for either Belmere or Nami. It was simply a thought that crossed his mind, and with the ability to act upon it, coupled with his desire for training, he proceeded to do so. Now, he awaited the arrival of that individual. Flames streaked across the sky. As Dunn had anticipated, this mode of movement was indeed swift. While it may not surpass the speed of Kizaru's light fruit, the exertion of considerable stamina allowed for a temporary acceleration beyond multiple times the speed of sound. Within mere minutes, Dunn beheld the billowing smoke rising above the targeted village. Chapter 48, Evil, Sword, and the attack. Ordinary humans stood no chance against the fishmen. Even those attempting to flee by boat were utterly defenseless. The fishmen were far more formidable in water than on land. Aside from those who resisted and were slain, the rest were herded to the center of the village, encircled by menacing fishmen who cast sinister glances at them. Arlong approached, wielding a serrated sword, and the onlookers parted to make way. Seemingly perturbed by recent events involving his subordinate, Arlong's demeanor was particularly foul. "I am Arlong of the Arlong Pirates. Listen well, you inferior beings. Your village shall henceforth be under my protection. From now on, each adult must pay 100,000 berries, and each child 50,000. Should you fail to produce this sum, then you have no reason to continue living." At these words, many faces paled in horror. 100,000 for adults, 50,000 for children. A single family might be required to produce 200,000 or 300,000 berries, or even more. Yet, for those who subsisted on farming fruits and fishing, merely avoiding starvation was a significant achievement. Saving such an amount was utterly impossible. As this realization dawned, terror gripped many. The dread of these fishmen had already been witnessed by the villagers. Arlong, observing their expressions, deliberately pointed a finger. He indicated a young girl, seemingly around 16 or 17, cradling a small child in her arms. "Let the extortion begin with you." As his words fell, fishmen surged forward, seizing the young girl and the child, and casting them before Arlong. 100,000 for the adult and 50,000 for the child. A total of 150,000 berries. Arlong grinned maliciously as he leaned down. The girl and the child, petrified with fear, clung tightly to one another, unable to utter a word, even to lift their heads. "Fool, did you not hear my words?" Arlong's eyes gleamed with malice as he witnessed their trembling embrace. "We have no money," the girl stammered, fearfully lifting her gaze. "Then perish," Arlong retorted, raising his serrated sword high. His gaze swept across the faces of the other villagers, revealing a cruel smile as the blade descended with great force. With this act, the remaining villagers would likely comply, willingly offering him millions of berries each year. A most lucrative endeavor indeed. The serrated blade descended, poised to cleave the two maidens. In a thunderous eruption, flames cascaded like meteors, engulfing the surroundings in a blaze that flickered and quickly dissipated. The jagged edge of the blade was seized by a hand enveloped in the aura of Hawkeye. The sudden turn of events left everyone in stunned silence, from the terrified villagers to the surrounding fishman pirates. Arlong's expression stiffened, his gaze fixated on the individual gripping his weapon. Dunn, observing the formidable Arlong towering before him, had already discerned the situation in the village with his observation Hawkeye. Though he had encountered numerous tales of such occurrences in this world, witnessing a pirate assault on innocent civilians was a first for him. "Who are you?" Arlong demanded, his demeanor grave, eyes narrowing at the hand that gripped the blade. Hawkeye. Having traversed the Grand Line, he was well aware of its significance. Dunn offered no response, maintaining a composed demeanor as he regarded Arlong. Before shifting his gaze to the surrounding pirates, the young girls huddled beside him stared at Dunn in astonishment. Flames erupted from Dunn's hand, trailing along the serrated blade. Arlong, desperately attempting to withdraw his weapon, found it futile. As the fire crept closer to his hand, he relinquished his grip and retreated. "Kill him." As he withdrew, Arlong bellowed, issuing commands to his band of fishman pirates. The emblem above their heads marked them as fishman pirates. Arlong's insignia was white, whereas the others bore gray, indicating to Dunn that they posed no threat. Upon hearing Arlong's orders, the surrounding fishmen surged forward, weapons drawn, charging at Dunn. Dunn gripped the hilt of his sword, the sound of metal scraping against the sheath resonating in the air. With a swift motion, he executed a horizontal slash. The elongated blade of his sword sliced through the bodies of the two advancing fishmen, severing both their weapons and flesh as he moved past. Dunn's pace remained unhurried. With each swing of his sword, he cleaved through the surrounding pirates. Nothing could impede his advance. The keen edge of his sword effortlessly cut through the fishmen, encountering no resistance. As a master swordsman, Dunn had reached a level of prowess where not even flesh could obstruct his strikes. In a flash, blood, both blue and red, spattered across the ground. "Stop, you bastard!" A fishman pirate suddenly roared, aiming his firearm at the young girl Dunn had saved. In an instant, Dunn was at the pirate's side, delivering a powerful kick that sent the fishman hurtling across the village, crashing into the sea on the opposite side of the island. The place of impact revealed debris from ships and the bodies of villagers slain by the fishmen floating upon the surface. The fishmen who had once charged at Dunn were now filled with dread. They had witnessed Dunn's lethal strike against their comrade, and they had not fully grasped the implications until now. As they beheld the dismembered corpses of their fallen comrades, they finally understood the meaning of fear. If the speed were sufficiently swift, or if it were a grand battle with many participants, perhaps they would have no time to contemplate the notion of fear. Yet now, Dunn remained silent, a harbinger of death without a sound. It felt as though an invisible hand was tightly gripping their throats, gradually exerting pressure, and that suffocating sensation was chilling to the core. Dunn turned once more, swinging the flame in his hand to cast off the blood of the fishmen that stained it. Behind him, Aaron's gaze was fixed intently upon Dunn. "Aaron!" The surrounding fishmen were gripped by terror, all eyes turning towards him. "Let us charge together. He is but one." Aaron's voice was dark and foreboding. "Yes." Upon hearing Aaron's command, the fishmen collectively turned their gaze toward Dunn, brandishing their weapons as they lunged at him. It seemed that Aaron's words had ignited a sudden recklessness within them. However, Dunn paid little heed to their response. Whether they charged or fled, death awaited them all. Confronted by the onslaught of fishmen pirates, Dunn sheathed his sword, grasping the hilt firmly. Feather slash! Dunn's calm voice resonated, and in the next moment, his figure vanished. A shadowy flash of sword light flickered before the eyes of all present. Both the villagers still reeling from their terror and the fishmen pirates lunging at Dunn beheld this dim light of the blade. The only distinction was that the villagers were not the target. Dunn reappeared before Aaron, and behind him, the bodies of the fishmen cleaved apart, succumbing to inertia from the strike. Chapter 49. The Seven Warlords, Jinbei. No, this cannot be. Witnessing his subordinates cleaved in twain by a single sword stroke, Aaron's eyes widened, his pupils dilating. This is impossible. Is not the East blue the weakest sea? How could such a being exist? Damn those inferior beings. It seemed that overwhelming fear had ignited an endless fury and savagery within Aaron. This rage momentarily suppressed his terror. Inferior beings? Upon hearing Aaron's words, Dunn raised his gaze to meet Aaron's eyes, and with a sudden flourish, he struck with the flame. Fool! The disparity between races is insurmountable. Facing the descending long sword, Aaron bared his teeth, leaning forward as his sharp fangs clamped down on the blade, as if they were gears, holding it in a vice-like grip. Dunn twisted his wrist, turning the sword in unison. A sound of shattering echoed. The teeth gripping the blade splintered, and blood filled Aaron's mouth as he looked at Dunn in disbelief. His teeth were his sharpest weapon, his greatest pride. Shark tooth charge! Aaron suddenly kicked back with his right leg, lunging toward Dunn, spinning his body. With his pointed nose as the apex, he aimed to stab Dunn. Dunn raised his hand, bringing the hilt of the flame down upon Aaron's head. Boom! Aaron crashed to the ground, his head embedding into the stone slab beneath him. Struggling to free his head from the stone, Aaron's body stiffened, the cold blade resting against his throat. Dunn, with sword in hand, pressed the blade against Arlong's neck, turning his gaze towards the sea beyond the island, where a grand ship approached swiftly, its pirate flag fluttering conspicuously like the sun. Suddenly, a figure surged from the water, its rotund form leaping into the air. fist drawn to its sides. The wave of water that followed surged forth, propelled by immense force, hurtling towards Dunn. With a swift motion, he swung his sword, cleaving the incoming wave in two. The split water cascaded down like cannonballs striking the ground. The rotund blue figure executed a flip mid-air before landing nearby Dunn. The swordsman. Jinbe's expression grew grave as he surveyed the remnants of fallen fishmen and the terrified humans huddled together. Possessing a measure of wisdom, Jinbe quickly deduced the recent events that had transpired here. I am Jinbe of the Sun Pirates. I beseech you to spare Arlong. Taking a deep breath, he bowed deeply to Dunn. No, Dunn declared, the sword once more resting on Arlong's throat. Jinbe's expression stiffened as he witnessed Dunn's movement. Before he could utter a word, Dunn's blade trembled, and Arlong, caught in Jinbe's defiant gaze, had his head severed. The headless corpse struggled momentarily before falling still. Witnessing Arlong's beheading, Jinbe's first thought was that Shirahoshi's prophecy had come to fruition. Yet, soon after, anger flickered in his eyes. Arlong's actions were indeed wrong, and he would face punishment when taken back. However, this man before him had his own stance. Activating his observation haki, Jinbe quickly sensed the grim reality within the village attacked by Arlong, where many had perished. Fishmen killing humans, and humans killing fishmen. Brother Jinbe. A multitude of fishmen pirates leaped from the docked ship, rushing towards the scene. Damn it, Arlong has been killed. Upon seeing Arlong's severed head at Dunn's feet, their eyes widened in fury. With a sudden movement, Dunn vanished, reappearing before the agitated pirates, his fiery sword descending towards them. Bang! Thick arms, enveloped in deep haki, intercepted Dunn's strike. The force was tremendous. Jinbe was taken aback, his body forced backward, colliding with the fishmen behind him, causing them to stumble. With each step he retreated, the ground trembled violently. As he regained his footing, he beheld the stone pavement beneath him, marred by shattered footprints and cracks radiating outward. You all retreat to the ship and take Chopper with you, Jinbe commanded, his gaze fixed intently on Dunn, his expression grave. The other fishmen were equally startled by the preceding clash. Jinbe's strength was not inferior to that of Fisher Tiger, yet he had been driven back by a single strike. Dunn, however, paid no mind to the retreating fishmen, his eyes locked on Jinbe. From their brief encounter, Dunn recognized that Jinbe was the most formidable opponent he had faced thus far. Gung Sairu possesses formidable swordsmanship, yet his imposing presence and physique fall short compared to Jinbe. Hand over the bodies to me, and this matter shall conclude. Jinbe remains oblivious to Dunn's true identity, despite the Arlong pirates' assault on the village, resulting in numerous casualties. Only a single member, Little 8, remains, while the rest have been vanquished. No, I must take these fishermen's corpses back to the Navy to collect the bounty. With a smile, Dunn declines. Are you a pirate hunter? One might say so, but my ambitions also encompass you. The warlord Jinbe. Dunn nods, sheathing his sword, then gripping the hilt firmly. Including you. Such audacity. Jinbe's expression darkens, anger flashing across his face. Slash. In an instant, a terrifying blade of energy strikes toward Jinbe's thick neck as he speaks. Jinbe, displaying unexpected agility, swiftly arches backward, narrowly evading the lethal blow. The ensuing shockwave cleaves through the air, severing the Jolly Roger of the fishmen pirates docked nearby. Without hesitation, Dunn pursues the retreating Jinbe. His sword, enveloped in haki, thrusts forward with darkened intent. Dragon's Tail Punch. As Jinbe retreats, he retracts his fist, delivering a powerful counterstrike against the incoming blade. The collision of the haki-infused sword and his fist generates a shockwave, causing both to stagger backward. Dunn angles his sword, pointing it toward the ground, while Jinbe uses the momentum to retreat to the shoreline, his feet splashing in the water. With a decisive stance, he thrusts his right foot down. Water strike. His haki-wrapped palm crashes upon the splashing sea. The sound of rushing water resonates, as the forceful torrents resemble a barrage of bullets. Observing this, Dunn charges forward, slicing through the oncoming droplets with his sword. Deluge. Before Dunn can reach Jinbe, more torrents are unleashed, resembling a series of advancing blue pillars. However, This force is significantly greater than the previous droplets, and their speed escalates as well. Dunn swings his sword to cleave the incoming columns, but more continue to surge forth. His expression darkens as flames erupt from his wrist, spreading along his arm and enveloping his sword. Flame Spear. With a fierce downward strike, Dunn unleashes the blazing inferno, vaporizing the water columns in its path. Upon reaching Jinbei, the flames explode, ascending into a towering fire vortex that spirals violently, engulfing Jinbei in searing heat. Chapter 50. The Retreating Jinbei, the Delayed Carp. Brother Jinbei. The ferocious shockwave propels the Sun Pirates' ship away, and the crew of fishmen watches in horror at the terrifying spectacle. On the surface of the beach, the fiery vortex collides with the ocean below, generating vast clouds of white steam. The swirling flames within the steam cast an orange hue upon the mist as the air churns, dispersing the white fog outward. Enveloped in flames, Dunn gazes at the scene conjured by the blazing inferno. The vivid hues of the sight allowed one to clearly perceive the internal landscape. Indeed, Dunn murmured softly to himself. He had previously surmised that the fire fruit did not confer a significant advantage in maritime combat. After all, seawater subdues flames. This is not merely due to seawater suppression of those with abilities, but because water inherently overcomes fire. Unless, in the future, he could potentially develop flames so intense that seawater could not approach without being vaporized or ignite the seawater itself. Yet this planet is predominantly an oceanic one, and achieving such feats may exceed his physical capabilities. Waterheart Sea Flow, over-the-shoulder slam. A thunderous roar emerged amidst the flames, followed by a torrent of seawater seemingly yanked upward by an invisible hand. The upheaved waters shattered the fiery vortex and surged towards Dunn with astonishing force. As the deluge raced forward, Dunn raised his hand. The flame-ensconced long sword sliced downward with sudden ferocity, unleashing a fiery blade of energy that cleaved through the oncoming seawater. The parted waters fragmented, their momentum dissipating as they crashed against the ground on either side, shattering and sending sprays into the air. Half of Jinbei's body emerged above the surface, his gaze fixed intently on Dunn, his expression grave. A devil fruit user? With such mastery over flames. Jinbei's first instinct was to deduce that Dunn possessed extraordinary abilities, likely of the Logia-type. Jinbei was wary of stepping onto land. Within the sea, he could employ the water to counter the flames. Yet, once on solid ground, facing an adversary capable of manipulating fire, possibly a Logia user, he felt utterly unprepared, especially since he had sensed during their previous engagement that his opponent was a formidable swordsman. Nearby, cheers erupted from the pirate ship. Dunn, who had been confronting Jinbei, turned his attention towards the jubilant vessel, subtly raising the flames in his hand. This shift in focus did not escape Jinbei's notice, causing a tightening in his chest. However, in the next instant, Dunn had already acted. With a swift motion, he unleashed a straightforward but powerful strike through the air, aimed at the pirate ship floating on the sea. Jinbei's expression sharpened. He struck the surface of the water with both hands, propelling himself upwards to intercept the blow. Crossing his arms in defense, fortified with Hawkeye, the defensive posture of the plum blossom skin met Dunn's strike with a resounding clash. Bang! Jinbei was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the waters beside the ship. The raucous cheers from the pirates ceased abruptly. Make your escape. Jinbei resurfaced from the depths and issued a command to the fishmen aboard the pirate ship. Captain Jinbei, the fishmen, eager to respond, were interrupted as another strike came hurtling towards them. Jinbei's expression tightened once more as he launched himself forward. The outcome was identical to before. He was again struck down, plunging into the sea. The pirates aboard the ship soon realized that Dunn was clearly using them as tools to attack their captain. Anger surged among the crew, yet they found themselves powerless, compelled to follow orders and sail away, desperate to avoid becoming instruments of an assault against Jinbei. As the pirate ship sailed away, Dunn cast a glance at Jinbei on the surface of the sea, feeling somewhat conflicted. Engaging in combat with this formidable opponent in the water? That was out of the question. Although he had been deliberately honing his swimming skills, given his current physique, He could easily remain in the ocean for 1 or 2 hours. However, facing a fishman warlord who wielded the power of both haki and mastery over water currents, Dunn had a fair understanding of Jinbei. Presently, Jinbei was at his peak, or rather, just entering his prime. The combination of fishman karate and his ability to manipulate water gave him a tremendous advantage in aquatic combat. On land, even without activating his indomitable spirit, Dunn could hold his own against Jinbei, relying on his robust physique and fruit abilities. Yet, in the ocean, at least until he attained the power to ignite the sea, his fruit abilities would be significantly hindered. Of course, this was under the condition of not activating his indomitable spirit. Should he choose to activate it, the sheer force and comprehensive enhancements might very well allow him to overpower Jinbei in an instant. Nevertheless, Dunn had no intention of recklessly activating his indomitable spirit. To be frank, it simply wasn't worthwhile. Furthermore, activating it would leave him with a temporary period of vulnerability. Dunn and Jinbei exchanged glances, and then Jinbei executed a graceful maneuver, diving into the water and vanishing from sight. Had he departed? After waiting a while, without any sign of Jinbei, it was evident that neither Dunn nor Jinbei had engaged in a formal battle. It was merely an exchange of tentative probes. Dunn sheathed his sword, allowing the flames to recede into his body, and turned to head back to the village. The villagers who had been captured were still in place, and upon seeing Dunn, they visibly relaxed. As he passed by, Dunn cast a brief glance at them before making his way toward the particular direction. All eyes followed him as he entered the village chief's residence. On the ground lay a crushed snail phone and an elderly man whose arm had been severed and whose chest bore a significant gash, but he was already lifeless. Dunn lowered his head slightly, standing still for a moment before turning to regard the tall figure in a naval uniform at the doorway. It seemed that the Navy was always a step behind, wasn't it? Observing this individual, Dunn inquired directly, his tone rather unfriendly. Surprisingly, the old naval officer outside, known for his straightforward demeanor, did not take offense. Instead, he gazed at the deceased within the room and sighed. There was little to be done. The vastness of the ocean rendered even the Navy unable to exert complete control, especially considering some naval soldiers. Garb seemed poised to say something, but fell silent. His gaze fixed on Dunn. Did you engage with Jinbei? Did you witness it? Dunn was taken aback. He was certain that Garb had not been present during his earlier encounter with Jinbei, or rather, he had been outside the range of Dunn's observation. I received word that Jinbei had come to the East Blue in search of a group of fishmen. They must be the ones who perished outside, right? He was unable to remove the bodies, and there are signs of battle by the shore, scorch marks from flames, Garb said, his eyes scrutinizing Dunn. Dunn raised his hand, resting the flaming sword upon his shoulder as he walked past Garb. Well, I certainly have no desire to engage that fellow in the sea. I would be at a disadvantage there. Kapu gazed at the upright figure bearing a sword, and then cast his eyes upon the lifeless body within the room. Do you recognize this individual? He inquired. No, I do not. We merely exchanged a few words previously. Dunn paused momentarily, then turned to face Kapu. To be frank, I harbor no fondness for pirates, and certainly not for your navy. Therefore, do refrain from bothering me in the future. Kapu's expression stiffened. Dunn's words left him at a loss for a response. I shall borrow your ship to return. Additionally, please convert these fishmen pirates into a bounty. Allocating half of it for the reconstruction of this village, Dunn stated as he began to stride towards the coastline. There, naval ships were anchored, and small boats filled with Navy personnel were making their way toward the island. Chapter 51. The Astonished Kapu. Test your fist. The Navy appeared accustomed to such occurrences. Or perhaps this contingent under Kapu had frequently encountered pirates attacking civilians. Thus, they were able to disembark in an orderly fashion. The Navy's medical personnel swiftly tending to the wounded, while other soldiers hurried into the village to search. Of course, they were not seeking treasures, but rather those who were injured and still alive. Some members of the Navy were also tending to the bodies of the fishmen and villagers. Observing all this, Dunn turned back to face the vast sea behind him, his expression serene, though his empty right hand clenched gently. He felt no sense of belonging in this world. As someone hailing from reality, he often felt out of place. Even when he had previously slain pirates, it had not felt tangible to him. Now, witnessing the demise of someone he had briefly encountered at the hands of pirates left him in a state of discontent. He heard faint footsteps approaching from behind. A young girl was leading a little girl by the hand. "Thank you. You saved our village and my sister." The young girl gazed up at Dunn's towering figure, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "There is no need to thank me," Dunn responded, though he sensed their expressions without turning. The young girl wore a face of appreciation, while the little girl exhibited fear. "I'm a bounty hunter, merely here to capture pirates with a reward," Dunn added. The young girl, evidently unaccustomed to such circumstances, found herself at a loss for words in response to Dunn's declaration. Her face flushed as she stared at his back. "Please return to your lives," Dunn remarked, noticing the young girl's expression. "Both my parents are dead." The little girl cried out in response to Dunn's words. "Do not worry. Your sister will take care of you." The young girl lifted her sister into her arms, soothing her gently. Sensing her sister's determination, the little girl buried her face in the young girl's embrace, softly sobbing. The young girl held her sister closely, cast another glance at Dunn, and then turned to leave. Dunn rested the sword upon his shoulder and ran his fingers through his hair. "How'd it go?" Kapu's voice resonated as soon as the young girl departed. Dunn turned to regard the imposing elder who had approached, shaking his head slightly. "Not particularly well." What does not particularly well entail? Is it not a disheartening experience to be appreciated by others? Just now, Dunn's reaction piqued Garp's curiosity. He could discern that Dunn was a person of righteous intent, or rather, that he possessed his own principles, imbued with a sense of benevolence. "Apologies, but it is indeed disheartening." Dunn turned to Garp, shaking his head directly, and spoke again, his tone somewhat unkind. "How can you still smile? If I had arrived later, more lives could have been lost," Dunn remarked. "This highlights the inadequacy of the Navy. There are far too many pirates, and each year, new ones set sail." Garp regarded Dunn, seemingly with ulterior motives. "Yet, I have heard that some are unable to pay the heavenly gold and are thus coerced into becoming pirates." Upon hearing this, Garp's expression turned awkward, for Dunn had spoken the truth. In fact, even when those unable to pay the heavenly gold are attacked by pirates, the Navy does not intervene, all by the decree of the world government. "With your strength, you could accomplish anything upon these seas," Dunn stated, fixing his gaze upon Garp. "Once you join the Navy, you must constantly deliberate on how to act. Even you cannot afford to be reckless, can you, Vice Admiral Garp?" Garp fell silent, taken aback by Dunn's words. This young man possessed considerable insight, perhaps even more than expected. If the Navy could eradicate the pirates in the future, Garp expressed a fanciful dream. This provoked an uncontrollable laughter from Dunn, who looked at Garp, laughing heartily. "Haha, Vice Admiral Garp, are you attempting to amuse me? Well, you have succeeded." Garp, with a scowl, glanced at the wildly laughing Dunn, his fists clenched. "The seas are vast, and if you wish to achieve complete dominion over them, the Navy would need to multiply its numbers several times over, a burden that would bankrupt the world government, leaving no funds to sustain the world as aristocrats. After all, the purpose of the world government's existence is to ensure the comfort of those aristocrats. Conversely, if the Navy were genuinely capable of fully suppressing the pirates, you would, in the eyes of the world government, merely be pirates under a different name." After a prolonged fit of laughter, Dunn composed himself and addressed Garp. "It is a pity you do not join the Navy's political department. Perhaps, if you did, you could truly effectuate some change." "What does that matter to me?" Dunn retorted, tilting his head back with a somewhat vexing expression. Garp was momentarily taken aback. "Ultimately, this remains your affair, and in this world, peace is an elusive concept, for the disparity among individuals is far too great." Dunn raised his hand, his fist enveloped in haki. "When the disparity in individual strength is so pronounced, true fairness cannot manifest. One cannot expect every wielder of power to share my perspective. Perhaps, in due course, I too shall alter my viewpoint." Dunn articulated his thoughts quite well. At present, he could scarcely envision what he might do in the future. He is merely seeking something to occupy himself, or perhaps, after some time, his perspective will shift. Garp listened intently to Dunn, contemplating the words he had just spoken, his expression tinged with profound reflection. Surely, Little Crane would take a liking to this young man. How astute he is. Here I am, decades into my life, and I have yet to conceive such thoughts. Carp ruffled his short hair, his gaze towards Dunn growing increasingly wistful. Let us depart. I shall escort you back. I assume you're eager to exchange these fishmen pirates for a bounty. After all, this place is in dire need of funds. With that, Carp leapt into action, propelled by a fierce gust of wind and swirling sands, making his way to the nearby ship. Ugh! Dunn scowled at Carp's retreating figure, suspecting the old man was being deliberately mischievous. He then sprang onto the warship. Carp turned to see Dunn vaulting over, chuckling heartily and scratching his head, exuding a sense of pride. Mr. Dunn, Bogart, upon spotting Dunn, called out with a serious demeanor. This is troublesome. Dunn acknowledged with a nod. Have all the pirate corpses been moved? Carp interjected, inquiring directly. Yes, they have been brought aboard, came the reply. Then let us return to the naval base. Carp waved his hand. Understood. Bogart saluted and went about his duties. Dunn set his knife aside, clenched his fist, and fixed his gaze upon Carp. Iron Fist Carp. Let me test your strength. Chapter 52. The result of a brief encounter. The fate of Robin. Dunn's decision was not a spur-of-the-moment impulse. Since arriving in this world, he had encountered only two truly formidable beings, Carp and Dragon. When he met Dragon, he had yet to master the dual-color hockey and did not assess the disparity between himself and these top-tier powers. Now, encountering Carp, Dunn naturally wished to gauge his own capabilities. He did not lower his voice. The naval soldiers bustling on the warship and the commanding Bogart were all taken aback. They turned to stare at Dunn, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Challenging Vice Admiral Carp? Has this man lost his mind? Or is he simply courting trouble? Carp, upon hearing Dunn's words, was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. You wish to test my fists? Very well. Although he had not succeeded in recruiting Dunn into the Navy, Carp had developed a favorable impression of him through their 2 meetings and recent conversation. Let us find an uninhabited island, Carp said, glancing at Bogart. Just as Bogart was about to salute and take his leave, Dunn raised his hand to halt him. Dunn understood that in his standard state, he would undoubtedly be no match for Carp. He merely wished to ascertain the difference in their strengths, not to seek a beating. On the ship will suffice. On the ship? Carp echoed, turning back to scrutinize Dunn, his gaze settling upon the sword Dunn had set aside, nodding in agreement. His fists came together before his chest, producing a muffled thud, the armament hockey already enveloping his fists. Witnessing this scene, Dunn took a deep breath, his armament hockey coiling and hardening. Bang! Without a word, the 2 men clashed their fists directly. Carp's eyes widened in astonishment as he observed Dunn stagger back several paces. What immense strength! Even in this world, human power has its limits, with special races merely possessing a higher threshold. In that moment, Carp had already sensed the extraordinary force behind Dunn's strike. As for Dunn, although his expression remained unchanged, the excruciating pain radiating from his fists surprised him. The hardening of his armament hockey should have dulled the sensation. Yet, even with all his might, he still felt a sharp agony in his knuckles. This pain resembled the sensation of his former self delivering a full-force punch against a stone. He glanced down at his right fist, which appeared unscathed. Young man, are you frightened? Carp laughed heartily, hands on his hips, observing Dunn fixate on his own hand. Frightened? Dunn scoffed lightly. It's not as if I'm going to die. It's merely a reduction in health. After all, the results of this experiment have yet to be revealed. With determination, Dunn pushed off the ground, swinging his fist towards Carp. A bit faster. You lack strength, don't you? The quantity is commendable, but the quality is lacking. To reach my level, you'll first need to flatten a few mountains with your fists. Carp incessantly jabbered with playful jibes. Initially, Dunn felt somewhat irked, but as the skirmish continued, his mood settled into tranquility. Bang! Dunn struck swiftly, landing a heavy blow on Carp's eye socket, only to be sent flying by Carp's retaliatory punch. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Carp, with his bruised eye, glared at Dunn, who was rising from the ground, baring his teeth. Well, to land a hit on me, you had to endure one in return. Dunn panted, his eyes fixed intently on Carp. He admitted to underestimating the old man. This veteran had a penchant for targeting faces. Nonetheless, the data was still yielding results. His health had already dipped below 50, especially after that last blow, which had decreased it by 7. More practice is required. Dunn mused to himself as Garb struck a fighting stance, then waved his hand. No more fighting. Garb paused, retracting his stance. The surrounding naval soldiers observed the unchanged expression on Dunn's face and then glanced at Garb, who now sported a blackened eye. Did Garb suffer a setback? Meanwhile, Garb scrutinized Dunn, noticing the peculiarities about him, yet refraining from voicing them. Soon after, on the deck of the sailing warship, 2 beach chairs were arranged side by side. Dunn lay on one chair in silence, contemplating the earlier confrontation. Garb had certainly not exerted his full strength. Only that last punch seemed to exhibit a fraction of his true prowess. Ultimately, he needed to enhance his physical form. For him, strengthening his physique meant increasing health and defense, while also sharpening his cognitive abilities. Here, a bag of snacks was offered to Dunn. He did not hesitate to accept, though he had tasted these small treats before and found them neither particularly enjoyable nor distasteful. He had no qualms about indulging in them. Observing Dunn as he accepted the bag, Garb picked up another, his dark-ringed eyes fixed upon Dunn. Your physique is commendable, and your haki is not without merit. Yet you lack the experience of battle. While your potential is significant, your resilience remains inadequate. Garb discerned Dunn's condition with a mere glance. You handle weaker opponents with ease. But should you confront someone more adept in haki, you may find yourself in a dire struggle. I understand, Dunn replied, chewing on a rice cracker, nodding in acknowledgement. Are you truly not considering it? Not at all. I am no naval hero. There are certain paths I choose not to tread, Dunn replied ambiguously. Garb paused, immediately grasping his meaning, nodding with a heart full of regret. At such a young age, endowed with remarkable character, talent, and strength, he was indeed exceptional. Yet, having reached this point in their conversation, Garb ceased his attempts. I hope to never see your name on a bounty list in the future, he remarked, his words laden with significance. That is not within my control. After all, bounties are issued by the Navy and the world government. Dunn shook his head. Becoming a pirate was far from his thoughts. Even as an adventurer under the pirate's banner, he held no interest. Yet, he was aware that he would inevitably encounter numerous challenges ahead, which might pit him against the Navy or even the world government. Thus, the existence of a bounty remained uncertain. Therefore, it was imperative to become sufficiently strong to confront any threats that might arise. What about the 7 warlords? Do you have any interest? Garb suddenly shifted his thoughts, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. Dunn had crossed paths with Jinbei, and while he was unaware of the specifics, he inferred that Dunn had not suffered in the encounter. Rumors had circulated that the world government was in discussions with Mihawk, seemingly intending to invite him to become a warlord, especially since there were vacancies. The 7 warlords? Dunn glanced at Garb, shaking his head once more. You truly are a challenge to communicate with. You refuse everything, shaking your head at every turn, Garb lamented before closing his eyes in silence. Upon Garb's closure of his eyes, Bogart approached, presenting a den mushi. What do you seek from me? Garb nonchalantly inquired as he accepted the creature. Master, the son of the devil is hiding in the West Blue. With nothing pressing at hand, I wish to investigate the situation, came a somewhat languid voice. Dunn was taken aback, turning to regard the den mushi in Garb's hand. Chapter 53, Return to Koko Village. The son of the devil. Is that the girl from O'Hara? Garb expressed evident surprise. He was well aware of the events surrounding O'Hara and the subsequent devastation wrought by the Navy's Buster Call. It was precisely because of those events that his once spirited disciple, Akiji, had become somewhat lethargic. What do you intend to do? Garb doubted his disciple's intentions, suspecting that if capture were the goal, it would have been accomplished long ago. The world government is already aware of this and has dispatched personnel to the West Blue. I merely intend to lend a hand. Akiji's languid voice resonated again. I don't believe you for a moment. Garb scoffed, digging through his nose, his expression one of exasperation. He knew his disciple's nature all too well. He likely harbored ulterior motives. Make your own decisions. After Garb finished speaking, he abruptly hung up the phone bug and placed it on a small table beside him, turning his gaze toward the closed eyes of Dunn. You seem quite intrigued by what just transpired, he noted, and Dunn's reaction was not lost on Garb. Although the old man was straightforward, having spent decades as a seasoned Marine, he possessed a keen ability to read people. Curiosity, Dunn replied, still with his eyes shut. This matter is no trivial affair. Involvement could incite hostility from the world government, Garb cautioned. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have been interested, but now you've piqued my curiosity. Dunn opened his eyes and turned to face Garb. Such a disposition. Garb was momentarily taken aback. This demeanor felt strangely familiar. Most people around him seemed to share this same character trait. He scrutinized Dunn, trying to ascertain the sincerity behind his words, but unfortunately, Dunn closed his eyes once more. The warship sailed across the vast ocean, while the Marines aboard continued to discuss the recent battle. The island that had been attacked was not far from the naval base, and with the ship's swift speed, they arrived at the base within a few hours. Colonel Mouse, already informed, had been waiting. Dunn descended from the warship, carrying Arlong's head, and casually tossed it to Colonel Mouse. The colonel instinctively caught the object, but upon realizing what it was, he nearly dropped it in shock. Arlong, a notorious fisherman pirate with a bounty of 20 million, had other pirates aboard his ship, which would eventually convert to berries. Dunn waved his hand, indicating his intent to leave. Colonel Mouse threw Arlong's head to a nearby Marine soldier, who looked pale. Wait, the branch's funds are insufficient, Mouse called after Dunn. Insufficient? Dunn furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Colonel Mouse. No one in the East Blue captures this many pirates in such a short time. I've even had to tap into the branch's budget. Colonel Mouse was equally troubled, especially upon seeing Garb descending from the warship, absent-mindedly picking his nose. The headquarters will deposit the bounty into your personal account. You'll need to retrieve it from the bank later, Garb remarked, having overheard Dunn. He flicked away what he had extracted from his nose. Dunn turned back. Such banks do not exist in small places. They are departments established by the world government on a few major islands. Of course, if you're a pirate, Garb chuckled at Dunn's words. Seas, is it? Dunn nodded. The technology of this world is quite advanced, though predominantly controlled by the world government. The innovations created by Vegapunk are indeed numerous, so the presence of banks is not surprising. However, most banks are located in the Grand Line, with some found in world government member nations as well. Garb, observing Dunn, felt it necessary to clarify matters. Otherwise, given Dunn's propensity for capturing pirates and acquiring wealth, failure to secure funds could lead to complications. However, Dunn was merely passing the time. Perfect, I still have 90 million berries. Dunn nodded, lifted his foot, and departed, leaving behind such a proclamation. Before long, Dunn retrieved the 90 million berries he had stored at the tavern and delivered them directly to the naval base, handing them over to Garb. Aren't you afraid I might abscond with your money? Observing Dunn's nonchalant demeanor, Garb was intrigued. Just how much does this lad value money? It's nothing to worry about. If I were to take it, I would simply find another naval base to collect from. It's hardly a significant matter. Garb was momentarily taken aback. He understood perfectly what Dunn meant. The act of retrieving was not to be taken literally. If it were carried out, he would likely find himself with a bounty of 100 million. Well, leave behind a photo and a password. Garb nodded. The photograph was straightforward. The Navy already possessed Dunn's likeness. However, the password was a different matter. After a moment's contemplation, Dunn declared, flowing blade like fire. Flowing blade like fire? Garb echoed, intrigued by the phrase, but chose not to inquire further. No problem. I shall take care of this matter for you. Nearby, Colonel Mouse observed the exchange between Dunn and Garb, pretending to be invisible. So familiar with Vice Admiral Garb, yet it appeared he had not joined the Navy. What is going on here? By the way, the oranges from the Konomi Islands are quite delightful. I rather enjoy them. Make sure to take the warship there sometime, lest the pirates ruin them. Having concluded the discussion about money, Dunn turned his attention to Colonel Mouse. Understood. Colonel Mouse glanced at Garb before nodding. After all, this task also fell under his responsibilities as the base commander. However, Dunn's commanding tone struck Colonel Mouse as rather peculiar. What is the matter? Do you have an acquaintance? Garb inquired upon hearing Dunn's words. I suppose you could say so. After a moment's reflection, Dunn did not deny it. There was a Navy officer before, but he retired after a battle with pirates. Upon hearing this, Garb grew even more curious, but it was clear that Dunn had no intention of elaborating. Colonel Mouse pondered silently. Initially, he had planned to gather some retirement funds once he became the base commander, but it seemed that would not be possible. Given the extent of Dunn's familiarity with Vice Admiral Garb, he was reluctant to provoke any complications. There are other means, after all. Colonel Mouse's mind was racing. Time to go. Dunn waved his hand and turned to leave. Vice Admiral Garb? Colonel Mouse cautiously addressed Dunn as he departed. I too shall return to headquarters. Garb glanced at Colonel Mouse and rose to his feet. In truth, he had sensed that Dunn's words seemed to serve as a warning to the base commander. Yet, he lacked the inclination to delve deeper into it at that moment. Dunn departed swiftly. Shortly thereafter, at Cocoa West Village. As usual, Dunn smiled at Belmere. For the third time. Do you want all again? This man is a veritable god of wealth. However, this time, Belmere was accompanied by two girls. One with water blue hair and the other with orange hair, both curiously gazing at Dunn. Is this the person who has improved their lives over the past few days? Chapter 54. A Feast with Nami's Family. Is he the bounty hunter? Belmere mentioned twice at home about the person who bought their oranges. Thanks to this individual, life at home has improved significantly in recent days, primarily due to Belmere's efforts. No longer do they rely on a meal a day. Instead, they can indulge in oranges for one of their meals. This time, I require a larger quantity, for I am embarking on a long voyage. Dunn's gaze swept over the two girls behind Belmere, and he smiled as he spoke. Are you setting sail, sir? The seas are rather turbulent at the moment. Belmere inquired with curiosity. It's nothing to worry about. It's good to see the world, he replied. However, even on a long voyage, oranges cannot be preserved for long. As I've said before, when faced with hard-earned money, one must be prudent, Belmere reminded him once again. I understand. So let us expedite this, Dunn said as he took out some money and placed it on the table, preparing to turn away. Sir, Belmere called out to him. Thank you for your generosity on 2 previous occasions. I would like to treat you to a meal as a farewell gesture, she hesitated before stating. Very well, but I still need to purchase a few things, Dunn replied without refusal, nodding in agreement. Belmere and Nami watched Dunn depart with a mix of admiration and concern. Is he setting sail at such a young age? Belmere mused, calling upon Nami and Nojiko for assistance. Is he a pirate? Nami asked, gazing at Dunn's distant figure with curiosity. Don't be ridiculous, Nojiko exclaimed, covering Nami's mouth. Pirates wouldn't pay for oranges, she whispered, leaving Nami momentarily speechless. Observing her 2 adopted daughters playfully bicker, Belmere smiled, seemingly in good spirits. The trio, consisting of 1 adult and 2 children, worked up a sweat transporting oranges to the ship docked at the pier. After waiting for quite some time, Dunn returned, carrying numerous items. Here, he said, handing over bags of various sizes to Nami and Nojiko. Huh? The 2 girls stared blankly, instinctively accepting the items Dunn offered. Gifts. One must always bring gifts when visiting, he explained. Upon hearing the word gifts, the girls felt the weight of their burdens lighten. Though they stumbled a bit while walking, Belmere expressed her gratitude profusely along the way. Wow, a nautical book. Upon returning to Belmere's home, Nami excitedly rummaged through the items Dunn had gifted, her heart leaping with joy when she discovered several volumes detailing navigational techniques. Do you like them? Dunn asked with a broad smile as he sat at the table. My dream is to become the greatest navigator and create the most perfect sea charts, Nami replied eagerly, her aspirations clearly defined. Ah, such lofty ambitions are not easily achieved. Dunn raised an eyebrow in response. Nami, come help. Nojiko called from the kitchen, where she was assisting Belmere with the meal. Nami responded promptly, gingerly placing the books aside as if they were treasures before dashing off to lend a hand. Dunn observed the trio busying themselves, taking a moment to appraise the modest home. It was not large, but it was relatively tidy, albeit sparse, indicating a life of modest means. However, it is true that after Belmere brought back Nami and Nojiko, she raised them alone, and their lives were undoubtedly not affluent. It seems that it was only after saving up 100,000 berries that she felt compelled to take her own life, using that sum to secure the lives of Nami and Nojiko. The purchasing power of berries in this world is comparable to that of the island nation from his original world, roughly equivalent to 5,000 of his former currency, which indeed is not a significant amount. However, one would hope that she could then watch Nami and the others grow up peacefully. Provided that pesky mouse does not cause any trouble, Dunn mused. Belmir and the two girls busily prepared the meal while stealing glances at Dunn. Despite his towering stature, his youthful face betrayed his age. Was he truly setting out to sea at such a tender age? Belmir pondered, sensing there were many stories behind this boy. Before long, a grand spread of dishes was laid out, with Dunn providing the ingredients, which made Belmir feel a tad embarrassed. Nami and Nojiko were already seated, clearly eager for the meal. "Belmir, are you home?" A voice called from outside, and without turning, Dunn recognized it as a Jien, who harbored a secret affection for Belmir. "Just in time, join us for dinner. We have a guest today, the gentleman who bought all my oranges," Belmir announced as she opened the door. "Oh," a Jien paused, glancing at Dunn, seated at the table. Once a Jien settled in, Dunn finally met his gaze. "Did you come for something specific?" Belmir inquired while handing a Jien some utensils. "I just received news that the village of Chi-Chi has been attacked by pirates, reportedly a gang of fishmen, resulting in numerous casualties," a Jien said gravely upon hearing Belmir's question. "Huh?" Apart from Dunn, the three women looked at a Jien in shock. Chi-Chi was indeed located in the Konomi Islands, not far from Koko Village. But rest assured, those fishmen were dealt with by a bounty hunter, who then reported to the Navy. However, many lives were still lost. Jien sighed, his mood heavy. "A bounty hunter?" Nami inquired with curiosity. "Yes. They say he's a tall young man, remarkably skilled, having dispatched dozens of fishmen pirates in mere moments. Had he not intervened, we might have faced dire consequences here as well. Given the proximity, those ruthless pirates may not spare this place," a Jien explained. Belmir listened quietly, her expression shifting as a Jien mentioned the Navy's arrival, yet she chose to remain silent. A Jien, noticing her reaction, was aware of her past as a Navy officer. "How impressive!" Nami exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Dunn quietly listened to their conversation about him, refraining from interrupting while contentedly consuming his meal. The portion was insufficient to satisfy him, but he wasn't hungry at the moment. "Well then, farewell," Dunn declared as he set down his knife and stood up, grabbing his belongings. He waved his hand in farewell before making his way to the door. "The food was delightful. Thank you." Dunn turned with a smile before pulling open the door and stepping outside. "Wait." A Jien was taken aback, gazing at the figure retreating with a knife in hand. "The information I received indicated that the pirate hunter who had slain the pirates wielded a notably long blade." His words left Belmir and the others momentarily stunned, as they turned their gaze towards the departing silhouette of Dunn outside the door. Could it be him? Could it truly be him? A middle-aged man, his expression dark and cloaked in a crimson cape, scrutinized the photograph in his hand. The image depicted Dunn outside Base 16 in a nearby town. "Indeed, my lord. According to the intelligence relayed by our informant, this is the individual who delivered numerous pirates to the Navy, including Kaso. Kaso, the animal-type devil fruit user apprehended by Dunn. What is his current location? He is still in the Konomi Islands. We must locate him." Chapter 55. The Pursuit from the Celestial Night Demon, the Flag-bearer Diamante. Fortunately, the distance was not insurmountable. Dunn executed one-handed push-ups, a metal block towering above him, taller than a man. Before him lay a nautical chart unfurled across the deck. If it were an entire map of the East Blue, Dunn would have little confidence in navigating by it, likely ending up as lost as Zoro. However, this smaller chart depicted the islands surrounding Reverse Mountain, allowing Dunn to navigate with relative certainty. He estimated that he could reach Reverse Mountain in a day or two. As he supported himself with his left hand while performing push-ups, Dunn stroked his smooth chin with his right, squinting thoughtfully. This journey was heading to the West Blue. Although the world government had discovered Robin's whereabouts, he felt no urgency. After all, worrying would serve no purpose. It had been over a decade since the destruction of O'Hara, and Robin had managed to remain concealed in the West Blue for an extended period, clearly exhibiting great caution. He did not believe he could simply find her upon arrival. Furthermore, even without his intervention, Robin would likely evade capture, though it remained uncertain whether Akiji was covertly assisting her. Raising his right hand, Dunn deftly lifted the several-ton metal block from his back, flipping over to sit down and placing it aside. Settling cross-legged, he reached for a glass of orange juice on the nearby table, taking a sip before glancing up at the sun overhead. The sun's scorching rays had little effect on him. After a brief pause to adjust his course, he could head directly towards Reverse Mountain. After some contemplation, Dunn decided against visiting Lode Town. Although it was the site of the Pirate King's execution, a place of pilgrimage for pirates and others in this world, he felt no desire to see it. Finishing his juice, Dunn rose and grasped the sword, Flame, practicing fundamental sword techniques with measured precision. He had his own vision for the path he intended to follow. However, he could not simply unleash the techniques of the old man Yamamoto directly. In conventional combat, the phrase "no move is superior to a move" echoed in his mind. Of course, such a saying did not exist in this world, but a similar philosophy surely did. With diligent practice, the body would develop instincts, responding to an opponent's attacks with reflexive actions. What was that phrase? I came effortlessly. As Dunn practiced, he simultaneously engaged in a storm of thoughts. Ultimately, one must engage in battle more frequently, Dunn murmured softly to himself. Solitary practice can never match the rapid improvement gained through true combat. However, suitable opponents are scarce, especially in the 4 seas, given his current prowess. Few are qualified to stand against him. It appears that his gaze must ultimately turn towards the Grand Line, a realm where formidable warriors truly converge. As these thoughts crossed his mind, his heightened observation Hawkeye detected a large ship speeding towards him, a pirate vessel. The pirate flag appeared peculiar. It was entirely crimson, adorned with a skull crowned by an odd feather design. Dunn sheathed his sword and gazed towards the distant ship. Is it heading for me? The pirate ship was unmistakably on a collision course with him. Although he had no intention of visiting Lode Town, he would not shy away from earning a bit of extra coin should the pirates seek their demise. Stepping to the prow of his ship, Dunn's eyes focused on the approaching pirate vessel. Boom! Before it could draw near, cannon fire erupted, and several cannonballs hurtled towards Dunn's ship. With swift strikes, he severed the incoming projectiles, causing them to detonate in midair. Before the next volley could be launched, Dunn fiercely stomped on the ship's bow, leaping into the air, soaring 100 meters high, with his flaming sword drawn behind him. He then executed a sweeping arc, unleashing a powerful slash from the blade. On the pirate ship, a tall, lean figure leapt up, countering with a similar slash from below, resulting in a fierce collision and explosion. At this moment, Dunn had harnessed the momentum from his jump to position himself above the pirate vessel, locking eyes with the figure rising beneath him. Who is this? Is it one of the Don Quixote family? He seems to be a gladiator. Dunn descended directly onto the attacking pirate ship. There were not many pirates aboard. The expansive deck resembled a coliseum. The surrounding pirates brandished their weapons, their faces twisted in menacing grins. I have awaited your arrival for several days. A figure cloaked in a crimson cape landed, brandishing an extraordinarily long sword, appraising Dunn. Did Doflamingo send you? Dunn now comprehended the situation. After confronting Doflamingo through the Den Mushi, it was clear that this individual had been dispatched for retribution, remarkably swift in uncovering his identity. Hee. The young master has instructed me to bring your head back. Diamante leaped onto the arena, his gaze fixed on Dunn. Oh, it's Lord Diamante. The surrounding pirates erupted in cheers upon seeing Diamante ascend the platform. Dunn cast a glance at these pirates before settling his gaze on Diamante. If you possess sufficient strength, I am indeed formidable. As a cadre of the Don Quixote family, one must be strong to accompany the young master. Diamante laughed heartily, then, without warning, made his move. The sword in his hand became limp, akin to a mere strip of cloth, swiftly darting towards Dunn's face in the blink of an eye. Then, with a flicker, the elongated blade transformed back into a sharp sword, its edge aimed at Dunn's neck. Raising his sword, Dunn intercepted the strike. Observing the parry, a glimmer of pride flickered in Diamante's eyes, accompanied by a sinister smile. The formerly rigid sword softened once more, its tip thrusting directly at Dunn's throat. Ding! The armor of Hawkeye hardened. Witnessing this scene, Diamante did not express disappointment, but instead withdrew his sword. I am the banner-bearer of the flamboyant fruit. He chuckled with glee. Here emerged a unique declaration of identity in this world. Moreover, this fellow was reveling in his own excitement. Dunn assessed his health bar 100. The earlier strike had indeed diminished a fraction of it, though the reduction was too slight to register visibly. Currently, Dunn's recovery rate was remarkably swift. As he maintained both observation and armament hockey, his health was gradually depleting. However, as his physical prowess grew more formidable, his self-recovery rate surpassed the losses, thus keeping his health at its peak. This signified that as long as his physique remained robust, he could sustain his recovery in protracted battles against formidable foes. In the face of Diamante's ambush, Dunn's expression remained serene, devoid of any anger. As the latter retracted his sword, Dunn leaped forward, raising his flame high and delivering a powerful downward strike. Ding! The clang of metal echoed. Diamante, who had raised his sword to meet Dunn's attack, was met with a sudden change in his expression as he was sent flying backward by the force of the blow. Chapter 56, Beheading and Doflamingo. The initiation of return, Capital Diamante felt an overwhelming force emanating from the sword in his grasp, an intensity he had never before encountered. Not even during his battles with Pika, who transformed into a colossal rock giant, did he experience such a sensation. Sent sprawling by the strike, disbelief clouded Diamante's eyes. When did such a monster emerge from the east blue? Boom! As Diamante crashed to the ground, his flowing cape and attire morphed into steel, carving a deep gash across the ship's deck before colliding against the ship's railing. Crack! The fissures on the railing expanded. The surrounding pirates, who had been cheering moments ago, fell silent, like ducks with their throats grasped. They stared, wide-eyed, at the fallen Diamante. This was Lord Diamante, the mightiest gladiator who had never tasted defeat in the Colosseum of Dressrosa. Was this all? Dunn swung his flame, creating a piercing whistle. As Diamante, just rising to his feet, heard Dunn's voice, his body froze, rage flooding his visage. Yet, as he stood upright, the railing he had crashed into shattered. Plunging into the sea below, Diamante clutched his sword tightly, his eyes burning with fury as they locked onto Dunn. From their recent clash, Diamante could no longer afford to harbor any contempt, although he was not particularly known for his strength. His extensive combat experience made him acutely aware that when a skill reaches an extraordinary level beyond the ordinary, it can confer immense advantages in battle. One must not engage in a direct confrontation. Dunn turned and walked to the opposite side of the arena, gesturing playfully to Diamante. This action did not go unnoticed by the assembled pirates. Diamante's face flushed with indignation. Such a dismissive attitude was evident even to the most dim-witted observer. Yet, in combat, victory is not merely a matter of brute strength. Diamante stepped onto the arena, gripping his sword and fixing his gaze upon Dunn. Before he could utter another boastful remark, Dunn lunged forward, his right foot propelling him towards Diamante with great speed. Clang! Although Diamante had mastered the technique of armament hockey, he was no swordmaster. He had become overly reliant on his devil fruit abilities. As Dunn charged, he raised his sword to parry, but was forced to retreat. His weapon morphed into a pliable form, twisting into the shape of a long-horned fish, reminiscent of the battling fish of Dressrosa. Bang! Gripping the hilt firmly, he thrust forward as if releasing a flying hammer. Dunn met the strike head-on. Boom! Even with the aid of his weapon. The collision left Diamante's hands tingling with numbness. Caught off guard, he realized the blade had transformed into a serpentine sword. Diamante shouted as his long sword, resembling a battling fish, unfurled, with its blade flexibly attacking Dunn like a venomous snake. With his observation hockey activated, Dunn deftly wielded his sword, effortlessly deflecting the incoming strikes. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed in the air. Dunn maintained a calm demeanor while absorbing the attacks, though disappointment flickered in his eyes. He had anticipated a formidable opponent, but it appeared that Diamante's application of his abilities resembled mere sleight of hand. The Paramecia-type fluttering fruit was expected to yield some surprises. However, it was only natural. Even within the Don Quixote family, Diamante's influence was not particularly prominent. As he continued to parry the incoming blades, Dunn shook his head slightly. Then, with a sudden flourish, he unleashed a slash from his sword, sending a cutting wave towards Diamante. Sensing the incoming strike, Diamante flicked his cape, the crimson fabric shielding him before hardening into steel. Bang! The slash collided with the steel cloak, producing a resounding explosion. Ha ha, I'm the flagman. This steel armor is impenetrable. Just as Diamante reveled in his triumph, he suddenly found Dunn's figure inexplicably before him, his sword raised high, poised to strike down violently. It's futile, futile, futile. A sense of urgency gripped Diamante as he desperately attempted to use his steel cloak to block the impending blow. However, Dunn's strike proved sharper than anticipated. The steel cloak, akin to mere fabric, was cleaved by Dunn's sword. The sound of blades slicing through flesh echoed ominously. A series of diagonal, colossal sword marks slashed from Diamante's left shoulder to his right waist, blood splattering forth. His towering form collapsed backward, gazing skyward. Damn it! The surrounding pirates, momentarily stunned by this turn of events, soon erupted in fury, brandishing their blades and firearms as they launched an assault on Dunn. However, Dunn's figure flickered within mere moments. None aboard the ship remained standing. The scent of blood pervaded the deck. Remarkably, the resilient Diamante had not succumbed to his injuries. His eyes fixated on Dunn as he approached with a weapon in hand. "Do you have any last words?" Dunn inquired calmly, looking down at the blood-soaked Diamante. "Young master, save me," Diamante suddenly cried out. Dunn's gaze fell upon the snail phone at his ear. "Pirate Hunter Dunn, leave now, and I can pretend this incident never occurred," came the voice of Don Quixote Doflamingo. It was during Dunn's assault on the pirates that Diamante managed to contact Doflamingo. An intriguing proposal. Dunn replied, yet his tone shifted. "However, I must decline." With a swift motion, Dunn's blade silenced Diamante's pained groans. "You seek death." Doflamingo's furious roar resonated from the snail phone. "I find it hard to believe someone like you. If I were to release him, he may very well become my enemy again next time we cross paths. Thus, I shall be decisive." Dunn crouched, retrieving the snail phone from the ground. "And next time, do not send your subordinates. They are your family, are they not? Such an act is tantamount to seeking death. If you must come, do so yourself, or I shall pay you a visit in Dressrosa shortly." Fufufu, truly an audacious fellow. Doflamingo's sinister laughter echoed from the snail phone, a laugh most unpleasant. "Is there anything else? If not, I shall take this head to the Navy to claim my bounty." Dunn's tone was somewhat provoking. Alas, Doflamingo could not leap forth from the snail phone. "I will find you." "Very well. I shall be heading to the West Sea." "Oh, by the way, you have business in the North Sea, correct?" "Once I conclude my affairs in the West Sea, I shall come to disrupt your dealings." Dunn spoke as if recalling something important. Silence enveloped the other end of the snail phone. After a considerable pause, the connection was severed. Observing the now sleeping snail phone in his hand, Dunn tucked it into his pocket, then bent down to retrieve Diamante's head. Startup Capital. Has it not returned once more? Chapter 57. Don Quixote's response. The upstream ship in the West Sea. Just as Dunn momentarily changed his mind, heading toward Rogue Town with the severed head in hand. Within the palace of Dressrosa in the New World, a terrifying aura permeated the entire palace. The palace guards and maids collapsed, their eyes rolling back in shock. The members of the Don Quixote family regarded Doflamingo with a mix of reverence, fervor, and, of course, anger. "Doflamingo, it is all my fault." As Doflamingo unleashed his conqueror's haki in a fit of rage, Treble spoke up. Doflamingo turned to Toripole, the veins on his forehead bulging. "It is not your fault. I too did not anticipate that such a formidable individual could emerge from the East Blue." After suppressing his conqueror's haki, Doflamingo spoke with a dark expression. "Young master, allow me to eliminate this brat and avenge Diamante." A sharp voice erupted from a robust man clad in armor. Although Diamante often mocked his voice, the bond of family compelled him to take on the task himself. Doflamingo shook his head. "The power of the Pika Pika no Mi can only unleash its full potential on the islands." The other members of the Don Quixote family were eager for action. Only a tall girl appearing to be in her 20s maintained her composure. Violet, the second daughter of the former king of Dressrosa, had joined the Don Quixote family to protect her father's life after Doflamingo seized control. Violet was acutely aware that her sister had been slain by Diamante. Now, she struggled to suppress her joy and felt immense gratitude towards the one who had killed Diamante. That brat mentioned disrupting our business in the North Sea, right? Lao. You and Peak head back to the North Sea. Doflamingo, though furious over Diamante's death, remained composed, understanding the importance of fostering a relationship with Kaido, one of the emperors of the New World, and becoming a supplier of weapons to him. This matter was of utmost significance to him. As for the one who had slain Diamante, if he were to venture to the North Sea, Doflamingo would later intercept him there. He thought to himself. Yet he did not believe Dunn would actually go to the North Sea. He suspected it was mere bravado. Violet, you too shall accompany them. Utilize your abilities to locate him in advance should he truly head to the North Sea. Doflamingo suddenly turned his gaze towards Violet. Understood, young master. Violet, codenamed Violet, nodded. Her value stemmed from her Moro Nomi powers, which had saved her father's life, when fully unleashed. She could perceive the thoughts of others and see across a distance of 4,000 kilometers. Doflamingo? Once Lao and Peak departed with Violet, Toripol spoke up. Everyone in the Four Seas is keeping a lookout for that bastard. I want to be apprised of his whereabouts at all times. Why find the opportunity? Doflamingo snorted and rose. When Jack arrives, have him come see me. He strode away in his small shoes, leaving the others exchanging glances. They were astonished that Diamante had met his end so unexpectedly. What kind of person could have killed Diamante? In East Blue's Lowtown, a modest ship approached, garnering little attention. Given it was the entrance to Reverse Mountain, a considerable naval presence was stationed there, with the base commander being a rear admiral, ensuring that no pirate would dare to cause trouble or even come close. However, when Dunn disembarked, holding a human head, many were left utterly speechless. After bidding farewell to Dunn as he made his way to the naval base, the talents at the dock murmured amongst themselves. It appeared he was a bounty hunter, brazenly flaunting the severed head to claim his reward. A formidable character indeed. Yet what was this? That head, indiscernible in identity. If no one recognized it, it must belong to a minor pirate. The youth was still quite young, likely lacking in strength. Speculation abounded as Dunn directly approached the naval base to declare his intentions. Upon witnessing Diamante's grotesque head, Brigadier General Tibbs, stationed in Roadtown, was left in a state of shock. He was now well acquainted with the name Dunn. Just days prior, when Garb had docked here while departing from the East Sea, he mentioned recruiting Dunn. There was also the prior encounter between the warlord Jinbei and Dunn, though the outcome remained unknown. If he was not mistaken, that head belonged to a member of the Don Quixote family, with a bounty of 99 million. This individual had not only provoked the sea hero Jinbei, but had also drawn the ire of Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Tibbs was at a loss. Just how much trouble could this person stir? Doflamingo was no Jinbei. His malevolence surpassed the former, and none could predict his capabilities. Sir? A nearby naval soldier observed Tibbs's expression, which seemed to morph like a slideshow, and quietly reminded him. The bounty hunter had stated that the reward could simply be deposited into his account. Tibbs paused. Where is he? He has left, heading towards Reverse Mountain, presumably on his way to the Grand Line. The soldier promptly replied. Left? Good. Tibbs exhaled in relief and immediately contacted Garb via Den Mushi. Ha ha ha. That little brat has even provoked Doflamingo and killed an officer. What a daring fellow. Garb's booming laughter resonated from the receiver after hearing the report. He said you could deposit the bounty into his account. Ah, I see. You mentioned he was heading towards Reverse Mountain, likely bound for the Grand Line? Yes. Vice Admiral Garb. All right, I understand. The call ended, and Brigadier General Tibbs instructed his men to handle the severed head before drafting a report for headquarters. At the base of Reverse Mountain, Dunn stood aboard his vessel, gazing up at the peculiar currents flowing against the mountain. He had observed Roadtown and the execution platform of the Pirate King. Quite unremarkable, yet many had gathered to watch. Not lingering long, he replenished his supplies and proceeded directly to Reverse Mountain. The ship beneath him surged upwards with the current, and as Dunn's eyes scanned the nautical chart in his hand, flames suddenly surged forth from within him. The vessel, ascending against the flow, pitched forward under the force of the flames, and, at the apex, it soared into the air, altering its course towards another upward current of water. The ship, aglow with fire, resembled a spacecraft as it traversed the waterway towards the West Sea. Below, in the opposing current, cheers erupted from a pirate ship, undoubtedly a group of aspiring pirates eager to make their mark in the Grand Line. Flames descended from the heavens, cleaving the pirate ship beneath their feet into 3 segments. Dunn sheathed his sword, observing the pirates plummeting into the sea below, flames erupting as he directed the vessel downward toward the water surface. Chapter 58, Capone Beach. The Godfather's Intimidation. In an unremarkable coastal town of the West Sea, a man clad in a tailored gray suit and wrapped in a scarf hastily entered a courtyard, whispering urgently, "One of our strongholds has been attacked. That individual insisted on meeting you." Capone Beach, savoring his roasted meat, displayed no change in demeanor, chewing thoughtfully as he turned his gaze toward the messenger. "Who is it? Is it an adversary?" "No, it's just one person, young in age, who claims to seek your assistance." "Assistance? Ha ha!" Capone Beach's laughter echoed, but his expression darkened suddenly. "Coming to beg for help while assaulting my stronghold. What does he take me for?" It had been quite a while since he had encountered such insolence since seizing control of the underbelly of the West Sea. "Godfather, should we send someone to eliminate him?" A young man behind him, wearing sunglasses, inquired, sensing the ominous tone in Capone's voice. "No, since he wishes to meet me, bring him here," Capone commanded with a wave of his hand. "Yes, Godfather." The messenger nodded eagerly before hastening away. Capone's expression returned to normal, as if the previous incident had never transpired, and he resumed his meal. The assailant of Capone Beach's stronghold was none other than Dunn. Rather than aimlessly searching, seeking out Capone, the local kingpin, was certainly the most expedient course of action. This plan had been formulated long before Dunn arrived in the West Sea. Naturally, since he sought assistance, Dunn had no intention of resorting to violence this time. After all, how could one assist if they resorted to murder? The sound of hurried footsteps approached as a group of similarly attired middle-aged men swiftly made their way toward Dunn, squatting not far from him. "The Godfather has agreed, but you must meet him in person." "Understood." Dunn nodded, raising his hand to rest his sword upon his shoulder. Before long, a modest vessel departed from the island. On board, Dunn surveyed the bustling crew. These individuals, under Capone Beach's command, resembled gangsters rather than pirates. They engaged in underground enterprises, amassing wealth and expanding their influence. Aside from the initial unification of the underworld in the West Sea, which led to the establishment of the Flame Tank Pirates and the elimination of his rivals, Capone did not embody the typical pirate archetype. It was only after venturing into the Grand Line that he conformed to the common traits of most pirates. Dunn possessed the superhuman fruit of the stronghold. His body functioned as a fortress capable of harboring numerous individuals within. In a sense, it could be regarded as a variant of a space fruit. However, the mere thought of concealing others within his own body struck Dunn as peculiar. Regardless, he would never resort to such an action. Even if he possessed that capability, he would refrain from doing so. After exhaling and glancing at his status panel, Dunn furrowed his brow. His physical prowess had once again ascended, rising from a previous score of 83 to an impressive 99. However, it appeared that he had reached a threshold. He had remained at this plateau of 99 for an extended period. During a brief encounter with Garb aboard a warship, his physicality had nearly grazed the edge of 99. Yet in the clash with Garb, even his utmost strength was suppressed. Furthermore, it was evident that Garb had yet to exert his full might. Although he was cognizant of the gap between himself and the world's elite, an unmistakable sense of urgency began to swell within him. It seemed that he would need to devise a new strategy. Merely training would not yield significant improvements. To transcend this boundary, alternative methods were requisite. Dunn recalled his battle with Gongshiro. His physical enhancements had already begun to stagnate, yet following that confrontation, the rate of his improvement had accelerated. Should he activate his indomitable spirit, or perhaps engage in a fierce battle where he could unleash his full power? While Dunn pondered these matters, the subordinates of Capone Beach were covertly observing him, gathering intelligence to relay back to their leader. Young yet formidable, capable of executing aerial slashes, He was undoubtedly a swordsman. There was no bloodshed, nor excessive chatter. His intentions remained ambiguous for the time being. The information they gathered was transmitted to Capone Beach. After several days at sea, the ship anchored near an island. Dunn disembarked, following a guide without hesitation. Soon, he found himself in the presence of Capone Beach. Slightly younger than depicted in the original narrative, yet still over 30, Dunn scrutinized Capone Beach, who was equally assessing him. "You seek my assistance, and yet attacked my subordinates." Capone Beach initiated the conversation, eager to seize the upper hand. Dunn smiled, and under the gaze of onlookers, seated himself at a nearby table. "Help me locate an individual valued at 79 million berries. Upon finding them, I will compensate you handsomely, and the person shall belong to me." At these words, Capone Beach bit down on a cigar, staring intently at Dunn. "An individual worth 79 million berries? You remind me of someone." Capone's expression shifted to one of intrigue. "Yes, the demon child of O'Hara, Nico Robin. I seek her whereabouts. Find her, and I will pay you. How can I be certain you possess such wealth?" "That's no trifling sum," Capone remarked, scrutinizing Dunn. "Moreover, the matter of Nico Robin is fraught with complications." "Oh," Dunn's eyes sparkled with interest. "So, you do have information?" Capone furrowed his brow and gestured for his subordinates to leave quickly, retaining only a few at his back. "Since you're searching for her, you must be aware of the events surrounding O'Hara. The world government is currently seeking her, and many of their agents have infiltrated the West Sea." Capone's gaze remained fixed on Dunn, hoping to discern the latter's true nature through his words. "I'm aware of this, and furthermore, I know that Admiral Akiji has also come to the West Sea for this very matter." Upon hearing this, Capone's expression grew more grave. Despite his current dominion over the underworld of the West Sea, he refrains from intervening in matters involving the world government and the admirals of the Navy. "I merely seek information, and you need only assist me in acquiring it. In return, I shall owe you a favor." Dunn was acutely aware of Capone Beach's ambitions. "A favor? Is your favor truly of value?" Upon hearing this, Capone Beach could not suppress a laugh. However, the smile that graced his face quickly vanished, replaced by a grave expression. Flames enveloped Dunn, and the temperature around him surged dramatically. He suddenly reached behind him, seizing a figure from the shadows. "I understand." Capone Beach spoke immediately. The flames around Dunn dissipated as he released the person he had grasped by the neck, revealing scorched marks encircling it. An ability user, one with powers related to flames. Perhaps from the natural type. Capone Beach's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and realization. If such a person were involved, then a favor indeed held significant worth. The only concern was whether the individual would honor their word. Chapter 59. The Cautious Nico Robin. Escaped sensing the hostile gazes surrounding him, Dunn offered a faint smile. "I have shown restraint." Indeed he had, under normal circumstances. The manifestation of his abilities merely produced ordinary flames. Yet, even these commonplace flames were beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. A mere touch could result in burns. Capone Beach remained unconcerned, for aside from superficial injuries, he suffered no serious harm. "I must caution you. I can promise to assist you in finding someone, but I will not engage in conflict with the Navy or the world government over this matter." Capone Beach, now his 30s, was no longer the youthful man of his teens or 20s. He was acutely aware that, despite his current status as the head of the underworld of the West Sea, he could not confront the world government or the Navy. "Very well. I require but a single piece of information." Dunn nodded. With Capone Beach's assistance, the task became considerably simpler, sparing Dunn the arduous search across the vast seas. With a mere command from Capone Beach, the underworld of the West Sea sprang into action, facilitating a more frequent exchange of intelligence. They sought news of Nico Robin's appearance. A woman clad in a dress walked briskly, her height exceeding 1.80 meters, rendering her strikingly tall. However, a hat obscured much of her visage. She moved swiftly, slightly bowing her head as she navigated through the crowd, ultimately finding refuge in a secluded alley. With a bounty of 79 million, coupled with her status as a child, Nico Robin had long been considered a coveted treasure by many. Since the destruction of O'Hara, Robin had been living a life of evasion. Embarking on her journey alone at sea, she dared not trust anyone, relying on anonymity and betrayal, along with her keen vigilance. She had managed to elude capture until the present day at the age of 21. Yet, she had been discovered on several occasions. Because of this, Nico Robin had developed an acute sense of danger. Given her need for concealment, she had naturally come into contact with the underworld of the West Sea. For those who probe into their own information, a vague awareness has begun to take shape. Additionally, there are those members of the world government perpetually on the hunt for him. Even after the passage of over a decade, these individuals have shown no sign of relent. With a long exhale, Nico Robin removed her hat, revealing a delicate yet weary visage. Over the years, she has dared not lower her guard, living each day like a startled bird. She retrieved the food she had purchased from her pocket, placing it on the table before heading to the bathroom. As the cold water cascaded over her body, it invigorated her senses. It seems I can no longer remain in the West Blue, she murmured softly to herself while drying her arms. The thought of departing the West Blue had long been on her mind. Yet her identity compelled her to act with caution, seeking the right opportunity. It is easy to imagine that along the path she must traverse to escape the West Blue, throngs of individuals will be waiting for her. To pass through safely, one requires a fortuitous chance. Yet, she pondered, when would this opportunity present itself? And why, she wondered? Had those individuals suddenly sought her out? For monetary gain? Nico Robin shook her head slightly. If it were merely for wealth, the world would not have suddenly shifted in such a manner. The information she had clandestinely gathered indicated that not long ago, the underworld had been engulfed by such news. With heavy thoughts clouding her mind, Nico Robin hastily wiped away the droplets of water from her skin, donning a loose garment as she emerged. However, as she stepped out of the bathroom, her body tensed abruptly, for she beheld a figure, a man seated at the table, consuming the food she had procured. His back was turned, rendering his features indistinguishable, yet a remarkably long knife leaned against the table. With her arms crossed tightly over her chest, Nico Robin fixed her gaze intently upon the unexpected intruder. "You're enjoying that? It tastes rather poor and offers little nourishment," Dunn remarked, chewing on the coarse bread before swallowing and addressing her. "Who are you?" Nico Robin maintained her vigilance, her expression grave as she scrutinized Dunn. Dunn, turning to face her, he observed the alertness of Robin, akin to a wary creature. "Relax, take a seat." Dunn beckoned, turning back to set down the half-eaten bread. Nico Robin furrowed her brow, her eyes appraising Dunn as she stepped forward to take a seat at the table. Dunn's gaze lingered on Robin's face. "Have something to eat. We must leave soon. The world government has caught wind of our presence here and will likely arrive shortly," Dunn stated. "Who exactly are you?" Robin remained cautious. Indeed, had she not been vigilant, she would not have managed to evade capture thus far. "I am Dunn, 15 years of age, hailing from the East Blue. Let me think, yes, a bounty hunter. You're here to capture me," Robin interjected, as two slender arms emerged from Dunn's shoulders. "Do not employ your abilities. They will be ineffective against me now." Dunn glanced at the arms sprouting from his shoulders, raising a hand to pinch them lightly. The expression of Nico Robin, arms still crossed over her chest, became momentarily frozen. "I'm not here to capture you. I am here to find you." "Why? Is it not because of the bounty upon my head?" Nico Robin inquired. The moment this young man appeared before her, she realized her cover had been compromised. Now, her thoughts were consumed with how to vanish from his sight. Moreover, his mention of the impending arrival of the world government instilled a sense of urgency within her. "You will find out soon enough. Are you certain you wish to continue this conversation? After all, the world government agents are on their way. I must change my attire." As Nico Robin began to rise, a hand pressed firmly upon her shoulder. "First, have a bite to eat. Otherwise, you will lack the strength to escape shortly." Dunn placed a few bites of bread before Nico Robin. Tightening her clothing, she resumed her seat and quickly took a few bites of the bread he offered, chewing and swallowing hastily before retreating to the bathroom. The rustling of clothing echoed from within, followed by silence. Dunn sat in the outer room, shaking his head slightly. It was indeed a rather abrupt encounter. The young woman had fled from the bathroom, having installed a hidden door within it. She was quite vigilant. However, there was little he could do. though he had swiftly discovered Nico Robin's possible hideout through the intelligence network of the underworld. Such commotion would undoubtedly alert the agents of the world government. Most importantly, the whereabouts of Akiji had also been uncovered. Drawing his blade, Dunn opened the door and stepped outside, turning a corner to reach the street. The street remained unchanged, with each person engrossed in their own affairs. Dunn activated his observation haki, following Robin from a distance. Chapter 60. For individuals, confrontation and Kuzan Robin's pace quickened. Throughout her years of evasion and survival, betrayal and suspicion had become her predominant hues. The man who had suddenly appeared before her, regardless of his intentions, was someone she would never trust, especially since he was a bounty hunter. Robin did not consider herself a pirate, yet the bounty of 79 million on her head was undeniably real. Her thoughts were solely focused on leaving this place as swiftly as possible, making her way towards the seaside. With every new locale, Robin made it a priority to familiarize herself with her surroundings. She was acutely aware of the island's terrain and knew that on the opposite side lay the smuggler's dock. If she could blend in with the vessels there, she might escape the watchful eyes of those pursuing her. As for Dunn's mention of the world government agents, Robin was uncertain whether to believe him, yet she chose to err on the side of caution. Just as she exited the town, feeling a pang of anxiety, two tall, slender figures emerged ahead, wearing odd, grinning masks, dressed in pristine white suits, and sporting white round hats. They caused her heart to race. Stopping in her tracks, she instinctively turned to flee, only to find two more figures had appeared behind her. Nico Robin, you have finally revealed yourself. A muffled voice emanated from behind one of the masks. Surrender, Nico Robin. You stand no chance of escape. The four figures encircled her, advancing slowly with an air of menace. Robin crossed her arms over her chest, a fleeting glimmer of despair flickering across her face. The power of the devil fruit endowed her with a modicum of combat strength. Yet in the presence of these agents of the world government, she understood that she was utterly outmatched. Was this the end? The sound of approaching footsteps resonated. Robin and the four others turned in unison to behold a tall figure striding towards them with a sword in hand. I warned you, these fellows are pursuing us. Yet you insisted on running. A calm voice echoed, and Robin gazed at the approaching Dunn, her expression blank. He was merely advancing towards them. Was he not afraid? Being a henchman of the world government? Halt your approach, someone cautioned. Dunn chuckled at the warning, and suddenly the ground beneath him erupted, propelling him to Robin's side in an instant. Not a chance. You shall not take her, Dunn remarked nonchalantly. Are you a pirate? The four regarded Dunn with grave expressions. No, I'm a bounty hunter. A bounty hunter? They were perplexed. Was this fellow here to claim credit? Had he come to capture Nico Robin as well? They were all agents of the world government. Such actions would lead to pursuit. Gazing at Dunn standing before her, Robin inhaled deeply and whispered, Your discovery has its roots in me, and I came to the West Sea because of you. I will not let you escape. Dunn turned to glance at Robin and inquired, Why? Are you also intrigued by the poneglyphs? Robin was bewildered by his words. What about her warranted such defiance against the world government? No, I have no interest in the poneglyphs. I am interested in you, Dunn stated candidly. This left Robin utterly flabbergasted. Suddenly, as the two engaged in their low conversation, a figure appeared abruptly beside Dunn, their arm enveloped in haki, swinging towards his head. Boom! Dunn, with his observation haki attuned to the movements of the four, delivered a swift kick, sending the assailant flying. The other three figures lunged at Dunn simultaneously. Stay back, Dunn exclaimed, releasing Robin and placing his hand on the hilt of his sword, the blade rasping against its sheath with a soft sound. A barrage of projectiles resembling bullets surged towards Dunn. With a deft motion, he swung his sword, deflecting the incoming projectiles, then leapt forward, delivering a powerful downward strike. The figure nearly struck by the blade seemed to lose all weight, gliding away at an angle along the edge of the sword. The remaining two figures charged towards Robin. Swish, swish, swish. Dunn unleashed a flurry of slashes, enveloping the three within his onslaught. The three figures were sent sprawling. The speed of Dunn's engagement with the trio was astonishingly rapid. To Robin's eyes, it was as if in the blink of an eye, the three were dispatched. 15 years old, Robin stared at Dunn in disbelief. When she first encountered him, he had introduced himself at that very age. 3 individuals have yet to be defeated. You should head to the seaside. There lies the vessel I have prepared for you. The one without a flag is mine, Dunn remarked to Nico Robin. Although she had questions, the moment was not opportune, and thus she complied with Dunn's instructions and turned to leave. Dunn, wielding his sword, observed the 4 figures emerging. They had all transformed, each possessing the abilities of the Zoan type. The previous slashes had left marks upon their forms. Yet their metamorphosis had allowed their robust physiques to compress the wounds, rendering them seemingly minor. Nico Robin is a notorious criminal of the world government. You must comprehend the gravity of your actions. One of the individuals, now resembling an upright rabbit, spoke gravely. Had it been anyone else, they would have dismissed the warning and swiftly dealt with the threat. However, this particular adversary was not to be trifled with. From their initial encounter, the 4 recognized Dunn as formidable, lacking confidence in their ability to confront him. This is inconsequential, Dunn declared as he regarded the 4, a flicker of flame igniting at his wrist and coiling around the blade. Witnessing this, the quartet acted simultaneously. Slash! Dunn's form flickered, and in an instant, 2 of the Zoan beings were severed, flames engulfing their bodies. Run! As the gruesome scene unfolded, the remaining pair wasted no time in fleeing. None shall escape. Dunn pivoted, brandishing his flaming sword, summoning a colossal fire vortex that ensnared the 2. With a resounding clap, he sheathed his blade. The fiery cyclone dissipated, leaving charred remains that fell as they reverted to their original forms. These were mere tools, their consumed fruits being commonplace Zoan types, and their inherent strength was not particularly formidable. After all, they had spent years pursuing Robin in the EC. Thus it was improbable that they would deploy their elite forces for such a task. Nevertheless, these 4 were merely inconspicuous operatives of the world government in the West Sea. With the rabble dealt with, Dunn shouldered his flame and strode towards the direction Robin had taken. The smaller adversaries were dispatched. Now it was time for the main course. As Dunn departed, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. At the seaside, Nico Robin gazed at the boat docked at the small pier, the vessel devoid of flag. Once bustling with activity, the dock was now eerily deserted. The sound of footsteps broke the silence, and Robin turned sharply, her pupils dilating in shock as she recognized the newcomer. Admiral Kazan. Cold sweat instantly beaded on her forehead. Robin's gaze was fixed on Kazan, her feet frozen in place, her body trembling slightly. What a surprise to encounter you here, Kazan remarked, casually twirling his curls, his expression calm as he regarded Robin. You have grown up well. Last time we parted, I warned you that if you were to do anything, I would be the first to apprehend you. Kazan stood at a distance from Robin, observing her intently. Memories flooded Robin's mind, recalling the day O'Hara was destroyed. Like today, they stood alone by the sea, just the 2 of them. The Navy has granted her a glimmer of hope. But now, is that hope to be snatched away? Observing Nico Robin's silence, Kazan ran a hand through his hair in exasperation before turning his gaze in another direction. Ah, it seems you have a commendable companion. Companion? Such an unfamiliar term. Does she truly possess any companions? A fleeting moment of confusion crossed Nico Robin's mind, only to be swiftly replaced by the realization of whom Kazan was referring to. Take me back. Hand me over to the Navy. Robin suddenly interjected. Regardless of the circumstances, the individual named Dunn had been aiding her, albeit possibly with ulterior motives. His assistance had been unwavering thus far. Yet, the man before her was an admiral of the Navy. No matter how formidable Dunn might be, he could not possibly contend with Kazan. Perhaps, if Kazan were to escort her away, all would come to an end. Though such thoughts crossed her mind, it appeared that someone disagreed. Kazan felt a sense of helplessness toward Robin's words. Taking her away was not his intention. I have stated that I will take you today, and no one can impede that. As those words resonated, Dunn, wielding a long sword, stepped forward towards Robin and Kazan. You may leave. I do not know you, Robin declared, turning her head away after casting a glance at Dunn. Dunn chuckled at her response. While her words held truth, the decision was not hers to make at this moment. However, his purpose for being here extended beyond just Robin. It also encompassed Kazan. Initially, his arrival in the West Sea was indeed for Robin, but upon realizing that he had reached a bottleneck in his physical prowess, he concluded that a grand battle was necessary to shatter that limitation, thus setting his sights on Aokiji. Kazan observed Dunn with keen interest, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Quite impressive. He had witnessed Dunn's altercation with 4 men through his observation hockey. Dunn, is it? Before Dunn could respond, Robin abruptly turned to Kazan. Do they know each other? At the sound of Kazan uttering his name, Dunn was not taken aback. The Navy had likely caught wind of his fire-based abilities during his first visit to Base 16. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. After all, the data was his trump card. He had previously resolved to refrain from utilizing the powers of the burn fruit until the critical moment, a notion that now seemed rather naive. Abandoning his abilities would mean stagnation in growth. Isolation would not serve him well. As Dunn approached Robin, he raised his arm and drew her into an embrace. Kazan, witnessing this scene, scratched his face in bemusement. Damn, why do I feel as though a daughter I've nurtured for so long is about to be whisked away? I intend to take her. What will Admiral Kazan say about that? The audacity of his tone struck both Robin and Kazan alike. A shared thought surfaced in their minds. Robin wished to resist, yet Dunn's grip was unyielding, and after a couple of feeble struggles, she conceded. He is an admiral of the Navy. His strength is formidable. You should leave. This is my affair. Robin murmured softly. I have already declared that no one can stop me today, including him. Dunn released his embrace and gestured towards the ship. Go. You board the ship first, and I will return to find you later. Robin was momentarily taken aback, her gaze fixed intently on Dunn, while Dunn's eyes were directed towards Kazan. Kazan, observing the two, felt increasingly displeased. Let us go, Dunn exclaimed, wrapping his arm around Robin's slender waist and leaping onto the boat at the water's edge. Set sail, Dunn urged, prompting a group of men in suits and sunglasses who had previously feigned ignorance to hastily begin rowing the vessel. Now, this won't do. If you escape, I will have a difficult time explaining myself, Kazan lamented, scratching his head as he raised his hand, unleashing a wave of icy energy towards the boat. Flame, Dunn shouted, drawing his sword, as a fiery tornado suddenly surged upon the sea. The scorching wind tousled Robin's hair as she gazed at Dunn's back, wielding the flame-imbued blade. I will come to find you shortly, and then we shall depart from the West Sea. Dunn turned to Robin with a smile before pivoting to face the fiery vortex, leaping directly into its embrace. Robin gripped the boat's railing as the vessel distanced itself from the shore under the strenuous efforts of the crew. Flames! How terrifying, Kazan remarked, eyeing the inferno swirling on the water with a smirk. If this were Kizaru speaking, it would be understandable. Dunn, enveloped in flames, leapt from the fire onto the shore, the flames resembling a cloak around him, while a wall of fire towering several meters erupted behind him. It seems you know us quite well. Do you believe you can withstand me? Kazan inquired, intrigued. After all, he was a vice admiral of the Navy. Surely, his intimidation factor should not be so trivialized. How audacious for a mere child to confront him directly, even with the Mera no Mi. Did he truly think flames could conquer ice? It appeared that a lesson was in order for this young man. Kazan's gaze remained fixed on Dunn as he shifted his stance. Shave. In an instant, Kazan's towering figure had closed the distance to Dunn, a massive ice blade materializing in his grasp. Ice blade. Ice slash. The colossal ice sword clashed with the flame-wreathed blade, as Dunn simultaneously kicked with his leg, infused with hockey and fire, aiming directly at Kazan's knee. How frightening! In a heartbeat, Kazan transformed into his admiral form. Though he uttered the words, how frightening, there was little he could do against such a formidable foe. The power of Dunn's kick shattered Kazan's form, causing ice to coalesce around him. Dunn soared forward, and the flames that had trailed behind him were now encased in ice. After a fleeting moment, both ice and fire dissipated into nothingness. You bastard! Can you freeze even flames? Dunn remarked, sword in hand, his expression grave as he regarded Kazan, who had reassembled himself. Fire can counteract cold, but if the temperature is sufficiently low, the tables can turn. Very well, that will suffice, Dunn declared, swinging his flame-laden sword as he launched himself towards Kazan. Foolish. Acting recklessly against someone stronger than oneself is unwise. Dunn was not Robin, nor did he enjoy such favorable treatment. As Dunn charged recklessly towards him, Kazan raised his hand to unleash a powerful ice attack. An avian form of ice surged towards Dunn. Frozen time capsule. A frigid chill surged forth after the ice bird. Advancing towards Dunn. Torches. The fiery whirlwind collided with the icy avian, and Dunn's form surged through the vortex, launching directly at Aokiji. Come forth, my chosen sparring partner, and let my indomitable spirit be manifested. Chapter 62. Dunn, this is not enough. Ice Age. As Dunn, engulfed in flames, charged forth, Aokiji raised his hand to unleash his ultimate move, but the target was not Dunn. It was the surface of the sea. In an instant, the ice sealed the entire ocean. In the distance, Robin's vessel was abruptly encased in ice upon the water surface. What is happening? Robin gazed at the frozen sea, a flicker of despair crossing his eyes. Had he truly failed? Just as such thoughts crossed Robin's mind, flames erupted. Fire burns the city. This technique, under normal circumstances, would demand immense energy from Dunn. However, having resolved to engage Aokiji with all his might, he held nothing back. Endless flames blazed, and the ice created along the shoreline began to melt under the intense fluctuations of heat. Realizing that his flames lacked sufficient temperature, Dunn swiftly adapted his strategy. The fire flowed rapidly and incessantly. This is our battle. It is not fitting to involve others, Dunn declared to Aokiji, the blade in his hand clashing against the ice-formed weapon in a fierce contest of strength. You certainly have a bold spirit, little brat, Aokiji remarked, somewhat astonished. He had heard much about Dunn from Garb, and even after arriving in the West Blue, Garb had spoken of him. Yet, he appeared so young and perhaps overly confident. It seemed prudent to teach him a lesson. In this world, there are always those beyond oneself, and one should not be blindly arrogant. Ice balls. Several spheres of ice formed between Aokiji's left hand and hurtled towards Dunn's chest. The ice balls made contact and passed right through his body. In response, Dunn conjured a violently spinning fireball with his left hand, hurling it towards Aokiji's head. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of their fists and feet colliding resonated far and wide. Do not hold back. After a collision, Dunn was pushed back but bore a smile upon his face. Unleash your full strength. Allow me to witness the true power of an admiral, and let me discern how far I still have to go to reach your level. One insufferable little brat, Aokiji lamented, pressing his forehead in mild exasperation. He regretted showing himself, for even from their mere exchange, he had gleaned a fair understanding of Dunn's capabilities. At the very least, protecting Robin was not an issue, as long as no one of his caliber intervened. Yet, this fellow seemed to harbor ulterior motives regarding Robin. He raised his hand and launched 2 ice spears. Dunn sidestepped, and from the deflected ice spear, Aokiji emerged. Boom! Aokiji's foot, imbued with haki, struck Dunn's abdomen. Dunn's form, a flame, plummeted to the ground. Even with the hardened haki, the blow had diminished his health by nearly 20 points. This is likely the first genuine strike this fellow has made since their confrontation, Dunn observed as Aokiji landed, while Aokiji regarded him with suspicion. Something felt amiss. That kick had been delivered with full force. How was it that this man appeared completely unscathed? At least on the surface, he seemed entirely unharmed. Had he miscalculated? Doubt crept into Aokiji's mind, questioning whether his earlier assessment had been flawed. A commendable blow, although he intended to activate his indomitable spirit in this battle. Dunn had no intention of remaining passive. Flames entwined around the blade. The armed color wrapped around the blade glowed with fiery patterns as an overwhelming amount of flames surged into it. Residual fireblade. Dusk of the fallen sun. Dunn's voice rang out, but his form was swiftly becoming indistinct. The super-concentrated flames distorted the air around him. The extreme heat caused even the sea's surface to evaporate rapidly, igniting the nearby docks, ships, and cargo in an instant. The reckless exertion of his abilities and haki allowed Dunn to manifest this state even in his regular form. However, the cost of such recklessness was the depletion of his vitality. His self-recovery could no longer sustain this level of consumption. Akiji's expression grew grave, as he sensed an immense threat. Fire and ice were inherently antagonistic. Previously, he had managed easily enough, despite Dunn also being a user of a natural type. The gap in their capabilities was still significant. Yet now, he felt that the indistinct figure distorted by the extreme heat could indeed inflict harm upon him, or worse. Ice began to coalesce around Akiji, the chill eroding and resisting the oncoming heat and flames. Fire and ice engaged in a fierce struggle. Akiji's mouth slightly parted, releasing wisps of cold air. Underestimated you. Akiji's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Let's take this seriously. Dunn's voice echoed, and before his words had fully resonated, his body, engulfed in terrifying flames, seemed to teleport, appearing before Akiji with a long trail of fire. The menacing blade descended towards Akiji. The collision of fire and ice created a cloud of white steam that evaporated almost instantly or crystallized into ice. Whoosh! Dunn's sword-wielding figure was encased in ice. Yet Akiji showed no sign of relaxation. But an instant, the ice surrounding him shattered, releasing a torrent of flames alongside it. The wildly swirling flames ignited the air. Boom! The armed color-wrapped right leg of Akiji collided with Dunn's blazing right leg, causing both to stagger backwards. Akiji slid for several dozen meters before coming to a stop, and Dunn was not far behind. In terms of this singular strike, they were evenly matched. Well then, you've got some decent strength, young one. It seems I cannot hold you back, Akiji remarked, gazing at the still flaming figure, waving his hand dismissively. He was not here to kill. This young man was clearly fighting with everything he had. In this state, even if Akiji refrained from acting, given time, this young man would inevitably exhaust himself. That simply would not do. They had yet to determine a victor. Dunn's voice resounded as flames surged forth, striking towards Akiji, sidestepping the barrage of fiery slashes. Akiji felt a twinge of frustration. This young man appeared to be rather obstinate. With this thought in mind, Akiji decided to conclude the skirmish swiftly. In an instant, he moved, finding himself behind Dunn. Frost gloves, ice coalesced around his fists, aimed directly at Dunn's crown. However, before the blow could land, Dunn's form suddenly disintegrated into flames. Allow me to impart a lesson. When engaging an opponent of equal caliber, do not carelessly resort to elemental transformation. Transforming his fist into an open palm, Akiji struck out, directly impacting the flames. Dunn was sent flying, crashing sideways. His sword embedded itself into the ground, skidding for over 100 meters before finally halting against a cliffside. That should suffice, Akiji mused, only to witness Dunn rising once more, propped up by his sword. Not quite up to par, are you? You're even worse than Gangshiro. Chapter 63. Akiji. Time for a change? Although during his bout with Gangshiro, Dunn had merely sought to activate his indomitable spirit, thus refraining from unleashing his full potential and merely enduring the blows. However, in this encounter with Akiji, a general could hardly display such meager capabilities. Was he holding back due to Robin? Yet, what he truly required was not restraint. Dunn, after regaining his footing, rested his sword upon his shoulder. Once the flames dissipated, he bore no visible injuries. Observing Dunn's condition, Akiji pressed his lips together. Had he underestimated him? Yet, judging by Dunn's demeanor, he seemed entirely unscathed. Quite resilient, indeed. Moreover, he appeared rather stubborn. Was he intent on determining a victor? Extending his observation, Akiji noted that the townsfolk nearby had all taken refuge, making it evident that he could not unleash his full power here. What an unlikable opponent! Akiji exclaimed, shrugging his shoulders. In that case, I hope you can endure what's to come, he declared, then unleashed a powerful side kick aimed at Dunn's head. The distance of over 100 meters seemed negligible to Akiji. Though Dunn sensed the impending strike, his body could not react in time, and he barely managed to raise his arm. Thud! Both man and sword were sent soaring. Blood level, 39. As Dunn, still airborne, had not fully dissipated the force of the blow, Akiji's next attack descended upon him like a thunderbolt. Dunn instinctively drew his sword. Clang! The blade met Akiji's leg, But the sword's edge could not penetrate Akiji's armament. With that strike, Dunn was cast down from the air, crashing into the ground. Boom! A mushroom cloud erupted. Coughing, Dunn grasped his sword, the dust swirling around him causing him to choke. He waved away the debris and glanced at Akiji, who stood at the edge of the crater, one hand casually tucked into his pocket. Akiji was now genuinely at a loss for words. In his eyes, Dunn's strength was indeed formidable. He could easily be considered a top contender on the high seas. Everything else seemed relatively normal, but his physique was undeniably extraordinary. With just a couple of strikes, even the 7 warlords would likely suffer grievous injuries. Yet, as he gazed at Dunn, who wielded a blade, there were no signs of injury upon him. What manner of monster has emerged here? Facing him, Dunn grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. He bent his legs and, with a sudden burst of energy, lunged towards Akiji. Regardless of the disparity in physical strength, combat experience, or the mastery of his devil fruit abilities, he was at a significant disadvantage compared to Akiji. But what did that matter? I shall unleash my potential. If you dare, strike me again. Though his actions were deliberate, being kicked back and forth by Akiji ignited a flame of anger within Dunn. Ice military blade. Akiji gripped the frozen blade with both hands, and, as Dunn charged, he swung it down with ferocity. The ear-piercing screech of metal against metal echoed as Dunn's weapon grazed Akiji's icy sword. Take this, Dunn bellowed, delivering a powerful kick infused with haki to Akiji's lower back. A sharp crack followed, the sound of ice shattering. Cheating, as their figures blurred past one another. Dunn landed and scoffed. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Akiji's face before he regained his composure. Just because you refrain from using your abilities doesn't imply I shall do the same, kid. I've held back countless times, Akiji replied, turning to him. But his words were cut short as Dunn lunged once more. He raised the ice military blade to strike Dunn's shoulder, yet this time, Dunn did not evade. He allowed the blade to collide with his shoulder, while simultaneously, his fiery attack pierced Akiji's head. Dunn was sent flying by the blow, but as the flames withdrew, Akiji's half-frozen head began to mend. Kid, this ends here, he declared, ready to depart. This fellow is far too peculiar. However, before he could finish his thought, Akiji's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Hey, Admiral Akiji, I hope you can withstand what's coming next. Dunn's ominous voice resonated. Boom! As his words faded, a conflagration erupted. Ashes filled the air. It was as though a slash had torn through space itself, accompanied by terrifying flames that swept through the surroundings, transforming everything into a world engulfed in fire. Retreat, retreat. Akiji continued to back away until he stood upon the surface of the sea, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. What is happening? Akiji's mind raced, filled with astonishment and confusion. Dunn advanced his blade aloft, walking through the air with a measured grace. Flames licked at the edges of his clothes and hair, yet the aura of a true powerhouse was unmistakable. An overwhelming sense of pressure bore down upon Akiji. Behind Dunn, towering flames surged and roared, scorching the clouds above until they dissipated entirely. What is that? On the distant sea, several rowers aboard a ship had already succumbed to unconsciousness, while Robin gazed vacantly at the wall of flames that seemed to connect with the heavens. Her expression one of bewilderment. Do you possess such talent as well? Akiji asked, pursing his lips as he observed Dunn. Conqueror's haki. This overwhelming pressure was unmistakable, akin to that which emanated from Master Garb. Conqueror's haki, initial mastery, a formidable amalgamation of soul, energy, and physical energy, possessing the power to exert dominance over all. Though at present, one cannot wield it with ease. What a delightful surprise. Although Dunn had previously sensed the possibility of possessing such talent, and during the last activation of his indomitable spirit, he had already perceived this energy. He was unable to comprehend or harness it. This time, however, the power manifested naturally. This signifies that Dunn believes he has addressed his sole shortcoming. At the very least, he will no longer be at a disadvantage when encountering those who wield Conqueror's haki in the New World. Boom! Dunn's body transformed into flames. A colossal fire vortex engulfing Akiji and the ice and seawater beneath him, vaporizing them instantaneously. The surrounding seawater could not approach. Ice Age. Akiji's expression turned grave, and he unleashed his full strength. Boom! A fist, enshrouded in armament haki, struck Akiji's cheek. In an instant, his face contorted from the impact, and his body was sent careening sideways, as if a stone skipping across the surface of water, freezing everything in its wake. Before his body could come to rest, Dunn's figure appeared above Akiji, as if he had teleported. With a single footfall, a volcanic eruption ensued. Ferocious flames erupted from beneath Dunn's feet, surging forth like a volcanic blast. He fled. Dunn turned to observe the ice gliding across the surface of the sea. After creating distance, Akiji's form emerged amidst the ice. This was no longer a mere human. He had completely transformed. Both his haki and strength bore no resemblance to what they had been moments before. Suspended in the air, surrounded by flames, Dunn gazed at Akiji. Just 2 more strikes, no, 1 more. Dunn's words momentarily stunned Akiji, who then grasped the implication. Earlier, he had expressed his hope that Dunn could withstand his assault, followed by 3 strikes. And now, this individual intended to return the favor in kind? With a sweep of his sword, Dunn reigned in the inferno that enveloped him. The conspicuous flame patterns re-emerged along the blade. Damn! This was Akiji's first thought. Flee! This was his second. Then, under Dunn's stunned gaze, the icy trace swiftly traversed the sea's surface, vanishing beyond the horizon. Dunn instinctively suppressed the energy on his blade. The rising sun blade was evidently destined to remain dormant. Chapter 64. Breakthrough and Conclusion. The Mindset of the Strong. Nevertheless, this time, the objective was achieved. The limit of his physique seemed to have surpassed its previous boundaries. Additionally, he had drawn forth the latent conqueror's haki. Of course, there was also the estimation of combat prowess. However, it was evident that Akiji had no intention of engaging him in a direct confrontation. Among the 3 admirals, Akiji had undergone the most significant transformation, making him one of the most suitable opponents. Previously, by utilizing Gung Shirlong's sword to activate his indomitable spirit, the sensation of being able to shatter the world was undoubtedly an illusion born from the surge in power. Therefore, before proceeding, he needed to thoroughly ascertain whether, after activating his indomitable spirit, he could contend with the world's top-tier combatants. Although the activation of the indomitable spirit had only allowed for a brief exchange, he had gleaned a substantial understanding of his capabilities. However, unlike Akiji, who could flee, he lacked the capacity to intercept. Indeed, at this juncture, an individual intent on escape would likely elude even 2 or 3 adversaries of equal prowess. Consider the incident when the Golden Lion attacked the Navy headquarters. Had it not been for his obstinacy, no one could have restrained him. Not even the combined forces of Garb and Sengoku could have done so. Nevertheless, the results of this trial left Dunn quite gratified as he continued to grow stronger. As he suppressed the flames, Dunn surveyed the altered landscape below. Although their skirmish was brief, the terrain by the seaside had undergone a significant transformation. He unleashed torrents of searing flames that transmuted sand into glass. The once modest dock had been utterly obliterated. Fortunately, both combatants had deliberately steered clear of the nearby town, shifting the battleground towards the sea. With his feet propelling him through the air, the indomitable strength from his unyielding nature caused the atmosphere to crackle. In a resounding explosion, Dunn vanished, leaving behind a lingering afterimage as he soared above a small boat on the ocean surface. Robin clung to the boat's railing, momentarily bewildered by the unfolding events. Upon hearing the explosive sound and glancing upward, she beheld Dunn descending from the heavens, landing upon the vessel. Before Robin could utter a word, Dunn approached the lone cabin on the boat, flinging open the door to reveal it brimming with provisions, roasted meats and fruits among them. Under Robin's astonished gaze, Dunn settled on the deck, commencing his recovery. After a while, as Robin regained her composure and prepared to speak, an object soared towards her. Instinctively, she raised her hand to catch it, a piece of tender, perfectly roasted meat on a bone. Swallowing hard, she glanced at Dunn before leaning against the boat's railing to quietly indulge in her meal. With the indomitable spirit fading, Dunn's vitality had completely restored due to his feasting. As he sensed the terrifying surge of power within him dissipating, he set aside his food and suddenly raised his hand. A large spray of seawater erupted, dousing the unconscious individuals nearby. The frigid water jolted them awake, and upon seeing Dunn, they instinctively rose to depart. Follow the original path. Yes. Now, the group was notably compliant, showing no signs of dissent towards Dunn's command. Although still reeling from their sudden awakening, they promptly busied themselves. Robin observed as the boat set sail once more and moved to stand behind Dunn. You defeated him? There was a note of disbelief in Robin's tone. Dunn turned to her, smiling gently before shaking his head. Not quite. That was a Navy admiral. Before Robin could inquire further, Dunn continued. He escaped. He was remarkably swift. Robin's eyes widened in astonishment, her gaze fixated on Dunn. Why did you assist me? If not for my abilities or my bounty, what is your true intention? Sit. Dunn gestured to the spot before him. Robin accepted his invitation, positioning herself before him and sitting with her legs crossed, gazing at Robin's elegantly aligned legs. Dunn stroked his chin thoughtfully. I have recently set sail and am in search of companions for my journey. Companions? Robin suddenly recalled the sensation of Dunn's arms enveloping her. However, you are well aware of my identity. Having killed members of the world government, you may find yourself a target of their pursuit. Robin still harbored some confusion, for she was hardly an ideal companion. Rather, she was a significant burden. No matter, once they're eliminated, no one will know it was I who did it. Dunn replied with a calm demeanor. Robin was taken aback, wanting to argue, but the memory of Dunn's confrontation with Akiji lingered in her mind. Though the distance had obscured her view, the spectacle conveyed the sheer magnitude of their strength, far beyond her imagination. As for Akiji, I doubt he would disclose anything. Dunn continued, stroking his chin. Previously, he had been reluctant to embrace the paths of pirates or the Navy, recognizing the troubles each could bring. However, after testing his abilities against Akiji, he suddenly felt that perhaps it was not as daunting as he once thought. Even if he were deemed a pirate, his strength would speak for itself, and given his manner of operation, the Navy's attitude towards him would likely mirror that of Mihawk. Moreover, Robin was of little concern to him, as her primary interest lay with the world government. Dunn had never held any fondness for them. What was that saying? The quietest method of assassination is to eliminate everyone who has seen you. From now on, accompany me. I require a woman to manage my affairs, Dunn said, observing Robin lost in contemplation. You truly do not care about those individuals? They are from the world government, Robin remarked, lifting her gaze, seriousness returning to her tone. On the contrary, I find myself rather looking forward to it. After all, to grow stronger, one must engage in battle. As he spoke, a glimmer of anticipation crossed Dunn's face. Indeed, seemingly understanding Dunn's expression, Robin considered his formidable prowess. With such strength, many troubles might no longer pose a challenge for him. As for following him, Dunn was the most formidable individual Robin had encountered since leaving O'Hara over a decade ago. Could she truly become his companion? Perhaps it was more than mere companionship. She recalled Dunn's previous firm embrace. Resistance seemed futile. Tilting her head, Robin offered Dunn a soft smile. Meanwhile, the individuals maneuvering the small vessel remained keenly observant, suppressing their thoughts to avoid overhearing anything they shouldn't see. Working under the Godfather, they had learned to remain blissfully ignorant, lest they become victims of silence. Master, I have encountered the individual you mentioned, Akiji stated, perched atop a small iceberg on the sea, retrieving a transponder snail to speak. Which individual? Carp's puzzled voice came through the device. The bounty hunter from the East Blue. Akiji pondered, recalling his previous encounter with Dunn, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. What truly transpired earlier? As one of the combatants, he felt somewhat disoriented. Chapter 65. Garb. Keep this under wraps. It was as though in an instant, the person before him transformed into another entirely, an overwhelming sense of pressure sending chills down his spine. This was an experience unlike any he had felt since consuming the ice fruit. In that fleeting moment, he could not fathom what had transpired with Dunn. Ha, Dunn! Is it true that he has gone to the West Sea? Garp exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Yes, he has indeed ventured to the West Sea. And we even clashed, Akiji replied, scratching his head, his tone somewhat vexed. You clashed? Did you manage to subdue that young man? Garb asked, taken aback, his response instinctive. Subdue? Akiji's expression turned peculiar. Had I not fled swiftly, I might have been the one subdued. Ha ha, I knew that kid would run. Wait, what are you saying? On his way back to the headquarters aboard the Doghead warship, Garp raised his pinky to clean his ear. Garp-sensei, that fellow is not as simple as you suggest. As Garp's disciple, Akiji shared a close bond with him. Dunn, the individual who had evaded Garp twice, was someone Akiji had heard about, suspected to be a user of the flame fruit. Their abilities, in some respects, countered one another, thus piquing his interest and curiosity. Yet, from Garp's words, Akiji could discern Garp's admiration for Dunn. However, had Dunn possessed the prowess he exhibited during their encounter, Garp would undoubtedly not have remained so composed. What truly happened? Garp's voice resonated through the transponder snail. Akiji did not hesitate to recount the events he had just experienced. Are you certain you weren't dreaming? Garp finally managed to utter after a prolonged silence. Garp-sensei. Akiji's tone grew serious. Do you truly believe I would jest? But that is impossible. When I faced him, he certainly did not exhibit the level of strength you describe. Garp appeared perplexed, his voice wavering in uncertainty. You fought him? Akiji was taken aback. Yes. We had a brief exchange aboard the warship. Though it was not serious, I believe I accurately assessed his situation. While he possesses considerable strength, it is nowhere near what you imply. Garp was equally bewildered. He understood Akiji's character. He would not speak frivolously. What on earth is Dunn's situation? The transponder snail fell silent, and after a considerable pause, Garp spoke again. If you were to unleash your full potential, do you have confidence? No, Akiji replied decisively, then hesitated. His strength surged in an instant, and he seemingly possesses Conqueror as Hawkeye. After this transformation, I cannot be certain. In a true battle, I would likely be at a disadvantage. Thus, it seems that young man has concealed his abilities. Garp mused aloud for a while before his voice resonated once more. This time, it concerns that little girl, so do not share this information with anyone. Understood. Hearing this, Akiji ran his fingers through his hair, a hint of resignation evident in his demeanor. Even if he chose to remain silent, he would not divulge anything. Not to mention Robin, but just the likes of Dunn. Given the strength he had previously displayed, the Navy would not hastily issue a bounty before Dunn himself claimed to be a pirate, especially since he had previously referred to himself as a bounty hunter. Such an individual, as long as he did not commit acts intolerable to the Navy and the world government, would be met with careful consideration regarding any bounty. It could become troublesome if Sengoku were to inquire later. Kapu muttered something before the Den Mushi was abruptly disconnected. Akiji observed the Den Mushi in his hand, its eyes drooping as if it were on the verge of slumber. After putting the creature away, he rose and gazed out at the sea, a vision of an island ablaze flickering in his mind. Relax, there is no need to remain vigilant about everything from now on. Dunn suddenly spoke, glancing at Robin, who lay beside him. Startled awake, Robin opened her eyes and looked at Dunn, who was leaning against his sword. This sensation was entirely new to her, and she found it difficult to adapt. Since Dunn had initiated the conversation, she decided to sit up, wrapping her arms around her legs as she directed her gaze at him. Given your profound understanding of me, are you truly unconcerned about provoking the world government? They are a formidable entity. Indeed, they are formidable, but considering your situation back then, how could you have evaded them for years? Dunn assessed Robin, whose complexion still bore signs of darkness, pondering when she would regain her former radiance. Why? Robin instinctively inquired. Why you are significant. You're not as pivotal as you believe. Robin paused, momentarily taken aback. With her intellect, she could easily deduce the implication, but struggled to comprehend why one would disregard the world government's threat. Sir, at that moment, a voice rang out from outside. Dunn rose and tossed the sword in his hand to Robin. She instinctively caught it, feeling its weight, and cradled it in her arms. Let's go. We need to switch ships. Someone must escort us out of the West Blue, as the world government has likely sealed off certain areas. Upon hearing this, Robin stood, clutching the sword, and followed Dunn. Once they exited, Capone Beach was already waiting outside. He scrutinized Robin, who trailed behind Dunn, then turned his gaze to Dunn. His underlings had already informed him of the unfolding events. Although those underlings had been unconscious and missed much of the action, he had pieced together from their descriptions that Dunn had encountered and clashed with Admiral Akiji. While the specifics remained unclear, it was evident that Dunn stood unharmed and had successfully brought Nico Robin along. This favor held significant value. Ha ha ha. My friend, congratulations on achieving your goal. Capone Beach's mind raced, and he erupted into laughter. I will require your assistance again. Although Capone Beach's bounty was substantial, he had indeed aided Dunn. Otherwise, seeking help himself could have taken an indeterminate amount of time. It is conceivable that 2 years hence, Robin may seek an opportunity to depart from the West Sea, yet he might not even find anyone. However, are you certain you wish to go to the North Sea? Capone Beach inquired with a hint of curiosity. With Dunn as prowess, he could undoubtedly make a name for himself in the Grand Line. Though intrigued, he refrained from probing too deeply into the reasons behind Dunn's decision. Well, I had a minor altercation with Doflamingo previously, so this trip to the North Sea serves to negotiate with him, Dunn replied with a smile. Doflamingo. The name caused Capone Beach to pause. The warlord Doflamingo, the underground emperor of the North Sea. In fact, he had conducted numerous transactions with Doflamingo before and still maintained contact. Many of the weapons he equipped his subordinates with were procured from Doflamingo. A minor altercation? Observing Dunn's demeanor, Capone Beach expressed his skepticism. Although he had known Dunn for a brief time, he sensed that the minor altercation he mentioned was likely far more complex. Nevertheless, despite being somewhat of a rogue himself, Capone Beach had no desire to become embroiled in this so-called minor conflict. One was a warlord, and the other was a man capable of contending with Admiral Akiji. After a moment of contemplation, Capone Beach's gaze shifted back to Robin. The world government has already received word. I have noticed their frenzied pursuit of this woman here in the West Sea. Dunn turned to glance at Robin, who was clutching a sword. Therefore, the previous plan is no longer applicable. Capone Beach bit down on his cigar upon hearing this. There is an alternative. I could escort you to the Flower Country, whose fleet is en route to the Grand Line. Perhaps you could stow away on one of their ships. After stating this, Capone Beach added, Of course, if you prefer, you may proceed with the original plan, but I shall not involve myself further. I have no intention of clashing with the world government. The Flower Country? Dunn turned to Robin. The Flower Country is regarded as a pirate nation, yet it remains a member state of the world government. Noticing Dunn's gaze, Robin interjected, I am aware. Dunn stroked his chin, recalling the commander of the 8 Treasure Navy, the formidable Green Pepper, who had once battled the naval hero Garb, with a bounty exceeding 500 million berries. However, following his confrontation with Garb, he seemed to have ceased his maritime activities. Robin promptly replied, appearing quite knowledgeable about these events. Meanwhile, Capone Beach, who had been observing Dunn's expressions, suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Was Dunn becoming intrigued? Nevertheless, this was of little concern to him. In fact, he rather anticipated the forthcoming developments. Then, let us proceed to the Flower Country, Dunn decisively declared. Surely there must be numerous eyes of the world government lurking there. Robin cautioned, It matters not. After all, one of my purposes in venturing out to sea is to seek combat with these formidable individuals. Dunn waved his hand dismissively. True battles will undoubtedly accelerate my growth far more effectively than solitary training. After engaging in battle with Akiji, Dunn has gained a clearer understanding of his current capabilities. In his usual state, he can contend with individuals of Jinbei's caliber, but when his trump card is revealed, he is equally unyielding against the admirals of the Shanghai Navy. Although the duration of this encounter was brief, it allowed for the abandonment of all defenses and the execution of various resource-draining maneuvers, possibly leading to a decisive outcome within that time frame. If all else fails, he could retreat safely. Given this context, there is little need for excessive caution. Following his confrontation with Akiji, Dunn's mindset has subtly shifted. In that case, I shall send you to the Flower Country, he declared. Upon witnessing Dunn's decision, Capone Beach showed no hesitation, raising his hand to summon assistance. Soon, a large vessel was signaling from afar. Without lingering, Dunn boarded the ship with Robin. and the grand vessel set sail. Godfather, it seems our paths with this individual may not cross significantly, remarked the negotiation specialist, Gunner Vito, as he leaned closer to Capone Beach. Indeed, you speak the truth. However, who knows what the future holds? Should he rise to prominence on the seas, I would stand to gain immensely. If not, my losses would be negligible. What I am doing now bears little consequence for me, Capone Beach replied calmly, his cigar clenched between his teeth. You are right, Godfather. Vito nodded in agreement. We shall inevitably venture towards the Grand Line. Suddenly, Capone Beach remarked, the excitement is palpable among those around us. Though the four seas are vast, the Grand Line is the core of this world, teeming with treasures and formidable figures. The inhabitants of this world yearn for its allure. On board the ship, Robin observed Dunn, who was training alone and couldn't restrain herself from speaking. Why would he assist you? Capone Beach, I know him. He has caused much carnage in the West Sea. Curious about that, are you? Dunn turned to Robin, smiling before responding. Well, he is not a simple man. This matter does not concern me. I merely extended a favor, and he will require an opportunity to call upon that favor in the future. He waved his hand dismissively. His dealings with Capone Beach would not be extensive. If Capone were to embark on the Grand Line, as initially intended, it would be quite some time hence. What transpires during this interval remains shrouded in uncertainty. Robin scrutinized Dunn, reflecting on the events that transpired during their brief acquaintance. She harbored the unsettling feeling that Dunn had known her long before. That sensation could not be mistaken. Yet, she was certain that their encounter at her hideout was indeed their first meeting. The fugitive company made Robin vigilant and sensitive. She harbored doubts that Dunn merely sought her as a companion. After all, given Dunn's displayed prowess, finding any ally would pose little challenge. Do not overthink it, Dunn interjected, aware of Robin's contemplations. After all, from a moment Robin made her entrance, she had been a woman of profound thoughts, even joining the Straw Hat crew with her own ulterior motives. It was only after the events at Eni's lobby that Robin underwent a complete transformation. Beside me, it is impossible for things to worsen than they already have, is it not? Indeed, it seems so. Robin paused at this remark, a smile gracing her features. The sight of Robin's smile took Dunn by surprise, not because he was captivated by her beauty, but rather due to a sudden vision that emerged in his mind of how women in this world aged. It appeared that the appearance of women in this realm bore no resemblance to their youthful selves as they grew older. Once a member of the Rocks Pirates, Granny Zhao bore a striking resemblance to the Empress in her youth, yet aged, she transformed entirely. Likewise, Charlotte Lingling, who was once renowned as the most beautiful female pirate, had her own transformation in later years. Countless others followed suit. As Dunn regarded Robin, his gaze shifted to something peculiar, leaving Robin bewildered. What could that look signify? Disdain? Truly, he was a capricious man. Robin felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, turning to retreat to her cabin next door. One must not dwell on such thoughts. After all, I have at least 20 years left, and who knows what may become of me by then. Dunn shook his head, muttering to himself before resuming his training. Meanwhile, Robin lay on her bed, her mind conjuring Dunn's words as he embraced her. It cannot possibly get worse, can it? She pulled the blanket up to cover her curvaceous form. At headquarters, Sengoku scrutinized Carp, who was digging his nose, his gaze appraising. That Dunn has cut down Doflamingo's subordinates in the East Blue and even delivered their heads to Roadtown. I approve the bounty. Chapter 67. Conversations at Headquarters. Dunn and the Seven Warlords. Ha! We're thinking along the same lines, Sengoku. Carp laughed heartily, but his laughter faded when he noticed Sengoku's expression darkening. Where is he? Where is the person I instructed you to bring back? Sengoku's demeanor shifted to one of frustration. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Tsuru calmly sipped her tea, her eyelids unperturbed, having grown accustomed to such situations. As for the other two, Akainu sat upright with a serious expression, while Kizuru lounged lazily, trimming his nails. If they refuse to join the Navy, there is little I can do, Carp remarked as he settled down beside Sengoku. Sengoku, exasperated, fixed his gaze on Carp. What about the intel? After a few deep breaths, Sengoku inquired. Oh, he is merely a young lad. Why are you so concerned? You're the fleet admiral. With so many responsibilities, Garb waved dismissively while chuckling. You're aware that I'm quite busy? Sengoku retorted, his irritation turning to incredulity. Of course. So I shall not disturb you further. I'll take my leave now. Garb stood to depart. Wait, do not change the subject. Garb, share your thoughts. Both Akainu and Kizaru fixed their gazes on Garb. Very well, Dunn is quite an admirable young man, eager to pursue pirates. Garb reflected, to which Akainu slowly nodded. However, his motivations are driven by bounty, Akainu remarked, his expression stiffening as he coldly snorted. That's quite good. After all, the purpose of our bounty release is precisely this. It seems rather favorable, remarked Vice Admiral Tsuru with a smile. Behind her, a young female marine with long legs gazed curiously. To earn a commendation from Admiral Garb suggests that this individual is indeed commendable. And then, Garb, do not feign ignorance regarding my inquiry. Sengoku glared at Garb, his expression stern. Indeed, a suspected user of the Mera no Mi, having crossed paths with Jinbei in the East Blue, and as for the outcome, I am unaware. However, since Jinbei did not retrieve the corpse of the fisherman, it must be inferred that he suffered a defeat. Garb stroked his chin thoughtfully. Engaging with the warlord Jinbei, he must possess considerable strength. This young man is merely in his teenage years, isn't he? Vice Admiral Tsuru inquired with a smile. Indeed, he is quite young and even sparred with me aboard my ship. Garb replied nonchalantly, scratching his head. At that moment, all eyes in Sengoku's office were directed towards Garb. Ahem, of course, I did not take it seriously. Although Garb often appeared frivolous, his prowess was universally acknowledged. Mastery of both hockey types, commendable physicality, and immense strength, albeit somewhat reckless in his application. Garb remarked as he touched the area around his eye, though the mark from that punch had long since faded. This remarkably gifted individual, Garb, you ought to devise a means to bring him back to headquarters. In due time, he will surely comprehend the justice of the Navy, stated Akainu Sakazuki with a grave expression. Garb cast a sidelong glance at him, but offered no reply. Sakazuki, feeling slighted, chose not to pursue the matter further. How utterly frightening. Should such a youth hone his skills upon the seas for a few years, he may emerge as a formidable force. If he were to become a pirate, it would spell considerable trouble, remarked Kizaru, pouting slightly. With a snap, he clipped his nails, which spiraled to the ground. Indeed, the emergence of such a young pirate would pose significant challenges. However, I doubt it. Dunn shows little interest in becoming a pirate. Garb quickly shook his head. Garb, your opinion holds little weight here, Vice Admiral Tsuru interjected, shaking her head. With her astute intellect, she recognized that the decision of whether or not to pursue a life of piracy ultimately lay with Dunn himself. Yet the Navy and the world government also held their own authority in this matter. Upon hearing this, Garb recalled Dunn's mention of the celestial dragons and instantly furrowed his brow. So many issues stem from that parasitic group. Observing Garb's expression, both Sengoku and Tsuru, familiar with him, understood that there were unspoken concerns weighing on his mind. If he were to become a pirate, I would personally apprehend him, Garb stated after a moment's hesitation. Yet, from my interactions, he does not strike me as the sort to commit malevolent acts. Should he choose piracy, it may well be for reasons beyond our comprehension. Garb added as a form of clarification. In truth, his words indicated that he would no longer extend an invitation to this individual. Let be then. Sengoku, still somewhat unwilling to concede, momentarily set aside his reservations, though he noted them for the future. After all, he was a user of a Logia-type ability, and being so young, he differed from typical pirates and was certainly worth the effort to cultivate. In the waters of the North Sea, Germa 66 launched an assault on 4 kingdoms, beheading their sovereigns and disseminating the news through the World News Agency. Sengoku remarked, such villains ought to be eradicated. Akainu was the first to respond. The world government is preparing to engage with Germa 66. Sengoku cast a glance at Akainu before continuing. Akainu's expression stiffened, leaving him speechless. As long as there is value and the potential for monetary gain, the world government will turn a blind eye to such matters. Garb, picking his nose with a dismissive demeanor, added, they are likely to invite them to become a member state of the world government, considering the four kingdoms were previously not part of it. To facilitate this engagement, the Navy must cooperate, and their request is for a Marine Admiral. Upon hearing this, Akainu immediately stood up. I have numerous responsibilities to attend to. After stating this, he departed without another word. The remaining individuals turned their gazes towards Kizuru. Me? Kizuru raised a finger to indicate himself. His lips pursed in discontent, clearly reluctant to embark on such a lengthy journey. Your abilities allow for swifter travel. You are the one, Sengoku decisively instructed. Kizuru, bemused, acknowledged with a nod and promptly exited. As Kizuru left, Vice Admiral Tsuru's gaze lingered on Garb. Diamante, a subordinate of Don Quixote Doflamingo, and the fishman, who had a good rapport with Jinbe, would inevitably clash with Dunn should he venture into the Grand Line. Having pursued Doflamingo for an extended period, Vice Admiral Tsuru was well acquainted with him and understood his attitude toward his family subordinates. With Diamante, a corps member, now deceased at Dunn's hands, the aftermath was already foreseeable. There is no need to concern ourselves with that. Since the deed is done, let us observe how far Dunn can go. As for Doflamingo, should he be defeated, it matters not, Sengoku declared. The Seven Warlords program is an initiative of the world government, and Doflamingo's inclusion was also a decision made by them. If he were to fall, it would not be a significant issue for the Navy, merely an opportunity to find another candidate for the warlords. Sengoku's gaze turned to Garb. No, I've mentioned it before. He seems disinterested. Understanding Sengoku's implication, Garb shook his head. Chapter 68. Robin, could it be blank? With Garb's experience, it was evident that Dunn had little interest in the Seven Warlords, or indeed, in anything related to the world government. What do you believe this young man is capable of achieving? Vice Admiral Tsuru inquired, her eyes fixed on Garb. As a longtime comrade, she was aware that while Garb could be somewhat unreliable, his insight was undeniable. Sengoku, intrigued, pondered the veracity of Garb's words. Is it the truth or mere pretense? Garb stroked his chin thoughtfully. Need I say? Of course it is the truth. Sengoku was rendered speechless. When had Garb learned to be so cryptic? Is it the truth? Well, I cannot say for certain. Kapu raised his hands in a gesture of ignorance, yet soon shifted his tone. His talent is remarkable. Let me put it this way. Although it may not be apparent now, and he lacks fame, Dunn's potential might surpass that of the infamous Charlotte Linlin. This statement rendered Sengoku's office abruptly silent. The expressions of Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru froze. The infamous Charlotte Linlin? Only she, who now bears the title of Empress, could evoke such a remark from Kapu. Having been a focal point since the Rocks era, the Navy is well aware of Charlotte Linlin's terrifying capabilities. Her innate talent is so formidable that she has reached her current strength without extensive training. To suggest a youth with comparable talent to Charlotte Linlin is indeed rather outrageous. Jiyuan instinctively exclaimed. It is indeed somewhat exaggerated. Yet that is the impression I have, Kapu replied, falling silent thereafter. Is it truly impossible? Sengoku felt increasingly discontented. Very well. Noticing his old comrade's expression, Kapu hesitated, then sighed. He likely holds some views on the celestial dragons. You know their manner of conduct. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru turned grim. So that is the reason? If that is the case, Kapu's assessment is indeed accurate. It would be exceedingly difficult to recruit him into the Navy, and he may very well find himself on the opposing side in the future. I have said all I needed to, but based on my interactions with him, there's no need to fear he will willingly become a pirate. However, with such talent, he will undoubtedly cause a significant stir. Should that occur, the world government may compel the Navy to issue a bounty, but that is a dilemma for you to ponder. After finishing, Kapu stood up. I have been away for so long. I shall return to rest now. Do not seek me out in the coming days unless absolutely necessary. Before Sengoku could gather his thoughts, Kapu had already exited. That rascal Kapu, Sengoku instinctively grumbled, a habit formed over time. Yet his expression soon stiffened. A business trip? More akin to a leisurely outing. If that is the case, should there be any movement from the world government while he refrains from declaring himself a pirate? We must take action. Vice Admiral Tsuru reminded Sengoku. I understand, but I cannot make unilateral decisions on such matters. Since becoming Fleet Admiral, Sengoku has come to realize the complexities of managing various issues. The troubles from the world government are well known, and the challenges posed by pirates are relentless. Even with the three great powers of the Navy in place, chaos reigns daily, leaving them overwhelmed. Sister, why not capture him and then explain the Navy's ideals? Given his disapproval of pirates, he should be able to embrace our principles. Jiyuan suddenly suggested. You make a valid point, but there's one issue. What if we fail to capture him? Vice Admiral Tsuru turned to glance at her sworn sister, shaking her head slightly. Let us proceed cautiously with the affairs of this young man. Although Garb has asserted his considerable talent, growth necessitates time. Perhaps during this period, more effective methods of engagement will emerge. With that, General Crane arose and exchanged greetings with Sengoku before departing with Jiyuan, leaving Sengoku alone in the office. Sengoku harbored a persistent feeling that Dunn would soon make a significant impact. After all, he had already directly provoked Jinbei and Don Quixote da Flamingo, and once he ventured into the Grand Line, a conflict seemed inevitable. Rubbing his temples in exasperation, Sengoku pondered the potential repercussions. Should both Jinbei and da Flamingo be vanquished, the Seven Warlords' plan would undoubtedly suffer a severe blow. Perhaps this could serve as an opportunity for the world government to revise their strategies. The realm of the powerful is not confined solely to pirates. Beyond the Navy and the pirates, numerous formidable figures lurk in the shadows. Sengoku furrowed his brow, contemplating whether there might be a means to uncover these hidden individuals. In the Land of Flowers, Dunn and Robin, clad in a hood, disembarked from the ship. It is said that the Land of Flowers was inspired by the aesthetics of Huaxia. However, upon witnessing it firsthand, Dunn could only express disappointment, remarking that it was a mere fade. No, it was even less than that. It seemed to him that the essence was lacking. What he observed appeared to be a haphazard collection of random elements. Robin's keen observational skills, honed by a life of evasion, allowed her to perceive Dunn's thoughts, which he did not disguise. Do you understand the meaning of to draw a tiger, but end up resembling a dog? Dunn inquired, turning to Robin with a smile. Robin pondered for a moment before responding. Does it imply understanding something only at a superficial level? Quite close, Dunn acknowledged with a nod, refraining from elaborating further. The style of the Land of Flowers is indeed distinct. Have you encountered something more authentic? Robin's curiosity was piqued. The Land of Flowers has existed for a considerable duration, and as a historian, she was well aware of this. Could it be an ancient kingdom that remains unrecorded? Suddenly, a realization struck her. Could it be that blank one? Let us proceed and see if we can locate Green Pepper, Dunn beckoned. Although Robin's mind was filled with doubt, she refrained from voicing her uncertainties. As a bounty hunter, are you seeking to capture Green Pepper for the reward? She asked, hastening to Dunn's side and lowering her voice. Dunn was taken aback by Robin's assumption, realizing that he had not considered such a notion. He merely wished to engage Green Pepper in combat, hoping to enhance his own skills through the encounter with someone renowned for their mastery of hockey. Capturing Green Pepper for a bounty? This was the Land of Flowers, the stronghold of the 8 Treasure Navy. Observing Dunn's reaction, Robin recognized her misinterpretation. If that is not the case, why don't we simply sneak aboard a ship? Robin, having failed to discern the combative spirit within Dunn, ventured a suggestion. Chapter 69, The Beginning of Renown. Dunn halted his stride, and Robin, caught unawares, collided with him. As she lifted her gaze, she found Dunn turned towards her, peering down. Had she spoken out of turn? A pang of anxiety gripped Robin's heart. Her previously cautious demeanor led her to overthink the situation. Had her presence been in vain? Just as Robin spiraled into her thoughts, Dunn broke into a smile. Staring at Dunn's grin, Robin found herself momentarily bewildered. What is the purpose of my voyage? Dunn inquired, draping his arm around Robin's shoulder as they continued forward. Feeling the weight of his arm, Robin turned her face upwards to observe the profile of Dunn. His countenance still bore traces of youth, yet he possessed formidable strength, a comforting realization blossoming within her. Robin relaxed somewhat, contemplating Dunn's words. To engage with the strong? She posited. Indeed, that is part of becoming stronger, Dunn affirmed. And then? Robin retorted. What follows? Dunn paused, pondering her inquiry, then glanced at Robin and shook his head. I hadn't considered that. Perhaps it is to gain fame across the seas? Yet, that does not seem to be my true desire. To become a pirate? Robin pressed, observing Dunn once more. I never aspired to be a pirate. Even if there are genuine adventurers amongst them, a pirate is still a pirate, Dunn replied, shaking his head. Indeed, Robin nodded, well aware of the piratical ways. They say the pirate king, before his demise, claimed to have left all his treasures on the final island. Do you not wish to acquire that? The final island? Dunn turned his gaze to meet Robin's eyes, his expression serene and clear. The treasures there differ from what these pirates envision. He shook his head slightly. If we speak of treasures, defeating the Golden Emperor is evidently more lucrative. Even if the final island harbors treasures, their quantity would surely pale in comparison to those possessed by the Golden Emperor. For Dunn, at this juncture, wealth or money has become something easily attainable. Since you have yet to define your aspirations, why not establish a modest goal first? Robin suggested, sensing Dunn's lack of a clear objective. That is indeed a good idea. Let us commence with achieving renown across the seas, Dunn mused, stroking his chin before leaning down to place a gentle kiss on Robin's forehead. In an instant, Robin's body tensed. Dunn, sensing her current state, couldn't help but chuckle. The rational Robin from moments prior was now flushed, her gaze wandering, seemingly flustered by Dunn's sudden action. Since we aim for fame across the seas, is the most wanted pirate in the West Sea not the Green Pepper? Dunn inquired, alleviating Robin's flustered demeanor. She, blushing, glanced up at Dunn, contemplated for a moment, and nodded. The West Sea has produced many illustrious figures, though they have all departed for the Grand Line. Currently, the most bountiful is indeed the 12th generation of the Eight Treasures Navy, yet he seldom appears. It is his grandson who now leads the fleet. Robin contemplated and provided her answer. If I were to defeat him, would it bring me fame in the West Sea? Dunn inquired. Naturally, 20 years ago, his bounty had already reached 500 million berries. Had he not encountered the naval hero, he might well have become the sovereign of the Grand Line. He continued with a chuckle, recalling the moment he had dealt a stunning blow to Garb aboard his ship. However, Robin expressed her concern. How shall we find him? We are in the land of flowers. If we approach directly, we might very well be besieged. Indeed, even Dunn, no matter how formidable, would suffer greatly if surrounded. There is no need for us to seek him out. Someone has already overheard our conversation, Dunn remarked, scanning their surroundings. Robin's heart raced as she turned to observe the area, discreetly adjusting her hood to conceal half of her face. Now we merely await the outcome. The individual we are dealing with is not ordinary. Despite what I say, they are likely not mere amateurs, Robin cautioned. No matter, if they're not here now, they will come later. Robin's heart skipped a beat, grasping Dunn's intent. Yet, recalling Dunn's previous encounter with Akiji, she believed he could manage the situation at hand. Garb, are we drawing trouble from the old man Akiji as well? At just 20 years old, Hawkeye had already taken over much of the Eight Treasures Navy's affairs, while their elder, now despondent, sat idly by the treasures beneath the ice. Thus, upon receiving news from his subordinates, Hawkeye became intrigued. Should we inform the elder? Buwu inquired, burdened with 3 battle axes. Absolutely not. If the elder hears Garb's name, he is bound to erupt. They are all too aware of the enmity between Akiji and Garb. Even a mere mention of Garb's name could send him into a frenzy. Let's go and meet this person, Hawkeye mused, stroking his chin before seizing a long-handled sword and rising to his feet, with Buwu trailing behind. Send someone to capture these two, he commanded. No, if they dare provoke us, they must possess some strength. Those fellows might not be their match. Hawkeye firmly shook his head. Yet, in truth, he was simply itching for a fight. With some time left before they set sail, the arrival of trouble presented a perfect opportunity for a bit of exercise, or so Hawkeye thought. Meanwhile, Robin quickly sensed something awry. The crowd around them thinned, while those who appeared were robust and menacing. We have indeed been discovered. These must be members of the Eight Treasures Navy, she whispered to Dunn. Dunn did not respond, but tightened his grip on Robin's shoulder, reassuring her. We are en route to the Eight Treasures Navy stronghold. We shall see who reveals themselves next. Dunn's observation Hawkeye was fully activated, allowing him to perceive everything around him. In the distance, the forces of the Eight Treasures Navy had established a perimeter, preventing the people from Flower Country from approaching. To put it simply, they had fallen into a complete encirclement by the Eight Treasures Navy. Robin's observation Hawkeye had likely not awakened, leaving her unable to sense the situation. She could only analyze what was visible around her. Suddenly, as Robin grew wary, Dunn halted his steps and spoke. Robin's heart tightened as she raised her gaze ahead. After a while, a large group emerged from the main road. It was Kai, E, and Bu Wu. They were now in charge of the Eight Treasures Navy. Robin immediately recognized them and quietly alerted Dunn. "I know," Dunn replied, having also recognized the figures approaching. Kai, who would eventually marry and lead the Straw Hat Fleet's 3rd Division, bringing the entire Eight Treasures Navy into the Straw Hat crew. Chapter 70, Week 2 Week. Crushing defeat, Kai was indeed regarded as a winner in life. After the battle in Dressrosa, he gained a wife, inherited the Eight Treasures Navy with the approval of his grandfather, and mastered the essence of the 8 punches. As Dunn observed the approaching Kai, he felt a sudden itch in his hands. Robin, who had been resting against Dunn's shoulder, quickly sensed his restlessness. Upon the arrival of Kai and his entourage, the surrounding individuals drew their weapons, encircling Dunn and Robin. Instinctively, Robin prepared to strike. "Leave this to me." Dunn retracted his hand, patted Robin's shoulder, and retrieved his sword. Hearing this, Robin nodded and stepped back. Kai and his companions scanned Dunn and Robin, their gaze eventually resting on Dunn, who held a sword. "Who are you? What is your purpose in Flower Country?" Kai inquired, scrutinizing Dunn. Upon seeing Dunn's youthful visage, he felt he might have overreacted. "I thought there would be some excitement. As for my purpose, we can discuss that later," Dunn responded, suddenly unleashing his recently awakened Conqueror's Haki. An invisible shockwave spread outward. In an instant, all the surrounding pirates collapsed, rolling their eyes into unconsciousness. Only Kai, his brother Bu Wu, and a few officers of the Eight Treasures Navy remained standing, drenched in cold sweat. "This is the old man's." Bu Wu stammered, wide-eyed and struggling to speak. Having experienced the Conqueror's Haki of Qingjiao before, they instantly recognized the similar aura. Kai tightened his grip on his sword, his expression grave. "Conqueror's Haki? This kid actually possesses it. Such a rarity, 1 in a million. When did such a talent emerge from the West Sea? Let us take him down together." Dunn, without drawing his blade, fixed his gaze on the few opponents before him and spoke softly. "Don't be too arrogant. I am the vice leader of the Eight Treasures Navy." As soon as he finished speaking, a flying axe hurtled toward Dunn. Clang! The arm, enveloped in armed color, deflected the flying axe that came hurtling towards him, causing it to crash into a nearby building. After parrying the axe, Dunn vanished in a flash, reappearing directly in front of Bu Wu. With a swift kick, Bu Wu's towering figure was sent sprawling, crashing through several houses. "Huh!" Upon witnessing his brother being sent flying, old Kai wasted no time, gripping his sword with both hands and swinging it down towards Dunn. Before the blade could descend, Dunn's foot struck first. A powerful kick landed squarely on old Kai's abdomen, sending him and several of the officials behind him hurtling through the air. "Keep up," Dunn shouted, his figure disappearing once more. Even as the force of the kick lingered, Dunn's silhouette followed up with another strike. Too weak. Dunn shook his head slightly, observing old Kai being flung once again. "Don't underestimate me." Old Kai plunged his long sword into the ground, carving a deep gash in the earth. With steely determination, he locked his gaze onto Dunn and sprang into action, armed color swirling around his feet. He launched himself towards Dunn, his foot, imbued with armed color, descended with ferocity. Too weak, Dunn raised his foot, similarly enveloped in armed color, and met the descending strike. The clash was fierce. Old Kai's expression shifted dramatically as he felt an overwhelming force surge from Dunn's kick, sending him spiraling away, crashing down hundreds of meters from the point of impact. Robin, watching from behind, noted how swiftly Dunn had dispatched his opponent. So powerful, at least in this moment. Dunn exhibited an overwhelming strength against these foes. Damn it! As old Kai struggled to rise, shock flickered in his eyes. His legs had gone numb. Not only did he possess Conqueror's Haki, but he had also mastered armed color to an impressive degree. Eight-burst fist. Old Kai shook off the discomfort in his legs, eyeing the approaching Dunn. his figure vanished. The 8-burst fist was a technique passed down by the 8-treasure navy, renowned for its legacy, with each successive generation earning fame through its mastery. The unique technique, combined with armed color, unleashed tremendous power. His grandfather had once made a name for himself using the 8-burst fist, complemented by the armed color entwined around his head. Despite recognizing the strength of his adversary, Old Kai had no intention of conceding. Old Kai launched an assault, his long sword and legs transforming into weapons as he unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon Dunn. Yet the disparity in strength between them was monumental. Perhaps during his time in Dressrosa, he might have compelled Dunn to take him a tad more seriously. However, the peculiar force woven into his strikes piqued Dunn's interest. Dunn was well aware that this world harbored a plethora of intricate combat techniques. The swordsmanship of Frostmoon Shiro and Jinbei's Fishman Karate belonged to this category. Yet, most pirates were known for their crude, fighting styles honed through battles at sea. Old Kai's approach, however, was distinctly different. As he raised his sword to fend off Old Kai's frenzied strikes, Dunn could sense a latent power resonating within each attack, as though they carried an undercurrent of potential energy. As Dunn sought to immerse himself in the moment, a towering figure burst through the door, brandishing dual axes that came crashing down. With a resounding thud, the frenzied assault by Old Kai came to an abrupt halt as he gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. The assailant, Bu Wu, glared at Dunn, and the 2 axes that had struck Dunn's shoulder shattered with a deafening crack. Bu Wu then slammed into the ground, causing the stone tiles to fracture, with cracks radiating outward, even affecting the surrounding structures. Dunn's foot rested upon Bu Wu's back as he lay there, rolling his eyes into unconsciousness. "Damn it!" Old Kai exclaimed in shock, grasping his knife, ready to charge forward. "Wait!" Dunn raised his hand to halt him, glancing at his shoulder. TSK, his shirt had been torn. The 2 strikes had caused a significant depletion of his health, but it had since replenished fully. However, it seemed he would need to wrap his clothing in armor from now on. Old Kai stood frozen, observing Dunn's gesture. "You're no match. Go fetch your elder." Dunn waved dismissively. "First, you must pass my test." Old Kai instinctively shouted in response, but before his words could settle, he received a kick to the chest that bent his body unnaturally, sending him flying out of sight in the blink of an eye. "Such needless chatter," Dunn remarked, exasperated. "It seems everyone in this world is like this. You're being rather reckless," Robin commented as she approached, surveying the chaos and the unconscious figures, including Bu Wu beneath Dunn's foot, with a hint of resignation. "We still need to board their ship to leave." "Fear not. These pirates usually reconcile after a brawl." Dunn waved off her concerns. Robin appeared even more incredulous. "Where did you hear such absurdity?" Chapter 71. Robin, man. You pique my curiosity observing the fallen individuals and the destruction wrought by the recent skirmish. Robin struggled to comprehend Dunn's words. Despite her experiences, her understanding of this world remained somewhat limited. Dunn, however, was acutely aware that the people here possessed a peculiar and somewhat extravagant camaraderie. Yet, he too found himself baffled by these social dynamics, unsure how to integrate, possibly because he had yet to encounter someone who could truly engage him. After glancing at Bu Wu beneath his feet, Dunn withdrew his foot and addressed Robin. "I anticipate a confrontation with Qing Jiao shortly. Be cautious and avoid being caught in the crossfire. I am formidable. Do not underestimate me." Robin responded promptly, seemingly becoming slightly more comfortable with Dunn. "Yes, I acknowledge your prowess, so heed my words," Dunn replied. Robin regarded the younger man before her and nodded in agreement. "I understand. I will be careful. Let us wait here, and tell me about the Land of Flowers." Dunn beckoned, then moved to a nearby shop and settled onto a bench outside. "What would you like to know?" Although I had previously visited this place while evading, my stay was brief, and most of my knowledge derives from books and newspapers. Robin approached Dunn and inquired about the situation in the Flower Country, recalling that it seemed to be a pirate nation. Did it not? Dunn looked up at Robin, and from this angle, he could see the face concealed beneath her hood. Indeed, or perhaps not. Robin pondered the statement, subsequently gathering information to elucidate for Dunn. The Flower Country has existed for a considerable duration, just like the 8 Treasures Navy, which has been around for at least several centuries. The 8 Treasures Navy can be regarded as a half-pirate, half-guard for the Flower Country, thus forming a certain dynamic. So, does this nation survive through plundering? Dunn nodded slightly. Not exactly. While they do occasionally engage in piracy, it primarily serves as a means for the Flower Country to intimidate other pirates, especially since it is a member state of the world government. As Robin spoke, she recalled something about the 8 Treasures Navy, hesitating before continuing. It is said that the 8 Treasures Navy possesses a treasure accumulated over centuries. In the past, countless individuals sought to seize this treasure, yet none succeeded. I am aware of that, Dunn responded, while Robin keenly observed his expression. Are you not intrigued by this treasure? If it truly is a result of centuries of accumulation, its worth could be astonishing. This is undoubtedly a treasure that would captivate anyone who hears of it. While I do require funds, they are merely for transactions when purchasing items. Dunn cast a sidelong glance at Robin. Oh, Robin was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat out of sync with Dunn's line of thought. However, for Dunn at present, monetary matters held little significance. In this world, money felt akin to game currency for him. His expenses were modest, and perhaps for him, having enough to stay in an inn and recuperate sufficed. Moreover, the frequent mentions of vast sums had begun to desensitize him. Perhaps it was only during the purchase of the oranges from Mel Bell that he felt a semblance of reality. Robin fell silent, her gaze fixed on Dunn, seemingly attempting to discern the thoughts of the man before her. Yet, she failed. She could not penetrate Dunn's mind, yet she could perceive that he seemed to lack any clear objectives. Even the ambitious goal he had mentioned earlier appeared to be a spontaneous notion sparked by her inquiry. A young man of formidable strength, yet devoid of purpose. Robin felt an overwhelming curiosity arise within her. This curiosity compelled her to seek a deeper understanding of the man standing before her. Meanwhile, Dunn, noticing the increasingly peculiar expression on Robin's face, suddenly felt somewhat uncomfortable. Clearing his throat, he said, "Ahem. Well, when I have the time, I shall guide you in becoming stronger. Does my presence not give your strength any significance?" Robin responded playfully. This tone momentarily startled Dunn, as he gazed at the beaming Robin, and his demeanor turned serious. "I cannot be by your side at all times. To live more freely, one must rely on their own strength." The serious expression on Robin's face took a playful turn, momentarily catching her off guard, before she nodded solemnly. "Of course, I will protect you." Dunn then smiled, his voice laced with jest. He was teasing me. Realizing this, Robin felt a wave of exasperation. Silently, she turned away and sat down, twisting her head to look in another direction, refusing to speak. Observing this scene, Dunn stroked his chin, then shifted his gaze elsewhere, unleashing a surge of conqueror's haki. Boom! A gust of energy swept through, causing Robin's pupils to constrict as she turned to Dunn. "There are a few pesky bugs that have been bothering you. Let them take a nap for now," Dunn explained. "World government agents." Robin immediately understood what Dunn meant by bugs. Given your extensive knowledge of history, you're likely aware of the significance of observation haki and armament haki. The focus moving forward should be on these, as well as the physical conditioning of your own body. Dunn succinctly provided Robin with a direction for her growth. Indeed, this is also the path most individuals in this world aspire to follow. As for devil fruit abilities, Dunn could offer some suggestions, but the essence of understanding must come from Robin herself. Speaking of which, having Robin by his side served more purposes than mere aesthetics. Her profound grasp of history, coupled with the meticulous mindset she had honed over years of evasion, was akin to a living memoir. Dunn regarded Robin thoughtfully. This time, it was Robin who felt somewhat restless under the weight of Dunn's gaze. Ever since Garb had flattened the sharp corners of his head, Green Pepper had been accompanied by his treasure, the innumerable riches entombed beneath the ice mountain. Garb's punch had not only dulled his head, but also crushed his spirit. The sight of his treasures, now eternally out of reach, tormented Green Pepper. Alongside this suffering was a deep-seated resentment toward Garb, which extended even to Garb's grandson, cursing their lineage for generations. However, apart from uttering threats, Green Pepper was powerless to act. Bang! Old Kai's figure appeared from afar, leaping before landing at Green Pepper's feet. Sitting cross-legged atop the ice mountain, Green Pepper regarded the fallen Old Kai with a serene expression, resembling a sage. Old man, there are external threats, and I am no match for them. Old Kai spoke directly upon landing. Clearly, Old Kai was not yet the formidable leader he would become in the future, lacking the audacity to confront Green Pepper head-on. Yet, Green Pepper seemed oblivious, his expression unchanged. He mentioned Garb. Old Kai noted, unsurprised by Green Pepper's reaction, and continued speaking. With that utterance, Green Pepper's previously calm demeanor shifted dramatically. His eyes turned crimson, and a terrifying aura emanated from him, his grizzled beard bristling as if he were a wrathful deity. Chapter 72. The repeated fury of Green Pepper. Strike the old man. With a thunderous roar, the towering figure of Green Pepper sprang to his feet, a tempest swirling around him and accompanied by Conqueror's Haki, sending Old Kai hurtling away. Where's that bastard? The Green Pepper, with its piercing red eyes, fixated intently on the airborne Old Kai, and furiously inquired, it's not Carp, but that person mentioned Carp. Observing the furious demeanor of his elder, Old Kai lowered his voice slightly, in a startling display of agility that belied his corpulent stature. The Green Pepper suddenly appeared before Old Kai, seizing him and launching himself into the air by forcefully stomping on the icy ground beneath them. Clearly, the mere mention of Carp had provoked the Green Pepper's ire. Dangling upside down in the grip of the enraged Green Pepper, Old Kai was jostled back and forth, nearly losing his last meal. Struggling to suppress his discomfort, Old Kai pointed in a direction. There it comes, Dunn exclaimed, rising to gaze toward the particular point. In that direction, a ferocious beast seemed to approach with alarming speed. Its overwhelming aura was palpable, even without the use of observation haki. Why is this old man so furious? Robin pondered, also standing to observe Dunn's imposing figure. Be careful, she cautioned. Don't worry. This old man can't defeat me just yet, Dunn reassured her. Naturally, Dunn's strategy for the impending confrontation with the Green Pepper was to triumph in a standard state, ideally observing how the Green Pepper wielded the Conqueror's Haki during their bout. Although he understood that the Green Pepper likely did not employ the advanced techniques of Conqueror's Haki, having possessed it for many years, his mastery of its application would undoubtedly surpass Dunn's own. While Dunn was aware of the subsequent developments in utilizing Conqueror's Haki, the practical execution of such techniques remained a significant challenge. Engaging in combat with someone who possesses Conqueror's Haki is a swift method to grasp its nuances. After all, one could see how Luffy learned to harness it after a single skirmish with the Haki-wielding Kaido. This also underscored the importance of a good teacher. However, at this moment, Dunn had no thoughts of enrolling in a school. With his current strength, he would likely be overwhelmed by Kaido under normal circumstances. Yet, if he activated his indomitable spirit, Kaido's formidable physique would prove challenging. If he could not shatter Kaido during the brief duration of invincibility, Dunn withdrew his contemplations, realizing he was thinking too far ahead. He had yet to even step into the Grand Line. Dunn hoisted his sword onto his shoulder and strode onto the street, while Robin took a step back, determined not to distract him during the impending battle. Boom! The towering Green Pepper, over 5 meters high, descended from the sky, unleashing a shockwave that radiated outward, sending slabs of stone flying in layers. The Green Pepper, cloaked in an aura of terrifying ferocity, turned its gaze towards Dunn, bloodshot eyes glimmering with rage. Yet, upon seeing Dunn, the Green Pepper hesitated, its fierce energy diminishing significantly, replaced by a look of confusion. After discarding Old Kai, it scratched its protruding head, appearing somewhat dazed. Bang! Dunn kicked out at the ground, targeting Old Kai. Old Kai caught the blow, which emitted a muffled grunt. There is still some life. He is not dead. Old Kai sighed in relief. Are you the one who intruded into the Land of Flowers? With his observation Haki activated, the Green Pepper began to comprehend the surrounding situation, frowning as it regarded Dunn. The conversation had commenced. Dunn scrutinized the Green Pepper, his gaze shifting between Old Kai and Bu Wu. The Green Pepper stood over 5 meters tall, while his grandson exceeded 2 meters in height. Well, let us not dwell on that. Noticing Dunn's silence, the Green Pepper cast his eyes down upon Old Kai and the recently awakened Bu Wu. "You two rascals, I entrusted you with your training, and now you have been confronted by a mere child." The Green Pepper's tone was noticeably unkind. Old Kai and the revived Bu Wu exchanged awkward glances, powerless to retort. For the truth was evident. "Child, I care not whence you hail, but now, Kapu." Before the Green Pepper could finish his sentence, Dunn unexpectedly uttered the name Kapu. The Green Pepper, whose expression had just regained its composure, froze momentarily, his countenance swiftly contorting, the blood vessels in his eyes intensifying. His towering form lunged towards Dunn with incredible speed, a colossal fist raised to strike down upon him. A 15-year-old lad beating an elder. Bang! Dunn sidestepped the blow, and before the fist could reach the ground, he raised his right leg and delivered a powerful kick to the Green Pepper's abdomen. The force of a strike was unrestrained. The Green Pepper's massive body was sent soaring into the sky. The eyes of Old Kai and his brother nearly popped out in disbelief. After casting a glance at Robin, Dunn suddenly bent his legs, leaping high into the air in pursuit of the airborne Green Pepper. Robin exchanged a fleeting look with Old Kai and the others before quietly slipping into a nearby alley. If he could not be of assistance, he would not become a hindrance. Meanwhile, the kicked Green Pepper's mind had cleared considerably. Despite his intense hatred for Kapu, the impact of that kick had jolted him into awareness. A seasoned fighter, the Green Pepper realized from that single blow that the young man's strength was formidable. As he pondered this, he spotted Dunn's figure appearing high above. As he twisted in midair, the Green Pepper's enormous fist, enveloped in Hawkeye, collided with Dunn's descending foot. Similarly imbued with Hawkeye, the Green Pepper's massive form plummeted outside the city. This was the port city of the Flower Kingdom, a stronghold of the 8 Treasure Navy. Indeed, the island upon which the Flower Kingdom resided was quite substantial, allowing it to endure for so long. The Green Pepper, kicked down by Dunn, crashed heavily to the ground. The earth trembled, and shockwaves radiated outward. Dunn descended from the sky, locking eyes with the Green Pepper, who was now rising from the crater. Although the Green Pepper appeared somewhat disheveled, he was, in fact, unharmed. A notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million from decades past, his strength was indeed remarkable. The Green Pepper regarded Dunn with a serious expression. "What is your relation to that scoundrel Kapu?" he inquired, steam billowing from his nostrils, his eyes fixed intently on Dunn. "Not familiar, merely an acquaintance," Dunn replied after a moment of contemplation. "Did that scoundrel Kapu send you?" The Green Pepper advanced cautiously toward Dunn, Hawkeye swirling around his fists. "Not all." Dunn shook his head. "Then why?" The Green Pepper bristled, confusion evident on his face. Dunn's level of strength was scarce across the seas. "Your reputation is substantial. Defeating you would certainly elevate my own in the West Sea." Dunn provided a candid response. "What do you take me for?" Qing Jiao was momentarily taken aback. Then his fury erupted, rivaling the indignation felt upon hearing of Carp's weakness. This fellow believes himself a stepping stone to fame? As a prominent figure of the 12th generation of the 8 Treasure Water Army, to be considered a mere stepping stone is utterly preposterous. With a thunderous roar, his towering form leapt, brandishing a colossal fist shrouded in armament Hawkeye, aimed directly at Dunn. Dunn deftly sidestepped, causing the fist to crash violently into the ground. The earth shattered, sending ripples of energy radiating outward. The sheer force was markedly more potent than anything exhibited by Old Kai or Bu Wu. The 8-Chong fist certainly possesses its intricacies. Chapter 73. A ferocious assault on a septuagenarian whoosh. With a speed incongruous to his physique, Qing Jiao unleashed another punch aimed squarely at Dunn's face. Utilizing his observation Hawkeye, Dunn meticulously monitored Qing Jiao's every movement, rhythmically retreating to evade each of Qing Jiao's strikes with precision. Following his battle with Kazan, Dunn genuinely sensed a significant enhancement in his combat comprehension. It must be said, the experience gained from fighting surpasses that of mere training. "Boy, stop dodging," Qing Jiao bellowed in frustration as his relentless pursuit repeatedly met with empty air. "Very well," Dunn retorted, launching his fist forward. The exaggerated size of Qing Jiao's fist collided with Dunn's, unleashing an invisible shockwave that obliterated nearby trees. Waves of force rippled outward, tousling their clothing and hair as they grappled against each other. "You are quite formidable," Qing Jiao exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. "You are not lacking either," Dunn replied casually. But before he could finish, Qing Jiao's other fist came barreling towards him. "Crafty old man," Dunn countered, meeting the blow with his own. Bang, bang, bang. Their forms shifted with astonishing speed, fists entwined in a fierce dance of combat. Qing Jiao roared, delivering a powerful downward strike. Dunn matched his fervor, retaliating with his fists, causing Qing Jiao to stagger back several paces before losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. Dunn stood rooted, extracting his feet from the earth. He scratched his face awkwardly, realizing that despite his best efforts to emulate the combat style of this world, he appeared rather foolish. The notion of charging at an opponent while shouting was decidedly unbefitting of him. "Perhaps it is time to draw my blade." Dunn glanced at his hand and silently turned, making his way to the sword he had previously embedded in the ground, drawing forth the long blade. Qing Jiao rose from the ground, observing Dunn with his weapon in hand, feeling a twinge of embarrassment himself. He had actually lost in a test of strength. Am I truly getting old? Qing Jiao pondered, questioning his life choices. After so many years away from the sea, are the youth of today truly this formidable? With a wary gaze, Qing Jiao scrutinized Dunn, particularly the blade he now wielded. After all, having previously clutched a sword, it was evident that it might prove more dangerous than mere fists. Swish! Dunn's figure vanished from its original position, only to reappear with the blade poised before Qing Jiao's face, the edge resting ominously upon his head. A resounding clash of metal echoed through the air as the blade struck the hardened surface entwined in Hawkeye, igniting a shower of sparks. Without hesitation, another cut followed, and then another. Dunn, expressionless, continued his relentless assault, the blade moving with such speed that it became a blur, accompanied solely by the rhythmic sound of metal meeting flesh and Qing Jiao's head gradually bowing lower. How remarkably resilient! Dunn withdrew his blade, feeling a tingling sensation in his hand from the sheer force exerted. Qing Jiao, on the other hand, could only perceive a dull thrum in his forehead. The unceasing barrage had left his already muddled mind spinning, and after a few shakes of his head, the dizziness slightly abated. 8 trigrams fist. Bang! With a renewed clarity, Qing Jiao's Hawkeye-imbued head collided forcefully with the ground before Dunn. Boom! The earth erupted violently, unleashing a shockwave even more potent than the previous punch. Dunn leapt into the air, while Qing Jiao's form, having struck the ground, soared upward, his dark crown hurtling toward Dunn. Frog technique, you say? The intense DJVU sparked an urge to jest within Dunn. Their fists met with a thunderous collision, arcs of electricity surging between them, as an overwhelming pressure radiated outward in all directions. Nearby, Old Kai and Robin felt the terrifying aura and struggled to maintain their composure, daring not to advance any further. The residents of the port city, having previously witnessed the skirmishes with Old Kai and later with Qing Jiao, were now gripped by sheer panic. Yet, they need not fear any longer, for all had succumbed to the clash of conquerors Hawkeye and lapsed into unconsciousness. So, you possess this as well. As Qing Jiao descended, eyes wide, he gazed at Dunn, who was also landing, exclaiming in bewilderment. Did Old Kai not mention this to you? Dunn paused, taken aback. Old Kai? Qing Jiao's expression momentarily clouded with confusion, quickly realizing Dunn referred to his grandson. But the moniker Old Kai? Qing Jiao regarded Dunn with an odd look. Dismember. Dunn did not relent. The blade flashed once more. Blood spattered as it struck Qing Jiao's Hawkeye-guarded arm. Dunn had already mastered the technique of channeling and compressing Hawkeye onto the blade's edge. However, this newly acquired skill, evidently, was insufficient to wholly breach the defenses of an opponent so adept in the mastery of Hawkeye. What a sharp blade. Indeed, a true swordsman. Qing Jiao, at this juncture, dared not underestimate Dunn. He sidled to observe Dunn, who brandished his sword, Hawkeye enveloping his head, before leaping high into the air, resembling a spinning top poised to strike down. The rapid rotation rendered his form almost indistinguishable. Such flamboyance. Dunn pivoted, embedding his blade into the ground beside him, and met the oncoming attack with a punch. Qing Jiao, amidst his swift spin, unleashed his hockey-imbued fists and feet, each strike imbued with tremendous force. Clearly, after being rendered senseless by Garb, Qing Jiao had devised this technique, yet regrettably, he found himself pitted against Dunn. With hockey entwining his fists, Dunn firmly planted his feet, his arms becoming mere shadows in the swift motion. As steadfast as a pillar, Dunn's body remained immovable, rendering the futile attempts of Green Pepper utterly ineffective. Yet, such strikes invigorated Dunn, instilling within him an unexpected sense of exhilaration, although he could not fully immerse himself in the experience. The absence of pretense allowed him to grasp the sheer joy of combat, provided, of course, that he felt no threat to his own safety. Dunn would never sacrifice his reason for the sake of amusement in battle. Boom! Dunn's right fist swung fiercely, sending the spinning Green Pepper hurtling away, crashing to the ground with half his body embedded in the earth. If you can't bring forth your true abilities, I shall not hold back. Dunn stood firm, gazing at the motionless Green Pepper, half buried in the ground. Suddenly, an ominous wail pierced the air. Dunn furrowed his brow in disbelief. Had he truly reduced his opponent to tears? With both hands pressing against the ground, Green Pepper extricated himself, collapsing onto the ground in a fit of sobs. How could I be looked down upon by a mere child? Woe is me! I cannot even best a child, let alone that scoundrel Garb. Observing the weeping elder, Dunn narrowed his eyes, releasing a hint of murderous intent. Green Pepper, caught in his lament, froze, his cries abruptly ceasing as he turned to face Dunn. A tempest of Conqueror's hockey erupting from him, surging forth in a violent onslaught. Boom! Dunn, refusing to be outdone, unleashed his own Conqueror's hockey. A clash of their wills erupted between them. Green Pepper, now resolute, rose from the ground, his long beard bristling, his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, while a layer of armament hockey coiled around his head anew. Non pierci nu spike. Chapter 74. Is the sharp angle equal to the spirit? Non-piercing spike. Although both techniques derive from the essence of the eight-fist punch, Green Pepper's unique innate phenomena allowed him to manifest an exclusive technique. With his head now flattened, enveloped in armament hockey, combined with the peculiar shockwave of the eight-fist punch, he unleashed formidable destructive power. As Dunn gazed upwards at Green Pepper's rotund form soaring into the sky, his own armament hockey flowed toward his right fist, enveloping it in a soft, deep purple hue that ebbed and flowed as energy coursed through it. A faint dark purple radiance shimmered. Armament hockey, complete mastery, you can skillfully manipulate the energy within your body for both offense and defense. You have comprehended the techniques of armament hockey hardening and coiling. You have mastered the flow technique of armament hockey, concentrating all your energy into one point, unleashing terrifying destructive power. On the data panel, the description of armament hockey subtly transformed, leaping from basic mastery to complete mastery. The energy in his right fist condensed with a singular focus, the dark purple glow exuding an aura of invincibility. Boom! High above, as Green Pepper reached the apex of his ascent, he descended upon Dunn with tremendous inertia. His attack concentrated at the crown of his head, the armament hockey glimmering ominously. Dunn, of course, could easily evade such an assault. However, the Green Pepper was no match for him, or rather, the aged Green Pepper had become inferior in strength, and the essence of the eight-chong fist, indeed. Dunn executed a reverse pull, his arms swaying slightly, as his gaze locked onto the descending head. His right arm lashed out like a whip, concentrating his strength into a single point of his fist, aimed at the falling head. The punch met the crown of the head. No, it was a near miss. An invisible force separated Dunn's fist from the Green Pepper's head upon impact. The clash of Conqueror's hockey erupted in an instant, visible sparks emanating from both Dunn's fist and the Green Pepper's head. You possess your eight-chong fist's essence, and I too have my imitation of the eight extremes fist's essence. Dunn's eyes were resolute, his fist still exerting force. Amidst the Green Pepper's roar, the collision of Conqueror's hockey persisted. Yet, it was ultimately not an attack entwined with the Conqueror's hockey, Under the strain for both sides, their fists and heads collided. "Lift me up." Dunn's eyes narrowed as he exerted tremendous force beneath his feet. The green pepper's flat head rippled like water, and under Dunn's sudden surge of power, it abruptly contorted. The green pepper's originally flat head suddenly sprouted a sharp spike under the pressure of Dunn's fist. Consequently, the direction of the green pepper's descent altered, and with Dunn's fist continuing to drive forward, the massive figure of the green pepper soared sideways toward the direction of Dunn's strike. What was once a burrowing projectile had now transformed into a horizontally flying cruise missile. Everything in the path of the green pepper, whether trees or rocks, was obliterated upon impact with the spike. Boom! It was only after crashing into a distant rock wall, causing it to collapse, that all commotion ceased. Health. 94. Withdrawing the armament hockey from his fist, Dunn gazed contemplatively in the direction the green pepper had flown. It seemed this objective had been achieved. The evolution of his armament hockey was beyond his expectations, and he had indeed learned something from the application of Conqueror's hockey through the green pepper. However, it appeared that the green pepper's own use of Conqueror's hockey was rather crude. Overall, a loss of 6 health points was not a setback. Oh, now it was 5. Yet, the green pepper had not come out unscathed either. Dunn had clearly observed the changes atop the green pepper's head. Was this a way of assisting the old man? He approached his blade, drawing the flame, then sheathing it back into its scabbard. As the commotion subsided, Robin arrived swiftly. Moments later, Robin came over, her eyes glancing over the remnants of destruction, a look of understanding dawning upon her. Given the recent uproar, such a scene was indeed to be expected. Old man. Soon after, Hawkeye and Boo Woo also arrived. Upon seeing only Dunn and Robin present, with the green pepper conspicuously absent, their expressions shifted dramatically. Anger blazing in their gazes directed at Dunn. "Bastard, what have you done to my old man?" Hawkeye's bloodshot eyes mirrored the fury of the green pepper's earlier madness. And Boo Woo was no different. "Is it not true that one can see the bond between grandfather and grandson?" A hearty laughter erupted, followed by the sound of crumbling stones. Both the frenzied Hawkeye and Boo Woo were momentarily taken aback, then turned to the source of the mirthful voice. A portly, towering figure soared into the sky, performing a somersault before descending headfirst. Spinosaurus spike. Accompanied by Qing Jiao's ecstatic shout, the ground suddenly fractured. Enormous cracks radiated outward from the point of impact, extending towards the distant town. "Old master, Hawkeye Bao Lao, haha, it has returned." Qing Jiao's exuberant shout echoed once more, followed by tremors reverberating through the earth. Qing Jiao's massive form barreled through the trees en route to Dunn, its spiky crest glinting ominously. Dunn narrowed his eyes, raising his weapon slightly, while Robin stood behind him, vigilant. Then, Qing Jiao leaped high into the air, crashing down before Dunn, kneeling with tears streaming down its face. "Thank you, benefactor. I have returned at last." Qing Jiao cried out in overwhelming joy. Dunn, with a serious demeanor, stepped back with Robin, avoiding the cascade of tears that splattered from Qing Jiao's eyes. Hawkeye and Boo Woo stared, dumbfounded, at the spikes adorning Qing Jiao's head. What in the world is this? The sharp spikes, once mere memories of their youth, had reemerged. Dunn and Robin exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they regarded the weeping Qing Jiao. Old master?" Hawkeye cautiously approached the sobbing creature, speaking tentatively. "Get away. Do not obstruct my path to express my gratitude to my benefactor." Qing Jiao flung Hawkeye aside with a single arm, its tearful gaze fixed on Dunn. Dunn felt a shiver run down his spine under that scrutinizing gaze. Imagine being stared at by a 6-foot-tall elder in tears. "Stop." Dunn raised his hand, and the sobbing ceased abruptly. "What does the benefactor command?" Qing Jiao, with tears yet to fall, inquired respectfully. "No commands," Dunn replied, feeling somewhat exasperated, gesturing dismissively at Qing Jiao. "Stop crying. Since the benefactor has said so, then I shall cease my tears. I am simply overwhelmed with joy," Qing Jiao explained, rising to its feet. It seemed that the return of the spikes on its head also brought back the old man's spirit. Thus, the spikes signify the essence of one's spirit. Chapter 75. grudges, and the first newspaper debut Qing Jiao's transformation was indeed a result of that fateful punch from Kapu years ago. Or perhaps the old man truly regarded the horns atop his head as a symbol of his honor. Of course, there was also the key to the wealth accumulated over centuries. On that very day, both honor and wealth had departed from him, leading to a dramatic shift in his character. Now, with Dunn delivering a similar punch, honor and wealth had returned once more. Watching Qing Jiao continuously stroke the spikes on its head, Dunn smirked and averted his gaze. Somewhat unsettling, he turned to Robin. I need to borrow a ship from your 8 treasure water army to venture to the North Sea. Absolutely, Qing Jiao responded without a moment's hesitation. After being knocked aside, Old Kai and Bu Wu exchanged glances. If you want to hitch a ride, just hitch a ride. Why resort to violence? Old Kai reminded. Nonsense. Our benefactor is heading to the North Sea. Of course, we must see him off. Green Pepper retorted angrily, glaring at Old Kai. Old Kai, noticing Green Pepper's fierce expression, chose to remain silent. Go inform everyone that a banquet will be held today. Green Pepper waved his hand dismissively. After sharing a knowing look, Old Kai and Bu Wu hurried away, observing his 2 grandsons, then glancing at Dunn, who was departing with Robin. Green Pepper squinted. It was evident that Dunn appeared younger than his grandsons, highlighting a stark contrast. The more he looked, the more disappointing his grandsons seemed. However, as this thought crossed his mind, Green Pepper resumed, stroking his sharp chin. He has returned. Heh. Hearing Green Pepper's amused chuckle behind him, Dunn shuddered involuntarily. He hadn't felt this way during their earlier confrontation. What should we do next? Robin inquired, noticing Dunn's slight tremor. We wait and then board their ship to the North Sea. Dunn replied. But why are you going to the North Sea? Robin asked, staring at Dunn, wondering if it was truly to confront Doflamingo. Dunn had briefly mentioned his purpose during his earlier meeting with Capone Beach. However, Doflamingo was a formidable warlord with considerable influence, and Dunn was currently alone. Well, counting Robin, that made 2 of them. I've already spoken of it. I had a conversation with that flamingo when I eliminated members of the Don Quixote family. Since I've mentioned it, I must see it through. Huh? You informed them ahead of time? Then they must be prepared. Robin responded in disbelief. If they were to confront him, a stealthy approach would undoubtedly be more advantageous. Presently, Doflamingo was in Dressrosa in the New World and likely wouldn't emerge easily. However, if they truly went to the North Sea, it would save Robin the trouble of seeking him out in Dressrosa later. Dunn handed the sword in his possession to Robin, who accepted it, feeling its weight. So, do you have a grudge against him? She asked. Not particularly. I've just taken down a few of his men. However, this fellow has a strong sense of vengeance, and this matter is unlikely to end well. Dunn had a fair understanding of Doflamingo's character. He was quite kind to his subordinates, treating them as family. Yet he was the opposite towards others. Doflamingo showed indifference to those who called for violence against him, but those who exploited his character flaws were met with ruthless retribution, resulting in entire towns being annihilated. He had eliminated 8 fiancées of those who sought to deceive him. Of course, they were all after money. Yet, that was a matter for the future. Presently, this individual was probably around 15 or 16 years old and undoubtedly had already begun his journey of deception. Robin comprehended the situation and chose not to press further. In the realm of the 8 treasure navy, under the directives of Qing Jiao and Lao Kai, the pace of action quickened remarkably. The injured were tended to, homes were repaired, and preparations for a banquet commenced. A news bird, adorned with a camera and a telephone bug, swiftly arrived at the branch of the West Sea World Economic News. Upon receiving the captured images, the branch staff's eyes widened in astonishment. Being in the land of flowers, they were undoubtedly aware of Qingjiao, the pillar of the 8 treasure navy. This notorious pirate, long sought after with a bounty exceeding 500 million berries, was seen weeping on his knees. Additionally, there were photographs of Dunn engaging in combat with Qingjiao. Urgently, they reported to headquarters without delay. In the 4 seas, and even within the Grand Line, such a bounty eclipsed that of 99 of pirates. Soon, a new newspaper, carried by numerous newsbirds, was disseminated across the seas. The headline proclaimed, "The clash of unknown power and pirates of a bygone era," immediately captivating attention. To ensure that those unfamiliar with the name Qingjiao gained insight. The article detailed his past exploits and the associated bounty. Nonetheless, this publication did not stir significant waves, primarily due to the recent barrage of major news. Among them were the successive emergence of the 3 Sea Emperors in the New World and rumors surrounding the 7 Warlords. As an antiquated pirate who had not made his presence felt in the Grand Line, Qingjiao did not garner much intrigue. Conversely, the mysterious figure of Dunn, who had bested Qingjiao, piqued the curiosity of many. Some, already aware of Dunn's reputation, exhibited varied reactions. In Dressrosa, the veins on the forehead of Flamingo throbbed as he fixated on the newspaper in his hands. This is the one. Doflamingo harbored a lethal intent towards Dunn. He had long acquired a photograph of Dunn, yet he had not anticipated such an upheaval occurring in the West Sea. Doflamingo, this individual appears formidable. Though Qingjiao has been absent for some time, his bounty was still over 500 million, Torbol remarked, wiping his nose. Just an old fool. Let Rao and the others keep an eye on him. Doflamingo possessed an instinct that this man would undoubtedly venture into the North Sea. His tone suggested an unwavering certainty that events would unfold as anticipated. However, the munitions factory in the North Sea must not falter. He had recently signed a weapon sale agreement with Kaido. Failing to deliver would incite Kaido's wrath, a prospect Doflamingo was unwilling to test. After all, Kaido's prowess was indeed exaggerated, especially with his reckless pursuits of death across the Grand Line, rendering him utterly unpredictable. In Frostmoon Village, Guena, Zoro exclaimed, brandishing the newspaper as he dashed into the one-mind dojo. You're late again. Have you gotten lost? Guena, currently in training, questioned him with hands on her hips. No, it's about Dunn. Zoro enthusiastically shouted, waving the newspaper. News about Dunn? Let me see. Before Guena could utter a word, it was Gung Siro's astonished voice that broke the silence as he stepped forward. Chapter 76. Dunn, you have made the newspaper upon seeing Gung Siro emerge. Zoro promptly handed him the newspaper he was holding. Guena approached her father, standing on tiptoe with curiosity to gaze at the article. Her eyes immediately fell upon a photograph of Dunn in profile. Though somewhat blurry, she recognized him at once. He had defeated the notorious pirate, Green Pepper, who had a bounty of 500 million berries. Guena's eyes widened in disbelief. How much is 500 million berries? At her current age, Guena had no concept of such a sum. Yet, she recalled that the bounties of Jinbei and Doflamingo, both warlords of the sea, were not as high. He actually went to the West Sea, Gung Siro remarked after carefully reading through the newspaper, his curiosity piqued. He was not surprised that Dunn had managed to defeat Green Pepper. He was quite familiar with Dunn and aware of his hidden strengths. Of course, even without considering his concealed power, merely the strength he displayed ordinarily made it difficult to find worthy adversaries on the sea. After all, true top-tier warriors are not easily encountered. This fellow has become even stronger. Zoro commented with a hint of sarcasm. He suddenly felt that the distance between him and the ability to defeat Dunn had grown significantly, far enough to leave him lost several times over. He resolved to pursue his goal, for after all, his aspiration was to become the world's greatest swordsman, while Dunn's ambitions diverged from theirs. Upon hearing Zoro's words, Gung Siro smiled and, with the newspaper in hand, returned to the hall, leaving Guena and Zoro exchanging puzzled glances. What does Master Gung Siro mean by that? Zoro pondered, somewhat bewildered. What father means is, do not dwell on it. You will never catch up, Guena remarked, her eyes glinting with mischief. Huh? Zoro was taken aback and shot an irritated glance at Guena. I will challenge you, Zoro exclaimed in a fit of anger. You'll lose, Guena replied, turning away with her wooden sword in hand, leaving Zoro trembling in the wind. Meanwhile, at headquarters, Master Carp, this young man truly cannot remain idle, Akiji said, reclining with his legs crossed, glancing at the newspaper with an appearance reminiscent of someone just awakening from slumber. Did he engage with Green Pepper? Carp stroked his chin thoughtfully. I recall having to flatten several peaks with my fist just to contend with him. Reflecting on past events, Carp felt a wave of nostalgia. Could it be that this young man has now reached my level? Akiji raised an eyebrow at Carp, pulling down his eye patch. That is difficult to ascertain. As you said, without a genuine confrontation, no one can know. However, green pepper was formidable back then, and as for now, Garb shook his head after tearing open a bag of senbei. Just watch. I have a feeling this young man will soon stir up a significant incident. Akiji had an inkling. Yet, is this lad truly intending to deliver green pepper to collect the bounty? Given that the Flower Country is now a member state, that might prove rather challenging. Garb shook his head. In contrast to the pirates, the 8 treasure navy of the Flower Country resembles more of a private armed force for the nation. Although there are still bounties, they are remnants of the past. It may not appear so, yet I cannot assert with certainty. Dunn, after all, claims to be a pirate hunter. Regardless, it is of no concern to me. If there is a headache to be had, it is for Sengoku to endure. Garb mused, waving his hand dismissively. Akiji nodded in agreement. As Garb had remarked, Sengoku was indeed aware of the newspaper reports. Such intelligence surely warranted informing Sengoku. However, he now found himself regrettably disappointed. That unreliable Garb had failed twice in inviting such a formidable force. At his age, he had already bested Akiji. Being contemporaries, Sengoku was quite familiar with Akiji's prowess. In his prime, Akiji's strength was certainly on par with the current warlords of the sea, and though he is aged, one must consider Dunn's youth. Sengoku shook his head in silent exasperation, setting the newspaper aside. As long as he doesn't eliminate people, it's all good. Ha ha ha, you nearly took me down. At the banquet of the 8 treasure navy, Akiji bellowed with laughter, holding a grand wine bowl. The surrounding members, including Old Kai, joined in the mirth. Meanwhile, Dunn resembled a husky lost among sheep, perplexed by the humor. He could only raise the juice in his hand. Robin, observing Dunn's demeanor, stifled a laugh behind her hand. What is so funny? Dunn, noticing Robin's amusement, retorted with mild irritation. Nothing much, just realizing I understand you better. You seem ill at ease in this gathering. Robin replied softly. Yes, I find it hard to relate, or perhaps I simply do not comprehend their thoughts, Dunn sighed. Then there is no need to understand. It is the strong who require others to comprehend them, Robin whispered. Dunn looked at her in surprise. Was Robin implying a development of sorts for himself? Their quiet conversation did not disrupt the revelry of the banquet. After all, the strongest weapon of the 8 treasure navy, Akiji, had returned, heralding great fortune for them. Allow me to demonstrate. Having indulged in considerable drink, Akiji suddenly stood, his hand brushing against the horns atop his head, then strode confidently outside. A throng of 8 treasure navy officers and members followed closely in his wake. The treasure, concealed beneath the icy peaks of the Gem Mountain, was about to be unveiled. Shortly thereafter, as Akiji leaped high, his head collided with the thick ice surface. Cracks radiated from the point of impact across the ice, culminating in a tremendous explosion as the massive ice cap shattered. Dazzling golden light shimmered forth. Dunn and Robin squinted at the vast array of riches revealed before them. Truly astonishing. It is no wonder this treasure has been amassed over centuries. Robin exclaimed with wide eyes. So, tell me, why has so much been accumulated? Dunn inquired, turning to Robin. Huh? Robin was momentarily taken aback, not grasping Dunn's intent, but her keen mind quickly deciphered his question. Is it because it was of no use? That seems to be the case. If it could be utilized, there wouldn't be such an accumulation. Dunn shook his head slightly and turned away. Robin followed suit. Behind them were the excited and jubilant members of the 8 Treasure Water Army. The banquet lasted a day, and on the following day, seemingly due to Dunn's earlier remarks, the ships of the 8 Treasure Water Army were already prepared. Since the benefactor had spoken, Qingzhou naturally expedited the preparations. Benefactor, we shall traverse the windless zone this time. Awaiting the currents of Upside Down Mountain will require considerable time. Thank you. After waving his hand, Dunn boarded the vessel of the 8 Treasure Water Army. Soon, the fleet gradually departed from the port of the Flower Kingdom, heading straight towards Upside Down Mountain. Dunn, you've made it to the newspaper. On board. Robin handed a newspaper to Dunn with a beaming smile. Chapter 77. For instance, becoming the sovereign of the seas. Dunn raised an eyebrow, intrigued, as he took the newspaper from Robin's hands. What? Have I received a bounty? How is that possible? You know I'm not a pirate. Robin smiled and sat beside him, pointing at the front page of the World News. Look, is this not you? There was a somewhat unclear profile of Dunn. If one were unfamiliar with him, they might not recognize him, but for those who knew Dunn well, it would be instantly apparent. Moreover, the article detailed the previous encounter between Dunn and Qingjiao. In your photograph, Dunn glanced at it a few times and, upon realizing it was not a bounty, lost interest, only noticing Robin's figure captured in the overhead shot. Of course, it was a silhouette taken from a height, and Robin's hooded sweatshirt obscured her full visage. That should be fine, right? Robin, taken aback by his words, smiled and replied, despite having been with Dunn recently, which alleviated some of her burdens. The persistent threat she once faced still lingered in her mind. Though she harbored no fondness for the world government, she acknowledged their immense power as they controlled the Navy. Setting down the newspaper, Dunn observed the expression on Robin's face and gently patted her shoulder. What do you mean? Robin momentarily did not grasp Dunn's words. As they pertained to her, if the world government were determined to find someone, you would not be able to hide in the West Sea for so long. Noticing the contemplative look on Robin's face, Dunn chuckled and wrapped his arm around her. Thus, perhaps you are not as significant in the eyes of the world government as you believe. Or rather, although your bounty was issued by them, it may only be of interest to a select few. Feeling Dunn's arm resting on her shoulder, Robin nodded gently. Now that I think about it, I have an inkling of who it might be. She recalled the world government official from her childhood who sought to capture her mother. Spandam. Robin whispered the name. The official from the world government, who wielded considerable influence, but perhaps now it was his son. Dunn pondered the information he had. The bounty notice for Robin was issued by Spandane, who naturally sought to capture the historian who had escaped from O'Hara in order to achieve merit. However, since the O'Hara incident, this individual had not reappeared. Moreover, the commander of the Marines had now become his son, Spandam, the very masked man who intended to utilize Robin for his own gains. Despite this, he remained an official of the world government. Robin sighed, her heart heavy with the weight of the situation. The ocean is vast, and the Grand Line is no small expanse. Once the matters in the North Sea are concluded, we shall venture into the Grand Line. Dunn, at this moment, maintained his confidence in navigating the Grand Line. He was a person who sought stability, even in his response to Kayashiro back in Frostmoon Village, emphasizing the desire to live steadily in this world. When one possesses sufficient strength to achieve this stability, it is not unreasonable to engage in additional pursuits. Even prior to his journey, Dunn had been someone who devised travel plans to explore different locales and experience diverse cultures. Moreover, this world was largely unfamiliar to him, a realm born of fantasy. Then I shall rely on you in the future, Robin remarked, glancing at Dunn's face with a smile. Of course, but as for now, it seems the world government may not be preoccupied with you. Dunn replied, picking up the newspaper he had set aside, pointing to a specific point on the page. The Water City has opened a waterway train route, and it is operational? Robin read aloud, her eyes following Dunn's finger. This indeed appeared to be significant, but what did you mean by that? Robin inquired, intrigued. Noticing the puzzled expression on Robin's face, Dunn chuckled. If capturing Robin is Spandam's long-term scheme, then the matter of the waterway train is of even greater importance, as it pertains to the so-called blueprint of the Pluton. In any case, this development would surely capture the majority of Spandam's attention, and he would be present there as well. A blueprint of an ancient weapon had now piqued the interest of the world government. An ancient weapon? As a historian, Robin was well acquainted with the term. Foretales of such entities were widely circulated. Could be Pluton? She ventured. Indeed, that is correct. No wonder. If that is the case, it is indeed plausible. Robin responded, yet her curiosity was piqued by how Dunn, situated in the West Sea, had come to learn of this information, especially since it had not been reported in the newspapers. Are you involved with this matter? Robin asked, observing Dunn as he rose to his feet. Not all. I have no interest in this ancient weapon. The legend states that Pluton's cannon can obliterate an island, but for the powerful in the sea, such feats are not particularly daunting. This is merely a threat the world government wishes to wield, serving as a deterrent. Indeed, if the world government were to possess it, the extermination decree might be executed with greater ease, Robin murmured, her head bowed slightly. Are you still in pursuit of the truth behind the historical texts? Dunn inquired, noting the hint of despondency in Robin's demeanor. Indeed, this is the aspiration of all, and now it falls upon me to see it through. Upon hearing Dunn's inquiry, Robin raised her gaze toward him, her expression resolute as she spoke. This endeavor is fraught with peril. O'Hara was obliterated by the world government for delving into historical texts. Continuing this path signifies trouble, and may even bring complications for Dunn. She was reluctant to keep him in the dark. As she responded, Robin pondered how Dunn would react to such a revelation. At that moment, she met his steady gaze, her heart fluttering with uncertainty. How wonderful it is that you possess your own ambitions, Dunn remarked with a gentle smile, observing Robin's anxious demeanor. If you wish to pursue it, then go ahead. I shall assist you in the future. Thank you, and what about you? Robin inquired, tugging lightly at Dunn's sleeve. Following her lead, he resettled himself, listening intently as his gaze drifted toward the bustling members of the Baroque works aboard the grand vessel. I am uncertain, but my immediate goal is to establish a reputation across the seas. Upon reaching the Grand Line, there are two potential adversaries to confront. Beyond that, I have yet to contemplate further. Dunn reflected before providing his answer. Perhaps you too could set a goal, Robin suggested, discerning that Dunn had not considered this before. Do tell. For instance, to become the monarch of the seas. Chapter 78, The Hunter Association. Are you planning to change your master, woman, to become a monarch? Dunn observed Robin, who smiled at him and shook his head slightly. The title of Monarch of the Seas is merely a moniker proclaimed by pirates, popularized by the World Economic News. As he spoke, Dunn's thoughts turned to Shanks. Shanks had ventured to the Grand Line and gained considerable renown. He had truly become a formidable pirate in the New World. Apart from himself, his crew also commanded great fame. However, he had yet to officially attain the title of Monarch of the Seas. Currently, the titles of the other three monarchs resonated throughout the oceans, while Shanks' bounty had just recently surpassed 1 billion. Of course, in this era, a bounty of 1 billion signifies the pinnacle of the seas. Indeed, Robin remarked, noting Dunn's apparent lack of ambition, a thought that had crossed her mind as well. Yet, it was not beyond the realm of possibility to endeavor toward it. With a slight smile, Dunn's expression softened, tinged with anticipation. If one's strength is sufficient, even without the pirate's acknowledgement, one could still attain such a title. If one could engage with the other three monarchs before Shanks and demonstrate comparable prowess, perhaps the title could be claimed first. What then of Shanks? With a bounty exceeding 1 billion, his strength must have reached the threshold of a monarch. After all, Shanks might lay in his swordsmanship and mastery of the three Hawkeye, particularly the Conqueror's Hawkeye. At present, Shanks had entered his peak. So what of 5 emperors? Dunn stroked his chin, envisioning the scene with a sense of anticipation. To achieve such a vision, one must possess not only formidable personal strength, but also substantial influence. Dunn spoke softly, then turned his gaze towards Robin. As a historian, Robin was among the few highly knowledgeable individuals in this world. What do you think about forming an association? A hunter's association. Upon hearing Dunn's words, curiosity flickered in Robin's eyes. A pirate hunters association, perhaps? It seems there isn't a specific organization for that yet. Most pirate hunters on the ocean operate solo, and some are even pirates themselves. Robin contemplated seriously. However, pirate hunters do not constitute a unified group. Rather, they are predominantly independent individuals, each with their own unique traits. Otherwise, it wouldn't fall upon Dunn to propose the establishment of an association. No, it shouldn't be limited to just pirate hunters. Treasure hunters, relic hunters, and even Navy hunters could be included, Dunn mused, recalling a certain manga he had seen before his journey through time. Although most of the plot had faded from memory, the concept of a hunters association remained vivid. Really? Robin exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Although Dunn had said little, the astute Robin quickly grasped the implications. If successful, this association could emerge as a formidable force, standing alongside the world government, the Navy, and the pirates. However, the challenges involved were evidently daunting. What? Upon hearing Robin's exclamation, Dunn turned to her. If what you say is true, the difficulty is immense. Indeed, Dunn acknowledged this reality, yet he was aware that he had time. And there were indeed methods in this world to extend life or even achieve immortality. Taking it step by step, success might be attainable in the future. However, if that were to happen, he would need to gather some manpower. Dunn scrutinized Robin thoughtfully. Are you truly willing to embark on this path? It seems rather reckless. Robin, sensing Dunn's gaze, felt a tinge of exasperation. This man, a few years her junior, exhibited an extraordinary drive. Was he truly so impulsive as to act on every thought? Isn't this your idea? If I express my desire to pursue it, you seem displeased. Dunn playfully pinched Robin's nose, expressing his annoyance. Not at all. Robin tilted her head, freeing herself from Dunn's grasp. However, to establish such a grand organization requires substantial resources and personnel, and currently, it is just the two of us. Robin reminded him. Thus, we must proceed gradually. Dunn wrapped an arm around Robin and led her into the cabin of the ship. Of course, we have no intention of engaging in any nefarious deeds. Come. Let's pool our efforts. Dunn thrust a pen into Robin's hand, guiding her to sit at the table in the cabin. You are so clever. Try to devise a plan to achieve our goals. Robin, feeling Dunn's firm grip on her shoulder, turned to meet his expectant gaze and, albeit reluctantly, nodded. All right, I can give it a try. Yet, she sensed his enthusiasm. It seemed he was genuinely motivated. In the ensuing days, apart from his daily training and assisting Robin, Dunn engaged in brainstorming sessions with her to devise what they referred to as the Hunter Association Plan. However, the task of formulating such a plan was evidently no trivial endeavor. As the ships of the Eight Treasure Navy steadily navigated the turbulent waters of the upside-down mountain, Dunn and Robin found themselves staring blankly at one another in the cabin. Rejected. This is far too convoluted, Dunn declared, his hand firmly pressing down on the papers spread across the table before Robin, his expression grave. President, you simply don't want to commit so much to memory. Having become thoroughly acquainted with Dunn over this period, Robin gazed at him with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. With such formidable strength, you still exhibit a touch of childishness. According to your own words, the preliminary preparations are merely about resources, money, manpower, and considerable renown on the high seas. Dunn maintained his grip on the paper, his gaze unwavering as he locked eyes with Robin. There is no way I can remember all this. I am, after all, affectionately dubbed the Reluctant Learner. He had just coined that nickname for himself. Thus, our first step must be to establish significant notoriety on the seas. Leave that to me. Until that is accomplished, we shall temporarily set aside the plan, he asserted, attempting to lift the paper from the table. Slap! Robin swiftly pressed down on the paper, a charming smile gracing her lips. That won't do, my dear association president. In fact, the association can be established in advance. As its leader, you must remember the association's regulations. A successful organization invariably requires a set of reasonable rules. Then you shall take note, as the personal secretary to the esteemed president. Your recording would suffice as well, Dunn retorted promptly. Robin paused, momentarily taken aback, feeling bewildered by this new designation as his secretary. Yet, seeing Dunn's unyielding demeanor, she could only acquiesce. Very well, esteemed president. However, as it stands, our association comprises just the two of us. So, what kind of hunter will you be? A pirate hunter? Dunn countered with a raised brow. That won't do. You are the president. Then what do you propose? Robin inquired, frowning slightly. How about sovereign hunter? As president, you could target the kings of the pirates. Robin suggested with a smile. Dunn's lips twitched as he grasped Robin's wrist, gently pushing her onto the nearby bed. Their faces were now mere inches apart, his eyes locking onto hers. Woman, do you wish for your president to meet his demise and seek a new leader? Chapter 79. I am not so petty. Robin discerned the playful tone in Dunn's words. However, given their current proximity, with Dunn's hands resting on her arms and his body pressing against hers, she bit her lips softly. President, you can accomplish this, can't you? Do you have such faith in me? Dunn inquired, captivated by the blush on her cheeks. Just as Robin was about to reply, the cabin door swung open, and both turned their heads toward the entrance. Old Kai stood at the threshold, his eyes wide as he took in their intimate posture. Certainly. I also noticed the unfriendly gazes exchanged between a man and a woman in the cabin. Ahem, I didn't see anything. Old Kai darted his eyes around nervously and, with a loud bang, shut the cabin door before awkwardly making his way towards the deck. Could it be that I might be in danger? How could I have stumbled into such a situation? Old Kai's mind began to spiral with wild thoughts. Meanwhile, the two individuals in the cabin, upon witnessing the door close again, turned back to face each other. Speaking of which, haven't you always kept your observation hockey activated? Did you not sense his approach? Robin's tone was tinged with exasperation. Dunn released Robin's hand, stood up, and scratched his face. Who would have thought this fellow would barge in without knocking? After saying this, Dunn observed Robin, who was sitting up and adjusting her dress, stroking his chin in contemplation. Robin instinctively wanted to roll her eyes, but refrained, deeming it inappropriate. First, let us address the matter at hand. As for our grand plan, I shall entrust it all to you. My sole responsibility is to engage in combat. After admiring the picturesque view, Dunn waved his hand dismissively, taking on the role of an indifferent overseer. Robin felt a pang of helplessness, yet her heart brimmed with joy. This indicated that Dunn indeed held her in high regard. Such a sentiment was something she had not experienced before. Once Dunn finished speaking, he approached the cabin door and turned to look at Robin. Before venturing into the grand line, you must awaken your observation hockey. It's time to put forth effort, as I shall not be lenient. With that, Dunn pushed the cabin door open and stepped out. Robin's expression stiffened at the thought of Dunn's training regarding her observation hockey, her face slightly flushing. On the deck, even from a distance, Dunn could hear Old Kai animatedly conversing with Buwu. Ahem. Upon noticing Dunn's approach, Buwu began to cough repeatedly. However, Old Kai completely failed to grasp Buwu's hint. Truly remarkable that Miss Robin is indeed a beauty. Dunn certainly knows how to indulge himself. You have no idea the scene when I opened the door, Old Kai said with a mischievous grin, only to feel a hand rest upon his shoulder. Stop fooling around. Old Kai abruptly pushed the hand away, his body tensing immediately. There are few on this ship who would dare such a thing. Moreover, how did someone approach so quietly? He then caught a glimpse of Bu Wu's expression, which seemed to plead for mercy. With a creaking sound, Old Kai awkwardly turned his head, his neck cracking uncomfortably. He then beheld Dunn, smiling ominously behind him. That smile certainly carried no benevolence. Continue speaking. I am listening, Dunn said with a cheerful demeanor. Gulp. Old Kai swallowed hard, instinctively stepping away from Dunn. No, I didn't say anything. Old Kai chuckled awkwardly in defense. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed, and Old Kai's figure disappeared from the deck in an instant. Aya! His screams reverberated across the sea, fading into the distance before splashing into the water. Buwu svalovetart. I don't know anything. He insisted on saying it. Buwu quickly clarified. What do you want from me? Dunn cast a glance at his brother's companion, Buwu. As for the subsequent route choices, one involves entering the Grand Line and awaiting the ocean currents, while the other entails navigating against the current at the confluence of the reverse mountain. Buwu promptly provided his answer. We're not crossing the doldrums, are we? Crossing the doldrums would mean traversing the new world, which is far more perilous. Buwu aplain it. Coughing, the drenched Old Kai climbed back onto the ship. The others aboard feigned ignorance, engrossed in their own tasks. However, many were engaged in futile efforts. Crossing the reverse mountain to enter the Grand Line would only allow access to the East Sea and South Sea from the doldrums. Old Kai shook off the water and approached. Our ship has sufficient power. However, we will certainly encounter vessels coming from the North Sea, and a collision is highly likely. The current at Reverse Mountain is indeed broad, yet it is inevitable that we will meet vessels navigating upstream. How long will the current last? Dunn inquired after a moment of contemplation. Approximately another month and a half, Buwu replied. That is too long. Dunn shook his head. Then shall we head straight to the North Sea at the confluence? Old Kai suggested tentatively. Forget it. You all proceed with your plan. Robin and I will disembark at the confluence. We can make our way to the North Sea, Dunn stated. Old Kai immediately responded. If Qing Jiao finds out I left Dunn behind halfway, I would likely be beaten to a pulp. No need. Don't you have your own matters to attend to? Dunn replied. shaking his head once more. He then gazed at the currents flowing diagonally outside the ship. Just give me a boat. Old Kai and Bu Wu exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. All right, let us prepare. Dunn waved his hand and turned to walk towards his cabin. How about we train in the North Sea? There are plenty of pirates there, and it is said that the recent surge in weapons across the four seas originated from the North Sea. Old Kai mused, stroking his chin. Bu Wu looked at Old Kai, who was lost in thought, and quickly interjected, let us stick to the plan and take a tour around paradise. As for the North Sea, Bu Wu glanced in the direction Dunn had departed, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. Upon entering the cabin, Robin revealed her smooth back as she changed her top. Hearing the commotion, she pressed her chest and turned around, visibly relieved to see it was Dunn. Dunn approached, surveying Robin's back. Robin, maintaining her composure, donned her top. We are set to disembark at the confluence of the reverse mountain's currents. How will we do that? Robin inquired, pausing her task. I have my methods. However, I'm heading into trouble this time, so you'll have ample opportunity to take action. This indeed presented a fine opportunity for Robin to hone her skills. Upon hearing this, Robin felt a sudden realization that her upcoming experiences might not be easy. We shouldn't encounter any formidable opponents. If we do, I will handle them, and you can take care of the rest. I can't shake the feeling that you're doing this on purpose. Are you seeking revenge? Robin's gaze fell upon the thick stack of papers on the table, and she suddenly perceived the underlying truth. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Dunn immediately waved his hand. I am certainly not a petty person. Chapter 80. Robin, you are quite willful. Aren't you? Really? Upon hearing Dunn claim he was not a miser, Robin scrutinized him with a discerning gaze. During their time together, she had grown somewhat familiar with Dunn. He was of a rather capricious disposition, often leaving one perplexed about his true thoughts. Robin's observations were not unfounded. After all, Dunn's mindset stemmed from a world inundated with information. To put it bluntly, the knowledge he encountered just a day before his transmigration might far surpass what the inhabitants of this world would accumulate in a lifetime. This very reason made his thoughts easily diverge. Or perhaps it could be said that those affected by an information overload tend to exhibit a degree of neuroticism. This was the fundamental reason Robin found Dunn so peculiar. Although she sensed his intentions were deliberate, as he professed, it was indeed beneficial for her. During their previous escapade, she had lacked the time to systematically enhance her abilities. Each day began with her cautiously concealing her identity, striving to avoid detection. I understand, and I will strive to improve. Robin's expression turned earnest as she nodded solemnly. Observing her demeanor, Dunn approached her, raising his hand to fasten the buttons of her shirt, leaving only the collar undone before withdrawing his hand. He then patted her shoulder. Pack your belongings. We must depart this vessel shortly. With that, Dunn exited once more. As the sound of the cabin door closing echoed, Robin felt a shiver run down her spine, acutely aware of the constriction of her shirt. Instinctively, she reached to unfasten the two buttons, but recalling Dunn's deliberate action, she halted her hand. Yet, as she surveyed the cabin, cluttered with an array of items, including Dunn's knife and the notes they had generated during their brainstorming sessions, a thought suddenly struck her. Was it possible he had left without tidying up? This notion lingered in her mind as she reflected on Dunn's patterns of behavior since their acquaintance. The more she pondered, the more she began to believe this might indeed be the truth. Is this the real him? Robin murmured quietly, engaging herself in her tasks. Meanwhile, Dunn had reached the bow of the ship. The currents of Upside Down Mountain were vast and expansive, a formidable expanse spanning the Great Route, bisecting it alongside the holy land of Mariehua, forming part of the Redland continent. The Hunter Association, perhaps? Dunn sat at the ship's prow, recalling the conversations he had with Robin over the past days. The challenges ahead were undoubtedly significant. In his earlier days, even during his time in Frostmoon Village, he would not have entertained such thoughts. Pursuing this path would surely entail numerous hardships. However, it must be said that if successful, it would yield a profound sense of accomplishment. To conjure an immensely formidable organization from thin air, yet this would necessitate him becoming a symbol of the so-called Hunter Association, powerful enough to leave the world in awe, simplifying all endeavors. As for the matter of funding, the Golden Emperor who possesses a quarter of the world's wealth, is indeed a commendable candidate. Let us embark on this endeavor. Dunn gazed ahead, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Hawkeye and Bu Wu observed Dunn seated at the bow of the ship, murmuring softly to one another. Should we approach? Would it be intrusive? Bu Wu whispered. Why don't you give it a try? Perhaps you won't be sent flying with a mere slap. Hawkeye humorously envisioned the scenario of being unceremoniously tossed into the sea by Dunn and suggested. Bu Wu gave his elder brother an incredulous look. Why doesn't this fellow go himself? Their hushed conversation, however, did not escape Dunn's keen observation. As he turned to regard the two spirited young men with a mischievous glint in his eyes and beckoned them over. Upon seeing this, the pair promptly advanced. Is there something you need? The ship is ready, and all supplies have been gathered, Hawkeye quickly explained. Thank you, Dunn responded, waving his hand in appreciation. No need for thanks. You are our benefactor from the 8 Treasure Water Army, and we are merely fulfilling our duty, Hawkeye and Bu Wu insisted, shaking their heads. That was unexpected, but for this time, I truly appreciate your assistance, and gratitude is indeed warranted, Dunn remarked with a smile. Hawkeye and Bu Wu swallowed hard, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. We shall meet again on the vast ocean, Dunn remarked as he noticed Robin emerging, carrying a large bundle and holding her sword. Immediately, a crew member stepped forward to assist in placing the package onto the small boat. Dunn leapt down from the bow. Now, we embark on our solitary adventure, Dunn declared as he approached Robin. With her sword in hand, Robin smiled as she watched Dunn approach. Observing Dunn's retreating figure, Hawkeye and Bu Wu exchanged glances, as if witnessing the prelude to a legendary tale. Shortly thereafter, at the convergence of the waters atop Upside Down Mountain, Dunn and Robin stood on a small vessel, gazing at the colossal ships of the 8 Treasure Water Army drifting downstream. I believe the issue of propulsion is something you can certainly resolve, right? Robin inquired, standing beside Dunn with her sword cradled in her arms. Naturally, Dunn replied, gesturing with his hand before taking a seat at the stern. Now, Miss Robin, please hold on tightly. As a fruit user, if you fall into the sea, you shall surely sink, Dunn said with a smile. Robin's eyes widened, and she promptly sat down to steady herself. Boom! A fierce blaze erupted. The small boat suddenly veered, trailing a long tail of fire as it surged against the current of the North Sea. The tremendous speed of the vessel generated a powerful wind. Robin held on her hood, nearly being swept away. Hold on tight. Dunn laughed heartily at the sight, and as his words echoed, the tail flame surged once more. The small boat soared above the water, slicing through the incoming waves. What is that? A pirate ship braving the currents of the North Sea, and the pirates aboard were filled with exhilaration. Then they beheld a ball of fire emerging from the distance, swiftly passing by their vessel in the blink of an eye. Before the pirates could fathom the unfolding chaos, a massive wave struck their vessel. The sizable pirate ship was abruptly overturned by the force of the water, which surged upwards in a cacophony of splashing and turmoil. Such reckless abandon. Robin clung to her position, her delicate white arms extending from the ship's hull, ensnaring her body like a rope, accentuating her graceful silhouette. Yet, only Dunn was there to appreciate her plight. Take heed, came the message from the young master. That fellow departed alongside the 8 Treasure Navy. He may be approaching from the Upside Down Mountain. The voice of Lao, aged and weary, emanated from the transponder snail. Dressed in her dance attire, Violet nodded in response to the voice. Indeed, I shall remain vigilant, but they may not necessarily traverse from the Upside Down Mountain. He could merely be speaking idly. Ideally, that would be the case, but the young master's factory must not encounter any troubles. Troubles would be preferable, Violet mused inwardly. Can this individual truly vanquish Doflamingo? Chapter 81. The Cannonade of the North Sea, the Inferno of the Ocean. Upon arriving in the North Sea, Violet was tasked with guarding the entrance to the Upside Down Mountain. The formidable power of Doflamingo cast a shadow of despair over her to safeguard her father's life. She had no choice but to serve under him. A pained expression crossed Violet's visage as she obediently followed the commands of her enemy, feeling utterly powerless. Her gratitude towards Dunn was palpable, yet she sensed a significant disparity between him and Doflamingo. This time, Her intention was to subtly remind Dunn that Doflamingo had dispatched 2 of his subordinates to the North Sea. She understood that Doflamingo harbored mistrust towards her. He valued only her abilities. Any misstep on her part could endanger her family still in Dressrosa. A tumult of conflicting emotions swirled within Violet. At that moment, her powers manifested. The capabilities of the Stare fruit enabled her to perceive events from a considerable distance away at the mouth of the upside-down mountain. A ship ablaze surged down from the mountain, and upon glancing at the vessel, Violet immediately recognized Dunn at the rear, setting fire to the ship. A wielder of flame. Taken aback, Violet's mind raced. They're coming, descending from the upside-down mountain, she exclaimed. The sentinels nearby promptly retrieved their transponder snails. Moments later, the pirate ship anchored at the mouth of the upside-down mountain commenced its bombardment. Violet witnessed the flames and thick smoke, as well as the towering inferno. Her gaze was steadfastly fixed on the site of the impending clash, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Torches. A fiery dragon swirled above the sea, with Dunn standing resolutely at the bow, sword in hand. The incoming cannonballs collided with the flames, resulting in a series of explosions. In a single maneuver, he thwarted the assaulting projectiles. What is this? Robin, gripping the ship's structure to maintain her balance, inquired as she observed Dunn wielding his sword. It seems he has been anticipating my arrival. Upon hearing Robin's words from behind, Dunn replied with a relaxed tone. Doflamingo's operations in the North Sea revolve around arms trading, producing various weapons to sell to nations across the seas and the Grand Line. From the sheer volume of cannon fire, Dunn deduced that the Flamingo had undoubtedly dispatched someone to intercept him, though it could also be a mere test of his capabilities. As the firewall dissipated, the bombardment continued unabated. The thunderous sound of cannon fire reverberated across the ocean, with a multitude of shells raining down upon Dunn's location. Upon glancing over, he beheld dozens of ships, each bristling with cannons, relentlessly firing upon him. Stay here, Dunn commanded, and then leapt into the air, flames surging from his body and coiling around the blade in his hand. He swung his long knife, conjuring an even taller and thicker wall of fire. Subsequently, a blazing slash erupted from the firewall, hurtling towards the distant fleet. Boom! The terrifying flame slash struck one of the vessels, cleaving it in 2. Flames began to spread, seemingly igniting the ship's munitions. Following the severance of the ship came a tremendous explosion. The entire vessel was shattered, debris raining down upon the nearby ships, causing their crews to scramble in panic. Yet, soon after, successive flame slashes descended from above. The sound of explosions echoed repeatedly, illuminating the sky with fire. Dunn, standing upon the firewall in midair, unleashed a series of slashes. Below, the surface of the sea surrounded the ships, each vessel fracturing and subsequently exploding in succession. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, flames engulfed the waters below. The firewall beneath Dunn vanished, and the ships that had been bombarding him were utterly annihilated by his slashes and the ensuing explosions. With a thud, Dunn landed on a ship. Robin gazed at the inferno that replaced the vanished firewall and then turned her attention to Dunn. I thought you would leave a few behind to inquire about the situation, she remarked, her curiosity piqued. No need for that. I am well aware of who they are, and they came here with a purpose directed at them, rendering such inquiries unnecessary. Dunn sheathed his blade, commanding the flames to guide the ship toward the fire. As the vessel approached, the sea of flames parted, creating a passage. The small boat advanced, encountering the wreckage of a larger ship, and a slash cleaved it in 2. There's an island nearby. Isn't there? Dunn inquired after severing a massive piece of debris. Indeed, there is an island. Robin, having memorized the nautical charts of the North Sea in anticipation of Dunn's arrival, promptly provided her answer. Let us dock and rest for a moment, Dunn declared. Robin nodded and indicated the direction for him. The ship sailed out of the sea of flames, and Robin stood upon the deck, gazing back at the still-burning ocean. The firelight cast a crimson glow upon her face. We should brace ourselves for a series of relentless battles ahead. Be prepared to apply what I have taught you in the heat of combat. Dunn's voice resonated. Indeed, I comprehend, and I shall exert my utmost effort. Of course, There is also the matter of Bajiquan, correct? Robin nodded, articulating the 3 characters for Bajiquan in Mandarin. This martial art, or rather a method of exerting force, hails from my homeland. You might consider employing this technique while utilizing your flower fruit abilities. In truth, if Robin adeptly harnessed her powers, her strength would ascend rapidly, enabling her to effortlessly contend with pirates boasting bounties of 10 to 20 million in the 4 seas. This journey was her opportunity to transform words into action. If she vowed to sabotage your business, she would undoubtedly fulfill that promise. The most efficient method would be to obliterate the majority of your munitions factories. Even if some remained intact, your enterprise would be nearly dismantled. This task might require considerable time and would certainly encounter resistance. It remains to be seen whether Don Quixote da Flamingo would personally intervene. During this period, Robin could seize the opportunity to amass combat experience, at the very least becoming proficient in wielding her abilities. Furthermore, awakening her conqueror's Hawkeye was imperative. Time was, after all, of the essence. Robin likely had no prior exposure to Hawkeye. Perhaps she had merely encountered its name in ancient texts without understanding the means to cultivate it. The development of the flower fruit holds vast potential, and enhancing Robin's physical prowess is equally crucial. After all, the exertion of abilities and Hawkeye demands considerable stamina, especially for formidable techniques. Thus, her physical conditioning must not be neglected. However, at that moment, Dunn suddenly turned to Robin, scrutinizing her with an appraising gaze. It is essential to ensure that Robin does not become a mere mass of muscle. Noticing Dunn's peculiar expression, Robin felt a sense of unease. Yet she could not fathom his thoughts. "I shall strive diligently," she declared earnestly, speculating on Dunn's intentions. "Well, there's no need to exert yourself to such a degree. Just maintain your figure." Chapter 82. Unexpected news. Admiral Kizuru, someone has just departed from here. As the small boat docked, Robin remarked, "This island, being excessively close to the entrance of Reverse Mountain and not particularly large, has never hosted long-term inhabitants. After all, vessels journeying from the North Sea to the New World must pass through this area. Its size is insufficient to support the establishment of a naval base. Were a naval base to be constructed, it might resemble a location akin to Lowtown in the East Blue. However, at present, there were evident signs of recent activity. They left in quite a hurry. Dunn's observation Hawkeye had expanded, yet he could no longer detect the departing vessels. "Are you suggesting that those who lingered here are affiliated with those individuals? Isn't that rather apparent?" Dunn chuckled at the remark, leaping from the boat. "They must have been orchestrating from behind the scenes, fleeing after witnessing their entire force annihilated." As he spoke, Dunn turned his gaze towards the direction from which the attack had originated. To the naked eye, only wisps of smoke could be discerned, and the flames had long since extinguished. "What is this?" Robin's voice, laced with curiosity, emerged as she returned, clutching several photographs. "Your photograph is remarkably clear." Robin handed over the items he had discovered to Dunn. Upon receiving them, Dunn immediately recognized the location where the photo was taken, the Navy base No. 16 in the East Sea. These individuals certainly appeared to be in a rush. "Not necessarily," Dunn said, shaking his head slightly while holding the photograph. "Nothing else was left behind. Why would a few photographs remain? Was it intentional?" "Why?" Robin inquired, astonished. "Perhaps it serves as a reminder for me." Dunn examined the photo and then noticed a red lip print on the back of one of the images, a mark left by a woman. Robin also spotted it and immediately remarked, "In that case, I might have an idea of who it is." After a moment of contemplation, Dunn continued, "If these photographs were indeed left intentionally by a woman, then regarding Doflamingo, there is only one candidate. This is the advantage of a prophet. Doflamingo's followers remain largely loyal. But there are exceptions, such as that deposed princess. Given her unique fruit abilities, it is quite normal for her to hold a position here." "Are you certain?" Robin asked curiously, listening to Dunn's words. "Just by looking at the photograph, you deduced who left it? Do you mean to say it is someone you knew previously?" "I cannot be certain, but it matters little. If it is indeed the case, we might acquire some detailed intelligence ahead of time. Even if not, it will not affect our current mission." Dunn waved his hand, using his observation Hawkeye to sweep across the island and confirming there was nothing unusual. After a brief rest, the two continued their journey. The nautical chart I possess may not be exhaustive, but I believe the coordinates near Upside Down Mountain are likely accurate. As Robin spoke, he guided Dunn in the right direction. At this moment, Robin had become somewhat of a navigator. Yes, let us investigate the information on the island where people reside. Dunn nodded upon hearing this, maneuvering the vessel according to Robin's direction, flames erupting as they sped away. The entire army has been annihilated. Violet spoke solemnly into the transponder snail. Impressive indeed. A deep voice resonated from the device. So what? Now that we have discovered him, he cannot escape our sight. As long as he remains on an inhabited island, we will be informed. Lau's voice interjected. Violet listened quietly to their conversation without interrupting. Can you ascertain his approximate strength? The voice from the transponder snail inquired again, clearly directing the question at Violet. He is formidable, at least a swordsman, and possesses the ability to manipulate flames. This cannot be concealed, Violet replied after a moment of consideration. A flame-related ability user, and a swordsman at that? He killed Diamante, so he must be stronger than Diamante. It seems this mission will be quite troublesome. I must report to the young master. Violet, your task is complete. Return at once. Understood, Violet responded, and the call was terminated. Staring at the silent transponder snail, Violet lowered her head in contemplation. She wondered whether the clues she left behind had been discovered by the other party. Although the individual exhibited formidable strength, there were two senior officials present, coupled with prior knowledge of his whereabouts. Should Violet seize the opportunity to offer a reminder? She pondered. Meanwhile, Dunn remained unfazed by such matters. In the face of absolute power, all schemes proved futile. Of course, this only pertained to members of the Don Quixote family. Unless Doflamingo himself were to appear, Dunn would hardly take notice. As for others, following his encounters with Akiji and Kizaru, Dunn's confidence remained robust. Thus, it was precisely because of this that a conflict arose with two of the seven warlords. It's sufficient, without the need for convoluted reasons, Robin remarked with exasperation as the ship docked. Dunn turned to look at her. Go gather intelligence. Robin nodded and promptly disembarked first, with his eyes closed. Dunn fully unleashed his observation haki. The dock and the small town, occupying a significant portion of the island, were enveloped in his perception. In an instant, countless bits of information flooded Dunn's awareness. Several individuals were attentively observing him, while others trailed behind Robin as she departed. Spies. Dunn opened his eyes, brandished his sword, and stepped ashore into the town. Mundar Island in the North Blue, according to the intelligence Robin had acquired, served as the final stop for pirates departing the North Blue, resulting in a chaotic mix of individuals. Just as Dunn contemplated whether to apprehend a few for information, Robin, who had just left moments ago, hastily returned, her expression grave. Upon seeing Dunn entering the town, Robin approached and handed him a newspaper. I believe you ought to see this. Noticing Robin's demeanor, Dunn was taken aback and, after glancing through it, displayed surprise. Germa 66 is in contact with the world government, and a Marine Admiral has arrived? Kizaru Borsellino? Are they to become a member of the world government? Dunn remarked, a hint of astonishment lacing his tone. It seems so, Robin affirmed, her gaze laden with concern. With an admiral currently stationed in the North Blue, if Germa 66 and the world government are negotiating, it is unlikely to conclude swiftly. This admiral may remain in the North Blue for an extended period, and should you intend to launch an assault on Doflamingo's arms factory, it could attract their attention. Moreover, Germa 66 has been waging wars in the North Blue for years. It is uncertain whether they have dealings with Doflamingo. Your deduction holds merit. Dunn nodded. The original work does not seem to mention it, but Doflamingo did spend a considerable time in the North Blue, making collaboration with Germa 66 plausible. What is your decision? Robin inquired regarding Dunn's intentions. Proceed. Dunn replied decisively. This would not deter his course of action. Setting aside whether it was merely speculation, even if true, it would not alter his resolve. Chapter 83. Altering Strategies, Diverting Calamity. The night demon with 6 blooming clawed appendages, Robin crossed her arms before her chest, manifesting her abilities as 6 arms sprouted from Dunn's body, restraining his neck, arms, and legs. The previously discovered information did not capture Dunn's attention significantly. Upon investigating the suspicious munitions factory information, the two individuals promptly boarded a ship and departed. On board, Dunn continued Robin's training. Robin bit her lip, exerting herself. Yet the arms that sprouted from Dunn could not be swayed in the slightest. With a muffled grunt, Robin instinctively shielded her arm to evade. Dunn retracted his fingers. "Still no sensation?" he inquired, observing Robin as she guarded her arm. "No, perhaps your method is flawed," Robin replied, exuding a sense of helplessness as she looked at Dunn. "To perceive the opponent's attack? That feels rather abstract for me. How could it be impossible? I mastered the observation Hawkeye using this very method." Dunn immediately countered upon hearing Robin's skepticism. "Thus, you, younger than I, possess such formidable strength?" Robin sighed in silence. After all, every individual is distinct. "But you must have confidence in yourself, Robin," Dunn exclaimed, launching another strike. Surprise attack. Robin swiftly crossed her arms before her chest, successfully blocking the incoming arm. "See, you're learning quite rapidly." Dunn smiled. Robin gazed at the palm that her arm had intercepted, her cheeks flushing. "Dear President, are you harassing your subordinate?" "Nonsense. I am aiding you in awakening your observation Hawkeye," Dunn replied with a serious demeanor, seemingly genuine in his assertion. However, Robin remained unconvinced. Recalling that during her previous training sessions with Dunn, he had exercised some restraint. Now, he showed none. Dunn opened his hands innocently after retracting them. "Robin, this is essential for your empowerment. Do you grasp it now? I seem to have a slight sensation, yet it still eludes me." Robin responded as she recollected the feeling she had experienced when she sensed Dunn's move, though it remained somewhat hazy. "I see." Dunn nodded knowingly at Robin's expression. Robin murmured softly, retreating with her arms crossed protectively over her chest, distancing herself from Dunn. "That will suffice. Now it is time for your independent training. The next phase involves mastering the armament Hawkeye and physical conditioning," Dunn stated earnestly as he turned to sit at the rear of the ship. Robin's gaze remained fixed on Dunn. Just moments ago, she had distinctly sensed that had she not retreated, Dunn would have unleashed a simultaneous attack with both hands. Yet, was this the essence of observation Hawkeye? It was indeed quite remarkable. Having preliminarily grasped the observation Hawkeye, Robin attempted to apply it. Meanwhile, Dunn maneuvered the vessel towards their targeted island. All personnel had been evacuated, and the ammunition had been buried. Should he dare approach, he could sink that island himself. At a munitions factory on an island in the North Sea, Rao was reporting via snail phone. Kizaru is currently in the North Sea, while Germa 66 is engaging with the world government, stirring up quite a commotion. A sinister voice echoed from Doflamingo. "Understood, young master," Rao acknowledged in response. "Avoid direct contact with that individual. If you can divert the attention of Germa 66 and the world government, you may retreat." Doflamingo commanded once more. "Young master, I can take that brat down," Rao exclaimed immediately. He had previously defeated Diamante and vanquished the green pepper of the flower country. Doflamingo's voice echoed, suggesting he had recovered from the fury of Diamante's demise. Pick, clad in a baby outfit and sucking on a pacifier, remained silent. "Very well, young master. Thou deeply?" And the transponder snail fell into slumber, indicating the other end had hung up. As a man, one should confront him openly. Such underhanded tactics are unbecoming of a gentleman. Pick interjected suddenly. "Pick, I'm an old man, not a gentleman," Rao retorted, glancing at Pick. "That person is formidable and possesses abilities, likely of the Logia-type. He did not utilize his powers during his prior encounter with Green Pepper. This very reason led Doflamingo to alter his strategy against Dunn, shifting from an ambush to a diversionary tactic, drawing the attention of Kizaru and Germa 66 towards Dunn. "If that is the case, I will not intervene," Pick declared before departing, still sucking on his pacifier. Rao looked on in silence as Pick walked away. Diamante was one of Doflamingo's 4 highest-ranking officers and his direct superior. Although Rao found him to have a vile disposition, his fruit abilities combined with his swordsmanship made Diamante no weakling. He turned to Violet. "You have heard everything. Continue to utilize your abilities to monitor. I need to know what transpires after this." Although such explosions inflict limited damage on a Logia user, should the opponent let their guard down and if they sustain serious injuries, we may need to alter our plan and eliminate him directly. Understood. Violet nodded in response and turned to leave. After departing, Violet felt a sense of anxiety, contemplating how to relay information to Dunn. Soon after, the vessel docked. How the people evacuated again? Robin observed the stillness of the island, which was densely populated with buildings yet devoid of any figures. Dunn employed his observation Hawkeye to envelop the island. Indeed, everyone had evacuated. What shall we do now? I will create a distraction shortly, and you. Dunn gestured in a direction. There are individuals watching us. You will go over there and subdue them. Robin paused at Dunn's words, glancing at the empty sea, but reasoning that if Dunn said so, there should be no issue. All right, Robin nodded. Dunn leaped into the air, heading towards the island that housed the abandoned munitions factory. Boom! Moments later, on the opposite side of the island, a fiery slash descended from the sky, followed by a violent explosion. Flames shooting into the air as shockwaves radiated outward. Robin activated her abilities, causing numerous arms to sprout from the ship, maneuvering the oars towards their intended target. A tremendous explosion was witnessed by Violet, who also observed the descending strikes and the figure engulfed in flames descending from the sky. Boom! The series of explosions continued to echo. It appeared that no reminder was necessary. Violet realized that the trap had been effortlessly dismantled by the adversary. Defeated, retreat. Violet exhaled in relief and then turned to give orders. A ship approaches. Just as Violet commanded the withdrawal, someone aboard the ship pointed towards the surface of the sea. A small vessel sliced through the waters at an alarming speed. At the bow stood a tall, young woman with her arms crossed over her chest. 30 Blooms of Death. Chapter 84. Violet's Dilemma. Dunn's inquiry, the sound of muskets and cannon fire resonated. Among these assault sounds, the less apparent noise of cracking bones could be discerned. Robin's gaze was fixed on the approaching ship, ears attuned to the distant explosions behind her. She felt no concern for Dunn in her eyes. His strength had reached an unimaginable level. Her current ambition was to grow stronger, strong enough to stand by Dunn's side without becoming a burden. The foes Dunn would face in the future would undoubtedly be formidable, should she fail to keep pace with him. He might be distracted by the need to protect her in subsequent battles. The time spent with Dunn since their acquaintance had been the most relaxed period of her life over the past decade. This ease had captivated Robin, making her unwilling to relinquish it. Vine reversal. Defeating the pirates, manipulating the weapons aboard the distant ship, Robin raised her right hand, unleashing a multitude of arms that extended from her fingertips. The intertwining limbs formed a vast arc across the sea, the farthest arm grasping the mast of the opposing ship. Subsequently, Robin was pulled across the water by this vine-like appendage, landing directly onto the deck of the large vessel. Once on the deck, Robin pivoted, and 2 blades descended from both front and back. Snap! 2 pirates attacking from behind were rendered silent, their necks grotesquely twisted. Vibrant claw, with arms crossed. Robin uniachède physically taxing technique. Numerous arms sprouted from various parts of the ship. Now, Robin recognized the significant enhancement provided by her observation Hawkeye. Previously, her abilities required her to see within a certain range to exert influence. However, now, with the power of observation Hawkeye, visual confirmation was no longer a prerequisite. In mere moments, accompanied by a series of bone-cracking sounds, the ship fell into an eerie silence. Robin lowered her hands and turned to face the woman standing at the bow of the deck. Clad in a purple, form-fitting dance outfit adorned with red polka dots and a red flower nestled in her hair, this woman presented a striking contrast to those around her. Violet's eyes were fixed on Robin, her expression wary. Unexpectedly, there exists an individual endowed with extraordinary abilities in the vicinity. This power appears to belong to the superhuman category. Who are you? Robin inquired, turning her gaze towards the distant explosion illuminating the night. Violet, a member of Don Quixote Doflamingo's subordinate, Treble's assassin corps, codename Violet, came the unreserved reply from Violet. Such a straightforward answer caught Robin off guard. Meanwhile, Violet found herself in a predicament. Engaging with Dunn was not her intention. Were it solely her choice, she could have sought a way to extricate herself from the Don Quixote family. However, her family remained in Dressrosa, and any act of betrayal on her part would undoubtedly result in their demise, her father and her sister's daughter at stake. Yet, she dared not act recklessly. Violet was not adept in combat. Although her abilities provided her with certain advantages, Robin's recent display of power made it clear that she was outmatched. Moreover, the presence of another formidable opponent nearby added to her apprehension. After careful consideration, Violet stood her ground, revealing no hostility. Observing this, Robin refrained from further aggression and turned her attention to the ship's railing, her eyes fixed on the island engulfed in flames and chaos. "Is this a trap?" Robin questioned. Violet nodded in affirmation. Indeed, due to Admiral Kazuru and the world government's involvement, Doflamingo altered his previous strategy, intending for you to attract the Navy's and world government's attention. Robin paused, turning to Violet. "You directly refer to Doflamingo by name?" She discerned a distinct lack of reverence in Violet's tone towards Doflamingo. While she had been unaware of the intricacies involving the Don Quixote family, Dunn had imparted considerable information regarding this faction, including the respect his subordinates held for Doflamingo. "Shouldn't you be concerned about the admirals and the world government?" Violet inquired, her brow furrowed. "This is already known to us," Robin replied, fully aware of Dunn's stance on the matter, which precluded further inquiry. "Given this knowledge, I would advise you to avoid causing too much commotion." Violet scrutinized Robin's expression, trying to discern the sincerity of her words. In truth, the manifestation of her devil fruit powers could reveal her opponent's current thoughts. However, facing someone skilled in observation hockey would hinder her ability, and using her powers might be construed as an act of aggression. Thus, she refrained from employing her abilities. "Regarding this, my words carry no weight." Robin gestured dismissively, choosing not to press further. On the distant, burning island, the munitions factory lay utterly destroyed. Dunn's observation hockey enveloped the surrounding vast ocean. Compared to the perceptions of others, his hockey excelled in range. Perhaps it was due to his sustained concentration that his observation hockey had evolved in this manner. He observed the events unfolding aboard the distant vessel with keen interest. Robin, with decisive action, engaged the woman clad in a form-fitting dance costume on the ship. It appeared that he had swiftly mastered the art of observation hockey. Previously, Dunn had instructed Robin in the methods of comprehending this ability, which were originally derived from the teachings of Weishur. However, at that time, Weishur had employed a different approach, stimulating him through an aura of murderous intent. A more potent form of observation hockey can, to some extent, influence the thoughts of others. Dunn had previously utilized his own hockey to impart a strong suggestion to Robin, yielding favorable results. Of course, Robin's innate talent for observation hockey, coupled with her recent training, had brought her to the brink of mastery. She merely required an additional stimulus. Below, the island engulfed in flames began to sink, with seawater surging in to submerge the small landmass. Dunn's form transformed into a pillar of fire, soaring skyward and leaving a trail of brilliant flames in its wake. Boom! The conflagration descended upon the vessel anchored on the surface of the sea, retracting to reveal Dunn emerging from the flames. The winds generated by his descent stirred the garments of Robin and Violet. One remained, perhaps able to provide valuable intelligence. Upon Dunn's arrival, Robin turned to gesture towards Violet, while Dunn's gaze swept over Violet, noting her youthful appearance, markedly younger than he remembered. "Was it you who left the message?" Dunn nodded at Robin before inquiring about Violet. A flicker of understanding passed through Robin's eyes. She had surmised this possibility from Violet's earlier demeanor. Chapter 85, Violet's Intelligence. The naval chart of the armory under Dunn's scrutinizing gaze. Violet felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. As he approached, she sensed the palpable aura of pressure emanating from him. Indeed, steadying herself, Violet nodded in affirmation. "Well done." Dunn acknowledged her with a nod, refraining from further inquiry, instead turning to commend Robin. "These individuals are not formidable." Robin slightly shook her head. They posed no trouble for her. As her first independent endeavor, the outcome was commendable. She was determined to strive for greater heights. Hearing Dunn's words, Robin nodded vigorously, clearly prepared to confront the forthcoming challenges. Violet, observing Dunn and Robin engrossed in their conversation, felt neglected and eventually raised her hand to interrupt them. Are you truly unconcerned about Doflamingo's plan to incite conflict with the Marine admirals and the world government? Violet expressed her confusion. Even Doflamingo, when discussing the three Marine admirals, may adopt a casual tone, yet Violet could distinctly sense his gravity regarding the matter. Yet, these two appeared remarkably unfazed. They were admirals of the Navy. Upon hearing her words, Dunn redirected his attention to Violet, the princess of Dressrosa, the generous swordswoman Rebecca's aunt, and a user of a devil fruit ability. Dunn retained a vivid impression of her, not merely due to her striking figure, but rather because of her formidable powers. The ability of the Dengeki fruit allows one to see through the thoughts of others, as well as their clothing, flesh, and bones. Given that this is a plan, the possibility of failure exists, and are we not already aware of it in advance? Dunn chuckled, leaning casually against the ship's railing, and tucked the knife in his hand into Robin's embrace. You'd best refrain from taking action for the time being. After all, the Navy and the world government are currently in the North Sea, engaged with Germa 66, Violet reiterated. That is out of the question. Dunn promptly rejected, then countered with a question. By the way, do you intend to betray Don Quixote Doflamingo? I was coerced from the start, Violet replied, looking earnestly at Dunn. What I want to know now is whether you are capable of defeating Doflamingo. Well, one can only ascertain that through combat. Dunn shook his head. Upon hearing this response, Violet was not disheartened. Instead, she began recounting the events that transpired when Doflamingo seized Dressrosa. As Robin listened to her narrative and compared it with the intelligence Dunn had previously shared, she realized that this woman, who claimed to be the princess of Dressrosa, had experienced events even more clearly than Dunn had described, offering insights from various perspectives. Sugar, the wielder of the hobby fruit, possesses the ability to transform any person or animal she touches into a toy, erasing their existence from the memories of others. Violet observed Dunn, sharing information regarding Doflamingo's crew. Although Dunn was already aware of much of this, he did not interrupt. So, as long as she utilizes her ability to turn others into toys, everyone who knows them will forget their existence? Robin's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a fruit power is truly terrifying. Indeed, that is the information I currently possess, Violet confirmed. Noticing Robin's curiosity about the matter, Robin turned to Dunn, her eyes filled with inquiry. Did I not mention this to you before? Dunn naturally understood Robin's implication and spoke. However, such a power is exceedingly perilous. If one were to inadvertently come into contact with her, they would possess almost no capacity for resistance. That is indeed the case. Many abilities of the Paramecia-type are quite bizarre, yet remains uncertain how Hawkeye interacts with such powers, Dunn remarked, glancing at Violet. I am uncertain as well. Sugar is personally protected by the high-ranking officer Treble, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone else to approach. Violet shook her head. If you wish to confront Doflamingo, targeting her would be the simplest approach, as those transformed into toys include not only the citizens of Dressrosa, but also many formidable individuals who have ventured there. Many have fallen victim to Sugar's ability without understanding it. Should they manage to come into contact with her power, they might become valuable allies. Violet offered a suggestion. Dunn, upon hearing this, refrained from expressing his opinion, merely nodding for her to continue. Meanwhile, Robin listened attentively, mentally organizing the intelligence regarding Doflamingo. Evidently, Violetta had long been prepared. Or perhaps she had not yet surrendered since her nation was recently taken from her. Your family remains there, and you dare to betray? Robin remarked with a peculiar expression after Violetta finished her tale. Thus, I must return, Violetta stated, gazing at Dunn. The decision of whether she could leave, or rather, leave alive, rested with this young man. You may depart. As for how to explain today's events, that is for you to determine. After casting a glance at Violetta, Dunn stepped onto the ship's railing. Wait, if you plan to go to Dressrosa afterwards, I can assist you. Violetta recognized that this was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. A master like Dunn was her sole hope for rescuing Dressrosa from Doflamingo. Dunn spoke of the location of Doflamingo's arms factory in the North Sea. Violetta exhaled in relief. swiftly retrieving a nautical map from her attire. Robin took the map and glanced over it. It was densely marked with red dots indicating various islands. "We shall discuss your matters upon my arrival in Dressrosa." With those words, Dunn leaped onto a nearby small boat. Robin also utilized her abilities to create an arm-like rope to return to the small vessel. Watching the boat drift away, Violetta's expression shifted. It seemed they intended to continue the destruction of these arms factories. Did they not regard the admiral? However, this thought flitted through her mind, quickly replaced by a frown. She was now the only one aboard this ship capable of action. How could she respond to Rao without revealing any weaknesses? Furthermore, she needed to conceal her memories of interactions with Dunn and the others. On the small boat, Robin crafted an arm to row while she meticulously examined the recently acquired map. Indeed, there are quite a few. However, you mentioned that Doflamingo is negotiating collaboration with Kaido, the sovereign of the New World. Do you truly not care? Violetta should have known little about this, as she had only briefly mentioned Doflamingo's dealings with Kaido. If the two were to collaborate, it could entangle Kaido, the ruler of the New World, in their conflict against Doflamingo, which would undoubtedly pose a significant dilemma. Chapter 86. The Negotiation of Germa. Gaji's attention in truth, Robin did not have much understanding of these matters. She only knew that these were prominent figures in the New World. From Violetta's description, it was apparent that Doflamingo was in a subordinate position before Kaido. Doflamingo had only recently seized Dressrosa, and even if he were to engage with Kaido, it would not be a deep connection. Dunn naturally understood Robin's concerns. Doflamingo had indeed formed a collaboration with Kaido, leading to the trade of artificial Zoan-type devil fruits. However, at this moment, in terms of timing, the actual trade was still far off. Kaido spent most of his time lurking in Wano country, and throughout this year, Dunn had seen little coverage of Kaido in the newspapers. Charlotte Lingling and Whitebeard exhibit a greater degree of activity. One is in the process of establishing her own empire, while the other roams the New World. Nonetheless, we must devise a strategy. Captain, do you believe you can contend with this monarch of the seas? If so, then there is no cause for concern. In response to Dunn's reaction, Robin, after a moment of contemplation, cautioned him. It is still early. Even though Dressrosa lies within the New World, it is situated in the latter half of the Grand Line. Let's first complete the tasks at hand, Dunn remarked. Turning to Robin, let us chart our course. Certainly, Robin did not press further. Although Dunn is relatively young, Robin sensed that he was always contemplating his next move. Perhaps, the matters at hand were already part of his grand design. Under Dunn's adept command, the ship surged across the ocean with fervor, following the course laid out by Robin. Numerous armories fell before Dunn's blade. Some were concealed on uninhabited islands, while others were hidden amidst populated territories. Such a significant commotion could not go unnoticed. A fleet of snail-shaped warships, among which the largest vessel prominently stood out. Impossible. With a resounding crash, a hand slammed forcefully onto the table. The controller of Germa 66. The king of the Germa kingdom, known as the Strange Bird, Vinsmoke Judge, glared furiously at the world government officials seated across from him. Nearby, a tall figure clad in a yellow-striped suit did not even lift his eyelids, seemingly oblivious to the ongoing dispute. This individual was, of course, Admiral Kozuki, stationed for this engagement. He remained silent amidst the discord, enjoying a rather leisurely period, at least from his perspective. However, the other two parties were considerably distressed. With your intellect, you should understand that we will not allow you to expand your influence unchecked. The senior official from the world government spoke with an unfavorable countenance. Vinsmoke Judge's expression darkened at these words as he glanced at Kozuki. Noting the admiral's lack of reaction, he turned back. My army can only be commanded by me. The world government should not entertain thoughts of seizing control. This is not a negotiation. I can refuse the world government's invitation and decline to become a member state. You fool, consider carefully what you are doing. The official on the opposite side, enraged by Judge's declaration, slammed his hands onto the table. The two men glared at one another. If you wish to utilize me, you must demonstrate appropriate sincerity. Vinsmoke Judge was acutely aware of his position. The Germa kingdom, in comparison to the world government, was undeniably weaker. Yet, The world government's attempt to exploit him to subdue those kingdoms that defy their orders could not come without offering something of value in return. Do not forget your past transgressions. Observing Judge's resolute demeanor, the world government official issued a warning, referring to Judge's earlier involvement with the illegal research team comprising Vegapunk, Caesar Clown, and Queen during his youth. Years ago, due to investigations into the lineage factor, the world government promptly apprehended and assimilated Vegapunk and Caesar Clown. As for Vinsmoke, Judge, and Queen, they managed to escape separately. Subsequently, Queen ventured into the New World, while Vinsmoke, Judge, returned to the North Sea. In his quest to restore the Germa Kingdom, he leveraged his knowledge and the technology of the lineage factor to create a legion of clones. The world government, already possessing Vegapunk, showed little concern for Judge. After all, with such a powerful asset in hand, who would need another? However, Judge's significant developments in the North Sea drew the world government's attention back to him. Today, the negotiations have been suspended. I trust you will refrain from bringing this up again tomorrow. Should you persist, the necessity for negotiation will cease to exist. With a cold huff, Judge rose and turned to leave, followed closely by a girl clad in a peculiar butterfly-like combat outfit. This bastard seems unlikely to acquiesce. If I could gain control over the clone legion of the Germa Kingdom, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous achievement upon my return. Yet, Vinsmoke, Judge, shows no signs of yielding. I suggest you expedite your efforts. Suddenly, Kizaru spoke up, prompting everyone to turn their gaze toward him. He was reclining in his seat, pouting as he observed the proceedings. Admiral Kizaru, your task is to facilitate the smooth progress of these negotiations. Should they falter, it will be your responsibility to instill fear. Oh, are you warning me? Kizaru remarked, his eyes fixed on the speaking official from behind his sunglasses. Of course not. This is a directive from the world government. The official, aware of Kizaru's capabilities, did not dare to be overly assertive. Kizaru merely nodded in acknowledgement. Naturally, his interjection was merely for show. It was preferable to remain idle than to undertake a mission. However, single-handedly dismantling the nefarious Germa army is no trivial matter. He would prefer to avoid confrontation if possible. Additionally, Admiral Kizaru, just as Kizaru prepared to rise, the official who had previously spoken approached him. Here is some intelligence. An individual has been wreaking havoc across various locations in the North Sea, consecutively destroying several islands. As he spoke, he placed a document on the table beside Kizaru. You can handle this matter yourselves. Kizaru glanced at the information and then rose, swaying slightly as he departed. Witnessing Kizaru's reaction, the man who presented the information wore a displeased expression. As an official of the world government, he had ties to the underworld of the North Sea, which involved considerable interests at stake. Someone had even financed him to resolve this issue. Yet now, Kizaru was not taking the bait. Meanwhile, Vinsmoke, Judge's expression darkened. It appears the negotiations are unlikely to succeed. Upon returning, Judge spoke solemnly. Father, if the negotiations fail, we may face a direct confrontation with the world government. Behind him, Vinsmoke Reiju chimed in. They seek to seize control of the Legion, which is absolutely impossible. After speaking, Judge turned to regard Reiju. What has become of that individual's investigation? Who exactly is he? What enmity does he harbor against Doflamingo? Chapter 87. The Destroyed Island. The pursuit by the Navy and the silent Sengoku. As an ambitious warlord in the North Sea, the unfolding events in that region inevitably attract the attention of the Germa Kingdom, especially of such magnitude. Previously, Doflamingo had operated in the North Sea for many years, controlling the arms trade within the underworld. Upon returning to the North Sea, Vinsmoke Sanji aspired to revitalize the Germa Kingdom and had indeed made contact with Doflamingo, primarily to procure weaponry. Now, there are individuals targeting Doflamingo's military factory in the North Sea for destruction. Were it not for his current negotiations with the world government, he would undoubtedly be fully engrossed in this matter. His curiosity is piqued. He wonders who has dared to confront Doflamingo. Sanji, who is somewhat familiar with the Don Quixote family, is wary of provoking Doflamingo, who has ascended to the ranks of the Seven Warlords. Father, it is this person. Reiju swiftly presented a newspaper before Sanji, following his inquiry. Information about this individual is scarce. but prior findings indicate that he had engaged in combat with the formidable Green Pepper of the 8 Treasure Navy in the West Sea and emerged victorious. However, the reasons behind his antagonism towards Doflamingo remain elusive. Defeated Green Pepper? Sanji's expression turned grave. He possesses some knowledge of Green Pepper, having set sail during his prime. Can our men not track him down? Where is he now? Sanji pondered, formulating a strategy. After all, a person capable of vanquishing Green Pepper must possess considerable strength. If they could recruit him, the Vinsmoke family's power would undoubtedly increase. This individual moves swiftly and with clear intent. While the Navy in the North Sea has been unable to catch him, Reiju remarked, somewhat exasperated. She had never encountered someone like him, relentlessly destructive, leaving nothing but ruin in his wake before swiftly departing for his next target. Is there a bounty on him? Sanji inquired, studying the photograph on the newspaper. None. Our operatives have encountered him. He appears relatively young, perhaps newly ventured upon the seas, Reiju responded. To have bested Green Pepper at such a young age. Though Green Pepper is now older, he remains formidable. Upon hearing this, Reiju contemplated and then spoke. Father, should we take action? If what you say is true, we must find him before the Navy does. The current circumstances indicate his grievances with the Don Quixote family are substantial. Should we successfully recruit him, it may lead to direct conflict with Doflamingo. We could very well seize his business. Sanji, eager at the prospect of the lucrative arms trade, replied without hesitation. Let us dispatch someone to observe. Additionally, should the Navy issue a bounty on him, inform me immediately. After some consideration, Sanji decided to adopt a wait-and-see approach. Doflamingo would certainly not overlook such developments. It was prudent to observe how this flamingo would react. Understood, father. Reiju nodded promptly. As the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, Reiju assumes the responsibility of managing most affairs, including this particular matter. All 5 of Judge's children were genetically modified in utero using lineage factors. Following this alteration, they gained not only extraordinary physical abilities and talents, but also had a portion of their emotions stripped away, specifically feelings such as compassion and sorrow. As the first subject of this modification, Reiju acquired a formidable physique and unique talents. However, the emotions that were meant to be eradicated remained intact within her. After her departure, Reiju pondered extensively about her experiences with Germa during that time. She harbored little optimism regarding Germa's potential to become a member of the world government. Rather, she believed that Germa would merely serve as a tool for the world government. Recent negotiations had further corroborated this sentiment. Yet, she found herself unable to resist her father's authority, a shackle that had bound her since birth. Only upon returning to her room did she dare to let out a sigh. How many now? Dunn inquired, observing Robin's weary expression. The 19th, that's already a third. Robin promptly replied. Indeed, that is quite a number. Dunn finally comprehended why, in the original narrative, most wars between nations were somehow linked to Don Quixote Doflamingo. The arms trade was evidently substantial. The Navy is closing in. Robin indicated towards the distant sea. A fleet of warships was swiftly approaching them. Dunn leaped into action, conjuring a massive wall of fire that erupted on the water's surface. Flames danced and spread as he landed back on the ship. Let us go. With the flames propelling them, the ship surged forward, while Robin adeptly extended multiple arms to secure herself on board. Such occurrences had become increasingly frequent during this period. Stop! A hoarse shout emanated from the pursuing warship. The vessel, which had been accelerating, began to slow as it approached the inferno that spanned across the sea. The wall of fire completely obstructed their path. Here it comes again. The commanding rear admiral of the North Blue Branch gazed at the conflagration with a look of exasperation. Requesting assistance, he resolved to act. This scenario had manifested several times already. He sensed that the opposition was reluctant to engage them. However, he could not remain passive while islands in the North Blue were being systematically destroyed, especially with orders from the world government looming overhead. Yet under such circumstances, they could hardly keep pace. Even if they managed to catch up, a confrontation would likely result in significant casualties on their side. For this reason, despite their fervent pursuit, they were unable to gain ground. Don't ask. It's simply that this individual is far too swift, and they're always a step ahead. He retrieved the transponder snail to issue a distress call, which, in truth, also served as a means to indirectly absolve himself of responsibility. However, this time, he opted not to report to the world government, but rather contacted the Navy headquarters directly using his rank as Rear Admiral, securing an opportunity for direct communication with the Fleet Admiral. Admiral, he stood upright in an instant, his expression grave as he spoke. The one who wields flames has obliterated numerous islands in the North Sea. Sengoku's voice resonated. It must be done, correct? Upon hearing Sengoku's inquiry, the reporting Rear Admiral stood in stunned silence. How could the Commander-in-Chief possess more knowledge than he had anticipated, even knowing the adversary's name? Commander, I am unaware of the adversary's name. However, he indeed has destroyed several islands in the North Sea. Are the islands he destroyed connected to Doflamingo? As soon as these words left Sengoku's lips, the Rear Admiral felt a tightening in his chest. Yes, Commander. Given Sengoku's probing question, he dared not withhold the truth. It appears to be a suspected arms factory belonging to Doflamingo in the North Sea. This revelation was not surprising. He had previously clashed with Doflamingo and never imagined he would engage in such activities in the North Sea. Sengoku's voice echoed once more, revealing a hint of exasperation in his tone.